Chapter 61. After kidnapping Gaoku's father, He Shui boasted that she wanted to play a little game with them. If Lan Luo easily killed Gaoku, wouldn't He Shui's trip have been for nothing? Lan Luo wasn't a kind person. She was more than happy to see Gaoku suffer. He Shui's ability was shape-shifting. If they weren't hiding anything else, Lan Luo could probably guess what they were planning. Looking at Gaoku, half dead and being dragged on the ground by Zhu Jianchen, she actually felt a faint sense of anticipation. Chu Dong hesitated. She pointed to Yi Fei, who was sitting upright in the conference room, her expression conflicted. Yi Fei had his back to them, and was taking out a communicator, seemingly doing something. His clean white coat looked like a white drape in a funeral hall against the backdrop of the three gruesome corpses. "You want to contact Lu Guan?" Lan Luo asked. Yi Fei didn't turn around, her long neck visible behind her, seemingly unconcerned about being attacked from behind. She put away her communicator. "Don't worry." She stood up, walked around the corpse on the ground towards the door, chin still held high. "I submitted my resignation. Your affairs are none of my concern. Until we meet again." She left with a polite remark, exiting the conference room before them and striding out of the base. Why the sudden resignation?" Chu Dong scratched his face. "Maybe she was scared by you, afraid you kill her like everyone else," Zhu Jianchen said to Lan Luo. Chu Dong rolled his eyes. "She's not afraid at all. She's the bravest. A top student like her has a place to go, unlike me, who's powerless to control my own destiny." "What do you mean, has a place to go?" Zhu Jianchen threw Gaoku on the ground. "Don't you know? She's an orphan sponsored by the Lu family, working for them to pay off their debts. How can your family be so stingy? You even have to pay back the aid money?" Lan Luo, having learned the importance of money since arriving in Shigui City, looked at Yi Fei's tall, straight back upon hearing this. Zhu Jianchen looked aggrieved. "It's not my family, my surname is Zhu." "Your mother's surname is Zhu?" Lan Luo asked. "I don't know." Zhu Jianchen picked Gaoku up again and weighed him in his arms, his breathing unsteady. "Maybe, anyway, I had the surname Zhu since I was born." Lan Luo glanced at him, but didn't ask any more questions. Yi Fei had already walked far away, and couldn't hear their discussion. Lan Luo looked at her perpetually straight back, and thought of her unfiltered mouth, feeling somewhat incredulous. She didn't look like a debt-ridden orphan at all. Instead, she seemed like a wealthy young lady with a powerful background who feared nothing. "No wonder," Chu Dong whispered, "the tougher she acts, the less she gets bullied." Lan Luo twirled her wrist, and walked forward. Hearing Chu Dong's words, she lazily said, "Wake up. She's the one who bullies others. No one has the chance to bully her." "Right." Chu Dong caught up with Lan Luo. "She even called me a dog." Zhu Jianchen, dragging Gaoku along, said, "That's normal. In her eyes, everyone in the base except herself is a dog." Lan Luo walked in the middle, not replying. She was wondering why Zhu Jianchen was following her. Although he wouldn't admit it, objectively speaking, he was indeed a member of the Lu family, and the Lu family seemed to have some means of controlling him. Wasn't Zhu Jianchen afraid of being punished by Lu Guan for openly standing by her side, like this? Lan Luo looked at Zhu Jianchen's excited profile, and temporarily suppressed the question. Anyway, she might still need Zhu Jianchen's help now. Once she successfully fused with the power of immortality, and left Shigui City, what would Zhu Jianchen have to do with her? "What's wrong?" Sensing Lan Luo's gaze, Zhu Jianchen asked with a grin, his eyes fixed on her hair tie. "This is a gift for you." Lan Luo touched her hair, finding the worn rabbit hair tie. "Yeah, this is the only one I have. I make do." "No need to make do. I have plenty more. I get them all for you after I wash my hands." Zhu Jianchen held Gaoku's clothes in both hands, indicating that it wasn't convenient right now. Lan Luo nodded. The hair tie in her hair was indeed very old, with a little bloodstain, but she hadn't had time to buy a new one. Chu Dong jogged a few steps, looking left and right, then suddenly exclaimed with realization, "You two knew each other all along?" "I thought you knew," Lan Luo said. Before his tongue was cut out, Gaoku mentioned that she was from the Weicheng base, something Lan Luo had assumed Chu Dong would know. Then you..." Chu Dong stammered. Lan Luo took Gaoku from Zhu Jianchen's hands. "Experimental subject, just like you." Before Chu Dong could react, Lan Luo stopped and suddenly threw Gaoku forward, making him hit the iron bars of the detention cell with a loud thud, thus attracting the experimental subject's attention. They were all too listless. They needed to make some noise. It proves that the experimental subject has extraordinary potential. Lan Luo squatted at the door of a small cubicle, speaking through the iron bars to the person lying inside. "What do you think, Yi Shui?" Lying in the cubicle was none other than Yishue herself, except that her hair had turned ordinary black, and several patches of dirt obscured her face, making her look like an ordinary experimental subject. Although Lan Luo thought Yishue was incredibly bold, changing her hair color would consume far less of her power, so it wasn't entirely incomprehensible. Yishue opened her eyes, her gaze completely unwavering as she looked at Lan Luo. "Why are you here?" Lan Luo revealed the unconscious Gaoke behind her. "Don't overthink it. It's not for you. Tell Yin Yin to bring that old man out." "What do you want?" Yishue stood up, showing none of the weakness or listlessness she had just feigned. "Our deal is done. Don't interfere with our affairs." "Your affairs?" Lan Luo was getting impatient. "Your affairs mean you're just pretending to be test subjects with the old man, waiting to die until Gaoke uses his father as a test subject?" She could guess it already. Yishue's power was shape-shifting. She and Yin Yin couldn't escape the lab, so they could only hide using their shape-shifting abilities. Since they couldn't be found anywhere else, they must be in the detention center. Yishue, a former experimental subject, had specifically kidnapped Gaoke's father. It was obvious that there was a deep-seated hatred between Gaoke's father and Yishue, the experimental subject. She was determined to make Gaoke's father suffer a terrible death, but she couldn't take him away. Therefore, her only option was to use her powers to turn him into an ordinary experimental subject. Yishue's eyes flickered, her hair turning white. "What does this have to do with you?" "I'm going to kill Gaoke, and I killed his father too. Get him out of here quickly." Lan Luo stood up, making no attempt to hide her intentions. Yishue stared at Chu Dong. "Kill them? With those two researchers behind you who are colluding with the Gao family? You're the one colluding. I haven't even settled accounts with you for using poison." Chu Dong realized the girl in front of him was the burly man from before, and said while stealing glances. A soft sound came from the next cubicle, and Yin Yin, with an unremarkable male face, poked her head out from behind the bars. "You dare to settle scores with her and see what happens." "Damn!" Chu Dong was startled. "I thought you were a shapeshifter too, but you really look like this, so pitiful." Zhu Jianshan was also a little surprised, muttering softly, "Why are there men here?" "Alright," Lan Luo kicked Gaoke, "come out, I'm going to improve your game." Yin Yin kicked the iron bars, and the lock fell off. She walked to Yishue's door and asked for her opinion. "Do you want to come out?" Yishue nodded expressionlessly. Yin Yin used the same trick again, kicking the lock off with both feet, opening the door to welcome Yishue, and slowly changing back to her own face as Yishue approached. Lan Luo grabbed Gaoke's hair and slapped him twice, waking him from his unconsciousness. Then, under Chu Dong's puzzled gaze and Zhu Jianshan's stare at her hand, she slowly spoke. "Old man, I give you a chance. Find your biological father among all the remaining test subjects. If you can find him on the first try, I spare your life. If not..." She slapped his face with a dagger. "Then you have to pay with a hand for each mistake. You can choose your left or right hand. After your hand is gone, you cut off your feet, and after your feet..." Lan Luo pointed to his neck. "That's where I cut him." Yishue explained. "What about that old man surnamed Gao? I don't accept him dying so easily. I want him to experience being repeatedly experimented on like a worm." "Simple," Lan Luo said. "The son can choose to beg for mercy, not participate in the game, and volunteer to dissect his biological father. How about it?" She asked Gaoke for his opinion. Gaoke was trembling all over, unable to speak without his tongue, only able to shake his head frantically. Yishue was silent for a few seconds before saying okay. "Yin Yin, take him to choose." Yin Yin hadn't raised any objections to the game rules from beginning to end, completely obeying Yishue's orders, directly dragging Gaoke to look at each cubicle. "This one? Should we choose it or not?" Yin Yin disdainfully pressed him against the door. "Can't speak anymore? Then nod or shake your head." Lan Luo had initially looked forward to this game, but watching this scene, she felt neither exhilaration nor amusement. A strange and unfamiliar emotion welled up within her, as if someone else's feelings had invaded her mind. She didn't understand what it meant, only interpreting negative emotions, like grievance and sadness. "Jean Fei?" Lan Luo secretly called out in her heart, but Jean Fei had been dead for over 100 years, and she received no response. Zhu Jianshan seemed to notice Lan Luo's unusual expression and leaned closer, whispering, "If you're feeling unwell, just let them handle it themselves. Don't stay here." "It's nothing," Lan Luo shook her head. "It has nothing to do with this." "Then why do you look so pale?" Only after he finished speaking did Lan Luo realize that her brows had been furrowed. Zhu Jianshan's eyes held undisguised concern. "Are you all right? Did you finish the medicine I gave you?" "Yes, I finished the ones I brought with me." Actually, Chu Ji had taken most of the medicine, but Lan Luo instinctively felt that saying this would displease Zhu Jianshan, so she lied to him. Only after the words were out of her mouth did Lan Luo belatedly realize she didn't need to care whether he was happy or not. I still have some medicine I can. Zhu Jianshan started to say, but a scream came from Yin Yan's direction. Lan Luo walked past Zhu Jianshan to look at Gaoke. His left hand was already on the ground, dripping blood. Chu Dong had already hidden in a corner, too afraid to watch. Zhu Jianshan's hand was halfway outstretched when he curled up. Then he nonchalantly followed Lan Luo. Continue. Lan Luo didn't give Gaoke a chance to catch his breath. The knife in Yin Yan's hand was dull, even rusty, making it extremely difficult to cut, ensuring Gaoke's pain was maximized. Ugh! Ugh ugh ugh! Gaoke cried and rolled around, making incoherent sounds to Lan Luo. You're giving up? Yin Yan said for him, not planning to look anymore. Going to just dissect your father? Gaoke curled up on the ground, nodding frantically, the blood from his severed arm smearing all over him, his white coat unrecognizable. Fine, He Shui said expressionlessly, then bring him out. We watch you do it. Yin Yan immediately kicked down the door and brought out Gaoke's father, who had been transformed by He Shui. Gaoke treated his test subjects poorly. His father hadn't eaten a single meal while he was there, and having inhaled a lot of Yin Yan's poison, he was practically half dead. Gaoke used his only remaining right hand to wield the blunt knife, stabbing his own father haphazardly, emitting inhuman howls as he did so. Under the blood-red white coat, he resembled a shed-skinned wild beast. Gaoke's father's eyes were open, conscious but unable to resist, watching helplessly as his son stabbed him again and again with a blunt knife to save his life until he finally died. Yin Yan kicked Gaoke away. The old man on the ground was dead, his chest bulging out like a crab with its shell opened, chopped into a pulp, his internal organs faintly visible. Lan Luo turned to look at Gaoke. He was the only one left. If she could kill him, Jin Fei's control would crumble. Her heart pounded, and the dagger in her hand felt faintly hot. Just one more strike, the final strike. Chapter 62. Just one strike, the final strike. Lan Luo's eyes reddened. Just one final strike, and she would be a truly complete legend of immortality. With complete immortality, she was confident she would no longer hide in Lu Guan's shadow like a rat. She could kill the mandog, the researcher, Lu Guan, whoever she wanted, as long as she no longer had to hide. Living openly in this world, she could kill whomever she pleased. Warm blood splattered, Gaoke's head rolled to the ground. Lan Luo's fingers trembled, her face covered in Gaoke's blood. But she didn't care. A faint smile played on her lips, her lowered eyes filled with excitement and anticipation, strangely eerie against the backdrop of blood. But Lan Luo touched her heart with her bloodied hand. Why was there no reaction? Why hadn't her heart fused? Had she misunderstood? Had she failed to fulfill Jin Fei's wish? Lan Luo's eyes reddened slightly, and she suddenly became restless and agitated. She knew this was probably because the blood was stimulating her brain, but she couldn't control her rage. Why? Wipe it off. Zhu Jianshan suddenly offered a pack of wet wipes. Don't want to do it yourself? Then I wipe it for you. The blood isn't very clean, be careful not to get it in your eyes. As he spoke, his slender fingers carefully brought a wet wipe close to Lan Luo's face. Cool droplets splashed on her face, bringing her back to a little consciousness. Lan Luo grasped Zhu Jianshan's wrist, stopping him from wiping her face. Her eyes were fixed on Zhu Jianshan's face, her breathing becoming rapid. Zhu Jianshan unconsciously licked his lips, his voice trembling slightly. What's wrong? She was wondering if Jin Fei hadn't received soul soothing because there was still a researcher alive here. Jin Fei hated the researchers. Gaoke's death wasn't enough. What about Zhu Jianshan? Zhu Jianshan was also a researcher. Was it only when he died that their two hearts could finally merge peacefully? Lan Luo rationally knew her thoughts were abrupt and illogical, but she didn't know why. She couldn't control them. The more she stared at his face, the stronger the thought became. Why? Are you all right? Zhu Jianshan switched hands to hold the wet wipes. This time, he didn't rush forward, but simply shoved the wipes into her hand. Then wipe yourself. Lan Luo gripped the wipes tightly, squeezing out the water that trickled down her wrist. The cold water jolted Lan Luo awake. She abruptly shook off Zhu Jianshan's hand, taking 2 steps back to maintain a safe distance. Something was wrong. Lan Luo frowned, glancing around at the people present. Chu Dong remained huddled to one side. Zhu Jianshan hesitated, clutching a bag of wet wipes. Yin Yan looked at Yi Shui, and Yi Shui stared at the corpses on the ground. Who was it? who had taken advantage of the chaos to invade her thoughts. Although Lan Luo knew she could occasionally become agitated at the sight of blood, she would never have such an extreme and irrational thought. Even if she had some doubts, she wouldn't immediately conjure up the idea of killing them, so something must be wrong. Who was it? Lan Luo silently surveyed them, including the half-dead experimental subjects behind the bars. What are you looking at? Zhu Jianshan carefully held out the wet wipes bag again, asking her softly. Zhu Dong and Yin Yen were also looking at her. He Shui, hearing Zhu Jianshan's words, also looked up. The group stared at Lan Luo from different angles, for different pairs of eyes, for unseen hearts. If you can't see them, just take them out, and you see. Take them out one by one, and it'd be clear who has the bad heart, right? Yeah, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Hurry up. Lan Luo unconsciously repeated the urging voice that kept echoing in her mind. The voice was very urgent and hoarse. It must be Jean Fei. Strange. Why was she so sure it was Jean Fei's voice? Lan Luo was only in a daze for a moment before her eyes cleared, and she shouted at the air, Who? Get out here. Are you crazy? Yin Yen was startled, instinctively looking around, but saw no one. Zhu Jianshan looked at Lan Luo. Did you find anything? Chu Dong. Lan Luo walked towards Chu Dong in the corner. Tell me, is there anyone else in the base? Chu Dong suddenly called out, shuddered. You scared me to death. I thought you called my name. The Shigui city base was small to begin with. There's no one left. Besides Yi Fei, Zhu Jianshan, and me, we're all dead. She paused, pursed her lips awkwardly, and continued, They're all dead? No one's there, that's how it is. Lan Luo tilted her head, looking at her with an eerily clear gaze. What, you don't believe me? Chu Dong asked. Lan Luo smiled, and shook her head. No, I believe you. Zhu Jianshan let out a breath, her shoulders relaxing slightly. She grinned and pulled out a new wet wipe. All right, hurry up and wipe yourself. You look like a deranged killer, you know that? Thanks, you look like a butler. Lan Luo teased Zhu Jianshan casually, not taking the wipe. Zhu Jianshan hesitated for a moment, then gently placed the wipe over Lan Luo's face, her fingers carefully curled up, avoiding touching her skin. The cool wipe gently rubbed against her face, very comfortable, so Lan Luo didn't stop her, casually enjoying it. Chu Dong, come out. What are you hiding for? Lan Luo tilted her head, smiling at Chu Dong in the corner. Yin Yen and Yi Shui kept looking at Lan Luo with puzzled expressions. They exchanged a glance. Yin Yen nodded, poked her head with her finger, and then pointed at Lan Luo. Yi Shui's lips curled slightly, her cold expression softening a little. She pointed to her own head, then at Yin Yen. You're not very bright either, she whispered. Yin Yen pouted, better than her. She's all eccentric and colludes with the researchers. A bunch of idiots. A bunch of scoundrels, Yi Shui corrected Yin Yen, but her smile faded. Her gaze lingered on Zhu Jianshan and Chu Dong, her brows gradually furrowing. Chu Dong raised one corner of her mouth. No need, I'm scared. You're scared? Lan Luo snatched a tissue and wiped her face haphazardly. Zhu Jianshan had used too little force. Wiping for too long made her itchy. She placed the used wet wipe back into Zhu Jianshan's hand, then took another one and continued wiping her face. Weren't you always the bravest? You were fearless when we were retrieving corpses together. What are you afraid of now? Zhu Jianshan clutched the used wipe, his eyes widening slightly. You guys. Lan Luo, without looking away, nudged Zhu Jianshan from behind, interrupting him. Zhu Jianshan immediately pursed his lips, rubbing his aggravated stomach, his eyes darting around. Yeah, you two are the bravest. Who said that? Yin Yen leaned slightly, her arm resting on Yi Shui's shoulder, her face clearly saying that only she was brave. Yi Shui clicked her tongue, swaying her shoulder to shake her arm off, and took a few steps forward, looking at Chu Dong. You weren't so timid when you confronted us. Why are you so hesitant now? Lan Luo glanced at Yi Shui, raising an eyebrow. Chu Dong's eyebrows drooped, forming a miserable, downward-sloping shape, her lips twitching painfully. That's true, but that's not as terrible as it seems. Look at them, look at how they've been chopped up. I'm not going over there. Understood. Lan Luo nodded, not pressuring her further, and slowly took a wet wipe from Zhu Jianshan's hand to wipe her face. Zhu Jianshan held the wet wipe bag upright, like a waiter. Lan Luo finally wiped the blood off her face, weighed the blood-stained dagger in her hand, and before anyone could react, suddenly threw the knife, the blade pointing directly at Chu Dong. Chu Dong's eyes widened in terror, but her body remained motionless, as if nailed to the spot, her hands tightly clutching her chest. The dagger grazed her cheek, severing a strand of long brown hair, and then slammed into the wall behind Chu Dong. Ah! A pig-like scream echoed throughout the space. Yin Yen gasped, scratching her head in surprise. Apart from her, He Shui and Zhu Jianshan remained calm, seemingly having anticipated this scene. Lan Luo stepped forward and pulled a dagger embedded in the wall. The tip hadn't pierced anything, but it was covered in fresh blood. A line of blood slowly slid down the wall, and then, the transparent figure gradually materialized like jelly, transforming into a man half sitting on the ground. Ha! Ha! The man sat on the ground, clutching his chest, breathing heavily. With each breath, blood gushed from the wound in his chest. Chu Dong, leaning against the wall, patted his chest, his face filled with lingering fear. That scared me to death. That scared me to death. Luckily you guys were smart. Lan Luo didn't waste any words. Grabbing the man's hair, her face expressionless. You really have a death wish. The man's leg was unnaturally bent, and with his chest wound, he couldn't break free from Lan Luo's grasp. He could only beg for mercy. Please, don't kill me. I just want to live. I'm afraid you find me. Lan Luo didn't give him a chance to continue begging, slitting his throat with a knife and disdainfully throwing him to the ground. My God, Chu Dong said, clutching his chest, I knew something felt off. Turns out I forgot one. Lan Luo also remembered. Chu Dong had mentioned earlier that one researcher had been beaten by Gao Ke and rendered incapacitated, so only the 3 researchers remained in the conference room. But with so many people killed, no one remembered the existence of this lame guy, which gave him the opportunity. He has a mental ability. When he's intangible, touching someone amplifies their evil thoughts. He doesn't usually need it, Chu Dong explained. Yin Yen scoffed. So your evil thoughts are just to make yourself a little cowardly? You're the one. Chu Dong retorted. He can only disrupt someone's thinking when they're unconscious. I wasn't affected at all. He held a knife to my head, so I had no choice but to lie. Then who did he interfere with? It certainly wasn't me. Yin Yen squatted down to examine the corpse. Sure enough, the corpse had a knife hidden in its hand. Lan Luo kicked him in frustration, grabbed the entire pack of wet wipes from Zhu Jianshan's hand, and vigorously wiped the dagger. Zhu Jianshan's gaze fell on her hand, and he asked seemingly casually, How did you discover him? The others also looked at Lan Luo, waiting for her explanation. Lan Luo paused in wiping her dagger. It's not important. The important thing is, I need something right now, something very old. She tossed aside the wet wipe and changed the subject. What is it? Chu Dong volunteered. I know the base well, maybe I know where it is. Wait. He Shui, who had been watching them quietly, suddenly spoke up. Lan Luo frowned at her. What do you want now? Before that, He Shui smiled. Shouldn't we clean things up first? Chapter 63. Clean up what house? Chu Dong asked, puzzled, after being interrupted. Lan Luo's expression darkened slightly. She understood He Shui's meaning. We discuss it later, she said, sheathing her dagger. Chu Dong is familiar with this place. I need her to lead the way to something. Until then, you better behave yourself. He Shui disliked the researcher, and with only a few people present, it was obvious who she meant by cleaning up house. But Lan Luo needed Chu Dong, and wouldn't let He Shui vent her emotions so easily. You were also a test subject, weren't you? He Shui curled one corner of her mouth. You care so much about the researchers, should I say you're magnanimous, or that you've been well trained? Zhu Jianshan, unusually, lost his relaxed expression, his brows furrowing. There's a cause for every wrong, and a debtor for every crime. Getting angry at her won't solve anything. He Shui looked at him with disgust. Of course I know there's a cause for every wrong, and a debtor for every crime. The culprit is dead, just now, right before my eyes. She pointed to Gao Ke's father's mangled corpse, her expression calm, but her tone fierce. But that's not enough. How could one person have caused this situation? He Shui looked at Zhu Jianshan and Chu Dong. You. And you? You're both accomplices. Doing this job with your heads held high every day, you deserve the consequences. Lan Luo was already somewhat exhausted. Although Yin Yen usually seemed loud and boisterous, it was always He Shui who went crazy in crucial moments. In some ways, of the two, Yin Yen was more tolerant. Then you should march on Wei Cheng and wipe out their stronghold in one fell swoop. Lan Luo understood her emotions, but wouldn't allow her to interfere with her progress. Don't target insignificant people. I still have a use for them. Lan Luo turned around. Chu Dong, take me to the oldest storage place in the base. Huh? Ah. Chu Dong hesitated for a moment, observing He Shui while following Lan Luo. I understand. Zhu Jianshan opened his mouth. watching Lan Luo's retreating figure without hesitation, hesitated for a second, and didn't follow. If you're angry about my identity, he turned to Yi Shui, you can rest assured. Yi Shui still looked angry. Yin Yin tugged at her arm, mocking Zhu Jianshan, stop pretending. Zhu Jianshan pulled down his collar, revealing a deep scar below his collarbone. Here, there used to be an iron chain. Here, he pointed to his head, there's a chip here, ready to explode at any moment. So whether you believe it or not, Zhu Jianshan watched Lan Luo's departing figure, his voice low, I don't think it's my fault. But I am indeed a researcher. If you're unhappy, then wait until I explode. In any case, from the moment he decided to help Lan Luo leave the lab, from the moment he willingly handed over his identity card, from the moment he wanted to leave and follow Lan Luo, his human fireworks display had already begun its countdown. Zhu Jianshan didn't look at their reactions, catching up with Lan Luo and Yi Shui at a distance. Wait for me. Zhu Jianshan smiled brightly. How could you forget me? I'd be sad. Lan Luo didn't turn around, striding forward, her ponytail swinging from side to side, the rabbit hair tie flashing in the light. Why don't you just run faster? I have things to do, don't waste your time. Of course I know. Zhu Jianshan appeared beside Lan Luo instantly the moment she finished speaking, clearly using his supernatural ability. Lan Luo glanced at him and began assigning tasks. Chu Dong said, there's an old warehouse full of antique items. You guys need to find it together as quickly as possible. What are we looking for? Zhu Jianshan asked eagerly. Chu Dong frowned at the dirty task, but Zhu Jianshan, with his obsessive-compulsive disorder, didn't complain. Lan Luo was satisfied, a smile playing on her lips. The big fish tank. More accurately, the necklace in the fish tank. The necklace that Jean Fei frequently mentioned in her diary, the necklace that belonged to her mother. She had a premonition that Jean Fei's diary entries might not be the truth. Her writing might be fierce, but perhaps her true feelings weren't. The intense tone and violent words couldn't prove her heart. The frequently mentioned, frequently appearing necklace was perhaps what she truly cared about. If it were her former self, she wouldn't have thought of these things. She would have only thought that killing a few more might lead to success. This was one of the reasons why the psychic could successfully interfere with her just now. But now Lan Luo doesn't think so anymore. She's encountered several hypocritical people, and can now discern a trace of the human nature that's unfamiliar to her. Like Hu Jiaofan, who always says that Brat isn't important, just a piece of trash she picked up. But whenever Lan Luo shows any intention of attacking him, Hu Jiaofan will stand in front of him to protect him. Lan Luo doesn't understand their feelings, nor does she want to understand their thoughts, but she can think and analyze this twisted inner world. What do you need a fish tank for? Zhu Jianshan walked sideways, facing Lan Luo. Want to keep fish? But we don't have any. Then find another fishing rod and go catch a couple more later, Lan Luo said casually. Her mood had inexplicably calmed down. There was no excitement or thrill of impending success, only a faint certainty. Zhu Jianshan, whether he believed her or not, went along with Lan Luo's words. Sure, I'm sure the fish will like me. Lan Luo stood at the entrance of the old warehouse, pointing to the mountain of dusty clutter inside, then hurry up and find the fish tank. She wasn't sure if the item was in the fish tank, so she passed that task on to the two of them, and started looking for the necklace herself. Lan Luo didn't know what the necklace Jean Fei described looked like, so she could only rely on her intuition to find anything similar. The warehouse was large and dirty, and the items were arranged haphazardly, making Lan Luo's search extremely difficult. She needed to first move the layers of cardboard boxes aside, dust them off, then open them one by one, rummage through all the messy things inside, and then close the boxes again and throw them behind her. Not long after, Chu Dong jumped up shouting, I found the fish tank. Lan Luo looked up and saw that she was holding a fish tank that was barely bigger than her head. She shook her head helplessly. Too small. I need a big fish tank. A fish tank big enough to hold the corpse of an adult woman would be at least as tall as a person. I found it too, Zhu Jianshan shouted. He was carrying a square fish tank with both hands. The surface of the tank was covered with a thick layer of dust, much of which had smeared on his clothes and even his face. It was quite large, but it was empty. The necklace wasn't inside. Lan Luo shook her head. Keep looking. She continued to rummage through small items. The boxes behind her were piled high, but the necklace was nowhere to be found. Huh? Chu Dong suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Why are there such strange things here? Lan Luo wasn't interested. You're a long-time employee. What's there to be so surprised about? The warehouse was full of miscellaneous items, nothing unusual. No, Chu Dong explained, Come and see, isn't this human bone and blood? Lan Luo's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately scurried through the clutter, slowly moving to Chu Dong's side. Zhu Jianshan also arrived from another direction, the two of them struggling like they were wading through mud. It should be real. Zhu Jianshan arrived first, judging verbally without touching the items on the ground. Lan Luo arrived too, and saw the whole thing. A small box sat in the corner of a pillar, on top of which lay a rough bone. Covering the bone was a yellowed piece of paper, on which something was written in blood, but the blood had blurred, and the writing was illegible. Even covered in blood and dust, Lan Luo immediately recognized that the paper was exactly the same as the paper in the black notebook. A premonition lingered in her heart. Without touching the bone, she pulled a small box from the bottom and opened it before her. Inside the box lay a rusty necklace. Lan Luo's vision began to blur, her heart felt like it was about to burst from her chest, and a strange sorrow welled up from the depths of her being. She heard women weeping, the wails of the crowd, the sound of boulders rolling down, and the arrival of corrosive rain. Natural disaster struck. The gods did not descend, unbearable suffering ensued. Thud, the tattered little box fluttered to the ground, the old necklace nestled against Lan Luo's arm, as if telling a tale of past grievances. Lan Luo. Lan Luo. Are you all right? Lan Luo. Wake up! Before completely losing consciousness, Lan Luo heard Zhu Jianshan's anxious calls, but she couldn't respond, only letting herself sink into a long-forgotten hallucination. Mom, don't worry, a gentle female voice whined. I'm selling things in the mall, how could I not be safe? The shop owner is so nice to me. If you're really worried, come see me together after the opening, okay? It was Jean Fei's voice. Lan Luo had only ever seen her in her manic, wailing state. This ordinary, gentle demeanor was completely unfamiliar to her. The woman called Mom, but whose face was obscured, only the necklace around her neck gleaming, said, I know. You don't come here unless you need something. No wonder you suddenly bought a necklace, humph. Haha, she always rhymes. A sudden voice rang out behind Lan Luo. Lan Luo turned around, and saw Jean Fei suddenly appear behind her. Jean Fei smiled slightly. Do you know why you couldn't see my mother's face? Lan Luo casually replied, because it's the emperor's new clothes, only the clever can see it. That's true, Jean Fei nodded, because I'm not clever enough, I forgot her face. Thank you for discovering my unspoken feelings, and finding my mother for me. So? Lan Luo cut to the chase. What was your last wish? Jean Fei still smiled. Our personalities seem quite different. I always hoped to meet you, the second immortal. Since dying in that rain, I haven't met anyone outside the laboratory. Lan Luo shrugged. That's unfortunate, I also came out of the laboratory. That's not important, Jean Fei began to float. What's important is that you're free now, and you're much more successful than me. My wish is simple. I beg you, take my mother's body out and, according to the customs of the Ghost City, appease her soul. A fleeting tear welled in Jean Fei's eye, but her smile remained gentle. In the customs of the Ghost City, only souls that have undergone appeasement can be reincarnated and receive a happy afterlife. I have made my mother wait 100 years in agony. Please, you must let her find peace as soon as possible. This is my only wish. Jean Fei's legs were slowly dissipating, increasingly resembling the state after the corrosive rain. It seemed that small piece of dried bone was her mother's remains. Where was the rest? Was it inside Jean Fei's stomach or the fish's belly? Lan Luo knew that Jean Fei was delirious at the time and couldn't control her urge to eat, so she didn't mention the bone, only confirming, after the soul pacification, your obsession will disappear. It won't hinder my fusion anymore, right? Jean Fei sighed. Do you really want to choose this path? Do you want to become a monster like me, without reason, full of violence? I won't become like that, Lan Luo said without hesitation. Jean Fei becoming like that wasn't just related to her superpowers. A girl from a small town, suddenly witnessing the tragic deaths of everyone around her, and forced into inhumane experiments, even without superpowers, she would go insane. Is that so? That's good. Jean Fei cupped Lan Luo's face in her hands, but she was an illusion, Lan Luo couldn't feel her touch. Jean Fei pressed her forehead against Lan Luo's. I can rest in peace now. May you be at peace. As soon as she finished speaking, Jean Fei slowly disappeared. She died in the first corrosive rain, then awoke from the mountain of corpses, becoming the first superhuman in this land, and the first experimental subject in the laboratory. Her life was over, her pain long buried. Only the mournful wind, from the guillotine, recorded the sorrow this land once held. Humans are always resilient. The sorrow of a century ago has been woven into ancient legends. Those angry graffiti have faded with time. The only thing that remains unchanged is that the rain continues to fall. And the heart continues to beat. The rain that corrodes all things nourishes an undying heartbeat. Thump. Chapter 64. Thump. A faint heartbeat, like the flickering light of a lamp in a dark room, throbbed. Lan Luo opened her eyes trembling, and saw a familiar ceiling. This was Su Lifeng's house, the room she had stayed in last time. Lan Luo wasn't too surprised to be here. She had suddenly fainted at the base. Chu Dong would definitely think of her healing Su Lifeng first. She was alone in the room. Lan Luo sat up and checked herself. Aside from a slight relief in her chest, she didn't notice anything else different. Perhaps it was because she hadn't taken the remains for a proper burial, which was why Jin Fei, as the client, was delaying payment. There was a faint sound outside the door. Lan Luo got out of bed and pushed open the door, seeing Zhu Jianshan dozing off by the doorway. Hey! She kicked Zhu Jianshan's thigh. Zhu Jianshan didn't react much after being kicked, only unconsciously pulling his leg inward to avoid taking up too much space. He seemed to realize something only after shrinking back, his head jerking up abruptly, eyes half open, his voice slightly hoarse. You're awake? How are you feeling? Just SOSO, Lan Luo leaned against the door. Get up. I need to go back to the base again. What are you going back for? Chu Dong walked over upon hearing this, still clutching a few scallions in his hand. Zhu Jianshan stood up from the ground, patted his bottom, and yawned. Then let's go. Anyway, there's no connection between here and headquarters, and no one will find us anytime soon. Lan Luo tidied her messy hair again. I need to get the bone I just found, and that necklace. Huh? Chu Dong, who had already left, turned back while peeling scallions. Then you don't need to go, the things are in the living room. You brought it back? Lan Luo raised an eyebrow, and walked towards the living room. Zhu Jianshan's gaze remained fixed on Lan Luo's hair, his expression somewhat complicated. He nodded and said, You fainted when you touched the necklace. I was worried it might be poisonous, so I put it in the fish tank and brought it back with you, so Miss Su could study it. Lan Luo asked, So what did you figure out? She walked to the coffee table in the small living room and examined the bone in the empty fish tank, feeling it was a bit too gruesome. Jin Fei's mother's remains were eaten in the fish tank, weren't they? It's unbelievable that after nearly a century, the remaining parts were stuffed back into the fish tank by two unsuspecting individuals. Nothing, Zhu Jianshan said casually, sitting down on the sofa, just ordinary bones. Lan Luo glanced at him. It was human bone, after all, it couldn't be considered ordinary. Zhu Jianshan, who had been slumped on the sofa, became quite uncomfortable under Lan Luo's gaze. He straightened up and tried to make conversation, saying, Actually, it's not ordinary. The edges of this bone are very irregular. It doesn't look like it was cut by a sharp weapon, more like it was torn apart. Lan Luo, wearing gloves, took the bone and necklace out of the fish tank and put them back into the yellowed, tattered little box. A fish bit it, Lan Luo said, holding her breath, before closing the box. You're right. Who's so heartless as to keep such a big fish? Zhu Jianshan's attention had shifted from the fish tank and the bone. He continued staring at Lan Luo's hair. Lan Luo looked puzzled and touched her head. What are you looking at? Nothing, Zhu Jianshan looked away. Do you always tie your hair like this? It's a little messy. Lan Luo knew her hair tying skills were mediocre, but she didn't care, as long as her hair didn't hinder her movements. She had considered cutting it short, but remembering how often Lan Sheng's short hair required maintenance, she figured it was better to keep it long and tie it up. Their hair was different from normal hair, it grew too fast. However, the longer the hair, the slower the growth rate, eventually reaching the normal growth rate. As long as I can tie it up, it's fine. Lan Luo sat next to Zhu Jianshan, carefully stuffing the box into a file folder to prevent anyone from accidentally damaging this old item. Su Lifeng's house wasn't big, and the sofa was small, barely enough for two people. When Lan Luo sat down, she inevitably sat next to Zhu Jianshan, their legs touching. The moment she touched Zhu Jianshan, he jerked back like a quail, creating a few centimeters of space on the already small sofa. Lan Luo looked completely bewildered. Back at the base, he had sat on whatever he saw without any restraint. Perhaps because this was Su Lifeng's home, even someone as thick-skinned as Zhu Jianshan felt embarrassed upon arriving. More than your hair, Su Lifeng said, emerging from the kitchen, I think you should be more concerned about your health. What's wrong with my health? Lan Luo asked casually. What's wrong with her health? Zhu Jianshan asked cautiously. Su Lifeng's gaze swept between them, then he answered irrelevantly, I was initially wary of this researcher, but seeing how well you all get along, I feel relieved. Lan Luo looked up. What does this have to do with my health? Su Lifeng paused, then slowly shook his head. It has nothing to do with me. To be honest, you're feeling much better than last time. So do you know why? I understand, Lan Luo said, standing up with the file bag. Don't worry about me, I cherish my health more than anyone else. She asked Su Lifeng, holding the file bag. You two must be quite familiar with the funeral home owner, right? Do you know if she still accepts soul-soothing rituals at this time of year? Lan Luo had been unconscious for a while, and it was already quite late. Chu Dong poked her head out. You mean Lao Shuang? She's old and goes to bed early, so it's probably not convenient for her. You want to perform a soul-soothing ritual on this bone? Do you recognize it? I don't recognize it, Lan Luo said, but maybe you share similar blood. Su Lifeng said, anyway, a bone nod like this, it's still a pitiful thing. I take you to Lao Shuang and ask her if she's willing. I go, Chu Dong volunteered. It's not safe to go out so late at night, you stay home with Xiao Jin. Lan Luo opened the door, and went out first. The night in Shigue City perfectly matched its name. The streets were pitch black, not a single pedestrian could be seen, and every house had its doors and windows closed, the curtains drawn tight, not letting in a sliver of light. Such darkness could easily disturb one's peace of mind, especially since she was carrying Jin Fei's mother's body. She heard a noise behind her, and turned to look. But it wasn't Chu Dong who came out, but Zhu Jianshan. They were being polite to each other, so I came out to find you first. It was too quiet outside, and Zhu Jianshan's voice unconsciously lowered, as if he were whispering. Lan Luo looked over his shoulder at the two women inside, chatting away in the dim light of the doorway. Before she could even marvel at their relationship, Chu Dong's words drifted out. You just don't want to cook. You're the one who doesn't want to wash the vegetables, so you're trying to sneak out. Su Lifeng retorted, not to be outdone. Lan Luo silently looked away, only to find Zhu Jianshan staring at her. Their gazes met in the night before drifting apart. Never mind them, Lan Luo said. Let's just go. Zhu Jianshan nodded slightly, looking at the ground, and followed closely behind Lan Luo. Lan Luo. Chu Dong chased after her. I won rock paper scissors. I take you. Lan Luo looked up at the sparse stars in the sky, deliberately ignoring Chu Dong, but slowing her pace appropriately. Chu Dong was at least a connection. With her by her side, maybe Lao Shuang could give her a discount. Zhu Jianshan didn't notice Lan Luo's slowed pace. His shoulder bumped into hers, and his nose poked into Lan Luo's rabbit hair tie. Ouch! He covered his nose and took a half step back. Lan Luo straightened her hair, which had been knocked askew, and said calmly, don't space out while walking. Okay. Zhu Jianshan nodded like a chick pecking at rice. His eyes were curved, but his mouth was covered by his hand, so Lan Luo couldn't tell if he was actually smiling. He was probably having another fit of madness. The moment they stopped gave Chu Dong her chance. She caught up breathlessly, hands on her hips, complaining, why didn't you wait for me? Don't you know I'm Lao Shuang's top-tier member? If you don't take me, she might yell at you. Top-tier member of the funeral home, Lan Luo said. Are you proud of that? Chu Dong walked in front, scoffing. Never mind what kind of place it is, being top-tier is impressive. Lao Shuang's shop was, as expected, closed. Chu Dong, familiar with the place, pried open a brick in the corner, took out her key, and opened the door herself. This isn't about being a top-tier customer anymore, is it? Zhu Jianshan whispered to Lan Luo, isn't this trespassing? Lan Luo calmly replied, it's alright, we weren't involved. Chu Dong rolled his eyes, pushed open the door with a whoosh, and yelled, Old Shuang, come quick. I got your bill. Why not fleece this big fat sheep? Old Shuang wasn't asleep. He sat alone in the dark shop, his voice aged. How big of a sheep? Just kidding. Chu Dong's voice boomed. Are you taking it today or not? It's on my tab. Yes, Old Shuang stood up. What if I don't? If I don't, Su Lifeng won't treat me, and I want to live a few more years. Lan Luo pushed the items onto the counter. A piece of bone, a necklace, a blood-written letter. Lan Luo recognized the words on the blood-written letter. It was probably some prayers and wishes, nothing special. Old Shuang took the money, told Lan Luo to take the things outside, and then lit a thick candle, and carried it out herself. The night on Tujin Street was even quieter. The surrounding shops had long since locked themselves up and gone home. Apart from Lan Luo and her few companions, there was no one else on the street. This made the requiem easier to perform. After all, Jin Fei and her mother lived 100 years ago, and Lan Luo didn't want the requiem to be too conspicuous. The wind made the faint candlelight flicker, and the flickering light cast swaying shadows of the bones and necklace, all of which danced in Lan Luo's eyes. She couldn't understand the requiem old Shuang was humming, but she could hear the candlelight crackling, the paper trembling, and a faint sob hidden in the darkness. When the song ended, the candle went out with a poof, and the bone and necklace remained lying quietly in their place, unchanged. The wandering soul has already embarked on its journey. Old Frost's voice was hoarse, entering the cycle of reincarnation, reborn. She finished speaking, tidied up the candles, went inside, and closed the door. Lan Luo picked up the things from the ground, her heart calm. She didn't sense any peace or reincarnation. The solace was perhaps just psychological comfort. If Jin Fei were present, perhaps this ritual would have some meaning. Unfortunately, it didn't. Chu Dong and Zhu Jianshan, who had been standing far away to avoid interfering with the ritual, gradually moved closer, squatting down to watch Lan Luo tidy up. "Is that all?" Zhu Jianshan asked cautiously. Lan Luo was about to speak when a sudden, sharp pain shot through her heart. Caught off guard, she collapsed to her knees. Ugh! She clutched her chest tightly, her nails digging into her flesh, the first joint of her fingers almost piercing her chest cavity. Blood dripped from Lan Luo's fingers, slowly sliding down the necklace like a tear of blood. The necklace, broken bones, and blood-written letter gradually lost their original color under the corrosive influence of Lan Luo's blood. Then a gust of wind swept through, and everything related to Jin Fei turned to dust, quickly disappearing into the world. Zhu Jianshan and Chu Dong were both shocked, each supporting one of Lan Luo's arms, constantly calling her name. Cold sweat streamed down Lan Luo's forehead, stinging her eyes, and causing her to squint, staring blankly at the sky. Despite the extreme pain, her mind was unusually active. She felt it. Her heart was merging. Chapter 65. Lan Luo was certain that her heart was merging. Even in excruciating pain, she was acutely aware that the two hearts were intertwined in a bizarre way. Yes, intertwined. Stretching and elongating like putty, then clinging tightly to each other, twisted together like a pretzel, even spinning. Lan Luo? Zhu Jianshan knelt on the ground, bending down to look at her. "Are you all right? Did you poison yourself again?" Lan Luo pulled her fingers from her chest, pressed her bloodied fingers against Zhu Jianshan's shoulder, and then shoved him away. So noisy. She pulled her other hand from Chu Dong's grasp, stood up unsteadily, and said in a hoarse voice, "I'm fine." Chu Dong chuckled. "You don't look all right. Maybe I should get old Shuang to exorcise the evil spirits for you again." Zhu Jianshan was pushed to the ground by Lan Luo, momentarily stunned, his hands behind his back as he stared blankly at her. "Are you all right?" After a long pause, he stood up, ignoring the dust on his backside, and reached out to help Lan Luo. Lan Luo couldn't see clearly. Zhu Jianshan appeared to her as two swaying shadows, wriggling towards her like snakes. Strike at the heart of the matter, Lan Luo reached out her right hand and forcefully grabbed Zhu Jianshan's neck, then suddenly snapped back to reality. What was she doing? Lan Luo released her grip, this time truly awake. "I'm fine, really, don't worry about me." The pain hadn't lessened, but she'd gotten used to it. Lan Luo was now in control of her actions, quickly pulling Chu Dong up from the ground. "Let's go back." Chu Dong glanced at Lan Luo, then at Zhu Jianshan, an awkward smile playing on his lips. "Yes, let's go back." Su Lifeng must have finished cooking. Lan Luo followed her gaze to Zhu Jianshan, who stood there like a fool, his neck bearing bright red finger marks, completely unresponsive to their conversation. "What's wrong?" Lan Luo asked, frowning. Had she gone too far? Although Lan Luo wasn't fully conscious, she had managed to control her strength. She hadn't pinched him too hard. As for the red marks, it was probably just that Zhu Jianshan's skin was too delicate from spending all his time in the lab. Zhu Jianshan shuddered as if snapping out of his daze, his face turning red to his neck. "No, nothing, let's go." Lan Luo glanced at him suspiciously, but her own heart was still aching, and she didn't have time to care what Zhu Jianshan was thinking. So she turned and headed towards Su Lifeng's house. She decided to rest for a night, and leave Shigue City for Wei City the next day. Lan Luo's decision wasn't impulsive. She had been preoccupied with the mess left by the Lan family. Her parents had sold her out. She couldn't let them get away with it without paying a price. And then, there was Lan Sheng. Su Lifeng's communicator was more advanced than Lan Luo's, and it was linked to her identity verification, allowing her to see more messages. She inadvertently saw some messages while using it. She heard that Lan Sheng's condition had deteriorated rapidly, the hospital was helpless, and Lan's parents were crying by his bedside every day, willing to give their own lives for their sons. How ridiculous. The more Lan Luo thought of her family, the more her heart ached, but she couldn't control her thoughts. Her mind was filled with a blood-soaked image of Lan Sheng and her wailing parents. She stopped, hunching her back to calm the sharp pain in her heart. The two people behind her stopped as well. "Are you all right?" Chu Dong hesitated before speaking. "How about I carry you back? I often carry dead people, I'm quite strong." Halfway through her sentence, she seemed to feel uneasy, and silently shut her mouth. Zhu Jianshan tiptoed to Lan Luo's side, half squatting on the ground, looking at her from below, his tone serious. "Can you tell me, what exactly is wrong with you right now?" "I'm fine." Lan Luo didn't know how many times she had said she was fine, but they clearly didn't believe her, always asking repeatedly. She straightened up and patiently explained simply, "My ability is rather special, I'm just in the evolutionary stage right now. I'd be fine after this stage." As for how it evolved, they didn't need to know. Just like Jean Fei went mad after eating her mother's flesh, Lan Luo, while not as concerned, didn't want everyone to know that she had devoured Lan Sheng's heart. Chu Dong leaned closer, looking surprised. "Evolution? This is the first time I heard of abilities evolving." Zhu Jianshan, however, showed a thoughtful expression, then stood up and gently supported Lan Luo's arm. "The world is vast and full of wonders." Lan Luo took advantage of the support, leaning against his arm to alleviate the dizziness caused by the pain. "If you're worried about me, let him carry you. You're walking too slowly like this." Chu Dong touched Lan Luo's forehead. "You're still a little hot, you must have a fever." Lan Luo rolled her eyes at her. Chu Dong had ice-type abilities, so her body temperature was naturally lower than normal. Anyone she touched would feel hot. "No need," Lan Luo refused. "I can manage myself." This kind of pain wouldn't significantly affect her normal walking. Lan Luo had experienced it so many times before that she was used to it. "Don't say I can manage." Zhu Jianshan suddenly squatted down in front of her. "Feel my massive, double-door white shoulders." He patted his shoulder, deliberately emphasizing an exaggerated right angle. Lan Luo smiled inexplicably. Actually, Zhu Jianshan's shoulders weren't that broad. He was slightly thin, without any exaggerated muscle definition, but because of his height and well-proportioned figure, he didn't appear frail. She placed her knee on Zhu Jianshan's back and gave him a gentle push. Zhu Jianshan lurched forward, and his sharp-angled shoulders disappeared. "Much better looking," Lan Luo commented, then walked past him without looking back, heading to the front. Her heart had calmed down considerably. The pain Lan Luo felt now was negligible compared to before, and she straightened her back. She stood at Su Lifeng's door and knocked, one hand covering her chest to prevent Su Jin from seeing her blood-stained chest. Su Lifeng hurriedly opened the door, immediately noticing Lan Luo's actions. She glanced at the door first, and only opened it with relief when she saw Chu Dong's figure getting closer. Then she turned to face Lan Luo, her tone natural. "Come with me." Lan Luo didn't refuse. She also needed to know her current physical condition. As they walked, she said, "The injury isn't important, please check my heart. You're already seeing a doctor, why worry about priorities?" Su Lifeng closed the door inside. "I won't collapse from treating your minor injuries." Lan Luo sat on the edge of the bed, lifting her clothes to reveal several bloody holes in her chest, from when she first lost consciousness. "Hiss," Su Lifeng exclaimed in surprise. "Weren't you going for a soul-soothing ceremony? How did you get injured like this?" "I hurt myself," Lan Luo said, too lazy to explain. "Never mind, just check my heart." Su Lifeng shook his head, green light appearing at his fingertips. The light drifted into Lan Luo's body through the wound, carrying a cool, herbal balm-like sensation. "You?" Su Lifeng hesitated. "How much do you know about your own body?" Lan Luo replied, "I know most of it. I just need you to check if the signs of my previous near-death experience are still there." Su Lifeng took a deep breath. "No. Your body seems completely different from before. Not only are your meridians smoother, but your heart's energy is also much more active," she explained. Lan Luo nodded. Su Lifeng could only sense energy, not the heart's specific appearance, hence his confusion. If she saw two hearts twisted like a pretzel, she wouldn't just be confused, she would be terrified. "Thanks." Lan Luo put down her clothes and prepared to leave. Su Lifeng held out a hand to block her way. "Wait a moment, let me take care of it for you." "No need, really." Lan Luo interrupted him, and went around to the door. She put her clothes down so quickly because she saw her wound healing, and she didn't want unsuspecting outsiders to see her self-healing ability. Su Lifeng didn't insist, and followed Lan Luo to the dining table. Chu Dong and Zhu Jianshan were already sitting facing each other at the table. Lan Luo hesitated for a moment, then sat down next to Zhu Jianshan. Su Lifeng sat down next to Chu Dong and set out the bowls and chopsticks. Xiao Jin ate early and went back to her room to study. Don't wait for her. I told you should send her to a big city, Chu Dong disagreed. She's almost of elementary school age, and she's stuck at home studying every day. What will you do if I leave? Su Lifeng spoke casually, seemingly unconcerned. Chu Dong buried his head in his rice, remaining silent. Lan Luo and Zhu Jianshan were also wolfing down their food, creating an eerily quiet atmosphere at the table. Su Lifeng looked at them and suddenly spoke. What do you plan to do? Although this matter hasn't been exposed yet, the truth will eventually come out. How are you going to clean up this mess? Chu Dong stopped eating, his eyes peeking out from his bowl. He looked at Lan Luo, then at Zhu Jianshan, and finally at Su Lifeng. I don't know. Chu Dong hadn't intended to do these things. He was forced into this by Lan Luo, and now he knew nothing. The experimental subjects were released. The base was blown up, Lan Luo said nonchalantly. We don't need to worry about anything else. Chu Dong bit his chopsticks. What about headquarters? He can't manage that much, Lan Luo said. Once she left and returned to Weicheng to destroy the Lan family, Lu Guan would be busy catching her in Weicheng. He wouldn't have time to care about this remote, impoverished place. Zhu Jianshan gently rubbed his chopsticks, a complex expression on his face, and softly asked, You know him so well? Lan Luo glanced at him, but Zhu Jianshan turned his head away, burying his face in his rice, only his constantly puffing cheeks visible. I don't know him, Lan Luo said slowly. I just know myself very well. If she were determined to cause trouble, she would inevitably disrupt the peace of everyone in Weicheng related to the laboratory. Lan Luo added, But that's all your business now. I won't get involved. I'm leaving Shigui City. Huh? Chu Dong looked up. Where are you going? You done all this and then just walk away. What am I supposed to do? Su Lifeng tapped her with his chopsticks, signaling her to stop talking, and then took over the conversation. Where are you going? Weicheng. Zhu Jianshan, who had been listening intently, couldn't help but look up in shock upon hearing Lan Luo's destination. You're going back? I have my own things to do. Lan Luo picked up a piece of meat. She was now the only one at the table who could eat. Zhu Jianshan's chopsticks hovered in midair, his eyes fixed on Lan Luo, his gaze shifting from her hand holding the food to her indifferent face, then back to his chopsticks. Then I go with you. He stared at his chopsticks, his tone uncertain. Lan Luo's hand paused on the food. No need. You can go back to the base. Anyway, you weren't involved much in the Shigui City base matters. I won't. Zhu Jianshan turned to Lan Luo, his gaze suddenly firm. I'm not going back. Suit yourself. Lan Luo glanced at him. Then how about? Chu Dong suddenly bit her chopsticks, her eyes darting around. Shall we go too? Xiao Jin is about to start school, and you're smart and have a healing aura. You definitely have a bright future in the big city, and you won't have to live off those meager writing fees in your little apartment anymore. Chu Dong spoke with increasing confidence, her eyes shining brightly. Su Lifeng hesitated, looking at her expression, but said nothing, just smiled and cleared away the dishes. Chu Dong helped her clear the table, enthusiastically urging Su Lifeng on as she did so. Lan Luo, unaware of their discussion, finished washing up and closed her bedroom door. Zhu Jianshan politely said goodbye to Su Lifeng after dinner and went home, repeatedly reminding Lan Luo not to forget him when she left Shigui City. Lan Luo stood by the window, stretching her arm out to the window, and gently sliced open her forearm with a dagger. Beads of blood welled up from the wound, sliding down her arm to her elbow. In just a few seconds, the thin cut healed completely, the drops of blood appearing as if out of thin air. Lan Luo increased the pressure and made another cut. This time the wound was deep, but she didn't even flinch, staring intently at the wound until it healed. She glanced at it. Less than a minute had passed. Such a deep wound healed completely in such a short time. Imagine how much less time the small cut had taken, probably less than 5 seconds. A light rain had begun to fall outside. A genuine smile appeared on Lan Luo's lips as she stretched out her arm to catch the rainwater, watching the corrosive rain flow over her body like ordinary rain, leaving no trace. The next day, when Lan Luo woke up, the rain hadn't stopped. In fact, it seemed to be getting heavier. Rain makes travel easier. Lan Luo tiptoed, not wanting to wake anyone, and quietly packed her things. Actually, she was lightly dressed and had little to pack. She took some money and left it under the coffee table as payment for the room, then prepared to leave. Su Lifeng's door creaked open, and Chu Dong, wearing pajamas and with dark circles under his eyes, came out. You're leaving? Yes. Lan Luo tightened her shoelaces. Su Lifeng and I discussed it for a long time, and we decided to stay in Shigui City, Chu Dong said. Lan Luo nodded. That's good, at least we have a place. Chu Dong shrugged. Just wait. When you come back someday, maybe you see Su Lifeng as the principal. Shigui City doesn't even have many children, so where would they find a school? Establishing education here might be more difficult than blowing up a laboratory. But Lan Luo didn't discourage her. Good luck. Have a safe journey. Chu Dong leaned against the door. Lan Luo pushed open the door and stepped alone into the rain. She disliked the damp, sticky feeling of the rain, but more than getting soaked, she disliked carrying burdens when going out, like an umbrella, like Lan Luo. A tilted black umbrella covered Lan Luo's head, enveloping her in a small patch of shadow. The person holding the umbrella had wet trousers and shoulders, and you could even vaguely see holes from corrosion. Lan Luo looked up at Zhu Jianshan's bright, proud eyes, and felt a strange sense of helplessness. She hadn't originally planned to call him. Lan Luo hesitated before speaking. You. All right, stop talking. Zhu Jianshan covered one ear, pretending not to hear. Let's get going. No, Lan Luo took a half step back. Have you forgotten? You said yourself that you have a precise tracking device inside you. Don't try to harm me. Zhu Jianshan seemed to have just remembered this, pausing for a moment before recovering. Oh, I was just kidding. That little thing doesn't have any tracking function. Lan Luo was skeptical. Are you sure? I swear on my height and handsome face, I don't have anything on me that can track locations. Zhu Jianshan confidently held up 3 fingers. I even threw away the communicator. Come on, if we don't leave it rain. Wait. A familiar female voice came from afar. Lan Luo and Zhu Jianshan turned around simultaneously, seeing He Shui Yin rushing towards them. Yin Yin, holding an umbrella, said anxiously, wait for us. This damn ghost city, I don't want to stay here anymore. Zhu Jianshan stopped talking, his originally sunny face instantly turning sour. Chapter 66. It won't go away. Zhu Jianshan, his pale face turning from sunny to stormy, gritted his teeth. In the end, they still set off together. The reason was simple. He Shui had offered a condition Lan Luo couldn't refuse. We have a car, much more convenient than your 2 legs, He Shui said expressionlessly, but her eyes were bright. I know you can definitely find other bases. Take us with you. We provide the car, you provide the route. As soon as she said this, even the resistance on Zhu Jianshan's face softened a little. He lowered his head, staring at Lan Luo, waiting for her decision. Lan Luo had no reason to refuse. Although she didn't know He Shui's purpose, they were happy to find the laboratory, and to cause trouble for Lu Guan, so she was naturally happy to see it happen. Deal? Lan Luo made the final decision, and without hesitation, she and Zhu Jianshan got into He Shui and Yin Yan's car. It was a slightly worn minivan, originally designed for 7 seats, but He Shui and Yin Yan's luggage filled the back row, so Lan Luo and Zhu Jianshan had to sit in the second row. Yin Yan was driving, her messy silver hair yawning as she sped along, while He Shui sat in the passenger seat looking at a paper map. Lan Luo was reading the news on Zhu Jianshan's personal communicator. To avoid being tracked, he had discarded the base's communicator, keeping only this barely used personal one. When she first got it, Lan Luo thought it was brand new, because there were no contacts on it, only a few stress-relieving puzzle games. Heartbreaking. Military Academy freshman dies after failed rescue attempt. As the car bumped along the rocky road, Lan Luo's eyes remained glued to this news, unable to click on it for a long time. Lan Sheng is dead. She lowered her eyes, and clicked on the long news article, carefully reading it. It was published by an entertainment company called Chaolu Media. Although it was an entertainment company, the wording was serious, without any deliberate attempt to grab attention. Lan Luo knew this company. The famous singer Ling Jiaju worked for this company, and for the past few years, they had practically been Chaolu's cash cow. Yesterday, the military academy, together with Lan's parents, jointly issued a notice of death for the murdered freshman, confirming that despite several days of intensive care, the student unfortunately passed away. To express their condolences, the military academy personally participated in organizing the funeral. Our company also expresses its deepest regret and has donated 1 million yuan to the safety fund, and has specially sent our Ling Jiaju as a representative to offer condolences. Huh? Lan Luo chuckled softly. Zhu Jianshan, who had been watching the raindrops on the window, turned around at the sound. What's wrong? Nothing. Lan Luo began searching for Ling Jiajiao. I just saw something funny. Why donate to a foundation? Just give the money to Lan's father, and see if they're more busy mourning Lan Sheng or rushing to buy 2 more gold watches like Leng Jijiao's. Lan Luo only searched Leng Jijiao's name, and a deluge of messages instantly flooded her communicator. She picked and chose, selecting the news released that day, skimming over the flowery praise, and finding the information she wanted. The rain is exceptionally heavy today, perhaps even heaven is lamenting the passing of a talented person. Leng Jiajiao, who just finished her work in Baicheng, is rushing to the funeral without stopping. We hope our Jiajiu is safe on her way back to the city, returns safely, and brings comfort to everyone. The accompanying pictures included photos of the funeral and portraits of Leng Jiajiu. Lan Luo zoomed in on the pictures, and surprisingly saw a familiar figure at the funeral. It's Brother Su. Military Academy students were already involved in Lan Sheng's funeral, and Brother Su was a teacher who knew Lan Sheng, so Lan Luo wasn't surprised by his appearance. She zoomed in on Leng Jijiao's exquisitely doll-like photo again, but couldn't see anything special about it. Leng Jiajiao, do you know her? Lan Luo asked the others in the car. Yin Yin yawned. Yes, a big star. Zhu Jianshan unbuckled his seatbelt and leaned over to look at the zoomed-in Leng Jiajiao on the screen with Lan Luo. I don't know her, but Chaolu Media, that name sounds familiar. A big company. Yin Yin rubbed the steering wheel so hard it was almost smoking at the turn. It would be strange if you didn't know her, you bumpkin. The car turned too sharply, and Zhu Jianshan, who was already half off seat, was thrown by Yin Yin and fell directly onto Lan Luo's seat. He knelt on the ground, his hands bracing against the seat, his head hitting the armrest next to Lan Luo. Lan Luo held the communicator high, gently pushing away his reddened forehead with a finger. Be careful. Zhu Jianshan rubbed his head, looking up at Lan Luo, his eyes shining in the car window, waiting for her to finish her sentence. Don't break the communicator. Lan Luo pressed her knuckles against his forehead, calmly pushing him away. Zhu Jianshan snorted, whether directed at Yin Yin or Lan Luo, and silently fastened his seatbelt. Why did you ask her? He Shui looked at her in the rearview mirror. Lan Luo replied dismissively, just curious. What's the only way between Baicheng and Weicheng? 2 routes, 1 long main road, 1 short side road. The side road is in worse condition, but it gets you almost an hour earlier than the main road. Yin Yin rattled off the information before He Shui could even look at the map. Lan Luo tossed the communicator to He Shui in the front seat, concisely stating, take the main road. You really don't mind the hassle. Yin Yin abruptly changed the subject. What exactly are you planning to do? Lan Luo, staring at the constantly working windshield wipers, calmly replied, run into Leng Jiajiao. Yin Yin rolled her eyes, taking the opportunity to peek at the communicator in He Shui's hand. The communicator displayed a diagram of Lan Sheng's funeral arrangements. In the diagram, a man in a military academy uniform stood solemnly beside Lan's parents, supporting Lan's father, who was nearly fainting from crying. His large gold watch was gone, his clothes were simple and understated, his expression somber, only the watch face ring on his wrist hinting at his former wealth. Screech. The sudden screech of brakes jolted everyone in the car, especially He Shui, who was focused on the communicator. If it weren't for the seatbelt, she would have been thrown out. Yin Yin herself was also shaken, her hand instinctively resting on the glove compartment. What's wrong? He Shui asked, clutching her chest as she held the off communicator. Yin Yin sat back in the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel and smiling sheepishly. I wasn't watching where I was going and almost hit a big rock. He Shui handed the communicator to the back seat. That scared me to death. Let's just listen to her and take the main road. Yin Yin hummed in agreement, started the car, and turned a corner. Lan Luo took the communicator and gestured for Zhu Jianshan to unlock the screen. He gripped the seatbelt and leaned closer. The password is my birthday. What's your birthday? Lan Luo looked at him, puzzled. Why didn't he just tell her the secret? How did she know his birthday? Zhu Jianshan ignored the doubt in Lan Luo's eyes about his intelligence and stuck out a finger to enter the password. It's July 7th. With a click, the screen popped open. Lan Luo stared at the bottom right corner of the photo on the communicator, remaining silent for a long time. She then noticed that the bottom right corner of the photo was labeled with the name of the person in the picture. Brother Su, named Yin Su. Such an uncommon surname. Was it a coincidence? Lan Luo watched Yin Yin drive nonchalantly, recalling the sudden braking earlier. What are you looking at? Zhu Jianshan followed Lan Luo's gaze. Their shared gaze made Yin Yan's driving become increasingly awkward. Lan Luo's gaze shifted to the windshield wipers, watching the rain. The rain seems unusually heavy today. Normally, corrosive rain is more like a drizzle, not like this heavy and prolonged downpour. Although Lan Luo was happy to let the rain cover up the damage, She was indeed a little worried about the car's durability. Don't worry, He Shui said calmly. This car is very corrosion resistant. It won't break down easily before you reach your destination. Lan Luo understood her implication. Don't think about breaking up before you arrive. She didn't understand why He Shui suddenly wanted to stick with her, especially since she had previously shown such a strong aversion to anything related to the lab. Could it be that she thought Lan Luo was going to settle scores with the lab and wanted to play the hero? Lan Luo did indeed intend to settle scores with Lu Guan, but not now. He Shui had chosen the wrong person to follow. But she didn't need to tell them. A free car and a free driver, might as well use them. Besides, Lan Luo's current situation was awkward. If she wanted to move freely outside, she might need to rely on He Shui's special abilities. Outside the car, the rain showed no signs of stopping. In fact, it was pouring down harder, rendering the windshield wipers almost ineffective. Other cars gradually appeared on the road. The main road was wide, but its wideness also meant there was no shelter. All vehicles had to face the corrosive rain head-on. Lan Luo observed that Yin Yin and He Shui seemed calm and confident in their car, so she felt reassured. The other cars weren't so bold. Each one was pushing hard to overtake, afraid of getting soaked any longer. One car even had wisps of white smoke rising from its roof. What's up ahead? Lan Luo asked, watching the scattered vehicles fleeing. What if we fall behind them? Not much, Yin Yin said, one hand on the steering wheel. There's a semi-abandoned safety station ahead. They might be trying to get shelter from the rain inside. He Shui coldly looked out the window. Semi-abandoned means the safety station is still there, but no one manages it or clears it. It's all up to the individual. Yin Yin chuckled. So it's useless. Running fast won't help. Let alone whether everyone will line up politely to avoid the rain inside the safety station. Even getting into the station is a big problem now. Why? Zhu Jianshan moved closer to Lan Luo, craning his neck to look out the window from her side. They were in the far left lane. Zhu Jianshan couldn't see anything from his window. Lan Luo leaned back to make room for him, allowing him to see the cars outside, and then asked, Is there anything else on the way to the safety station? He Shui replied calmly, Yes. Not far from the safety station directly ahead on this road, there's an overpass that runs overhead. Zhu Jianshan drew a smiley face on the fog car window. What's wrong with the elevated road? Lan Luo guessed the reason, but was too lazy to speak. Yin Yin and He Shui also looked indifferent to Zhu Jianshan, this researcher, making the atmosphere in the car a little awkward. Zhu Jianshan, seemingly oblivious, stared at Lan Luo and asked, Why didn't you tell me? Lan Luo took a breath and explained helplessly. There's a large area under the elevated road that provides shelter from the rain. Many people don't want to go out in the rain once they get under the bridge. Zhu Jianshan obediently sat back down. Oh, I see. You know so much more than I do. Lan Luo replied perfunctorily. After all, I don't draw on medical examination forms. She was referring to the rabbit Zhu Jianshan had drawn absent-mindedly in the examination room when they first met. Lan Luo didn't know why she thought of this. Perhaps it was because Zhu Jianshan's drawing of a smiley face had awakened her memory. Zhu Jianshan muttered, So you remember. TSK. Yin Yin suddenly clicked her tongue impatiently, then honked the horn furiously. I knew it. How did we get stuck here? Lan Luo glanced out the window. A large number of cars had gathered on the side ahead, filling all the lanes, and more were slowly piling up behind them, blocking their way forward and backward. Are we at the elevated highway? Zhu Jianshan asked. No, He Shui rolled down the window and peered out. There are too many cars stuck in the traffic. We're still quite a distance from the elevated highway. Don't tell me, Yin Yin closed He Shui's window to keep the rain out, that someone in there is following Ling Jijia's schedule. Before she finished speaking, the window of a discreet black van ahead rolled down, revealing a delicate, fragile face. Not only did they spot Ling Jiajiao, but other drivers nearby also noticed the doll in the van. A cacophony of honking horns erupted, adding to the irritation of the rain. That jinx, Yin Yin commented. Lung Jiajiao, however, remained calm and composed, maintaining her perfect smile until the window rolled up, at which point she managed to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth. These disaster victims. Lan Luo, observing the immobilized van, thoughtfully said, He Shui, I need to transform. Chapter 67. Why the sudden transformation? He Shui asked, somewhat surprised. Lan Luo concealed the dagger deep within her clothes, smoothing out the wrinkles, her eyes fixed on the van in the distance. Make me look as inconspicuous as possible. I want to get in that van. Are you crazy? Yin Yin scoffed. Who do you think you are? That's Ling Jiajiao. Be careful she doesn't get run over by fans. Yin Yin. He Shui slapped her, half-jokingly stopping Yin Yan's reckless outburst. Lan Luo didn't feel offended. After all, Yin Yan's words, though harsh, were reasonable. If she walked straight to the van and demanded to get in, the fans would tear her apart before the bodyguards even had a chance to intervene. Zhu Jianshan leaned closer and whispered to Lan Luo, "Do you have some plans?" Leng Jiaoju is in a hurry to get back to Weicheng for the funeral. She definitely can't stay stuck here forever, Lan Luo explained. I go ahead and clear the way for her, then have her give me a ride, and we can skip the checkpoints and sneak into Weicheng. How do you know she'd be willing to give you a ride? Yin Yan turned to look at Lan Luo. Zhu Jianshan's voice was lazy, because she's a big star. So many people are watching, and there are so many cameras filming, she can't refuse a kind person who's braved the rain to clear the traffic for the sake of her image. Not too stupid. Lan Luo rarely praised him. Zhu Jianshan hummed twice, and didn't reply. He Shui frowned and shook her head. There are big problems. First, what if you're more than 100 meters away? Second, not all drivers will listen to you. Third, Leng Jiaojiao might not actually stop for you. And Zhu Jianshan added, the rain is too heavy, it hurts to get soaked. There won't be any problems, Lan Luo said, getting out of the car. The transformation is just to fool Leng Jiaojiao's eyes. As for the others, they won't have a chance to see my face. Hey! Zhu Jianshan exclaimed in surprise. Before he could even get out of the car, Lan Luo slammed the door shut. She stood outside the car, knocked on the window, and said to Zhu Jianshan, stay in the car, don't come out. He Shui and Yin Yan didn't quite trust Zhu Jianshan, so having him stay in the car would keep He Shui in check and prevent them from causing any more trouble. Zhu Jianshan clung to the car window, watching Lan Luo walk away in her hooded raincoat. The wind billowed the raincoat, making her figure appear particularly slender amidst the traffic. She had grown taller. Zhu Jianshan sat in Lan Luo's seat, even feeling the warmth of her body on the back of the seat. He leaned back quietly, inadvertently filling the entire seat. Did you transform her? Yin Yan asked He Shui, looking at Lan Luo in front of the car. He Shui shook her head. No, she said she only needs to show Leng Jiaoju her face. There's no need for me to go to all that trouble beforehand. The three people in the car all looked at Lan Luo outside, noticing she had tightened her head drawstring, almost completely obscuring her face except for her eyes. Lan Luo adjusted her hat brim to prevent rain from running down her face, and walked under the overpass amidst the annoyed, watchful gazes of the other drivers. Their prediction was correct. The area under the overpass was indeed packed with parked cars, blocking 3 lanes. Even with their horns blaring, the cars behind had nowhere to go. As soon as Lan Luo stepped under the bridge, the whole world seemed to go silent. The patter of raindrops ceased, and the entire underpass felt like a safe haven from the world. No wonder these people were reluctant to leave. Lan Luo walked to the first car in the far left lane, and casually knocked on the window. The driver, a middle-aged man, responded to Lan Luo through the glass. What? It's raining so hard, we can't move. If you want to leave, then leave. Lan Luo glanced back to make sure Leng Jiajia's tall Nani van could see what was happening, then bent down and continued knocking. Open the window. Open what? The driver rolled down the window, and launched into a string of curses. How can we drive in this damn weather? Don't rush me, we can't move even if you do. Anyone who's not afraid of dying can get out. I'm waiting for the rain to stop, I'm not leaving. Lan Luo stood by the car, listening quietly to his rant, until he finished, then reached in through the window, and grabbed his collar. There's a safety station ahead, get out, clear the lane. The driver, his collar grabbed, was clearly flustered, but still couldn't let go of his pride in front of a young girl, pointing at Lan Luo and shouting, Hey! What are you doing? Looking for trouble? He struggled as he spoke, but his strength was no threat to Lan Luo. She pulled his upper body directly out of the car, deliberately exposing his face. See that van behind us? A big star's inside. Guess how many cameras are around? She subtly pressed a dagger against the man's side. Your face has already been photographed. If you keep loitering here, tomorrow the whole of Weicheng will be covered in your headshot. The man glanced around, his arrogance fading. He shoved Lan Luo's hand away and spat on the ground with feigned ferocity. Paw! I don't bother with women. He rolled up the window and sped off under the bridge, driving through the pouring rain. Lan Luo had observed his car. It was expensive and sturdy. A few more rain showers wouldn't kill it. He was simply trying to minimize his losses by staying here. Selfish people are everywhere, and Lan Luo didn't strongly condemn their behavior. She only needed to ensure Yin Yan's car could pass through the safe zone smoothly, and that she could get into the van without any problems. A few seconds later, a car behind hesitated before filling the empty space in front of Lan Luo, then stopped, just like the man from before. Lan Luo had shooed the man away to make room for other cars, not to make way for them. She knocked on the window as usual, her tone impatient. "Get out." The person inside, having witnessed Lan Luo grabbing the man's collar, refused to open the window, not even glancing at Lan Luo, ignoring the honking of the cars behind. "I give you 3 seconds." Lan Luo didn't want to act directly. This wasn't like Shigui City, where killing someone would have consequences. The man in the car looked to be in his 20s or 30s. Hearing Lan Luo's warning, he even turned up the car music a little. He was practically asking for trouble. Lan Luo took a half step back, clenching her right fist. 3. She raised her fist high. 2. The man in the car looked over at her, a hint of guilt on his face, but he still refused to roll down the window. 1. Bang! The sound of shattering glass rang out along with the countdown. After counting to 3, Lan Luo gave the driver no time to react, shattering the thick car window with her fist, and grabbing the man's collar with her right hand, covered in glass shards. Ignoring the man's and the others in the car's terrified screams, she pulled him by the collar and dragged him out the window. The window was surrounded by sharp shards of glass. The man screamed in fright, desperately trying to back away, clinging to the window with both hands, refusing to come any closer. "No! No! I'm leaving!" The man's face contorted in pain. "Stop pulling me! You're deliberately damaging property and causing injury. You're also illegally parked and obstructing traffic." Lan Luo remained unmoved. Looking at her unharmed right hand, she insisted on pulling the man to the car window and slashing it a few times. The man's hand and face were cut in several places, blood seeping out and staining the glass red. He covered his face, gasped, and cursed as he stepped on the gas and drove away. Lan Luo looked at the blood on the car window and felt relieved. She had bled a little when she broke the glass, but the wound had healed quickly. It was clearly abnormal. The man hadn't noticed this while struggling, but if he later discovered that his hand was unharmed but there was blood on the glass, it would be disadvantageous for her. This was why Lan Luo insisted on making him bleed, to cover up her own bloodstains. Of course, there was another reason. If he hadn't refused to cooperate, she wouldn't have been injured or bled, so for fairness, this man had to suffer the same injury. After Lan Luo's 2 threats, the left lane was now completely empty. The cars behind, even under the honking of those behind them, dared not move forward to fill the gap. The car that had been sheltering from the rain in the middle lane, seeing this, fearing Lan Luo's wrath, even deliberately squeezed into the rain to make room. Seeing the middle lane empty, the cars behind rushed to it. A small car, taking advantage of its size, squeezed through the gap and firmly occupied the middle lane to shelter from the rain. Lan Luo glanced at the small car, first walking to the back of the left lane, knocking on the window to urge the driver to move, and only after the left lane had reopened to normal traffic did she leisurely walk towards the small car in the middle. "Get out." She knocked on the car window persistently. There were 3 lanes in total. Lan Luo didn't plan to deal with the right lane, but the middle and left lanes had to be kept clear for traffic. The car window rolled down, revealing a thin, dark-skinned man inside. "Hey, pretty girl, you can drive on the left too, right? My car's not very good. Can we stop here for a bit?" "The rain's too heavy," he said, instinctively pulling out a cigarette. "We can't move. What if something happens on the way? It'd be difficult, right?" He held the cigarette to the window, then realized Lan Luo didn't seem to smoke. He quickly tossed the cigarette back to the passenger seat, his face pleading. "Please, please, the left side is fine, right? You won't get paid if you stay here. Get back in the car, pretty girl." Lan Luo's hair was quite wet, her expression hidden under her raincoat, but her voice was calm. "The safety station isn't far ahead, just a short drive. Get out." I know, the man said, feigning agreement, but showing no intention of starting the car. "I leave when the rain lets up a bit. Don't bother staying here." Lan Luo glanced back. The silver van and Ling Jiaojiao's Nani van were approaching at a snail's pace. While observing the van's movement, she threatened the man inside, "If you don't leave, I throw your car away." Seeing that communication was futile, the man simply rolled up the window and pretended not to hear, clearly unwilling to leave. Lan Luo didn't waste words with him. She walked to the front of the car, patted the hood, and then, under the man's terrified gaze, lifted the van in one swift motion. This small van, taking advantage of its size, was much lighter than a normal car, and Lan Luo didn't find it difficult at all, easily lifting both front wheels. The honking of horns paused for a moment. Many drivers braved the rain, rolled down their windows and doors, and stared at Lan Luo's actions with incredulous expressions. Lan Luo ignored the stares, lifted the hood of her car, and dragged it backward step by step until it reached an open area without the protection of the underpass. "Stop here if you want," she said, patting the window to signal the cars behind to quickly move into the middle lane and prevent the car from backing up. Almost no car dared to move, and a deathly silence spread under the bridge. The rain showed no signs of letting up, and the cars behind couldn't wait any longer, frantically honking their horns to urge the hesitant car in the middle lane to move. "TSK," Lan Luo said impatiently. Just as she was about to use the same tactic to threaten the cars behind, an exceptionally loud horn suddenly rang out. She looked up and saw Ling Jijiao's tall Nani van weaving through traffic, honking its horn as it squeezed into the empty middle lane. Lan Luo raised an eyebrow under her raincoat and slowly approached the van. "No need to rush," the van driver said, opening the window and speaking in a cold, businesslike tone. "We won't stop." Lan Luo glanced at the silver van closely following behind. She could even see their three shadows staring at her through the tinted glass. She looked up at the tall van and smiled slightly. "I think you got the wrong person." "I'm not here to rush you," Lan Luo said, removing the hood of her raincoat. "I'm here to ask for a ride." Chapter 68. Lan Luo took off her hat, revealing an ordinary-looking young girl's face. "Since I helped everyone clear the driveway, could you please give me a ride?" The driver frowned, looking impatient, and said dismissively, "I'm sorry, we have important people in our car, and they have an important trip coming up, so it's inconvenient for us to give rides." "Is that so?" Lan Luo wasn't flustered by the rejection, but rather acted naturally. "Then I can ask other drivers. Maybe they give me a ride because we're both fans of Ling Jiajiu." Lan Luo finished speaking and turned to leave. "Wait." A clear female voice came from the back seat. Her voice was very pleasant. Even without deliberately adjusting her tone, her natural timbre was enough to make the listener's ears tingle. Lan Luo feigned surprise. "Ling Jiajiu?" The back window rolled down, revealing Ling Jiajiu's small face. "It's me." The driver was just doing his job. Don't blame him. "We need to get out of the rain at the safety station. If it's convenient, please get in. I'm honored to ride with such a selfless and excellent citizen like you." Ling Jiajiu smiled and waved. Lan Luo keenly noticed Ling Jiajiu secretly glancing around. Hearing the constant clicking of camera shutters, Lan Luo understood. She was right. Ling Jiajiu was indeed very conscious of her image on camera. Lan Luo took off her raincoat, put it in the bag the driver handed her, shook the rain off her head, and got in the car. "Sit wherever you like." Ling Jiajiu smiled perfectly, then turned to the driver and instructed, "Hurry up, don't obstruct the cars behind." "Yes." The driver left without hesitation. Lan Luo glanced back and saw that Yin He Shui's van was right behind the Nani van, following closely behind, like a slovenly follower. "Quick, dry yourself off." Ling Jiajiu handed her a clean towel. "Why are you here alone?" Lan Luo took the towel and dried her hair, then made up a story. "I was in a bad mood and had a fight with my friends. They left me here, and went their own way." Ling Jiajiu gave a forced smile. "Oh, is that so? Can you still contact them?" "There's a safety station up ahead. I can take you there, and you can meet up with your friends there, okay?" Ling Jiajiu appeared warm and gentle, but every word she spoke was meant to get rid of her. Lan Luo pretended not to understand, looking distressed, and said, "I lost my communicator too, and I don't know what to do." "Are you going to Weicheng?" "I'm going to Weicheng too. Can you take me directly there?" Lan Luo asked Ling Jiajiu, shamelessly. "But we have urgent business in Weicheng," Ling Jiajiu said with a dismissive smile. "It might be inconvenient for you to come along." Besides Ling Jiajiu and the driver, there was a male assistant in the back seat, wearing a mask and hat. He hadn't spoken until now, finally opening his mouth impatiently. "No discussion. Get off at the safety station." Ling Jiajiu's smile faltered. She smoothed her hair, leaned back, and remained silent. Lan Luo turned her gaze to her assistant in the back, who was sitting arrogantly, even playing games. Would a normal assistant sit in the back like a king? She no longer insisted on going to Weicheng, obediently settling into her seat, arms crossed, waiting for the van to reach the safety station, occasionally glancing back at the van. "We're here," the driver slowed down. "The safety station is a bit crowded." Ling Jiajiu said softly, "Find a place away from them, somewhere with good privacy." After speaking, she turned to Lan Luo. "My status is special, after all. Being with everyone might cause congestion." Lan Luo didn't care about the issue at all, only Ling Jiajiu, who was clearly trying to hide something, would bother to explain. I understand, being discreet is good. Lan Luo glanced discreetly at her male assistant playing games in the back seat, her tone wistful. Safe stations are essentially large temporary parking garages, popular when the corrosive rain first arrived. However, modern cars almost all have some degree of corrosion resistance, so safe stations have gradually become obsolete. But today's rain was exceptionally heavy, so most drivers, for safety's sake, still went into the safe station. The van crawled along the traffic for several minutes before turning into a narrow alley. The driver weaved through the alley, parking the car in a small garage away from the crowd, then immediately got out and wiped the car's surface with a towel. Lan Luo glanced at the towel in his hand, identical to the one on her head, paused in her hair-drying motion, and looked up at Ling Jiaojiu. Ling Jiaojiu didn't notice her subtle gaze. She was watching a van driving straight towards them. TSK, probably brainless fans. The male assistant tossed aside his game, which had failed several times, and peered through the window at the van. Ling Jiaojiu glanced at Lan Luo and explained with a forced smile, "No, maybe they just happened to stop here." Lan Luo didn't speak. Actually, they were both wrong. Yin Yin was just a brainless fan, but not a fan of Ling Jiaojiu. They parked here because she was here. "You're really something," the male assistant patted Ling Jiaojiu's backrest. "You're so popular everywhere you go. Want to invite them up to have some fun with you." Just kidding, ha ha." He seemed amused by his own words, spreading his legs and shaking his head, laughing incessantly. Lan Luo frowned at the strange male assistant. What kind of assistant would dare speak to their boss like that, unless his real employer was someone else, and Ling Jiaojiu wasn't as glamorous as she appeared? She looked at Ling Jiaojiu, but found her expression unchanged, not even a furrowed brow, as if she was already used to the male assistant's words. Seeing Lan Luo looking at her, Ling Jiaojiu forced a smile. "What's wrong?" "Don't be afraid, he's just straightforward and a bit outspoken." Lan Luo noticed that every time Ling Jiaojiu laughed, whether it was a genuine or fake laugh, the curve of her lips was always the same, like a trained doll. Or rather, like a mannequin. The male assistant didn't care at all that showing a bad side in front of outsiders would affect Ling Jiaojiu's image. He jumped out of the car, stretched his limbs a couple of times, and headed straight for the van. Lan Luo hadn't expected him to be so bold. Raising an eyebrow, she simply got out of the car, using the excuse of stretching to observe him. The male assistant walked to the driver's side of the van and knocked on the window. Hey, get out." The driver's side window slowly rolled down, revealing a familiar, burly face. Yin Yin, seeing this face, was full of impatience. "What?" The male assistant probably hadn't expected this kind of person in the car, unconsciously taking a step back, his tone much gentler. "Why don't we go to the big garage up ahead?" "Mind your own business, get lost." Yin Yin slammed the window shut without hesitation. Through the crack in the closed window, Yin Yin took the opportunity to glance at Lan Luo not far away. Lan Luo noticed Yin Yan's movement and, from an angle unseen by others, made a small cut on her neck with her hand. The van's headlights flashed twice, as if in response. Lan Luo pretended not to look in that direction and followed the male assistant, who was grumbling as he got into the van. "What are you doing getting in?" The male assistant gave Lan Luo a disgruntled look. "I said I'd take you this far. Go see that van? Go find them, and have them take you." He pointed to the silver van, and waved at Lan Luo. Ling Jiaojiu sipped her mineral water, oblivious to everything around her. Lan Luo, as if she hadn't heard anything, plopped down in her seat, crossed her legs, and closed her eyes to rest. Ugly and not very bright, the male assistant continued playing his game. "No wonder he's a fan of yours, Ling Jiaojiu." Unable to get rid of Lan Luo, the assistant turned his attention to Ling Jiaojiu, accusing her, "You're always hanging around this good-for-nothing, either selling your smiles or your body, pretending to be innocent." "Aw, sorry, I forgot you, Ling Jiaojiu, are aloof and have a bad temper. You sell your art, not your body, ha ha ha." Lan Luo's gaze swept around the car a few times, secretly landing on Ling Jiaojiu, noticing she had crushed the water bottle. Water overflowed from the bottle, wetting Ling Jiaojiu's slender, white fingers. Lan Luo casually pulled out a few tissues and placed them under Ling Jiaojiu's hands, her tone natural. "Be careful not to get your clothes dirty." If nothing unexpected happened, she would have to wear this outfit to Lan Sheng's funeral. It wouldn't look good if it got dirty. Ling Jiaojiu snapped back to reality, frantically wiping the water stains from the back of her hands, head bowed, biting her lip, even forgetting to maintain her usual smile. "Thank you, you're so thoughtful." After finishing her work, Lung Jiajiao remembered Lan Luo standing to the side, and thanked her with a perfect smile. It's nothing. Lan Luo looked out the window. The driver had finished wiping the entire car and thrown a towel into the corner trash can. She touched the dagger at her waist, counting the driver's approaching steps. The trash can was quite far. Lan Luo estimated in her mind that at the driver's speed, it would take at least 3 minutes for him to reach the car. That's enough. She immediately jumped off the seat, leaped into the back seat, pinned down the male assistant, who was playing a game, covered his mouth with one hand, and held the dagger to his throat with the other. Lan Luo had considered doing it outside the car, but she was afraid that their commotion would attract other people, and she might actually be run over by Leng Jiajiao's fans. You better keep quiet. Lan Luo turned her head to warn the panicked Leng Jiajiao, who was covering her mouth with both hands, while pressing the dagger down without hesitation. Ugh! Ugh! A line of blood appeared on the male assistant's neck. He struggled frantically, his eyes almost bulging out, mumbling incoherently. No amount of talking mattered. Lan Luo valued his position as an assistant, so this guy had to stay. Besides, she genuinely disliked this man who had repeatedly provoked her. Who are you? Leng Jiajiao looked terrified, her voice strained as she questioned Lan Luo while observing the driver's movements. But the van was remarkably stable. Even as the male assistant struggled wildly like a fish, there was no noticeable swaying from the outside. Lan Luo glanced around. The driver was already very close. Without answering Leng Jiajiao, she swiftly slashed the male assistant's neck with her knife. She kicked him under the seat, letting the blood gush from his neck and spread across the floor. He wasn't quite dead yet, his fingers clinging desperately to the edge of the seat, pleading, Leng Jiajiao, save me, please save me. Leng Jiajiao's beautiful eyes were filled with tears of terror. She trembled, turning her head away from the male assistant, rejecting his pleas along with her own. Keep pretending, Lan Luo thought expressionlessly, as the driver opened the car door. Just now, when he made his move, Lan Luo clearly saw Leng Jiajiao's smile. Unlike her previous flawless smile, this one was genuine, a fleeting smile. The driver opened the driver's side door and plopped in. The rain doesn't look like it's going to stop anytime soon. Should we leave now, or we miss the funeral? No one answered from the back seat. The driver turned around in confusion. Why didn't anyone say anything? He looked at Leng Jiajiao, but his gaze met a blood-stained dagger. Chapter 69. The driver's eyes reflected the blood-stained but still sharp dagger, and he recoiled in terror. Who are you? He yelled at Lan Luo. We kindly offered you a ride, and you dare repay kindness with enmity. Lan Luo scoffed. She hadn't gotten in the car because of their kindness, but because of her own shamelessness. She didn't argue with the driver. Taking advantage of her position, she used her left arm to strangle him from behind, pinning him to the driver's seat and preventing him from breathing. Lan Luo kept a close eye on Leng Jiajiao. Seeing her feet on the seat, curled up in a ball trying to minimize her presence, she ignored her. Humph. The driver's eyes were bloodshot. He grabbed Lan Luo's arm, trying to break free. Lan Luo didn't give him the chance. She raised the dagger and plunged it into his chest. A blurry shadow of a dagger was reflected in the car window. As the shadow danced, the driver's struggles gradually subsided. Lan Luo pulled the dagger from the driver's chest, withdrew her left arm that was tightly binding him, and the driver, his eyes wide open, slowly slid off the driver's seat, leaving a sticky layer of blood on the seat. Beside her, Leng Jiajiao was still trembling, clutching her head, not daring to look at the gruesome scene in the driver's seat. Lan Luo used a towel she had used to dry her hair to wipe the dagger clean, then slowly said, Stop acting, there are no cameras in the car. Leng Jiajiao peeked at Lan Luo through her fingers, her eyes filled with panic and confusion. You, who exactly are you? Lan Luo rolled her eyes, too lazy to pay her any attention, opened the car door, and got out. She looked around, seeing no one else. She opened the driver's side door from the outside, and pulled the slumped driver out. Lan Luo walked to the front of the car, and waved to the van next to her. Zhu Jianchun's face appeared through the window. Come here, she beckoned, give me a hand. Zhu Jianchun's head disappeared from the window in an instant, then the van door slid open with a whoosh, and he jumped out, running over before he could even steady himself. What do you need? Zhu Jianchun wore a protective mask that covered most of his face, his voice muffled. Lan Luo rolled up her sleeves. Why are you wearing that thing? I'm afraid I'd be too handsome and steal the spotlight from the celebrities, Zhu Jianchun said. I'm on vacation right now. What if I'm discovered if I don't cover myself properly? Lan Luo had wanted to ask why she didn't ask He Shui to help her disguise herself, but considering how much they disliked Zhu Jianchun, she understood. This one on the ground. Help throw it far away, and hide it. Be careful not to let anyone see it. She skipped over that topic, and pointed to the driver lying on the ground behind her. Zhu Jianchen then noticed the corpse on the ground and exclaimed softly, "Wow, is he asleep?" Be normal, Lan Luo couldn't see his expression, but she could guess he had a sly grin on his face. "Don't waste time. I have He Shui change your face later." Zhu Jianchen sighed, and obediently picked up the driver from the ground. "Okay." Lan Luo returned to the van, not even glancing at Ling Jiaojiao, and went straight to the back seat, dragging the dead male assistant to the door and throwing him out. Yin Yin also got out of the van, clapped her hands, took the male assistant's body, and glanced into the van. "There's another one. Aren't you going to kill him?" Lan Luo stood by the door washing her hands with mineral water, glanced at Ling Jiaojiu, who was fidgeting but not causing any trouble, and said dismissively, "Kill him. Kill them all, and you can become a star." "No." Yin Yin dragged the corpse, and disappeared in a flash. "I don't want to be watched by so many eyes wherever I go." Only Ling Jiaojiu and Lan Luo remained in the van. Ling Jiaojiu lifted her eyes from her arms, feigning timidity. "Are you really going to kill me?" Her features were delicate, yet her face wore a deliberately contrived expression of fear and panic, making her appear as fragile and pitiful as a broken piece of porcelain. "Be normal." Lan Luo wanted to answer, but seeing her like this, she hesitated, then couldn't help but offer a word of advice. Ling Jiaojiao's fear flickered for a moment, then she lowered her head, revealing only the top of her head. "If I behave normally, you won't kill me." Lan Luo glanced at her, observing Zhu Jianchen and Yin Yan's actions as they hit the body. "That's enough. You know perfectly well I won't kill you. As long as you behave yourself, attend the funeral according to the normal procedure, and don't think of anything shady, I won't do anything to you," Lan Luo said coldly, looking at the top of Ling Jiaojiao's head. "Nod if you understand." Ling Jiaoji raised her head. "What is your purpose?" "Actually, I'm a little sad. I thought I did a good deed, helping a kind citizen, but I didn't expect it to be aiding and abetting evil, harming my driver and assistant." Ling Jiaojiu looked directly into Lan Luo's eyes, her face full of reproach. "Your persona is a bit chaotic," Lan Luo bluntly exposed Ling Jiaojiu. "So be quiet." She didn't believe a word Ling Jiaojiu said. Before Lan Luo arrived, she had researched Ling Jiaojiao's information, and knew that she would frequently change her personal staff. This assistant had only been in the position for less than a month. The fans' excuse was that they were afraid the staff would fall for Ling Jiaojiu, so the company couldn't let them spend too much time with her. This kind of talk only fools children. Looking at the male assistant's arrogant and domineering demeanor, Lan Luo saw no sign of him being attracted to Ling Jiaojiu. "You don't really have much say in the company, do you?" Lan Luo suddenly asked her. "Otherwise, why were they chosen this assistant?" Ling Jiaojiu seemed surprised by the question and paused for a moment. He has some connections. This job is relatively easy and not dangerous, so he was sent here." "Aren't you Chaolu's cash cow? They're willing to treat you like this?" Lan Luo glanced around. Zhu Jianchen and the others would be back soon. "What cash cow?" Ling Jiaojiu hugged her knees. "I'm just a guinea pig." Lan Luo's eyes flickered. She was very sensitive to such words. "A guinea pig?" Ling Jiaojiu flashed a perfect smile and explained, "I'm just the first guinea pig Chaolu sent out to test the market. Once my path is successful, they can launch more stars following the same route as me. So that's what a guinea pig is." Lan Luo concealed the doubt in her eyes, ignoring Ling Jiaojiao, and waved to Yin Yin. "What is it now?" Yin Yin peeked through the car window. "Leave your car here." Lan Luo glanced at the rain. "Bring He Shui to this car, and have her help us disguise ourselves." "Why do I keep ordering her around?" Yin Yin complained. "What do you want me to do?" Lan Luo leaned closer to Yin Yin, looking directly into her eyes. "I need to go to a funeral, the kind that military academy students and the media attend." She deliberately mentioned the military academy, deliberately staring at Yin Yin, not missing a single subtle expression on her face. "Haha," Yin Yin laughed awkwardly. "Attending is fine. What are you going to a funeral for?" Her change of topic was abrupt. Lan Luo didn't answer, but repeated, "Call He Shui here, hide the car." Yin Yin hesitated, but still obediently went to do it. Zhu Jianchen had also finished up. He hesitated for a few seconds between the van and the Nani van, then decisively walked towards the Nani van. "Your car is much more luxurious than theirs. I want to ride in the Nani van too." Lan Luo opened the car door. "Get in." Even through the mask, Lan Luo could feel Zhu Jianchen's eyes light up instantly. He jumped into the car, cautiously observing the area by the door, his gaze sweeping over Ling Jiaojiao. before walking to the back seat and sitting down. Zhu Jianshan was sitting right where Lan Luo had killed his male assistant. The ground beneath him was still damp with blood. He rolled up the carpet and piled it aside, his tone laced with disgust. This car is useless. Lan Luo, who was waiting for He Shui and Yin Yin by the door, didn't even turn around when she heard this. It's free anyway. Leng Jiaojiao's gaze shifted from Lan Luo to Zhu Jianshan, her perfect smile returning. So you're the one who abandoned her? When did I abandon? Zhu Jianshan looked at Lan Luo, then realized something and looked at her. You mean I abandoned you? You're the one who abandoned me. Lan Luo squatted by the car door, casually replying. Wasn't that just lying to her? Only a fool would believe that. Leng Jiaojiao didn't seem to care about being called a fool, continuing to smile at Zhu Jianshan. So you came prepared? I wonder what's so interesting about the funeral. Zhu Jianshan pointed at Lan Luo and said lazily, ask her. I'm just a follower. I go wherever she tells me to. I don't know anything. You two are really close. Leng Jiaojiao glanced at Lan Luo, then looked back at Zhu Jianshan. Have you known each other for a long time? I don't know. Zhu Jianshan drawled. Lan Luo glanced at him, thinking that Zhu Jianshan could sometimes be even better at giving evasive answers than she was. She turned to Leng Jiaojiao. I advise you not to ask. The more you know, the faster you die. Leng Jiaojiao laughed. They didn't know anything, and they're still dead. Lan Luo was about to answer, when Yin Yin had already hidden the car and arrived with He Shui. Who died? She asked, joining in the fun. He Shui followed behind, her cold gaze meeting Leng Jiaojiao's cautiously probing eyes. Lan Luo compared them. Both had similar features, delicate, petite, and untouched by worldly concerns. He Shui was much colder, her eyes filled with arrogance and world-weariness, while Leng Jiaojiao was the complete opposite, her face radiating positivity and saintly innocence. Although it was fake. My driver, Leng Jiaojiao replied to Yin Yin with a smile, and my assistant, are both dead. Yin Yin touched her nose and remained silent. Lan Luo shoved Yin Yin into the driver's seat, making her continue driving with the driver's face on her person. Yin Yin disgustedly wiped the bloodstains from the driver's seat. Couldn't you have stabbed him outside? The bloodstains are disgusting. And what about you? He Shui asked Lan Luo from the passenger seat. What about him and me? There's only one assistant left. How are we going to divide the three of us? The assistant is of course me, Lan Luo said matter-of-factly. You can stay in the car. But what about the 100 meters? He Shui reminded her. It doesn't matter once you're inside. You can wear a mask and hat, Lan Luo said nonchalantly, glancing at Leng Jiaojiao, who had been listening silently. Anyway, it's normal for entourages to keep a low profile at funerals, right? Leng Jiaojiao tilted her head. Who knows? I'm just a mascot. Lan Luo didn't really care. She was only disguised as a male assistant to fool the fans waiting outside the funeral. Those fans were too sharp-eyed, they could spot even a change of shoes, let alone a different assistant. It was different inside the funeral. Most of the people there had some status, and were only interested in networking. They wouldn't care what a celebrity's assistant looked like. Can I go? Zhu Jianshan asked quietly from behind Lan Luo. Lan Luo shook her head. No, the more people, the more trouble. Zhu Jianshan said oh, and slumped back, giving up. Let's go. Lan Luo glanced at the sky. While the rain hasn't stopped, it'd be easier to confuse people. She then suddenly turned her head and grabbed Leng Jiaojiao's hand, which was wrapped around her. What do you think? Amidst the puzzled gazes of the others in the car, a small communicator rolled out of Leng Jiaojiao's hand and stopped at Lan Luo's feet. Chapter 70. Lan Luo released Leng Jiaojiao's hand and bent down to pick up the communicator. Leng Jiaojiao, as expected of a popular star, had exceptionally delicate skin. Lan Luo had only pinched it a couple of times, and her wrist was already bright red, with several clear finger marks appearing on it. I told you to behave, Lan Luo said, holding up the communicator. Why are you still not giving up? Lan Luo had just noticed that Leng Jiaojiao had been secretly making small movements while she was focused on the outside of the car and not paying attention to the inside. She had simply been too lazy to intervene. Unexpectedly, this gave Leng Jiaojiao the wrong impression, making her think she had done everything perfectly. Professor, the driver's assistant has been replaced. Danger? Lan Luo read aloud the line Leng Jiaojiao had secretly typed, deleted the message in front of her, then opened the car window and threw the communicator out. The rear wheels of the speeding van ran over the communicator, transmitting a crisp cracking sound into the car. Leng Jiaojiao's expression shifted rapidly, her smile almost faltering. You regret this. But before that, Lan Luo threatened lightly, I make you regret it even more than I did. Lung Jiajiu snorted coldly, leaning back deflated. Who exactly are you? Why do you insist on going to that student's funeral? You just need to play your part well. Don't ask any more questions. Lan Luo looked at the gradually lessening rain outside the window, her eyes darkening. What was she going to do? Lan Luo repeatedly asked herself this question. Did she really have enough power to appear in Weicheng now? She didn't know. She only knew that Lan Sheng's funeral was a one-time event, and this might be the last time she appeared before Lan Sheng and the Lan family. Lan Luo's mind flashed back to the hypocritical faces of her parents, and the thought of the large gold watch on her father's wrist sent a wave of nausea through her. She wanted to make her father regret his past decision. She wanted them to know that the son they had cherished since childhood had died at her hands. What expressions would they have then? Would their tears seem more genuine? A sarcastic smile played on Lan Luo's lips as she watched Yin Yin drive the car to the vicinity of Weicheng City Gate. Will we be checked to enter the city? Yin Yin observed the convoy ahead. Will we be able to get through? Zhu Jianshan lifted his mask, one of the people who knew Weicheng best, and proactively explained, outsiders are checked for identification, but if the car owner's status is high enough, they can be exempted from inspection. Upon hearing this, everyone in the car turned to stare at Lung Jiajiu. Are you high enough? Yin Yin asked. Lung Jiajiu turned her head to look out the window, her voice losing its previous sweetness and gentleness, and said sarcastically, it was enough before, but with you guys, it might not be. What do you mean? Yin Yin looked at Yishui. Yishui rubbed her temples. She said we lowered her status. Yin Yin, pointing the finger, immediately looked at Lung Jiajiu. You're the one who... Alright, Lan Lu interrupted their pointless accusations. When we get to the checkpoint, go straight to the VIP lane and let Lung Jiajiu use her face to get through. Lung Jiajiu glared at Lan Lu. How are you sure I can use my face? What if we're all detained? Who cares about you? Lan Lu said indifferently. As a top star, I don't believe you have the nerve to let yourself be stopped at the VIP lane. Lung Jiajiu scoffed, her chest heaving, then held out her left hand. Give me the money. What money? Lan Lu frowned. You really think the VIP lane is free? Lung Jiajiu looked at her like she was a country bumpkin. If it weren't for my special status, you wouldn't even be qualified to pay. Lan Lu understood and reached into her pocket. How much? 10,000. Ling Jiajiu spread her hands. Lan Luo paused in taking out the money, then said empty-handed, no money, figure it out yourself. Not even 10,000? Lung Jiajiu was incredulous. The four of you don't even have 10,000 yuan on you. Want 1,000 punches? Yin Yin mocked Lung Jiajiu, but her eyes were glaring at Lan Luo. Lan Luo knew that Ling Jiajiu had taken their money before she held a grudge, but once it was in her pocket, it was hers. Glaring at her wouldn't change anything. Suddenly, Zhu Jianshan stretched out a hand from the back seat, uttering a startling statement. I have some. Lan Luo followed his eager hand and looked back, seeing Zhu Jianshan's face beaming with pride. She couldn't help but twitch her lips. Where did you get it? My salary. There's nowhere to spend money, so I've been saving it up, he said. Lan Luo turned back and closed her eyes. Even if you have it, don't give it to her. Spend hers. Yin Yin drove the car into the VIP lane. Unlike the regular lane, the VIP lane had fewer cars and people, and was nicely decorated. Only cars of a certain class dared to enter casually. Yin Yin stopped the car, positioning the window on Ling Jiajia's side directly opposite the inspection window, and rolled down the window to reveal her beautiful face. The instant the window rolled down, Ling Jiajia's expression instantly transformed from impatience to a perfect smile. Hello, she tilted her head to look at the staff member. You must be tired from your work. Is it convenient for you to pass through? The van's windows were one way, so Yishui and Zhu Jianshan didn't hide themselves, openly looking out through the glass. Lan Luo was already acting like a male assistant, sitting in the seat like one, showing no intention of proactively helping out. Lung Jiajiu glared at her, whispering, Aren't you the assistant? Go down and hand over the card to get the materials. Lan Luo shrugged, Give me the money. Lung Jiajiu reluctantly pulled out a bank card, warning Lan Luo, Single swipes only, no combination cards. Lan Luo completely ignored her, got out of the van, paid the fare according to the instructions, thanked the staff member, and was about to leave. Wait a minute. The staff member adjusted his glasses, observing Lan Luo through the lenses, and called out to her. Lan Luo paused, turning to ask, What's wrong? Nothing, the staff member smiled, You look unfamiliar, so I took a second look. Lan Luo frowned, returning to the car and tossing the card back to Ling Jiajiu. Unsure of the staff member's intentions, she gazed out the window, lost in thought for a long time. Don't think about it. Maybe he just doesn't look like a good person, Zhu Jianshan said, resting his chin on his hand as he looked at Lan Luo, who resembled a male assistant. You have shifty eyes and a sly look. Lan Luo pouted and pushed his head back into the seat. She wasn't thinking about the staff member, she was simply looking at Wei Cheng, who hadn't changed much, with a touch of melancholy. Such a short time couldn't bring about any noticeable change in Wei Cheng, yet it had drastically altered her life. Big cities are different, Yin said, clearly excited. The roads are so wide, driving feels like flying. Be careful of speeding, Zhu Jianshan kindly reminded her, you get a ticket. Leng Jiajiu hadn't uttered a word since entering the city, her gaze fixed blankly on the passing cars outside the window, oblivious to everything happening inside the car. Lan Luo's gaze fell on her, reminding her a second time, I told you, don't have any other ideas, just attend the funeral as planned. Leng Jiajiu glanced at her, then leaned her head against the car window without speaking. We're almost there, Leng Jiajiu suddenly spoke after a short while. Instead of threatening me, you should think about how you're going to keep me hostage in front of so many people. We don't need your advice. Lan Luo stood up after the car slowed down, slowly approached Leng Jiajiu, and slashed her palm open in front of everyone in the car. Hey! Zhu Jianshan tried to stop her the moment Lan Luo made her move, but Lan Luo was faster, completing the action before Zhu Jianshan could speak. She tossed the dagger to Zhu Jianshan, wipe it. Zhu Jianshan caught the dagger, not bothering to stop Lan Luo, and frantically searched the car for something to wipe it. Lan Luo glanced at him. Her cut wasn't big, the dagger only had a little blood on it. Wiping it or not wouldn't matter. She just wanted to give Zhu Jianshan something to do, so he wouldn't comment on her wound again. She held her palm up, fingers slightly cupped to prevent the blood from flowing away, then used one hand to hold Leng Jiajiu's head, and brought the blood from her palm to her lips. Afraid of leaving a mark on Leng Jiajiu's face, and having it discovered, Lan Luo didn't dare to use too much force, but simply controlled her movements, forcefully feeding the blood into Leng Jiajiu's mouth. Alright. Lan Luo withdrew her hand. Aside from the dried blood, there wasn't a single wound on her palm. Leng Jiajiu wiped blood from her mouth, covered her mouth, and gagged, glaring fiercely at Lan Luo. Why did you give me your blood to drink? It's disgusting. Weren't you afraid I wouldn't be able to control you? Lan Luo pulled out a tissue to wipe her hands. My blood contains a deadly poison. No one but me can cure it. Go ahead and run if you want. You won't survive anyway. Lan Luo spoke with absolute certainty, and Leng Jiajiu's gaze gradually softened, her face showing obvious panic. You're crazy. Wipe your face clean. It's a formal occasion after all. Lan Luo kindly reminded her, emphasizing the last few words. Leng Jiajiu lifted the mirror, and silently wiped the bloodstains from her chin, leaving her porcelain white skin slightly red. Lan Luo only then realized that Leng Jiajiu didn't seem to be wearing makeup. Even without makeup, she is so beautiful. No wonder she's a star with overwhelming popularity in Wei Cheng. She's simply blessed with natural beauty. Stop looking, ugly girl. Noticing Lan Luo's gaze, Leng Jiajiu raised her chin and sneered. Lan Luo ignored her, looking past the rows of discreet cars ahead, and saw a white cloth swaying at the end of the road. I see the white cloth, He Shui also noticed. We should be almost there. Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, we don't have to drive. Lan Luo didn't respond to them, her gaze following the swaying white cloth, her eyes cold. What's wrong? Zhu Jianshan leaned closer. Are you unhappy that she's not driving? Yin kept saying but was busy parking and didn't have time to turn around and speak. Lan Luo knew Zhu Jianshan was talking nonsense again, and flicked him with her fingernail. No, I'm just thinking about my next plans. What plans could you possibly have? Leng Jiajiu straightened her back, striking the pose of a female celebrity, an assistant, a driver, a lapdog, and a lackey. You better stay out of the way, or you get swatted like a mosquito as soon as you get out of the car. Sigh, Yin ran a hand through her hair. I noticed you get bolder the closer you get to the headquarters. Leng Jiajiu raised a disdainful smile, and whoosh, pulled open the car door. Of course, you country bumpkin. The moment the door opened, the disdain on Leng Jiajiu's face instantly transformed into a professional fake smile. To match the funeral scene, her smile was even adjusted, her eyes drooped, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned, and her whole demeanor exuded a faint sadness and pity. Lan Luo genuinely admired Leng Jiajiu's control over her expressions. Compared to her own and Hua Zi's acting was indeed quite clumsy. Hanako. Lan Luo paused, stunned. She hadn't thought of Hanako in a long time. Hanako had been taken elsewhere before she escaped the lab, and she didn't know what her current situation was. Frankly, their relationship was rather ordinary, but standing in this familiar yet unfamiliar land of Weicheng, Lan Luo couldn't help but recall people connected to Weicheng. Countless figures swirled in her mind, but in the end, the face of the funeral protagonist remained. Lan Luo stood behind Ling Jiaojiao, touching the white cloth hanging by the roadside. A gentle breeze stirred, and the rough fabric flew from her hands, fluttering in the air. "Miss Lung, this way please." A familiar male voice rang out not far away. Lan Luo looked up and, sure enough, saw her father's repulsive face. Chapter 71. Go respond to him. Lan Luo moved closer to Ling Jiaojiao, urging her to respond to her father. Ling Jiaojiao glanced at her. "I don't need you to teach me how to do things. I'm the master now, you're the assistant." Lan Luo was too lazy to argue with her, her eyes fixed on her approaching father. He looked a bit older, whether intentionally or unintentionally, some gray hairs made him look particularly tired. "Miss Lung, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to see my son off." He forced a smile, a fake smile that looked even worse against his tired face. After a few seconds of pause, her father spoke normally. "My child has always loved nature, which is why we decided to hold the funeral on the mountain. It's really troublesome for Miss Lung to walk so much." This was a small hill, always marketed as a back-to-nature retreat, so no road had been built, cars couldn't climb it, only on foot. Normally, many people would choose to take a sightseeing bus, but today, being a funeral, no one would be so inconsiderate as to opt for that. Lung Jiaojiao lowered her eyes, shaking her head with profound sorrow, then grasped the hand extended by Lan's father. "Please accept my condolences. Your child was an exceptionally talented student." Lan Luo stood behind her, coldly observing the scene. What a convincing act. In truth, Lung Jiaojiao probably didn't even remember what Lan Sheng looked like. "Sigh." Lan's father sighed deeply, extending his arm to lead the way for Lung Jiaojiao. Lung Jiaojiao glanced at Lan Luo, and only after Lan Luo nodded did she take small, quick steps to follow Lan's father, walking towards the funeral site. Lan Luo followed closely behind Ling Jiaojiao, observing her movements, while also watching the path leading up the mountain. The mountainside was packed with vehicles, and a diverse group of people, their faces etched with sorrow, gathered towards the summit, guided by white cloths. These people were unimportant. Lan Luo glanced past them, her gaze fixed on a few conspicuous SUVs parked by the roadside. Those were military academy vehicles. Several men in military uniforms stood scattered around the cars, presumably there to maintain order. And Su Gu, also known as In Su, leaned against the car door, gazing up at the sky, neither helping with socializing nor diligently standing guard. As always, he disliked work. Lan Luo, taking advantage of her male appearance, stared unabashedly at In Su, trying to find a resemblance to In Yen in his face. In Su was broad-shouldered, long-legged, and tall. His physique did bear some resemblance to In Yen, but their faces were completely different, bearing no resemblance whatsoever. Was it a coincidence? Lan Luo wavered. After all, In Yen and In Su were two completely unrelated people. Asking her to believe they were connected was as absurd as asking her to believe Lan Sheng and Su Lifeng were siblings. Her scrutiny was blatant, and her gaze lingered on In Su for a long time. Not only In Su, but even Ling Jiaojiao noticed her odd behavior. "What's going on? You taking a fancy to those guys?" Ling Jiaojiao covered her mouth and whispered sarcastically, "You're making such a fuss about this for your funeral?" Lan Luo and In Su's eyes met in midair. She stared at the impatient In Su, covered her mouth, and said in an equally soft voice, "If you keep talking nonsense, I slap you in front of the reporters." Ling Jiaojiao was so angry that she almost lost control of her expression, but she maintained a fake smile and nodded slightly. "Okay, very well." Lan Luo's gaze never left In Su. His expression had changed from initial confusion to extreme impatience. He frowned as he sized up Lan Luo, this unfamiliar male assistant. Unmoved, she persisted in staring at In Su with the eyes of a male assistant, scanning him from head to toe 800 times. As it turned out, even men, even male military instructors, couldn't remain calm under a male's gaze. Seeing In Su begin to puff out his cheeks and mouth a greeting to her, Lan Luo finally shifted her gaze slowly to her father, who stood before Ling Jiaojiao. The pain of losing his son must have been immense for him. Even now, facing a celebrity like Ling Jiaojiao, her father only offered token enthusiasm, not even glancing at her. Lan Luo stepped coldly into the open-air funeral site on the mountaintop. The moment she entered, she could feel the distortion within her body slowly disappearing. But Lan Luo didn't care. Dressed entirely in black, she blended in seamlessly into the sea of black-clad guests. A black mask and hat covered most of her face, leaving only her cold, dark eyes visible. Lan Lu adjusted her hat, listening to the deliberately mournful background music emanating from the hidden speakers, and suddenly felt a pang of sympathy. This was the first time she hadn't felt anger towards her parents' favoritism. It was just a funeral. Lan Sheng could have as much of a spectacle as he wanted. After all, he was the one who died, and it was she, Lan Luo, who survived and gained complete immortality. She gazed at the black and white photograph in the distance. It was the same one Lan Luo had seen in Sioxi City. The boy in the military academy uniform was smiling happily, his eyes full of tenderness as he looked at the camera. How pitiful, Leng Jiajiu stopped, a parent outliving their child. She spoke half-truthfully, and Lan Luo couldn't immediately tell if she was genuinely sympathetic to Lan Sheng or just putting on an act. What's so pitiful about that? Lan Luo looked at her mother, who was sobbing uncontrollably under the portrait, and said indifferently, just a few worthless tears. Leng Jiajiu snorted, stop being so hostile. His face is really disgusting when it's gloomy. Leng Jiajiu hadn't turned to look at Lan Luo, so she didn't know that Lan Luo had changed back to her original face. However, after being reminded, Lan Luo realized that her expression had been very sour. She looked away from the Lan family, breathing in the fresh mountain air, searching for traces related to the laboratory. As the Lan family's major buyer, would Lu Guan participate in this funeral? Or rather, would he demand compensation from the Lan family? Lan Luo felt no real connection to the funeral, following Leng Jiajiu like a lost soul. As the center of the funeral, Lan's mother sat, knelt, and prostrated herself in tears, while Lan's father greeted everyone, both busy with their own affairs. Poor thing. Just started school, the apple of his family's eye, gone just like that. Weren't they twins? Whispers rippled through the crowd. Dark clouds gathered on the horizon, and the rain, which had stopped briefly, seemed poised to fall again. Lan Luo stood in the crowd, listening to their lamentations for Lan Sheng, brushing past unfamiliar faces, feeling a dreamlike, unreal sensation. Lan Sheng was indeed dead. The very ground beneath her feet was his funeral ground. She realized this again, but no matter how many times she repeated it, it remained as unbelievable as the idea that the earth is flat. Even though she had personally ripped Lan Sheng's heart out, and even though she had personally thrown his body into the tent. Mentioning her heart, Lan Luo seemed to feel a faint ache in her newly fused heart, though the pain wasn't pronounced. Perhaps sour would be a more accurate description than painful. Lan Luo disliked Lan Sheng, but as twins, and as the object of her long-held, subtle resentment, her subconscious trust in Lan Sheng was no less than her confidence in herself. To die so easily, Lan Sheng truly didn't deserve her trust. Not far away, Lan's mother, having apparently cried enough, refused the help of her military academy teacher, clutching her handkerchief, and stumbled away from the morning hall alone. The morning hall was set up next to a small resort on the mountaintop. Leaving the hall, a small path led directly to the resort's back entrance. The military academy had booked the entire place. There were no other tourists in the resort. All the rooms were used to accommodate guests who had traveled from afar. Therefore, Lan Luo's appearance seemed particularly abrupt. Leaning against the corridor wall, Lan's mother clutched her chest and asked Lan Luo, "Who are you?" The light was poor on this rainy day, casting a dark gray shadow over the entire corridor. Lan Luo's face was hidden under her hat, making her emotions unreadable. Lan Luo remained silent for a long time. Lan's mother glanced at her hesitantly, wiped away her tears, and explained softly, "Are you a guest at the funeral? The morning hall is in the back. If you're tired, you can rest at any of the rooms here. I should have treated everyone well, but my heart is in too much pain. I can't muster the energy to arrange these things, so please bear with me. If you need anything, please ask the staff." Lan Luo pretended not to notice her implied dismissal, and deliberately lowered her voice, changing her tone. "Heartache. Why is your heart aching?" For a moment, Lan's mother's expression went blank, then her face shifted from sorrow and apology to a defiant grievance. She raised her voice and looked at Lan Luo. "Why? This is my son's funeral. My beloved child has become a cold black and white photograph, and you ask me why?" As Lan's mother spoke, tears welled up, her voice trembling. He was so young, he had just left home, left me, just entered the school he had been hoping for. "Are you aggrieved?" Lan Luo asked, "because Lan Sheng died before he could achieve anything, before he could bring you any glory, so, are you upset?" Lan's mother's crying stopped, and she tilted her head, looking at Lan Luo in shock. "Enough. Whose family are you representing to cause trouble? Lan's mother suddenly leaned closer to Lan Luo, her swollen eyes bloodshot. She pointed a finger at Lan Luo, her voice trembling with tears. How could you think of a mother like that? How could you be so dismissive of my love for Xiao Sheng? He's my child. Tears streamed down Lan's mother's face, her cheeks never dry, old tear stains mingling with fresh tears, soaking most of her collar. Lan Luo looked down, and saw Lan Sheng's name and birthday embroidered on her collar, and a photograph of Lan Sheng tucked into her breast pocket. You love him very much? Lan Luo asked. Lan's mother closed her eyes, leaning against the wall, her chest heaving. How could I not love him? My precious child, whom I raised with such care and hardship. Xiao Sheng, why is his life so miserable? Lan Luo stood there, feeling a dull ache deep in her heart, confirming that the pain she had just felt was not an illusion. What? Was Lan Sheng also heartbroken for his mother, who was crying so frantically for him? Heartache is useless. Lan Luo felt as if a balloon was constantly inflating in her chest, relentlessly suffocating her, teetering on the verge of bursting. Lan Sheng, do you hear me? Whether you feel sorry for her, or she feels sorry for you, it's useless. Because right now, you're just a dead, useless piece of trash, powerless to struggle, only able to rely on a sliver of willpower to cry in the corner of this heart. Useless thing, do you hear me? Lan Luo stared at her mother's face, silently mocking her own heart. For every cry her mother uttered, she cursed inwardly, until the balloon inside her deflated. My little Sheng, my child, heaven is blind. Why won't it spare him? I'd rather give my life for his. Lan's mother opened her eyes, looked at the dark, overcast sky, and slowly slumped to the ground. Heaven is blind, Lan Luo chuckled. Heaven truly is blind. But she looked down at her mother, no longer deliberately altering her tone, her voice unusually relaxed. You seem quite blind too. Lan's mother, now sitting on the ground, naturally had her perspective shift to looking upwards. Hearing Lan Luo's voice, she stopped crying and slowly looked up. Boom! A clap of thunder on the horizon illuminated the dim corridor, making Lan Luo's eyes, hidden beneath her hat, appear dark and bright. Lan's mother stiffly looked up, her gaze meeting those eyes. You. Chapter 72. You. Lan's mother sat in Lan Luo's shadow, her eyes wide and red, exclaiming in disbelief, Lan Luo? Luo? She tried to get up from the ground, leaning against the wall. What did Mr. Lu say? You, how could you? Lan's mother stopped mid-question, hesitant to speak. What do you want to ask? How did I end up here? Lan Luo finished for her, or how am I still alive? How could you think of me like that? Lan's mother grabbed Lan Luo's arm. I'm your mother. Lan Luo looked down at the disheveled woman, showing no reaction to her words. Some things were understood between them. Why pretend to be a mother and daughter? You are Lan Sheng's mother, that's enough. Lan Luo pushed her hand away, letting Lan's mother fall weakly to the ground, unhurriedly. When you sold me into the laboratory, did you think I would survive? Lan's mother curled her fingers, trying to touch Lan Luo's clothes, but Lan Luo dodged her. Luo, today is your brother's last important day. Don't be angry with me, okay? Lan's mother looked up, tears streaming down her face. Your brother is gone, Luo. Your brother is gone, Xiao Sheng is gone, do you know that? I know, Lan Luo said. He died a horrible death. He was disemboweled, his heart ripped out, and he lay in the wilderness until his body turned cold. She spoke expressionlessly, her tone flat and even, yet the words were cold-blooded and cruel. Lan's mother punched Lan Luo in the leg, screaming, Stop talking. That's your brother. Not only are you not sad, but you're rubbing salt into my wounds? He's your own brother, your own flesh and blood, born on the same day, starting school on the same day. Lan Luo's lips twitched slightly, but her eyes held no joy. Born on the same day. What a pity we didn't die on the same day. Lan's mother, as if recognizing her for the first time, her eyes filled with tears and her voice trembled. How could you become like this? Lan Luo, how could you become like this? Lan's mother's words had turned into an angry accusation by the end. Lan Luo was certain that if Lan's mother hadn't cried for so long and lost her strength, she would have gotten up and slapped her. As if to confirm Lan Luo's statement, Lan's mother suddenly scrambled to her feet, steadying herself against the wall, and then raised her right hand high. Slap. To Lan's mother's shocked gaze, Lan Luo easily grabbed her wrist, preventing her angry hand from reaching her. Lan Luo didn't deliberately hold back. The two skins clashed with a crisp sound, and a red mark immediately appeared on her mother's wrist. They rarely touched each other, and Lan Luo felt unfamiliar and uncomfortable with her mother's skin and temperature. She shook off her mother's hand, wiping her palms on her clothes. How did I become like this? What do you see me as? Lan Luo asked, cowardly, useless, a piece of trash? Her mother looked down at the red mark on her wrist, muttering, You hit me? You hit me? You actually hit me? In front of your brother's spirit in heaven, at Xiao Sheng's funeral? Let's be reasonable, Lan Luo smiled. You struck first. Her spirit in heaven? Lan Sheng didn't have a spirit in heaven. Dead is dead. If anything, only a lingering regret remained in her heart. Perhaps this was the downside of having two hearts. Lan Luo had been trying her best to ignore the aching pain in her heart caused by Lan Sheng, not letting it affect her reason. If Xiao Sheng were still here, Lan's mother choked up. How dare you talk back to your mother like this? Large tears rolled down her cheeks as she touched her wrist, crying, Xiao Sheng would never treat his mother like this. Even if I just scraped my skin, he would be heartbroken. Of course, because he had a high pain threshold, even a scrape was a major injury in his eyes. Lan Luo scoffed inwardly, but didn't let up verbally. Then why don't you go find him and feel sorry for you? Lan Luo. Lan's mother shrieked, angrily pounding the wall. Do you have to say these things when I'm at my most heartbroken? Aren't hurtful words meant to be said when someone is heartbroken? Lan Luo lowered her head and quietly watched her rage. The rain started to drizzle again from the horizon. Lan Luo could hear the commotion from the morning hall. Quite a few people were already heading in that direction. Raindrops drifted onto the corridor floor, splashing onto their exposed skin. Lan Luo was oblivious, but Lan's mother was already feeling the effects. Lan's mother kept rubbing her arms to relieve the discomfort from the corrosive rain, trying to calm herself down. She spoke as calmly as possible. I don't want to ask you why you're here. Calm down and apologize to your brother. I'm going back to my room to rest. Lan's mother had been avoiding the raindrops, remaining dry from head to toe even in the rain. Lan Luo noticed that her mother's clothes were made of very fine material, something the Lan family used to be unable to afford. Could she not even handle a little water? Lan Luo had lost count of how many times she'd been soaked in this kind of rain. The sound of hurried footsteps approached. Lan Luo stepped into the drizzle, following her mother at a respectful distance until she went into her room and closed the door. Lan Luo silently noted down her room number, found Leng Jiajia's private room, and went inside. The resort rooms looked ordinary from the outside, but opening the door revealed understated luxury. Lan Luo plopped down on the leather sofa, marveling at how much better life had become for the Lan family. Sinking into the sofa, Lan Luo gently closed her eyes. She wasn't worried about her parents contacting Lu Guan, because they currently had no way to contact the laboratory. Lu Guan had stipulated that her life in the laboratory needed to be kept secret, therefore, he had to unilaterally cut off Lan Luo's contact with her family. The Lan family couldn't contact her through any means. Lan's parents readily agreed at the time. I wonder if they regret it now. Unable to contact Lu Guan means that here, at Lan Sheng's funeral, she's about to do whatever she wants. Lan Luo didn't intend to kill. Death was merely a release. She wanted them to spend the rest of their lives in fear and contempt. Like experimental subjects, subjected to wanton scrutiny, living in constant anxiety. Creak! The door was pushed open, and Leng Jijia's delicate face appeared in the doorway. Lan Luo hadn't turned on the lights. The room was pitch black, the only light source being the hallway light behind Leng Jiajiu. Hello? Leng Jiajiu called softly to Lan Luo's shadow, hesitating at the doorway, unwilling to enter. Lan Luo gave a perfunctory Leng Jiajiu looked left and right, but wouldn't come in. From the other end of the corridor came Lan's father's voice. Miss Leng, why didn't you go in? Is there something wrong with the room? Please feel free to make your request. Lan's father immediately jogged over. We definitely do everything we can to accommodate you. No need, Leng Jiajiu smiled. The room is very nice. I was so dazzled by it that I didn't want to go in. She glanced at Lan Luo, who was playing with a dagger, and continued smiling. Then I won't disturb Mr. Lan any longer. Please accept my condolences and go back to your room to rest. Lan's father looked around at the door, still unwilling to give up, and asked, Please don't be embarrassed. It's raining so hard today, you must have had a long day attending. If we haven't treated you well, I feel really guilty. Leng Jiaji blocked the doorway, preventing Lan's father from seeing the room, and gave him a forced smile, dismissing him. Everything is fine. Please go and rest. Only then did Lan's father nod and bow, leaving with several glances back. Enough? Put the knife down, let's talk this out. Leng Jiajia slumped her shoulders, and whispered to someone behind her. Lan Luo had already moved to the doorway, hiding behind it, the tip of the knife pressed against Leng Jijia's side. Close the door. She put down the dagger, and turned back to the sofa. Lung Jiaju obediently closed the door and went into the room, casually turning on the light. Lan Luo sat on the sofa, facing Ling Jiaju a few meters away. The next second, "Ah!" Lung Jijiao's scream almost shattered the glass. If it weren't for the resort's perfect soundproofing, Lan's father would probably have rushed back by now. Lan Luo, with her good hearing, was even more tormented. She covered her ears and frowned. "Shut up." Lung Jiaju shut her mouth, walked around Lan Luo, and sat down as far away as possible. She cautiously asked, "Hi? You?" Lan Luo remembered she was using her own face and explained, "It's me, just a different face." Lung Jiaju patted her chest and sneered, "Good heavens, why didn't you choose a more auspicious one? What's unlucky about it?" Lan Luo looked at her. "Your face," Ling Jiaju pointed to her own, "looks a bit like the person in today's funeral portrait." Lan Luo paused. "I don't know." Lung Jiaju looked Lan Luo up and down. "Really? I didn't see clearly just now. I thought the dead had come back to life. You don't really have anything to do with that student, do you? What are you doing here?" Lan Luo didn't like Lung Jiajia's words. She stood up and patted her shoulder. "If you don't shut up, your funeral portrait will be hanging up tomorrow too." She walked around Ling Jiajiao, went into the bedroom, and jumped out of the window, leaving Ling Jiajiu alone in the room, venting her anger. Lan Luo went around to the back of her parents' room, pressed herself against the wall, and opened a crack in the window to listen to what was happening inside. "I saw Lan Luo. Did you know she came to cause trouble at the funeral today?" Sure enough, Lan Luo had barely arrived when she heard her mother complaining to her father. Lan Luo's father's voice suddenly rose. "What did you say? Keep your voice down." Lan Luo's mother's voice was hoarse. "Don't let anyone hear us. She's on Mr. Lu's side now. It's not good if too many people know. Where is she? How did she get in? Did Mr. Lu agree?" Lan Luo's father asked a barrage of questions, his voice tinged with anger. Lan Luo's mother choked back tears. "I don't know. She's completely changed. She's becoming more and more different from Xiao Sheng." Lan's father slammed his fist on the table, yelling, "Even when Xiao Sheng was alive, she always disliked him. She wouldn't stop even after he died, would she? Where is she?" He shouted, "Bring her out." Lan's mother didn't speak, only her sobs grew louder, muttering Lan Sheng's name. Lan's father also quieted down, covering his face, his voice muffled. "Why didn't she appear sooner? Why is she so late?" Raindrops from the eaves cut into Lan Luo's clothes. Listening to Lan's father's mutterings, she found it utterly ridiculous. Because his beloved son was dead, he remembered he still had a daughter to rely on? If she had come back sooner, Lan's father's voice trembled with tears, our Xiao Sheng might still have been saved. The sarcasm on Lan Luo's face froze for a moment, then intensified. She had overestimated them. Lan's father didn't want to rely on another child, he just wanted her back to prolong Lan Sheng's life. Extending life. Lan Luo had extended Lan Sheng's life when they were children, and their special abilities were discovered around that time. But no one cared about that memory. Lan Luo recalled the syringes, the instruments, the blood, her face expressionless as she walked into the rain. The rain was light, lighter than the day she escaped the lab, lighter than the day she ripped Lan Sheng's heart out, lighter than the day she left Shigui's city. Yet, it dampened her heart more than ever before. It was a small, moldy place, even if kept silent and viewed coldly. Lan Luo wouldn't admit it. She'd rather get soaked and tell herself it was a normal consequence of corrosive rain. That was all. Chapter 73. Lan Luo, soaked by the rain, felt much more awake. She hurried back to Ling Jiji's room, mask on, to prevent her from causing any more trouble. Here, she needed to rely on Ling Jiajia's connections to get things done. She couldn't let Ling Jiajia leave, and she couldn't give her a chance to call for help. Just now, Lan Luo was so focused on listening to the Lan family's movements, and with Ling Jiaju being so cooperative, she almost forgot that Ling Jiaju was also a troublemaker. Her biggest fear was that Ling Jiaju would call for help while she was out of the room. If that happened, forget about the funeral, Lan Luo might not even be able to stay in Weicheng anymore. Lan Luo followed the route she had taken, climbing back into the bedroom through the window. The room was quiet, the lights, which had been on, were turned off some time ago. Lan Luo deliberately moved quietly, walking along the wall to the bedroom door and looking outside. A figure was curled up on the floor in the center of the living room, its back to Lan Luo, so she couldn't see its face. Lan Luo didn't rush out of the bedroom, nor did she call out to Ling Jiaju. Instead, she patiently stood guard by the bedroom door, her eyes fixed on her. After several minutes, The figure on the floor remained unresponsive, only occasional groans proving she was still alive. Lan Luo recognized Leng Jijiao's voice in the faint groans and felt a little relieved. She stepped out of the bedroom and turned on the living room light. "What are you doing?" she asked Leng Jiajiao. Leng Jiajiao lay on the carpet, her forehead soaked with cold sweat, her lips pale and dry, the color faded from their normal red. "Are you blind?" Even writhing in pain on the floor, Leng Jiajiao struggled to lift her head after hearing Lan Luo's question, replying with each word distinct. Lan Luo half squatted on the ground. "You're more likely to go blind." Leng Jiajiao didn't respond to Lan Luo, clutching the carpet and groaning in pain. Lan Luo didn't want to deal with her, and stood up to leave. But Leng Jiajiao grabbed Lan Luo's ankle. Her slender fingers weren't very strong, but her nails were sharp, stinging Lan Luo's skin. "Let go." Lan Luo looked down. "No." Leng Jiajiao shook her head, gasping for breath like a fish out of water, completely disregarding her celebrity status. She placed her other hand on Lan Luo's ankle, encircling her with both hands. "You have to take responsibility for me. There must be something wrong with the blood you fed me. Save me quickly." Lan Luo raised an eyebrow. The blood she fed Leng Jiajiao was empty. She was just trying to fool her. "Don't try to scam me." Lan Luo pulled her foot back. "As long as you behave, there won't be any problems with the blood." Leng Jiajiao lay flat on the ground groaning, "Impossible, my stomach hurts so much." Lan Luo looked down at Leng Jiajiao. She had lost half her composure, and didn't seem to be lying. "So what do you want?" she asked. Leng Jiajiao shook her head. "I don't know, my stomach hurts so much, you have to think of something. It's all because of your blood. If I die, you won't live either." Lan Luo was too lazy to waste words, and went straight to the point. "Just call a doctor, won't that be enough?" "No!" Leng Jiajiao suddenly got up from the ground, propped herself up, and screamed, her emotions running high. "Don't call a doctor. I don't want to see a doctor. If you don't want to see a doctor, then just bear with it." Lan Luo had no intention of persuading her. Anyway, it was none of her business if Leng Jiajiao died from the pain. Leng Jiajiao lay back down on the floor, tears welling in her eyes. "It hurts so much. Hurry up and think of something. If you hadn't killed my assistant, I wouldn't be lying here with no one to care for me. You expect someone like that to serve you hand and foot?" Lan Luo sat on the sofa, fiddling with her communicator. "He's already showing some decency by not taking advantage of you." She gotten the communicator from Zhu Jianchen. He was like a treasure trove. He had everything. However, the new communicator only had Zhu Jianchen as a contact. In no time, her message list was overflowing with messages from him. "Did you get some good food? I felt so uncomfortable staying in the car with them, and I didn't dare leave. Why don't celebrities even have food in their cars?" Lan Luo scrolled to the end of the message, and saw Zhu Jianchen's bored to the point of complaints. A slight smile played on her lips, because celebrities need to maintain an image, unlike some people. Leng Jiajiao weakly pounded the carpet. "You're still laughing? You're supposed to be an assistant. Can't you do something?" Lan Luo stared at Leng Jiajiao, a sudden idea forming in her mind. She hadn't let Zhu Jianchen and the others go up the mountain before, fearing it would attract too much attention. But now so much time had passed, the reporters who needed to leave had left, and with the rain and few people outside, bringing the three of them in wasn't out of the question. Lan Luo didn't genuinely feel sorry for Zhu Jianchen. She just wanted to test Yin Su and Yin Yin. She stroked the Su character on the dagger, which she hadn't had time to finish writing. If she remembered correctly, when she first entered the city of the fiery ghosts and took out this dagger, Yin Yan's gaze lingered on it several times. Lan Luo trusted her intuition, and also believed that there weren't that many coincidences in the world. Leng Jiajiao felt uneasy under Lan Luo's gaze, smoothing her sweaty bangs. "What's wrong? You're not thinking of killing me to cover it up, are you? Without me, you won't even be able to leave the resort. I advise you to think carefully." "I made up my mind," Lan Luo said, ignoring her threats. "I'm going to get a doctor for you." "No." "I already said no." Leng Jiajiao grabbed Lan Luo's clothes and shook her violently, her expression vicious. Lan Luo casually patted Leng Jijiao's hand. "Let go. You know all the doctors, they won't actually treat you." Zhu Jianchen, after all, wore a white coat and was practically a doctor. Pretending to be part of the medical team wasn't exactly a lie. "Want to go up the mountain?" Lan Luo texted Zhu Jianchen. A video call request immediately popped up, but the first thing Lan Luo did after getting the communicator was to destroy the camera, so she rejected his request and resent the question. "Yes." Zhu Jianchen replied instantly, "I want to go with you." Lan Luo pulled the hem of her clothes away from Leng Jiajiao's hand and continued, pretended. Leng Jiajiao needs a medical team. Someone will be there to take you up the mountain later. Be a good actor. While wandering around, Lan Luo learned that, for security reasons, the military academy prohibited anyone except special groups from leaving the mountain before the funeral ended. Those not invited needed to be reviewed and then handed over to the academy to be taken up the mountain. Contact the person in charge yourself, Lan Luo said to Leng Jiajiao. Your private medical team is waiting for you halfway up the mountain. Have them brought up. Although Leng Jiajiao was still sharp-tongued, her resistance seemed lessened. How come I didn't know I had a private medical team? She seemed genuinely terrified of seeing a doctor. Why? Lan Luo subtly surveyed Leng Jiajiao's impeccably perfect appearance. She always felt something was off about Leng Jiajiao's looks, but upon closer inspection, she couldn't pinpoint the problem. If she had to pinpoint it, it was that she was too perfect, flawless from head to toe, like a mannequin. But the mannequin came to life the moment it opened its mouth. How can I contact anyone like this? Help me up. Lan Luo glanced at the pager, which was only a few steps away, then grabbed Leng Jiajiao by the collar, and, with a large stride, tossed her aside beside it. Leng Jiajiao glared at Lan Luo, clutching her stomach as she obediently called for a staff member. She was a VIP patient, and the receptionist, upon hearing Leng Jiajiao's plea, panicked and immediately tried to fetch the resident doctor. No need, Leng Jiajiao said with a forced smile. I have a private medical team. They're more familiar with my condition. I don't want to trouble your doctors. I hope they can get enough rest and help more people. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Leng Jiajiao put down the pager, her forced smile vanishing instantly, and she collapsed to the ground, groaning. Better acting than your commercials, Lan Luo commented. Leng Jiajiao curled up, clutching her stomach. I didn't realize you, a country bumpkin, had seen my commercials. Lan Luo tapped on the communicator, ignoring Leng Jiajiao and letting her groan on the ground. Among the people you're dealing with, if there's a tall young man who always wears sunglasses, remember to keep an eye on him for me. Lan Luo sent the message, then added, he has a grumpy face, likes to look down on people, easy to spot. Zhu Jianchen posed a question mark, then asked, why are you asking about him? Something's wrong. Lan Luo didn't want to explain. This was essentially just her own speculation, and she didn't want others to know before the truth was revealed. Moreover, she was curious why the military academy hadn't hunted her down. Was Yin Su involved in this? If so, what was his purpose? Ugh! A sudden sound of vomiting behind her pulled Lan Luo from her thoughts. She turned and saw Leng Jiajiao kneeling on the ground, covering her lips, blood dripping from between her fingers. What's wrong with you? Lan Luo finally took it seriously. Leng Jiajiao's symptoms seemed more than just ordinary stomach pain. She approached Leng Jiajiao, wanting to pull her hand away from her lips to check her condition, but was firmly refused. No! Leng Jiajiao covered her lips tightly with both hands, shaking her head as she lay on the ground. Ugly, no way. There are no cameras here, Lan Luo said calmly. I'm not your fan either. Leng Jiajiao still shook her head, spitting out a second mouthful of blood with a whoosh, and mumbled, I know, it must be. It has nothing to do with my blood, Lan Luo explained, exhausted. My blood poisoning doesn't act like this. She was cautious and didn't directly tell Leng Jiajiao that her blood wasn't poisonous. Leng Jiajiao covered her blood-soaked lower face, slowly raising her head and looking at her with watery eyes. It's not this, it's them. Lan Luo squatted on the ground. Your fanatic fans? Your haters? Your rivals? Leng Jiajiao closed her eyes and shook her head, unable to utter a single useful word for a long time. Lan Luo checked the time. Zhu Jianchen and the others should be brought in soon. She didn't intend to waste any more words with Leng Jiajiao and simply pulled her up, heading towards the bathroom. She would have to personally open the door to greet them later. It wouldn't look good with her mouth full of blood. What are you doing? Leng Jiajiao tried her best to hide her blood-smeared face as she questioned Lan Luo. Lan Luo pressed her against the edge of the sink, grabbing her by the back of her collar to steady her. If you want to greet them with this face, I have no objection. Leng Jiajiao looked at her disheveled face in the mirror, paused, and stopped resisting. Lan Luo, unable to bear Leng Jiajiao's blank stare, turned on the tap and placed her hand under the running water. Washington Leng Jiajiao immersed one hand in the water, staring at her reflection in the mirror, continuing, I know they did it, they must have turned me into this. That's not important, Lan Luo said, tapping the mirror from behind Leng Jiajiao. The important thing is that you need to clean yourself up. It's Lu! Leng Jiajiao suddenly screamed, her expression terrified. Lan Luo was very sensitive to that word. Her face showed no displeasure at being interrupted. Her mind was completely focused on the Lu Leng Jiajiao had uttered. What did you say? She turned off the tap, staring at Leng Jiajiao's clearly abnormal expression. Morning dew. Leng Jiajiao suddenly shuddered. It's morning dew, it must be. Lan Luo frowned, looking at Leng Jiajiao's darting eyes, about to ask further, when the doorbell rang urgently. She glanced at the clearly abnormal Leng Jiajiao, swallowed her doubts, and turned to open the door. Lan Luo thought it was Zhu Jianchen and the others who had arrived, but there was another very familiar face outside the gate. Chapter 74. Lan Luo glanced at the slightly flustered figure outside through the video doorbell, her brow furrowing. Hu Jiafen? Why was she here? Lan Luo had almost forgotten about Hu Jiafen. They hadn't seen her since she disappeared in Coc City carrying the child's body. But why was she at Lan Sheng's funeral? Lan Luo looked at Hu Jiafen's uniform resort attire, and didn't rush to open the door. What is it? Lan Luo asked in an electronic voice. Hu Jiafen smiled ingratiatingly at the camera. The boss heard you weren't feeling well, and since your medical team probably hadn't arrived yet, he sent me to check on you. Lan Luo didn't open the door, glanced at Leng Jiajiao in the bathroom, and continued in the electronic voice, Are you a doctor? Hu Jiafen quickly waved her hand. Not really a doctor, but I know a little about medicine and brought some common medications. She held up the first aid kit she was carrying, pointing it at the doorbell to prove she wasn't lying. Lan Luo remained silent for a few seconds, staring at Hu Jiafen's image on the screen. Something felt off. How could a scavenger who had lived in this desolate city for decades suddenly become a staff member of a high-end resort in Weicheng? Leaving aside how Hu Jiafen passed the interview, given her status, even entering Weicheng would be a challenge. Leave the room, leave your things at the door. Lan Luo instinctively didn't want to open the door, and began to dismiss her. Hu Jiafen placed the first aid kit on the ground, straightened her collar, took 2 steps back, and said, Okay, I left it at the door for you. Please remember to take it. You can call us anytime if you have any problems. Lan Luo didn't reply, silently staring at the screen. Hu Jiafen turned and took a few steps, then suddenly turned back, forcing a smile, and said, Why don't you come out and get it? I watch it here to prevent anyone from taking it by accident. What was this? A traditional skill of scavengers? Lan Luo ignored her, and after seeing Hu Jiafen slowly retreat on the screen, she went back to the bathroom. Outside the door, Hu Jiafen, who had been retreating again and again, looked up at the small camera at the corner of the corridor. She hunched over, picked up the mop from the floor, blending perfectly into the resort's background, completely inconspicuous. Lan Luo entered the bathroom and, seemingly unconcerned, asked Leng Jiajiao, There are staff members outside bringing in a first aid kit. Do you want to go get it? Leng Jiajiao hadn't washed her face, but had already turned off the tap. She was staring blankly at the mirror when she heard Lan Luo's words and instinctively frowned. Don't you have hands? I do, Lan Luo said, unfazed by her sarcastic tone, but I don't want to get it. Then leave it there. Leng Jiajiao seemed to have regained some energy, leaning against the sink and rolling her eyes. They won't bring anything useful anyway. Lan Luo leaned against the door, giving her a once-over, and picked up the topic that Hu Jiafen had interrupted, continuing, You said it was morning dew? Why? What morning dew? Leng Jiajiao quickly turned the tap on full blast, the sound of the rushing water particularly noticeable in the bathroom. Lan Luo turned off the tap. You said it yourself, you had stomach pain and vomited blood, you said it was chow. Of course it was them. Leng Jiajiao slapped Lan Luo's hand away, frantically washing her hands. It's all their fault for scheduling me so full. I'm overworked, it's a work injury. A work injury. Lan Luo, seeing that Leng Jiajiao didn't seem to be faking it, realized she had been overly sensitive. Instead of suspecting Leng Jiajiao, she should pay more attention to the suddenly appearing Hu Jiafen. They're almost here. We need you to meet them. Lan Luo changed the subject. Hurry up and get yourself cleaned up. Leng Jiajiao pulled out a tissue and carefully wiped her chin in front of the mirror. You can go, you're my assistant now anyway. Lan Luo snatched the tissue from Leng Jiajiao's hand. I don't think they're stupid enough to not be able to tell the difference between men and women. Anyone who knew Leng Jiajiao even slightly knew that her current assistant was male. The group of people from the military academy, halfway up the mountain, had seen Leng Jiajiao with a male assistant. Now that she's suddenly a woman, who would believe it? Besides, if they were unlucky enough to run into Insu, it would be even more troublesome. Lan Sheng's funeral, ostensibly a funeral, was actually much more than that. The Lan family had to both display a plaque expressing their grief over their son's loss, and subtly curry favor with the guests, who came to pay their respects. However, many of those who came were undoubtedly there to curry favor with the military academy. Therefore, Lan's parents, in collusion with the military academy, planned to hold a 3-day funeral banquet. In other words, she would have 3 days to stay here, constantly under the watchful eyes of Lan's parents, Insu, and even Lu Guan. Leng Jijia's expression froze for a moment, then she scoffed and muttered, "That's not necessarily true." Lan Luo, impatient, didn't bother arguing with her. She grabbed Ling Jiaojiu by the back of the neck with her left hand, and scooped up a handful of water with her right, splashing it on her face. Cough, cough, cough. Leng Jiaojiu coughed, choking on the water, and crossed her hands to protect her face. "What's wrong with you all of a sudden?" "To save you time." Lan Luo finished speaking, then used a little more force to press Ling Jijiao's head lower towards the faucet. Her face was expressionless as she naturally splashed handfuls of water onto Ling Jiaojiao's face, soaking her entire face, and even the strands of hair on her forehead, until they were dripping wet. "No!" Ling Jiaojiao, though on land, struggled frantically as if drowning. Don't do this to me." Lan Luo ignored her. There wasn't much time left. At Ling Jijia's leisurely pace, it would take 100 years to get her clean. Leng Jiaojiu continued to struggle, so to make things easier, Lan Luo simply used her arm to trap her upper body, fixing her flailing hands in place. Lan Luo was slightly shorter than Ling Jiaojiao, but much stronger, easily subduing her. Having been half coerced and half held by Lan Luo, Ling Jiaojiao's struggles gradually lessened, and she resignedly shrank into Lan Luo's arms. Lan Luo grabbed a towel, wet it, and slapped it directly onto Ling Jijia's face, rubbing it vigorously without any tenderness. Ling Jiaojiu remained motionless, her head tilted back, until Lan Luo stopped rubbing. Only then did she lift 2 slender fingers to pull the towel off. Her face was flushed red, her eyes reflecting the bathroom light, her hair slightly disheveled, and her breathing erratic. Leng Jiaojiu wasn't standing straight, relying entirely on Lan Luo's strength to maintain her posture, so she could only look up at Lan Luo. She blinked, looked into Lan Luo's ear, and whispered, "You can't do this, you know?" Lan Luo, seeing that Leng Jiaojiao's face was almost clean, ignored her inexplicable act of weakness, released her, and went to wash her hands. "Dry your hair, change your clothes, get ready to go." Lan Luo dried her hands, and looked at Ling Jiaojiu in the mirror. Leng Jiaojiu kept staring at her, her gaze complex. Perhaps it was the bathroom light, but her eyes looked unusually watery. At first glance, it looked like she had been crying. Lan Luo turned to look at her. "Are you deaf?" Leng Jiaojiu turned her head. "How can I dry my hair if you're standing there?" Lan Luo glanced at the hairdryer. It was indeed within her reach. She then left the bathroom, leaving Leng Jiaojiu alone to dry her hair. Zhu Jianshan sent another message. Lan Luo opened it, and a blurry photo of a back view appeared. "You're not talking about him, are you?" he asked. Lan Luo raised an eyebrow. She hadn't expected Zhu Jianshan to have the mind to secretly photograph others. It seemed that relaxed people were at home no matter where they were. She zoomed in on the photo and recognized Insu from the half-profile shot Zhu Jianshan had taken. He was standing by the roadside with his back to the road, facing the grass, not giving a second glance to anyone else. Zhu Jianshan's photography skills were peculiar. Although the image quality was blurry, and the angle was like a mouse's, it unexpectedly made Insu look very tall, and his back even conveyed a sense of loneliness. "How did you recognize him?" she asked. Zhu Jianshan replied quickly, "It really is him. I reckon we're almost there. You can prepare to welcome the quack doctors." He first explained their location before beginning to explain, "I didn't see him at first, so I walked and looked around. I saw a man standing by the roadside with his back to us, so I paid attention." "Don't pay attention to him. I think he might be relieving himself in the open really." Lan Luo found it a little amusing. Why was Zhu Jianshan's mind always so strange? Before she could reply, the bathroom door was flung open with a whoosh. Leng Jiaojiu stood in the bathroom doorway, her hair dry and tousled, wearing a loose white t-shirt. She stood there with a sour face, not even glancing at Lan Luo, and went straight to sit on the sofa. She walked with a lot of force, her slippers making a soft pat-pat sound, leaving a small dent in the sofa. Lan Luo was in a good mood and didn't mind Ling Jijia's sudden outburst. It seemed like all the men and women she met were a little dim-witted, always displaying inexplicable emotional instability. "Hello, why aren't you saying anything?" Zhu Jianshan had already sent a new message. "You're not looking at his picture, are you?" "Stop looking, it's indecent." Perhaps because Lan Luo hadn't replied, Zhu Jianshan, after talking badly about Insu for a while, started to get confused. "What's going on? Why are you all staring at him? Is he famous? I don't see anything charming about him. Is my eyesight too good? Lan Luo, however, caught the key words in his rambling and tapped. All of you. Who else is looking at him? You even care about this? Zhu Jianshan said reluctantly. That short-haired girl with the bad temper who drives. She's been secretly glancing at that guy several times. If I hadn't been paying attention, I wouldn't have noticed. Zhu Jianshan hadn't even remembered Yin Yan's name, but his description was so vivid that Lan Luo instantly realized he was talking about Yin Yan. Yin Yan was secretly glancing at Yin Su. Lan Luo silently repeated the two names in her mind several times, then stared at Yin Su's picture again and again. The military academy has always maintained that Lan Sheng died at the hands of a wild animal, never suspecting foul play, and never issuing a warrant for her arrest. Assuming Yin Su truly concealed the fact that Lan Luo had shot and injured him, leaving the academy with no suspects, what was his reason? Was he too arrogant to admit he was injured by a young woman? Besides that, Lan Luo couldn't think of any other reason for him to protect her, unless it was truly related to Yin Yan, a woman with the same surname. But she only met Yin Yan after leaving CSE City. Oh! Leng Jiajiao leaned closer, mocking, still watching? You've been staring at him the whole time. I didn't expect you to be hiding photos in your communicator, really. Shut your mouth. Lan Luo turned off the communicator. Leng Jiajiao pouted and snorted. I advise you not to waste your energy. Being love-struck never ends well, especially when it's a love-struck that leads to crime. I'm not love-struck, Lan Luo stood up, deliberately shoving Leng Jiajiao. But you really are a pig brain. Leng Jiajiao, sometimes, truly lived up to her name, occasionally aloof, often spoiled, and most of the time, not very bright. The communicator in her pocket buzzed. Lan Luo didn't need to take it out. She knew it was Zhu Jianshan reporting his location, because she could already hear the chaotic yet familiar footsteps outside the door. At the same time, the woman diligently mopping the corridor rubbed her back and straightened her collar again. Chapter 75. Ding dong. As Lan Luo expected, the doorbell rang after only a few rings of the communicator. Lan Luo went to the door and turned on the video doorbell. She saw a man in a military academy uniform standing outside, head held high. Behind the man were three unfamiliar faces, but she easily recognized them from their expressionless faces, their darting eyes, and their excited expressions. Lan Luo stood behind the door and ordered Leng Jiajiao, "Come open the door." "Can't even open a door, you idiot!" Leng Jiajiao yelled, stomping her feet as she walked to the door. Without even looking at Lan Luo, she flung the door open. Whether intentionally or not, Leng Jiajiao's opening motion was so forceful that Lan Luo, standing behind the door, almost got slapped by it. The moment the door opened, Leng Jiajiao's expression changed with practiced ease, her smile gentle yet weak. "Ah, thank you, you really gone to so much trouble." "No, you're welcome," the proud military academy student blushed, backing away hastily. "I'm your fan, it's my honor." Lan Luo looked at Leng Jiajiao's friendly smile, a hint of sarcasm playing on her lips. "Thank you so much, go back and rest. Is it still raining outside?" Leng Jiajiao reached behind the door, clenching her fist in a threatening gesture, but her words were gentle. "If it's raining, please take care of yourself, don't get wet, okay?" The man was speechless, as if his mind had short-circuited, frantically nodding and shaking his head. "Yes, I be careful." "No, it's not raining now. Just leave, stop nagging." Lan Luo was getting impatient, but before she could make a move, Zhu Jianshan couldn't hold back any longer. "We have something to do. Thank you for your help earlier. Please be careful on the road." The man looked at Leng Jiajiao, clearly wanting to say something more, but Zhu Jianshan had already seen the guests off, so he felt awkward staying and quickly said goodbye before leaving. Leng Jiajiao stepped aside to let the three of them in, then stepped out of the room and waved from the hallway. "Be careful." She was quite the actress. Lan Luo stood behind the door with her arms crossed, watching He Shui and Yin Yan walk right past her and head straight for the luxurious sofa. Zhu Jianshan leaned against the doorframe, peeking out with bright eyes from behind the door. "Why are you hiding here?" "I can't stand the light." Lan Luo looked at Zhu Jianshan's unfamiliar face, yet his expression was familiar, and said casually. Before Zhu Jianshan could speak, Leng Jiajiao returned, freeing the doorframe from his grasp and slamming the door shut with a bang. "Stop arguing," Leng Jiajiao snorted. "You're all shameless." She glanced at the four faces in the room, looking displeased. "How insecure are you about your faces? Why do you change your expressions every time we meet?" "You're so confident," Yin Yan said, half reclining on the sofa. "You wish the whole world were filled with your headshot." He Shui nudged Yin Yan, signaling her to shut up. Leng Jiajiao rolled her eyes. and tossed the first aid kit she was holding onto the coffee table. You're too late. I'm not even in pain anymore. This stuff is useless now, but they insisted on bringing it. The first aid kit had been brought by Hu Jiafen and had been sitting outside unclaimed. Lan Luo quietly checked it. It only contained some common medications. She couldn't tell if there were any listening devices or anything like that. You keep it, Lan Luo said, just to be safe, handing the first aid kit to Zhu Jianshan. Don't take it out casually. Zhu Jianshan happily examined the first aid kit, then with a flick of his wrist, it vanished. Lung Jiaoju started nitpicking again. You bumpkins, you came to the resort just to freeload, didn't you? Do you even deserve to stay in such a high-class place without me? Oh, not that you can't. Before anyone could object, Lung Jiaoju continued, you could apply for security or cleaning jobs. I saw an old lady mopping the floor when I came in, you could learn from her. You're the one who should learn, Yin Yin said, grabbing Yishue's hand as she subtly poked her. Learn how to maintain your appearance. Even the old lady looks younger than you. You? Lung Jiaoju stomped her foot, but she wouldn't steal my first aid kit like you guys. Hey, that's not right. Yin Yin pointed at Lan Luo and Zhu Jianshan. What they took has nothing to do with us. Lung Jiaojiao glared at Lan Luo, but Lan Luo's mind wasn't on the argument. Old auntie? Lan Luo asked Lung Jiaojiao. Is she still in the hallway? What does she look like? Lung Jiaojiao didn't look at her. If you want to know, go out and see for yourself. You're not deaf or blind. Lan Luo already had an idea in mind. She took 2 steps towards the door before remembering that she was using her original face. So she asked He Shui to switch her back to her male assistant's face before going outside. After opening the door, the hallway was empty. The old auntie Ling Jiaojiao had mentioned was nowhere to be seen. Lan Luo left the door ajar and slowly walked towards the corner of the hallway. She stood at the corner, not in a hurry to turn in. Lan Luo's hearing was now too good. From the moment she opened the door, she had already heard the sounds coming from around the corner of the hallway. A very ordinary, flawless sound of mopping. Ouch! Hu Jiafen, who had just turned the corner, exclaimed as if she hadn't seen Lan Luo. Lan Luo pretended to be startled. Damn! You scared me to death. Eh? Halfway through her sentence, she seemed to have just noticed Hu Jiafen, and her expression immediately brightened. It's you! Hu Jiafen was also taken aback. You are a guest, Lan Luo said, spreading her legs, sticking out one hip, and pointing her thumb behind her. Don't you remember me? She was imitating the greasy posture and movements of a male assistant, though it was a bit difficult to say it out loud. Hu Jiafen's face lit up with realization, and she laughed, clutching the mop. Hey! It's you? Look at my memory, it's getting worse with age. When you get old, your eyesight gets blurry, you know? Hu Jiafen waved her hand. I can't see clearly, I can't see clearly. Lan Luo felt a little more certain. Logically, military academies wouldn't allow new employees to enter the resort during a funeral, so Hu Jiafen either had been there for a while, or had temporarily entered through improper channels. Besides, Hu Jiafen had never even seen the male assistant's face before. She had only tricked him a little, and he readily admitted it, making it hard not to be suspicious. She waved her hand dismissively, saying generously, It's nothing, nothing. With so many guests every day, how can I remember them all? Hu Jiafen nodded and bowed, yes, yes. Hey, Lan Luo suddenly leaned closer, seemingly very familiar. Isn't that a female celebrity staying over there? Hu Jiafen hesitated, this, guest privacy. Hey! We're practically family. We known each other for ages, Lan Luo patted her shoulder. Have you seen her? How does she look in person compared to her photos? Isn't she the prettiest one you met since you started working here? Lan Luo deliberately claimed they were old acquaintances, continuing to bluff her. Hu Jiafen's shoulders slumped slightly. You're asking about that. Oh, celebrities are all so mysterious, I haven't had a chance to meet them yet. She didn't refute, it seemed Hu Jiafen herself didn't know if they were acquaintances. Lan Luo understood, and followed up with a question. How come you haven't had a chance? Her expression was exaggerated. Didn't I ask you for services? Celebrities are all fussy, how could they be so quiet? She's different, Hu Jiafen pouted. Today I knocked on her door with some things, and she wouldn't even open it, just told me to put them on the floor. Lan Luo exclaimed, so high and mighty. What's her background? Hu Jiafen paused for a moment, then grabbed the mop and started mopping the floor. I don't know, celebrities are all the same. Pretending. I wonder if she's still lingering nearby. Lan Luo, watching Hu Jiafen's practice movements, suddenly spoke up. Wait a minute, aren't you a cleaner? Why are you delivering things to her? The mop, which was submerged in the bucket, paused for a moment, then casually stirred the water. I just happened to be here. They're short-handed for the funeral, so they asked me to run errands. Yes, a funeral? Lan Luo stared at Hu Jiafen. Do you know whose funeral it is? Hu Jiafen firmly shook her head. No. Lan Luo chuckled. Is that so? I heard it was a military academy student who died in the training grounds. They all say it was done by wild animals, but I don't think so. Maybe he offended some small gang, and they killed him when no one was around. Lan Luo's voice grew softer. Do you think it's possible? Hu Jiafen lowered her head, wringing the mop. No, I don't know. Respect for the dead is paramount. Please don't discuss it. Lan Luo laughed heartily. Just kidding, don't be nervous. By the way, she said, supporting Hu Jiafen's shoulder and pressing the drain switch, this mop seems to have an automatic drain function. Hu Jiafen gripped the wet mop, not even lifting her head, but her back heaved faster. She was very thin, so her breathing caused even the bones in her back to rise and fall. Lan Luo watched her with unhurried composure. Hu Jiafen was old and didn't talk much, but her weakness lay in having spent so many years in this desolate city, with so little interaction with people, making it easy for Lan Luo to find her weaknesses. Oh right, Lan Luo deliberately repeated those two words. I remember now. I haven't seen you before. Wearing someone else's face, she showed no embarrassment whatsoever, and said frankly, I'm mistaken, I haven't seen you before. How can you say we're old acquaintances? Hu Jiafen was stunned by her words, her lips twitching for a moment before she managed to utter, huh? Ah well, then I'm mistaken too. There are so many customers coming and going, sometimes I can't remember them all. She smiled ingratiatingly. Lan Luo narrowed her eyes. How long have you been working here that you're already complaining about the number of customers? No. Hu Jiafen quickly waved her hands. I only been here a few days. How could I dare to complain about the customers? A few days is a few days? Lan Luo pressed aggressively. Hu Jiafen wiped her hands on her clothes, bending over, with a troubled expression. Guest, please don't make things difficult for me. I really haven't been here long, and I was afraid you'd be unhappy, so I pretended to know you. See, you recognize me so quickly? She laughed, her face crinkling. Next time you come, I definitely serve you well. Please don't hold a grudge. Lan Luo waved her hand. Who's talking to you like an adult or a child? What's your name? What's your number? If you dare to act like that again, I complain about you. Hu Jiafen's head was almost touching the ground. Yes, just call me Lao Hu. I haven't been here long. Where would I get a number? Please ask again next time, okay? Lan Luo suddenly chuckled and patted Hu Jiafen's shoulder forcefully. Just kidding, I won't complain, don't worry. Hu Jiafen's smile was awkward. Thank you, boss. Seeing that Hu Jiafen's expression relaxed a little, Lan Luo unexpectedly spoke again. By the way, Hu Jiafen's shoulders, which had just slumped, slowly tensed up again. Even with her forced smile, Lan Luo could see the annoyance in her eyes. By the way, Lan Luo slowly reached out and smoothed her collar. Your collar is crooked. She grabbed half of Hu Jiafen's collar with one hand and, in her panicked gaze, tore off a black ball the size of a soybean. She had noticed the occasional red glow beneath Hu Jiafen's collar long ago, and hadn't expected her to actually be hiding something. Lan Luo rolled the ball, feigning ignorance. This is... Her question was barely out of her mouth, when Lan Luo keenly heard a sound coming from the corner of the stairs, not deliberately concealed. She stuffed the ball into her pocket and looked up, her eyes meeting those of the man who appeared at the top of the stairs. It was Yin Su. Lan Luo turned and walked away expressionlessly. Chapter 76. Lan Luo gave up trying to get information out of Hu Jiafen. Pretending not to see Yin Su, she turned and walked away as if nothing had happened. The reason was simple. They were nearing the 100-meter limit. If it were just Hu Jiafen, Lan Luo wouldn't care if she reverted to her true appearance. She could just beat her up first, and then force her to reveal her purpose. But with Yin Su around, it was different. She had injured him before, and now he represented the military academy. Everyone around her was his men. Being discovered would be quite troublesome. Lan Luo strode back, almost reaching Ling Jiaojia's room. Wait. Yin Su stood a short distance away, legs slightly apart, hands behind his back, and spoke coldly. Lan Luo estimated the distance to the room and, feeling her disguise was foolproof, turned around. What's wrong? Yin Su slowly walked over, lifting his knees. Nothing. The intern led the way, and forgot to give the temporary ID tags to the medical team you brought in. I come to deliver them. Lan Luo looked down and, sure enough, saw his fingers hooked around several straps, with simple ID tags hanging from them. Thank you. She held out her hand. Just give them to me. In-soo looked directly at the composed Lan Luo, hooking the straps and placing the ID tag in her palm. Lan Luo naturally grasped the ID tag, raising an eyebrow. Thanks. But In-soo didn't loosen his grip. Just as she was about to pull the ID tag away, he tightened his grip, holding the straps firmly in his hand. The short straps stretched taut between them. Lan Luo's gaze followed the straps upwards to In-soo's face. Dude, let go. In-soo remained unmoved, speaking in a businesslike tone. Just a reminder, you must wear your ID tag at all times. It has the room number on it. Remember to swipe your ID tag to open the door. Lan Luo's nails dug into the back of her ID tag, her face showing impatience. I know, you don't need to tell me that. Although she was playing the role of a male assistant, her impatience was genuine. In-soo's enigmatic nature had made her on guard for a moment, only to find out in the end that it was just a matter of swiping a card to open the door, a complete waste of her emotions. One more thing, In-soo loosened his grip, his tone as flat as if he were giving a weather forecast. Don't keep staring at me with that ugly face. The taut strap immediately relaxed, dangling gently in the air. Lan Luo adjusted her ID tag, seemingly unaffected, and shamelessly admitted, I only look at you because you're handsome. In our line of work, looks are our specialty. Seriously, why are you working at a military academy? If you don't mind, why not switch careers and come work for us? She pointed behind her. Lan Luo was just saying it casually. In-soo had a handsome face with sharp features, and he was indeed quite good-looking, but she knew that part of that was due to his uniform. Without it, he might not be so attractive. She said this mainly to annoy In-soo, and incidentally, to try and find out why he entered the military academy. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. In-soo frowned, turned, and left. Lan Luo flicked her ID tag. She knew she wouldn't get any information out of him, but at least she had gotten rid of him. She heard a creak behind her, and Lan Luo turned around to see the door to Ling Jiaojia's room open a crack. A pair of familiar eyes peered through the crack in the door. Zhu Jianshan buried his face in the door, his eyes gleaming even in the darkness. Lan Luo held up her identity card for him, indicating that In-soo had only appeared there because of it. Zhu Jianshan didn't speak, silently pulling his head back in. Hu Jiaofan was no longer in the corridor. She had long since run off with a mop while Lan Luo and In-soo were talking. This In-soo was nothing but an obstacle. Lan Luo rolled her eyes at him, then turned to head back to Ling Jiaojia's room. In-soo suddenly stopped, slowly turning around. I forgot to tell you something. They were some distance apart, the corridor between them empty. Lan Luo withdrew her foot, turning to look at him impatiently. Speak. People make footsteps when they walk. In-soo raised his eyes, his gaze seemingly meaningful. Especially an adult male like you, your footsteps are quite loud. Lan Luo's fingers twitched slightly, gripping the strap of her ID tag tightly. So? In-soo instead walked towards Lan Luo, his footsteps particularly noticeable in the empty corridor. Remember to walk softly, otherwise it's very rude. He stopped, bringing his legs together, his posture not entirely upright, looking directly at Lan Luo. Just a reminder, don't mind it, after all, I have a duty to maintain order. After speaking, In-soo turned and left again, without waiting for Lan Luo's response, his steps very light, leaving no sound in the corridor. Lan Luo's expression, however, darkened. He was right, the male assistant was quite tall and heavy, and his footsteps were indeed rather heavy. The problem is that she is not the male assistant himself. Even if she uses He Shui's shape-shifting ability, she only changes her appearance, but her actual weight does not change. Before In-soo raised this question, she had never considered this possibility. So what did he mean? Lan Luo stared at In-soo's retreating figure as he disappeared around the corner of the corridor, utterly perplexed. He couldn't possibly know that she was the one who injured him in Siosi City. The identity of a male assistant should be completely foreign to him. Then what reason would he have for ignoring the unidentified people at the funeral, even secretly alerting her? Lan Luo didn't believe it was due to laziness or shirking responsibility. She would only believe such an explanation if it involved Zhu Jianshan. With doubts swirling in her mind, she pushed open Ling Jiaojia's door. Inside the room, the group was divided. Zhu Jianshan sat cross-legged by the door. Ling Jiaojia occupied the entire large sofa with her legs crossed, and He Shui and Yin Yin squeezed into a smaller sofa. Yin Yin, sitting on the armrest of the small sofa, swung her legs and looked over at the sound. Oh, finished your territorial inspection? Lan Luo didn't speak, simply tossing her ID card into Zhu Jianshan's lap at her feet. Remember to keep your identity tag safe. She deliberately brought up In-soo. These were personally delivered by a military academy instructor, I think his name was Yin Su. Tell me, Lan Luo looked at Yin Yin. Isn't the surname Yin quite rare? He Shui leaned back on the single sofa, her expression unusually fluctuating. Surname Yin? Yin Yin stopped swinging her legs, her toes touching the ground. Your surname is Lan, and the one in the portrait also has the surname Lan. I would have said you two were siblings. Lan Luo smiled slightly. When did I say we weren't? As soon as she finished speaking, the entire room became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Except for Zhu Jianxin, everyone's expression was complicated. No! Leng Jiajiao leaned forward first. What did you say? Who are you with? You siblings. Why are you two being so secretive? What have you done that's so shameful? He Shui was startled, but quickly recovered. I knew it. Zhu Jianxin stood behind Lan Luo and whispered, Don't listen to them. They don't know anything. The only one who didn't speak was Yin Yin, who was fiddling with the armrest of the sofa, lost in thought. Lan Luo took a step closer, a mocking smile on her face. What? Are you and Yin Su siblings? Or father and daughter? Yin Yin jumped up. Stop talking nonsense. You just been touched on a sore spot. What could I possibly have to do with him? That's a military academy. I never even met him in my life. She finished speaking and dragged He Shui towards the bedroom, but He Shui brushed Yin Yin aside and went to Lan Luo. What do you mean? What are you suspecting? I'm not suspecting anything. Lan Luo pulled a small round ball from her pocket. You're all being too sensitive. He Shui wanted to ask something more, but Yin Yin didn't give her the chance, grabbing her waist and dragging her away. Leng Jiaji rested her fingers on her chin, her eyes darting around, looking on with amusement. Stop watching other people's drama. Lan Luo placed the small ball on the coffee table. Your own drama is here. The small round ball had a tiny button. Pressing it made the red light disappear. It was probably a power switch. This was a small camera. Usually, there would be a remotely connected computer at the other end to monitor the footage. Although it is small in size, this thing is very expensive and ordinary people can't afford it at all, let alone Hu Jiaofan, who is a scavenger. How much money could she have? Leng Jiaju stared at the small round object, her expression slowly darkening, her hands unconsciously twisting together. How should I know? She suddenly stood up, grabbed the camera, threw it on the ground, and said fiercely, I have so many fans. There are always perverts who like to spy on me. What can I do? After saying this, Leng Jiaju shoved Lan Luo's shoulder aside and ran into the bedroom, slamming the door shut. The moment the door closed, Lan Luo faintly heard a deliberately hushed argument coming from the bedroom. It was strange. Everyone she encountered was strange, but Lan Luo no longer cared much about Leng Jiajiao and Yin Yin. She was at most an observer in their affairs. Whatever the details, it had nothing to do with her. If she hadn't been repeatedly tripped up by these messy people, she wouldn't have bothered at all. Only Lan Luo and Zhu Jianxin remained in the living room, standing one after the other in front of the coffee table, staring blankly at the carpet. Lan Luo, Zhu Jianxin bent down, I think. What have you discovered this time? Lan Luo asked him. Zhu Jianxin picked up the small ball and examined it closely between his fingers. Where did you find this? He asked. Lan Luo guessed that Zhu Jianxin might be more familiar with these advanced devices, so she didn't give him an evasive answer and honestly replied, From the resort's cleaning lady. I know her. She used to be a scavenger. She shouldn't be here. Besides, when I was trying to get information out of her, she gave many clues. Lan Luo explained, highlighting the useful parts. Zhu Jianxin, unusually, didn't joke around. His brows furrowed deeply. I think we might be in a bit of trouble. Lan Luo crossed her arms. Why? Zhu Jianxin didn't answer immediately. Instead, he grabbed Lan Luo's wrist, making her open her palm upwards. Lan Luo looked at Zhu Jianxin, somewhat confused, as he placed the small camera in his palm, unconsciously rubbing it a couple of times. What's wrong? She asked. These cameras require very high precision and remote connection, so the technology is very difficult. Ordinary companies generally don't manufacture them specifically for this purpose. Zhu Jianxin guided Lan Luo's finger to the top of the camera's power button. Therefore, only companies with special needs will spend a lot of money to customize them or manufacture them themselves, Zhu Jianxin said, his fingertip curling as he released Lan Luo's hand. Because they're customized, each camera has a marking on it. Lan Luo's heart sank. She touched a very small L on the camera. Zhu Jianxin slowly said, and coincidentally, we both know companies like that. L happens to be the Lu family's hidden mark. Chapter 77. L. Lu Guan. Lan Luo gripped the camera tightly, a nameless anger burning within her. Lu Guan was truly omnipresent. His traces were everywhere in Shigui City. Even in this remote resort, his shadow was everywhere. Why would Hu Jiaofan install a camera for the Lu family? And why was Lu Guan monitoring Leng Jiaojiao? Lan Luo gently tightened her grip, and the mini camera shattered into pieces. She couldn't understand, so she wouldn't try to. Wasn't the person involved in the incident in the bedroom? Then she dragged Leng Jiaojiao out and questioned her, cutting her face with every lie she told, until her face was a scrambled mess. Lan Luo kicked open the bedroom door, startling the three people sitting diagonally inside. Leng Jiaojiao trembled. What are you doing? Lan Luo glanced at Yin Yin and the other woman in the corner, not wanting them to know too much irrelevant stuff, so she grabbed Leng Jiaojiao and threw her back into the living room. Zhu Jianshan didn't offer Lan Luo a single word of advice from beginning to end. He even carefully held the door open for her after she kicked it open, preventing it from rebounding and hitting her. Lan Luo appreciated his pragmatism. She never needed anyone to strategize for her, they just needed to obediently follow her around. What exactly do you want? Leng Jiaojiao shrank back on the carpet. I'm a celebrity. If I die here, you won't escape either. What's your relationship with the Lu family? Lan Luo got straight to the point, not beating around the bush with Leng Jiaojiao. She originally wanted to say Lu Guan, but Lu Guan might not appear directly in front of others. Even after Hua Zi had been at the base for so long, she had only seen Lu Guan once or twice. So Lan Luo only mentioned the Lu family. Leng Jiaojiao's watery eyes darted around, and she licked her lips. I don't know what you're talking about. One cut. Lan Luo pressed the dagger against Leng Jiaojiao's cheek. Even without applying force, the sharp tip easily sliced through her skin, leaving a line of blood. No! Leng Jiaojiao violently pushed Lan Luo's hand away, sprang up from the ground, and grabbed a mirror. No! You can't ruin my face. You can't. I can't be disfigured. She trembled as she held up the mirror. My face, my face. Lan Luo slapped the mirror away. If you keep pretending to be crazy, I cut you a second time. Leng Jiaojiao sat on the ground, covering her face, tears welling in her eyes, and said in a trembling voice, No, my face really can't be ruined. Don't touch my face. I'm begging you. I'm begging you. Lan Luo pulled Leng Jiaojiao's hand away and glanced at the cut on her face. She had only used the knife to scare Leng Jiaojiao, so she had been very gentle, only making a thin line of blood. There wasn't even a trace of blood, let alone a scar. I ask you a question, Lan Luo said, pointing the knife at Leng Jiaojiao again. One wrong word and I cut you. Leng Jiaojiao looked up at Lan Luo, her eyes filled with fear and panic, but even more so with grievance. I helped you so much. First, what's your relationship with the Lu family? Lan Luo ignored her accusations and calmly brandished the dagger. Leng Jiaojiao lowered her eyes and bit her lip. An employee. Lan Luo glanced at the bedroom door. What kind of employee? What are your responsibilities? How much do you know about the Lu family? Leng Jiaojiao brushed Lan Luo's dagger aside and turned around. Not everyone is like you, hiding in the shadows. My identity and job are real, you can rest assured about that. Lan Luo looked at Zhu Jianshan. The Lu family is involved in the entertainment industry? Zhu Jianshan, who was watching He Ziyin emerge from the bedroom, shook his head. I don't know. I don't know much more about the Lu family than you do. They never let me get close to anything related to the Lu family. Then you tell me, Lan Luo pointed at Leng Jiaojiao again, are you an artist under the Lu family? Is Chao Lu from the Lu family? Then why are you being monitored? And why did your assistant dare to yell at you? And why do you think that the Lu family did this to you when you vomited blood? Chao Lu, worshipping the Lu family. Originally, Lan Luo didn't care why Leng Jiaojiao vomited blood, but now that the Lu family was involved, she had to care. Leng Jiaojiao clutched her hair, her voice already trembling with tears. He yelled at me. Why can't he yell at me? He was responsible for monitoring me and providing me with daily beauty products. If I didn't put up with him, what if he complained to the company and lied? Wouldn't I be finished? Leng Jiaojiao burst into tears, sobbing, I really thought the company thought I was unwell, so they made him send me beauty products every day. I never understood why, if he looked down on me, he made me take all the medicine. Lan Luo frowned. She had already guessed what was going on. They probably weren't giving Leng Jiaojiao beauty products, but rather something to control her, to make her dependent on them, drugs. I only understood when you suddenly killed him. Leng Jiaojiao turned around, her face covered in tears. He didn't even have time to bring me my medicine today, and I haven't eaten anything else to maintain my figure, except for your blood. If you dare admit there's nothing wrong with your blood, then everything makes sense. Leng Jiaojiao gasped, I knew they wouldn't be so kind. They never treated me like a human being, so why would they be so kind as to take care of my health for years? I noticed those medications weren't working properly, but I had no right to refuse. The van has a voice alarm. If I pronounce the correct code, the car will immediately sound an alarm. Do you know why I didn't call the alarm and let you kill them? Lan Luo's expression remained unchanged, ignoring her question. How many people from the Lu family have you been in contact with? Why are they monitoring you? Are you that uncontrollable? Leng Jiajiao glared at Lan Luo, wiping away her tears. I never met anyone surnamed Lu, only people who work for the Lu family. Chao Lu's apparent boss works for the Lu family. As for why they're monitoring me, she scoffed, because I'm a cash cow. Lan Luo, however, remembered a detail. You haven't been in contact with the lab? Lab? Leng Jiajiao looked blank. What lab? Chao Lu has a research and development department, but I don't know anything about it. I think you're planning a second attack. Lan Luo looked at her coldly. Leng Jiajiao ignored Lan Luo and snorted. Believe it or not, it's up to you. I didn't lie. What you said is indeed true, Lan Luo said, squatting down in front of her. I believe you don't know anything about Chao Lu's R&D department. But I'm asking how much you know about Lu's labs. Don't try to fool me. Lan Luo had just remembered that Leng Jiajiao had almost sent a message in the van, addressing the person on the other end of the message as Professor. This was one of the most common terms used in the lab, and given that Leng Jiajiao came from the Lu family and frequently took medication, it was hard for Lan Luo not to overthink it. Leng Jiajiao stared into Lan Luo's eyes, then looked away after a long while, deflated. I do know. Say it. Lan Luo raised an eyebrow. The lab. Leng Jiajiao hesitated. I've been there. Were you a test subject? Lan Luo asked. The eyes of everyone in the room fell on Leng Jiajiao, waiting for her answer. Leng Jiajiao covered her face. No, but also. I had plastic surgery there. But the surgery cost a lot of money, and I couldn't pay it back myself, so when Chao Lu first asked me to earn money for them, I couldn't refuse. You had plastic surgery? Yin Yan exclaimed dramatically, her arms excitedly locking around He Shui's neck. Keep your voice down. Leng Jiajiao yelled at her. What if someone hears us? Ha ha ha, Yin Yan said nonchalantly, you always brag about your natural beauty. Turns out you've been on the operating table. Leng Jiajiao hugged her knees, her voice trembling with tears. It wasn't me who said it. It wasn't my choice. Lan Luo had gathered enough information and roughly understood what was going on with Leng Jiajiao. Lu Guan truly lived up to his name, never missing an opportunity to make money, turning Chao Lu into a cash cow to fill his own pockets. Leng Jiajiao didn't seem like she knew Lu Guan, so there was no need for her to ask. But this incident served as a wake-up call for Lan Luo. She hadn't expected that kidnapping a celebrity would land her under Lu Guan's control. Leng Jiajiao's assistant being unreachable for a day wasn't a big deal, but what if she remained unreachable tomorrow? With Leng Jiajiao being such a cash cow, Chao Lu wouldn't give up. If the Lu family got serious, Lan Lu herself wouldn't be able to hide. She wasn't afraid of going against Lu Guan, she was afraid of her plans being thwarted. Lan Lu couldn't allow her parents to sleep soundly behind the Lu family. She was furious and had to vent. What will happen to you without those skincare products? Lan Lu asked Leng Jiajiao. Leng Jiajiao pouted, tears streaming down her face. I don't know either. Who knows if I die tomorrow? I don't even dare mention it, I'm secretly terrified. I know. Zhu Jianshan suddenly sighed. Based on your description, this should just be a slow-acting poison. Each pill can temporarily alleviate the toxicity of the previous one, but it also leaves behind new toxins. Lan Luo stood up. Will I die? Leng Jiajiao also stared at Zhu Jianshan intently, her attitude unusually gentle. Will I die? Will I die? No, Zhu Jianshan shook his head, looking at Lan Luo. This poison isn't lethal. It's probably just for intimidation and control. Because the poison will cause discomfort, and the discomfort will make her go back for medicine, keeping her dependent on them. You're uncomfortable? Lan Luo looked down at Leng Jiajiao. I can't tell. Leng Jiajiao was also a little confused. Yes, I feel better after I vomit blood. Blood? Lan Luo suddenly had a flash of inspiration, looking up to meet Zhu Jianshan's gaze. Zhu Jianshan's face also showed sudden realization and surprise, exchanging glances with Lan Luo. Lan Luo felt relieved and casually replied to Leng Jiajiao. Perhaps your symptom is vomiting blood. You're so timid, you must be scared if you vomit blood. However, she knew in her heart that Leng Jiajiao's lack of discomfort was likely related to the blood she had fed her. Lan Luo's previous blood could block pain, and she had given it to Hua Zi before, But after recently fusing with Lan Sheng's heart, she hadn't tested the effects of her current blood. If her blood could truly detoxify, then she would essentially possess a healing ability. No wonder Lu Guan wanted to buy her for such a high price. Lan Luo subtly steered the conversation away from the topic, preventing them from learning her secret. He Shui Yin was ultimately uncontrollable, especially since Yin seemed to have entanglements with people from the military academy. As for Leng Jiajiu, she was already part of the Lu family, the less she knew, the better. If you're worried, go see a doctor yourself, Lan Luo said to Leng Jiajiu. She walked past everyone towards the door. I have other things to do. You can handle the rest yourselves. Where are you going? Zhu Jianshan followed behind her, as if afraid of being abandoned. Lan Luo looked at her face reflected on the video doorbell screen and said coldly, visiting relatives. Chapter 78. What are you looking for? Zhu Jianshan stopped mid-sentence, realizing his mistake. Are you really sure? Lan Luo put on a hat and mask, completely obscuring her face. Of course. Why do you think I absolutely have to go back to Weicheng? She stared at her fully armed reflection in the mirror. Since you know bread monster died at my hands, you should know I'm not a magnanimous person. Zhu Jianshan paused. You know I know? Although he spoke like a tongue twister, Lan Luo understood. You made it very obvious. Alright, now is not the time to talk about this. You stay here and wait for me. Lan Luo turned the doorknob. Zhu Jianshan's lips moved, his fingers unconsciously rising, but ultimately only touching the hem of her clothes. They spoke softly. The others were some distance away, and didn't know what Lan Luo and Zhu Jianshan were saying, only seeing the suddenly open door and Lan Luo's retreating figure. The door closed gently, cutting off the interior light, and plunging the hallway below Lan Luo into darkness. She left decisively, but her mind wasn't entirely clear. The turmoil in her heart ultimately clouded her judgment. In truth, if it weren't for the sense of crisis caused by Leng Jiajiao, Lan Luo wouldn't have planned to act tonight. The funeral was only 3 days away. It wasn't that she was unwilling to give Lan Sheng that chance. A chance to rest in peace. But now that things had escalated with Leng Jiajiao, if the Lu family discovered her while investigating Leng Jiajiao, her actions would be even more constrained. Lan Luo disliked being burdened by uncertainty. Rather than worrying about whether Lu Guan would discover her, she preferred to take advantage of the darkness and the lack of people around to do what she wanted to do. Perhaps because of the funeral, the entire resort was unusually quiet at night. Not a single living person could be seen outside, only the pale lights flickering. Lan Luo didn't rush to her parents' room, but instead circled back to the funeral hall on the hilltop through the resort's back door. Beneath Lan Sheng's portrait was a small, candle-shaped lamp, its light mimicking the flickering flame, casting an inverted glow on his face. A man and a woman sat cross-legged beneath the portrait. One stared intently at Lan Sheng in the photo, the other bowed her head, covering her face. It was Lan Sheng's parents. Lan Luo had guessed they would be here, which was why she hadn't found their room. She remained silent, standing quietly in the night, blending into the darkness, her dark shadow twisting at the entrance of the funeral hall. Xiao Sheng, Lan's mother murmured, it's all my fault for giving you the wrong name. I should have listened to others, saying a humble name is easier to raise. Why didn't you rise to a higher status? You should have. Lan's mother paused, sobbing and covering her eyes. Lan's father never looked up, but Lan Luo could see his hunched back rising and falling slightly. Both of them had shed the respectable demeanor they displayed during the day when facing guests, becoming just ordinary parents. You deserved to be promoted, but you didn't? Lan Luo suddenly spoke up. Ascension is still ascension. I think you already gotten what you wanted. Lan's father and mother were both startled, turning around to look at Lan Luo with complex emotions. You dare to come back. Lan's father's eyes were bloodshot, and he pointed at Lan Luo through gritted teeth. Why wouldn't I dare to come back? Lan Luo said casually, hands behind her back. Lan's mother stood up, supporting her numb legs. What do you mean? Are you cursing your brother? He's your own brother. Lan Luo walked past her mother, heading straight for the portrait. She picked the largest bunch of white chrysanthemums from the pile beside it, and gently placed it on the table. No need for my curses, she said calmly, looking up at the smiling man in the photo. He's already ascended to heaven. Hearing this, Lan's father jumped up, ignoring his aching back, and slapped her. Lan Luo didn't even turn her head, casually raising her hand to block, playfully stopping her father's trembling hand. Why do you both like using the same trick? Are you a husband and wife team? Lan Luo told a lame joke. Lan's mother burst into tears, stamping her feet in exasperation. How did you become like this, Lan Luo? Look at yourself now. There's not a trace of your former self. Lan Lu brushed aside her father's hand, causing him to stumble, and retorted to Lan's mother, "What was I like before?" Lan's mother choked, clutching her chest. "You weren't close to us before, but at least you were sensible and polite. Look at yourself now, saying such vicious things under your own brother's portrait. Do you even have family in your heart?" "No." Lan Luo strode forward, forcing her mother to take a few steps back. "I have no family in my heart, no you, no him, and no Lan Sheng." "So what?" Lan Luo curled her lips. "Now I can say the vicious things, can't I?" Lan's father clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. "You beast. This is your brother's morning hall. I advise you not to cause trouble. What will the guests think of your brother? What will they think of the Lan family?" Lan Luo turned to look at him. "What does this have to do with me? Don't you all know I'm a member of the Lu family? What does the Lan family's reputation have to do with me?" She deliberately mentioned the Lu family, leisurely watching Lan's father's anger suddenly subside. His face was no longer filled with rage, but instead filled with obvious embarrassment and guilt, before returning to its previous state of blushing rage. "You really think you're all grown up now, don't you? If it weren't for us, would you have had the chance to get close to the Lu family?" Lan's father pointed at Lan Luo, lowering his voice to accuse her. Lan Luo's smile vanished, replaced by a coldness. "You like it, don't you? You really like places like that, don't you?" Lan's father snorted. "You ungrateful wretch. Stop it, will you?" Lan's mother grabbed Lan Luo's arm. "Go, apologize properly to your brother, and make him forgive you. Xiao Sheng was always so accommodating to you. Now that he's gone, you should be more sensible. Go now," Lan's father roared. "Apologize, and then get back to the Lu family." Lan Luo calmly pulled her arm away. "Apologize to him? He'd probably die with his eyes wide open. WH. Guess how your son died?" Lan Luo chuckled. She took a few steps back, allowing herself to see the expressions on Lan's parents' faces. "Guess why your son was disemboweled? Guess if he cried when his heart was removed?" Lan's mother gasped. "What do you mean? What do you mean?" She reached for Lan Luo's arm, but Lan Luo dodged, causing her mother to lose her balance and fall to the ground. "What are you doing? You gone too far." Lan's father rushed forward. "How dare you lay a hand on your mother?" Lan Luo frowned, incredibly annoyed. She was too lazy to explain. She tilted her head to avoid his slap, grabbed his wrist, and forcefully flung him away. The heavy-hearted middle-aged man collapsed beside the weeping woman, grimacing and rubbing his back, looking like a bullied, honest man. Lan Luo squatted down in front of them, holding a dagger back and forth against their necks. "You know, when Lan Sheng died, he had no ability to resist, just like you are now." She deliberately pressed the dagger against Lan's father's neck. "It was you. You did it." Lan's mother grabbed Lan Luo's arm. "You killed Xiao Sheng? You killed Xiao Sheng. Why? Why? Wasn't he good to you? You beast. You bastard. I knew I shouldn't have given birth to you." Lan Luo narrowed her eyes. They were making too much noise. "Aren't you ashamed now?" Lan Luo stepped back a few paces, looking down at their madness. Lan's mother wanted to curse her again, but Lan's father pressed her down, covering her mouth with his hand, his lips trembling with anger. "Shut up. Keep your voice down. What if you attract attention?" Tears welled up in Lan's mother's eyes, her voice muffled in his hand. "Then come all. Look at my poor child. My poor Xiaosheng. Why? What grudge did you hold against him, Lan Luo? My Xiaosheng." The candlelight in the morning hall still flickered rhythmically, the dim yellow light enveloping the entire hall, isolating the three of them, along with the portrait, from the darkness. Lan Luo, her back to Lan's parents, stared at Lan Sheng's portrait. "Whether I held a grudge against him or not is unimportant. What's important is that he's dead. You're all in despair. Everyone is in pain." Lan's mother lay on the ground, veins bulging in her neck, her voice shrill and hoarse. "If you have any complaints, take them out on me. If you have any grievances, take them out on me. He was just a child your age. Why should he bear all this? You know I'm the same age as him?" Lan Luo kicked over the table, scattering incense ash everywhere. Lan Luo's parents were also covered in incense ash. Startled by the commotion, they didn't immediately retort. Lan Luo stepped closer to them, her body crunching through the ash. "You knew I wouldn't be satisfied? You knew I shouldn't have to endure this? Why?" Lan Luo scoffed. "Why? What right do you have to ask those 3 words?" She bent down, grabbing their necks with both hands, her gaze fixed on the night outside the morning hall, her eyes filled with darkness. Lan Luo's parents panicked. They realized Lan Luo wasn't just throwing a tantrum. and frantically pounded on Lan Luo's arms, their legs kicking helplessly. Lan Luo remained unmoved. The harder they hit her, the tighter she gripped. "You say I used to be sensible?" Lan Luo spoke casually, as if reminiscing. "It seems Lan Sheng didn't tell you, but I bullied him since he was little. Your precious son ate a lot of underwear you didn't know about, behind your back. Isn't he sensitive to pain? Doesn't he like collecting things? Then I hit him, pricked him with needles, deliberately pushed him over, kicked over his treasure chest, and threw away his treasures." Lan Luo said these things only to make them feel worse, so she spoke half-truths, and even she herself was almost unable to tell the difference. Lan Luo knew she didn't need to express her resentment, nor did she need to argue for herself. Because they didn't love her. If they didn't love her, they wouldn't care. Even if she were here, hysterically crying and sobbing, they would only blame her for ruining Lan Sheng's peace. Those who feel wronged, those who complain, in the end, all they want is love. But she didn't want it. She didn't want their love. She only wanted fairness, only their suffering. And their beloved Lan Sheng, and the wealth gained from selling their daughter, were the things that would cause them the most pain. Lan Luo never asked them how they had gone to such lengths to contact the Lu family, how they had so forcefully promoted her pain tolerance, or how they had bargained with Lu Guan. Would someone as shady as Lu Guan announce in the streets that he was recruiting test subjects? They knew perfectly well. Lan Luo lowered her eyes, her fingers tightening further. The stirred-up incense ash slowly sank, and Lan's parents' struggling arms gradually fell limp. Their faces contorted with rage, they closed their eyes. Lan Luo released her grip, and they collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The still incense ash rose again, slowly gathering around Lan's parents under Lan Luo's long gaze. Drip, Lan Luo looked up. It was raining. Raindrops pattered against the clear French windows, the interior pitch black except for the faint glow of a computer screen. A tall man sat at the desk, and for Drip in his left hand, his right hand scrolling through the screen, revealing an enlarged photograph. "Sir," a respectful figure entered the room carrying a box the size of a palm. "It's here." Inside the box lay a metal disc, covered with tubes extending in all directions. The man picked up the disc, casually examining it. "Not bad, connected." The figure acknowledged and withdrew. Silence returned. The man tapped the face on the screen, chuckling softly. "Caught so quickly. So stupid." Chapter 79. Lan Luo only knocked her parents unconscious. She didn't kill them outright. Killing her parents under Lan Sheng's portrait, she feared Lan Sheng wouldn't rest in peace as a ghost, and might torment her heart like Jean Fei had. Lan Luo didn't think she was overthinking things, because her heart had been aching faintly ever since she arrived at the funeral hall. What other reason could there be besides Lan Sheng's interference? It couldn't be that she felt sorry for them. Lan Luo almost laughed at her own thoughts. Carrying her unconscious parents, one in each arm, she walked lightly out of the funeral hall and into the darkness, under the gaze of the portrait. She wanted to give them a surprise, the same surprise she had received. Lan Luo had been unknowingly sold to Lu Guan. By the time she found out, Lu Guan had already sent people to guard her house. She hadn't even had a chance to escape. Therefore, her parents needed to receive the same surprise. Lan Luo certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to send them to Lu's laboratory. She had other channels. The light rain hadn't stopped, but it was getting lighter and lighter, and there wasn't much water on the ground. Lan Luo stepped into a small puddle, splashing water everywhere. Ever since the light rain started, Lan Luo had felt a vague sense of unease. She didn't know if she had acted too quickly, or if she had truly forgotten something. What was it? Lan Luo thought and thought. Apart from Zhu Jianshan and the others she had left in the room, she hadn't really forgotten anything. She hadn't intended to take them with her at all. Lan Luo lifted her parents up a bit, so their feet weren't dragging on the ground, then glanced back at the warmly lit resort. Perhaps Zhu Jianshan was waiting for her to return through a window, but unfortunately, she had no such plans. Selling her parents was something she could do secretly. Lan Luo was lost in thought when she heard a very faint noise. Who? She turned around, staring at the dense bushes halfway up the mountain. The vegetation was casually parted, and a tall, upright man in a military academy uniform slowly appeared. The night was too dark, and the area was far from the resort, with no lights, so for a moment, Lan Luo even hallucinated Lan Sheng when she saw him. Just like in his portrait, wearing a uniform full of vigor. She held her breath, banishing the image of Lan Sheng from her mind, before finally seeing the person clearly. Insu. Lan Luo tossed her unconscious parents at her feet, and called his name. It seemed her intuition was right. Things wouldn't go so smoothly after all. Insu pushed aside the last branch, his boots clicking as he approached Lan Luo. What a coincidence, Lan. What's your name, Lan? None of your business. Lan Luo's fingers twitched, reaching for her dagger. Get out of the way. Insu didn't move, his hands behind his back, his legs slightly apart. Won't you two catch up, Lan Luo? He deliberately emphasized the word classmate. Lan Luo knew he was alluding to the events in Sioxi City. In her haste, she had lied about being a military academy student, successfully fooling Insu. Looks like your injury has fully healed. Lan Luo gripped her dagger, mocking him. Insu exhaled, his hands behind his back, walking forward, completely unconcerned by Lan Luo's defensive movements. He shook his head and said, You remember what you did? Then why don't you consider how forgiving I've been? So young, yet so ruthless, he commented. I already let you off the hook once. This time, I won't let you succeed again. Otherwise, if 2 deaths occur within the guarded area, I really be derelict in my duty. Lan Luo chuckled. Let me off the hook. You're quite good at saving face. Clearly, she was outmatched and had fled in a sorry state. Insu shrugged. That's not the point. The point is to put those 2 old geezers back. They were holding a proper funeral for their son. How come you packed it all up and took it all? He rubbed his back, joking as if it weren't his problem. Well, you can't say that. After all, if it weren't for you, they wouldn't have been able to hold the funeral. I still have to thank you. Lan Luo's face turned cold. Are you out of your mind? Yes, Insu continued to provoke her. If I weren't out of my mind, I wouldn't have reminded you. Right, Lung Jijiao's male assistant. How did you guess it was me? Lan Luo wasn't too surprised, just a little puzzled. Insu tapped his temple, a teacher's role model, sharp-witted, and with keen insight. Lan Luo pulled out her knife. Speak like a human being. Your eyes, Insu circled her eyes in the air, are easy to spot. They always carry a sense of bad luck, gloom, impatience, as if you wish everyone around you were dead. Insu continued, and your reaction of running away when you see me. In Sioxi City, you pretended to be a student and ran away when you saw me, and here you pretended to be a male assistant and turned to leave. You really haven't changed a bit. But these are all just my guesses, he paced. Until this moment, I wasn't even sure it was you who infiltrated. Lan Luo thought these characteristics were insignificant, but she hadn't expected Insu to notice them, even going so far as to suspect her. Your associative abilities are quite good, Lan Luo changed the subject, so you can step aside now. Insu didn't move. I said, it's my duty to release them. I don't know what deep-seated hatred exists within your family that would make you attack all 3 of them. But now, within my guard area, I cannot allow a repeat of what happened last time. The rain had stopped some time earlier, leaving only a few fine raindrops on their shoulders. Lan Luo spread her legs, her back slightly lowered. You're quite confident, aren't you? You didn't even call for backup. No need for backup. Insu pulled out a new dagger. I said it won't happen again, including failure. Before she finished speaking, Lan Luo lunged at him, the dagger grazing Insu's neck, just a hair's breadth away from slitting his throat. Insu took 2 steps back, wiping the blood from his neck. Isn't this my dagger? No wonder I couldn't find it. He smiled, twirling the dagger in his hand, then pointed the tip at Lan Luo and lunged forward without warning. Lan Luo raised her hand to brace against his arm, but Insu changed the direction of his dagger, pressing the tip downwards. Due to their height difference, the downward pressure of Insu's dagger was just enough to touch Lan Luo's cheek, yet Lan Luo remained motionless, letting him lower the dagger. Be careful not to disfigure yourself, Insu warned, rudely lowering the blade. Lan Luo didn't answer, because she wasn't afraid at all. With her supernatural abilities, she was least afraid of such minor injuries. She gripped Insu's arm with one hand, while her other hand hung low, pressing the dagger against Insu's side, only centimeters from his uniform belt. Lan Luo didn't want to fight him. Insu's supernatural abilities were too noisy. Once he started using them, it would easily attract attention. You want to die with me? Insu held a dagger in one hand, using the other to restrain the blade that Lan Luo had plunged into his side. Insu appeared calm on the surface, but Lan Luo knew he was using considerable force. The two were almost locked in a stalemate. You're overthinking it, Lan Luo replied hastily. She had been observing Insu's expression, and seeing him about to continue speaking, she immediately seized the opportunity when his attention was diverted, and kicked him in the stomach. Lan Luo grabbed one of his arms, with both hands to prevent Insu from dodging, and then kicked him squarely in the abdomen. She used considerable force. Insu hissed, reacting by dropping the dagger and grabbing Lan Luo's wrist, trying to strangle her from behind. Lan Luo clung to Insu's arms around her neck, His military academy background was evident. His arms were taut and hard as iron, making it difficult to break free. All right, stop making a scene. Let him go. Behave yourself for the next few days, and do whatever you want after the funeral. Insu spoke from behind Lan Luo, his voice sounding rather strained. His arm strength was considerable, but Lan Luo was no longer the Lan Luo of the past. For her now, such strength was no longer insurmountable. Lan Luo didn't waste any words. She took a deep breath, twisted his arm with both hands, creating a small opening, then ducked, slipped out, turned, clenched her fist, and gathered her strength. Bang! Her fist struck bone, producing a dull thud. Lan Luo had originally intended to hit his abdomen, but Insu dodged in time, and her fist ultimately landed only on his defensive arm. Insu's arm was badly red, and Lan Luo's fist wasn't much better. Her knuckles were red. Insu rubbed his elbow. How come you're so strong? Why didn't I send you to military academy back then? None of your business. Lan Luo ignored the pain in her hand and kicked again. Insu took 2 steps back, using his other arm to block Lan Luo's leg. Flesh against flesh, bone against bone, collided, producing an even duller sound. Insu groaned and staggered back. He panted heavily, lowering his arm, his face full of disbelief. Are you a bull? As he spoke, a silver-blue light had quietly condensed at his fingertips, illuminating a small area. Lan Luo frowned. That's why she didn't want to fight Insu. Making such a commotion next to a resort, where a military academy was stationed, would be hard to avoid attracting attention. If things went wrong, she might not only be unable to take her parents away, but she herself might also be left behind. So you've been forced to use your powers? Lan Luo said sarcastically. What an honor. She hadn't really responded to Insu's nonsense until now, trying to keep a low profile, but now she had to speak up. Insu's face flickered in the light. Not at all. Powers are for dealing with enemies. It's not about forcing or not forcing. Lan Luo stood still, calmly watching Insu finish speaking, and then prepared to rush over, looking like he was about to attack her. Silver lightning crackled around the light. Lan Luo glanced around, not seeing anyone drawn to it. She couldn't directly tell Insu to be quiet. If she did, he'd probably amplify the light, waking up the entire resort. Focus! Insu had already moved in front of Lan Luo. The light illuminated her face, which showed only impatience, not a trace of fear or panic. Perhaps because his expression was too calm, Insu hesitated for a moment, not immediately unleashing the ball of light. Lan Luo raised an eyebrow, seizing the opportunity, and dodged to the side of the ball of light, once again clamping her hands around Insu's arms. Lan Luo spoke, "You're the one who should be concentrating." Before she finished speaking, she delivered an over-the-shoulder throw to the still-stunned Insu, instantly dissipating the noisy ball of light. Insu lay on the ground, his hands twisted behind his back. Lan Luo's knee pressed against his back, one hand restraining his wrist, the other grabbing his hair. "You're nothing special," Lan Luo objectively commented. Insu wasn't angry at being knocked down. Instead, he raised his face and laughed. "You took advantage of me." "Bullshit." Lan Luo ignored him. She had charged in herself, yelling and screaming with her powers, and now she accused her of taking advantage of her. Insu frowned, sweat trickling from his forehead to the corners of his eyes. "Do you know why I paused just now?" He was sweating profusely. Lan Luo even thought the rain hadn't stopped. Lan Luo ignored him. She always knew the saying, the more you say, the more mistakes you make. Insu wasn't anyone important. There was no need to waste words with him. Because, Insu pretended not to notice Lan Luo's impatience, answering his own question. "If you look closely, your face is exactly the same as in the photo." Chapter 80. Photographs? What photographs? Lan Luo admitted she was intrigued by his words. She hadn't taken many photos, and even fewer remained, so when Insu mentioned photographs, Lan Luo's first thought was of wanted posters. Like the wanted posters issued by Lu Guan. Insu chuckled. "You really didn't know. I looked at your photos many times, but only one, exactly the same as that time, standing there like that with that unhappy expression." Lan Luo grabbed Insu's hair, making him wince in pain. "I bet this photo was taken secretly. Or were you in a bad mood when it was taken?" "I'm asking." Lan Luo pressed her knee firmly against his bone. "What photo?" Insu cried out in pain, gasping for breath as he replied, "You really don't remember?" He even kept it by his bedside every day. Lan Luo didn't understand. "Him? Lan Sheng," Insu laughed, "my good student, your good brother, the unlucky guy who died at your hands." Lan Luo was stunned. She really hadn't expected it to be Lan Sheng, but she wasn't particularly surprised after finding out. She remembered which photo it was. Lan Sheng always liked to do things that made him feel good about himself. He often did this when she was still living in the Lan family. The photo Yin Su mentioned was taken during one of their outings. Lan's parents had her hold the camera and took many group photos of the three of them. It was a very hot day, and she got annoyed taking pictures, constantly frowning. Her parents scolded her severely. Finally, Lan Sheng couldn't stand it anymore and took the camera. The photo was taken secretly by Lan Sheng during the trip. It's the only photo of her from that outing, and one of the very few photos she has in her entire life. Lan Luo didn't have any opinion on this. She never liked taking photos, especially group photos with them. Yin Su was still stirring things up. What? Starting to reminisce about the past? Finally feeling guilty? Then hurry up and put them back, so everyone can have some peace and quiet. Lan Luo snapped out of her daze, and forcefully pressed Yin Su's head down onto the rain-soaked ground, silencing him. You only have your mouth left. That's somewhat useful, Lan Luo said, looking down. At least he can see photos, but what about you? You probably wouldn't even recognize yourself face to face. Didn't I tell you? I recognized you a long time ago. Yin Su's head was buried in the ground, his voice muffled. Lan Luo leaned closer to him, deliberately lowering her voice. You think I'm talking about me? Idiot, think about it. You guys with the surname Yin are all the same in terms of intelligence. She could tell that Yin Su had a backup plan, and that she could only control him temporarily. Even if he didn't have a backup plan, a few shouts would bring a swarm of people from the military academy, putting her at a disadvantage. So Lan Lu deliberately remained ambiguous, testing Yin Su's attitude towards Yin Yin. If his reaction was intense, she would use Yin Yin to threaten him. Anyway, Yin Su hadn't met the real Yin Yin yet, and wouldn't recognize her. Surname? Yin Su's mind suddenly began to struggle. What do you mean? How do you know? You met other people with the surname Yin? An opportunity. Lan Lu observed his state, and continued vaguely, what's the agitation? Do you think you're the only one in the world with the surname Yin? That no one else is allowed to have the surname Yin? Yin Su gave up struggling, pressed his cheek to the ground, and laboriously turned his eyes to look at Lan Lu. Yin what? I'm asking you, what's the name of the person you know? Call me. Lan Luo deliberately dragged out her words, abruptly changing the subject under Yin Su's focused gaze. You're too dishonest, I can't tell you. You? Yin Su immediately began twisting his arms, trying to break free from Lan Luo's grasp. Lan Luo simply ignored his head, clamping her hands around his arms, and pressing her knee against his spine, rendering him unable to struggle. She felt a surge of satisfaction, speaking fiercely, Stop with the you and me stuff, do you want to know? If you do, listen to me obediently, otherwise, struggle all you want. Yin Su had been constantly mentioning Lan Sheng, and Lan Luo had been led by the nose by him. Now she finally managed to turn the tables, and seize the initiative. So do you want to or not? Lan Luo felt even more pleased seeing Yin Su's hesitant expression. No wonder he was so fond of playing the teacher and spouting nonsense. It turned out that verbal suppression was so satisfying and effective. Yin Su turned his head away, closed his eyes, and breathed rapidly. What do you want to do? He admitted it so quickly? Just how deep was his relationship with Yin Yin, or rather, how deep was their enmity? Lan Luo raised an eyebrow. First, don't get in my way. Second, tomorrow announce to the public that a human experimentation organization kidnapped Lan Sheng's parents for research purposes. After you've done all that, I tell you what you want to know, otherwise forget it. Yin Su glanced at her out of the corner of his eye. How can you guarantee you really have the information I want to know? How can I guarantee you keep your promise after it's done? Not too stupid, Lan Luo commented. She carefully chose her words. She recognizes your handwriting, but you haven't seen each other for many years, and you're not even aware of each other's existence. Is it a boy or a girl? What's her name? Yin Su clenched his fist, neither denying nor admitting. Seeing his reaction, Lan Luo knew she had guessed correctly, and felt much relieved. She decisively said, It's a girl, her name is? She stared at Yin Su's tense expression, enunciating each word clearly, Yin Yin. Yin Su's eyes widened almost instantly, his pupils contracted to their limit, his eyeballs rolled, and even his eyelashes trembled. Yin Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin she. Yin Su frantically turned his head to look at Lan Luo, as if trying to see if she was lying. He bombarded her with questions. Where did you meet Xiao Yin? How is she? Does she remember me? How do you know she's my? He suddenly stopped, turning to Lan Luo and asking, Do you know who Yin Yin is to me? What's your relationship? Lan Luo had no idea what his relationship with Yin Yin was. They were definitely relatives, after all. I already proven to you that I knew about this, but I can't reveal the specifics any further. She calmly changed the subject, unfazed by In-su's lead. Now it's your turn to prove you won't stop me. In-su buried his head back in the ground, chuckling as he lay there, then shook his head. If you really know Xiaoyan, she's no match for you. Lan Lu readily admitted, you're right, so prove yourself to me. I keep my word, my reputation is always excellent, isn't that enough? He asked. Lan Lu remained unmoved, prove it. See my leg bindings? In-su's voice still carried a lingering chuckle. There are handcuffs inside. Take them out and cuff me, is that enough sincerity? Lan Lu reached behind her back and touched his thigh, finding a small bag containing a hard, metallic ring. Without hesitation, she pulled out his handcuffs and cuffed them behind his back. Having done this in one swift motion, Lan Lu climbed off In-su's back, watching him feign a few struggles. In-su's struggles were fake. His real purpose was simply to prove to Lan Lu that he was powerless to resist. Otherwise, with his abilities, he couldn't possibly have failed to break free of those small handcuffs. Lan Lu didn't even glance at In-su on the ground, picked up her parents again, and turned to leave. It was all In-su's fault. He had interrupted her momentum. Now, she even felt that what she was about to do was somewhat pointless. Lan Lu, still carrying them, stood there looking up for a while before regaining her composure. She suddenly remembered something Zhu Jianshan had once said, many things. Once you get them, you find they're not all that great. Lan Lu had thought he was crazy back then, but now she was beginning to understand him a little. Because she also felt that it was all just the same. Even if she sold her parents and let them suffer, the harm she had endured wouldn't lessen in the slightest. Even the pleasure she felt from taking revenge would vanish completely after it was all over. Lan Lu snapped out of her reverie, biting her tongue to clear her mind of the jumbled thoughts, and started walking downhill. Forget about this and that, she would do what she wanted to do, and take revenge on whoever she wanted to take revenge on. The lives of others were less important than her own feelings. It must be Lan Sheng's saintly heart influencing her thoughts again. Hey! In-su called after her, so where are you coming back to keep your promise? No, are you even coming back? Of course I come back, Lan Lu stopped and replied dismissively, wait for my good news. She was lying. Lan Lu had no intention of returning. Once she dealt with her parents, she would simply find a place to rest. In Yen, In-su, Zhu Jianshan, Leng Jiaojiao, she could leave them all at the resort. As for In Yan's whereabouts, she had no intention of revealing it to In-su. In Yan was a living person, and knew In-su was here. If she wanted to acknowledge him, she would appear on her own. Lan Lu felt she had revealed everything she could. Didn't In-su claim to have exceptional insight? Then he would go and acknowledge her himself. And one more thing. In-su called after her again. So what's your name? Lan Lu, carrying her parents, continued walking without answering In-su. The ground was slightly damp from the recent rain, effectively masking the lingering smells of the many guests during the day, but it couldn't hide the overwhelming stench of exhaust fumes. Lan Lu had a keen sense of smell. She knew she was nearing the parking lot from this odor. Before leaving, she took the keys to the van, intending to keep them for herself tonight. Anyway, a star of Ling Jiaojiao's caliber wouldn't mind losing one car. The sky over Weicheng was never starry, and the moon seemed particularly weak. The entire parking lot was deathly silent. Rows of various cars were parked, their undulating silhouettes blurred in the night. Lan Lu squinted, trying to recall the location of the van after a while. The air still smelled of damp earth after the rain, but the closer she got to the van, the more she could smell another odor. The massive van lay dormant in the darkness, seemingly without any problems. Lan Lu listened carefully. She could hear a very faint thumping sound, but nothing else. She stopped a few meters away from the van, gently setting down her unconscious parents, trying not to make a sound. Lan Lu gripped the dagger, tiptoed towards the van from the side, and, using the other vehicles as cover, stealthily approached it. As she got closer, Lan Lu realized the scent seemed somewhat familiar, faint, subtly fragrant. If it weren't for her keen sense of smell, she wouldn't have noticed it at all. Lan Lu crouched down near the front wheel, avoiding the windshield and driver's side window, and pressed her ear against the door, listening intently. The van's soundproofing was excellent. With the doors and windows closed, even Lan Lu couldn't hear any significant movement. But she trusted her intuition. She was almost certain someone was inside. Lan Lu held her breath, placed her hand on the unlock button on the key fob, and pressed it quickly. The instant the door unlocked, she immediately pulled open the driver's side door, raising the dagger to stab. Lan Lu. Along with a cry of alarm, the van's bright overhead light shone. Lan Luo knelt in the driver's seat, a dagger embedded in the seat back, her expression blank. What are you doing here? Chapter 81. Inside the car were Yin Yen, He Shui, and Zhu Jianchen, whom she had just mentioned. And the unfortunate fellow she had pinned down in the driver's seat was none other than Zhu Jianchen himself. Lan Luo finally realized that the faint scent she had been smelling was actually Zhu Jianchen's. No wonder it felt so familiar. She had spent a lot of time with Zhu Jianchen and hadn't consciously tried to remember his scent, so she only felt a sense of familiarity but couldn't pinpoint its exact origin. Why are you all here? Lan Luo asked again, not immediately removing the arm across Zhu Jianchen's neck. Zhu Jianchen, sandwiched between Lan Luo and the back of the seat, obediently held up his hands, smiling. Here to be your driver, free labor is needed. Lan Luo deliberately pressed her arm against Zhu Jianchen's throat, interrupting his nonsense. She glanced at the two in the back row. He Shui sat upright, while Yin Yen leaned against He Shui's shoulder like a boneless tree. She raised an eyebrow at Lan Luo. What are you looking at? If you hadn't insisted on causing trouble in the middle of the night, I would be asleep by now. No one forced you, Lan Luo said, equally annoyed. You two took matters into your own hands. She lowered her head and focused her gaze back on Zhu Jianchen, who was smiling, and asked coldly, How did you know? How did you know it was my idea? Zhu Jianchen uncomfortably straightened his neck, but didn't remove Lan Luo's hand. Lan Luo released his hand. Because you're the most free. Cough cough. Zhu Jianchen coughed a few times, covering his throat, and shook his head. It's not that I'm free. You took the car keys when you left, and I guessed you were going to run away. Sure enough. Are you planning to go alone? He asked. The driver's seat was cramped. Lan Luo, supporting herself on the back of the seat, knelt between the steering wheel and the seat, feeling the air was stuffy, and Zhu Jianchen's scent was even more pronounced. Even at such close range, his fragrance wasn't strong, just a faint, almost imperceptible scent that brushed against her nose. Yes. She hesitated for a moment, then didn't lie. Yin Yen sat up abruptly. Really? Why? Didn't we agree that I'd lend you my ability, and you take me on the road? Are you just going to leave for free? He Shui was also subtly unhappy. Yin Yen followed up with a taunt. There's only one car. What are we going to do if you just do what you want and drive off? You know I'm the one who caused this, so why are you so guilty? Lan Luo deliberately provoked her. Or is there someone at the funeral you're afraid to see? You? Yin Yen punched the back of the passenger seat, turned her head away, and remained silent. Lan Luo was also a little annoyed. Whether they followed or not wouldn't affect what she was doing, it was completely unimportant. But for some reason, seeing them stirred a nameless irritation within her, inexplicable, and with no outlet. Lan Luo didn't want to ask any more questions, and jumped out of the car to get some fresh air. Her parents were still lying by the roadside, blending into the darkness. If Lan Luo hadn't remembered their location, she probably wouldn't have found them. She quietly lifted the two unconscious people, and, head down, walked towards the trunk. The aroma began to waft again. Lan Luo looked up, and found the trunk was already open. Please. Zhu Jianchen leaned against the back of the car, gesturing an invitation. Lan Luo carried one child in each hand, her fingers tightly gripping her parents' clothes. They were both dressed in simple black clothes, the fabric a little rough on their hands. Lan Luo had heard that this was to express the pain of those keeping vigil, the fabric chafing the skin, just as the deceased chafed the heart. Lan Luo's mother was someone who didn't want even a raindrop to touch her skin. Would she really wear such shabby clothes to express heartache? Lan Luo's fingers were red from the chafing. She snapped out of her daze, and tossed them both into the trunk, stacking them on top of each other. She glanced down at her hands. Her palms, which had been red just moments before, were now perfectly healed. But a faint pain seemed to linger in her hands. Lan Luo clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms, using the new stinging pain to mask the fleeting ache. Tired of carrying that? Zhu Jianchen bent down and gently blew on her hand. You could have asked me for help. It's not like I haven't been bossed around by you before. Lan Luo's hand tickled, and she let go, rubbing it against the hem of her clothes. Aren't you going to ask? What's there to ask? What's there to ask? Do whatever you want. I said I'm going to follow you. Zhu Jianchen said matter-of-factly. What's the use of following me? Lan Luo began a rare long-winded explanation. You and Lu. Him, no matter what, are brothers. Even if you go back and continue to slack off at work, being late or leaving early, no one can do anything to you. Zhu Jianchen was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. the smile not reaching his eyes. What are you talking about? Aren't you and Lan Sheng siblings? His smile gradually disappeared. Didn't they still send you to the lab and not care about your life or death? Lan Luo looked at him. Do you think our situations are the same? Don't be silly. She killed her own brother, and is now planning to harm her own parents. What is Zhu Jianshan, a researcher who only slacks off in the lab and has never even seen the outside world, comparing himself to her? Even if you're going to criticize, you should criticize her cold-bloodedness and cruelty towards her siblings on behalf of Lan Sheng. It's different, Zhu Jianshan said lazily, closing the trunk. You work harder than me, so I drive. Can you sit in the passenger seat? He didn't wait for Lan Luo's reply before turning and opening the driver's side door, getting in without a word. Lan Luo inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief and went around to the passenger seat to get in. She was overthinking it. There were probably unspoken conflicts between Zhu Jianshan and Lu Guan. His decision to leave the lab might have been for his own sake. That's good. At least, she doesn't have to carry the burden of his life. In the back seat, He Shui was resting with her eyes closed, while Yin Yan seemed somewhat anxious, glancing out the window every now and then, pretending to be nonchalant. Lan Luo knew what Yin Yan was looking at, but she didn't care. She just tilted her head to look out the window, occasionally calling out to remind Zhu Jianshan of the direction. Only her voice occasionally rang out in the car. The two in the back seat had huddled together in a corner. The night was deep, and the car was pitch black. Only the two headlights of the van, and the shadows of Lan Luo and Zhu Jianshan side by side reflected on the windshield showed the entire road. Zhu Jianshan didn't ask Lan Luo where she was going from beginning to end. He simply drove quietly to the location she indicated, acting as a dutiful driver. Is this still passable? He asked Lan Luo softly, looking at the overgrown path ahead. The path passed under an abandoned bridge arch, blocked by several stones, with a sign next to it saying no entry. Lan Luo didn't speak, opened the door, and got out of the car, kicking away the stones a few times. Let's go! She fastened her seatbelt, and gestured for Zhu Jianshan to continue driving. Zhu Jianshan licked his lips, carefully turning the steering wheel, but after hesitating for a couple of seconds, he obediently drove in. The ride under the bridge was exceptionally bumpy, as if it had been abandoned for years, but Lan Luo remained remarkably calm. You been here before? Zhu Jianshan drove over a pebble. I didn't even know there were places like this in Weicheng. The two people in the back also looked curious, but they were used to the bumpy ride and didn't speak. Lan Luo crossed her arms. Yeah, it's like a black market, they sell everything. And they buy everything, including people. Big cities have places like this too? Yin Yan leaned closer. He Shui said calmly. Big cities are also inhabited by people. Lan Luo listened to their casual conversation, but her eyes remained constantly on the dilapidated houses along the roadside. She'd been here before and knew these seemingly abandoned houses might harbor small gangs, just waiting to prey on passing victims. Stop! Lan Luo raised a hand and patted Zhu Jianshan's shoulder. Zhu Jianshan slammed on the brakes, stopping in front of a small red-roofed house. Are we here? Lan Luo unbuckled her seatbelt. No. Under the watchful eyes of the people in the car, she walked straight into the house, and a few minutes later emerged empty-handed. Keep driving forward, Lan Luo instructed. Turn right at the end. What were you doing? Zhu Jianshan started the car, glancing at her out of the corner of his eye. Lan Luo shook her head. It's not important, just asking for directions. Are there people there that you're asking for directions? Yin Yan looked back at the red-roofed house, her tone full of suspicion. Lan Luo offered no explanation. She stroked the small bottle in her pocket, a long-lost sense of security welling up inside her. Although she had killed with guns, daggers, and even her bare hands, old habits die hard, and Lan Luo still cherished this thing. Zhu Jianshan turned right into a narrower alley, carefully turning off the headlights and locking the doors and windows before proceeding. Yin Yan, wary of her surroundings, whispered to Lan Luo, What are you doing here? Lan Luo stared at the increasingly shorter road ahead, and only spoke softly a second after the car stopped, to sell something. What are you selling? He Shui tugged at Yin Yan's sleeve, her pupils trembling slightly, her breathing becoming rapid. Lan Luo glanced at He Shui. I'm not selling to you. She then jumped out of the car and walked straight to a relatively well-preserved house at the end of the road. A small lantern hung above the door, fluttering in the wind like a dark red star in the night. Once out of the car, Lan Luo found the surroundings eerily quiet. Even her soft footsteps sounded jarring, as if the entire world had fallen silent. Not wanting to waste any time, she swiftly opened the trunk, pulled out her parents, and threw them onto the ground. The bumpy ride and Lan Luo's ruthless actions jolted her unconscious parents awake. This is... Lan's father looked around blankly, then realized something was wrong and yelled at Lan Luo. What are you doing? You weren't satisfied with hurting your brother. Now you want to hurt your own parents too? Lan's mother rubbed her sore hands and feet, tears streaming down her face again. You demon, you. Should Lan Luo pressed her hand down. This isn't a place for you to shout like this. It attract robbers. Where is this? Lan's mother was indeed frightened, trembling beside Lan's father. Lan Luo, what are you going to do? Don't scare your mother, okay? I'm not scaring you, Lan Luo said naturally, looking at the driver's side door, then it opened a crack, and then quickly closed again. I really did throw you here. You beast. Lan's father was still trying to be invincible, you beast. I shouldn't have given birth to you. His words were fierce, but his legs were too weak to stand, his momentum greatly diminished, making him look like a joke. Lan Luo braced herself against the trunk with her hands behind her back, instinctively asking, Then why did you give birth? After asking, she felt it was unnecessary, and didn't want to hear their answer, so she clicked her tongue and changed the subject. Enough with the greetings, let's get down to business. What business? Lan Luo tilted her head, her hair fluttering in the wind. The business is to exchange you for money. Chapter 82. No, that's not right. Lan Luo shook her head immediately after speaking. You can't say it like that. A small smile played on her lips. It should be said, we're inviting you to contribute to the progress of humanity. Lan's mother couldn't cry anymore. She grabbed Lan Luo's trouser leg and shook it violently. What contribution? What money? What are you going to do? Lan's father sat on the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief. Sell? You dare sell your parents? Where is this? I'm reporting this to the police. You beast. Beast? Lan Luo chewed on the word carefully. She had heard it from her father's mouth many times. Actually, she had many accusations she could say, but the words turned into a powerless sigh. What was the use of saying more? She was just a beast in their eyes. When they were useful, they would call her Luo Luo and daughter, happily sending her to the human experimentation lab. When they weren't useful. Beast. She looked up at the sky. When she was useless, she was a beast. Lan Luo could feel the gazes of the people in the car falling on her through the windows, and she began to feel irritated again. Why did they have to come along? She could have argued and insulted her parents here, disregarding her image, and then triumphantly sold them off. But with several pairs of eyes watching her, Lan Luo couldn't bring herself to say those tantrums. She didn't even want to confront her parents in front of others. That would only make her look like a pathetic loser, driven mad by unrequited love. What she wanted wasn't her parents' guilt, she wanted fairness, catharsis, and for them to experience what she had gone through. Lan Luo remained silent for a long time. Looking at her mother's unending tears, she felt a pang of vanity for the first time. And for the first time, she felt a weakness in her heart. She counted to 10. If they were willing to admit their mistake, if they were frightened into tears, then she would. You beast. Lan's father suddenly sprang to his feet, holding a sharp rock in his hand. Beast. Give Lan Sheng back. Lan Luo didn't move, quietly watching her father aim at her temple, then shifting her gaze to her kneeling mother. Lan's mother sobbed, turning her head away from her, a photograph of Lan Sheng stuffed into her chest. Sigh. Lan Luo sighed, shaking her head. I was wrong. Her father's hand froze in midair, his chest heaving with rage. You know you're wrong. You beast, do you think admitting your mistake will bring Lan Sheng back to life? Beast, kneel down. Lan Luo covered her face with one hand, lowering her head, and letting out a soft laugh. Her shoulders trembled slightly, and after a long pause, she raised her head, a forced smile on her face. What are you talking about, Mr. Lan? My mistake was, Lan Luo's smile vanished, giving you all too much time to waste. The moment Lan Luo finished speaking, her father's eyes turned exceptionally dark and terrifying. He forcefully raised the stone in his hand, and hurled it at Lan Luo. Lan Luo neither dodged nor evaded, her right fist clenched at her side, gathering strength for a strike. Bang! The middle-aged man's heavy body flew several meters away, rolling several times on the ground before finally coming to a stop. Lan Luo withdrew her fist, and touched her forehead. Her father's stone had just hit her, but the expected pain didn't come. She scanned the ground, but didn't see the stone. Seemingly sensing something, Lan Luo turned to look at the driver's seat of the van, only to see a furry head quickly retreating. The closed car window revealed no figure, yet it inexplicably betrayed a hint of guilt. Lan Luo withdrew her gaze and slowly walked towards her father, who was gasping in pain, squatting down in front of him. Would you dare again? You? Lan Luo's father pointed at her, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately hesitated, unable to speak. Lan Luo picked up a stone from the ground, tossed it twice, then lightly raised her wrist, smashing the stone onto her father's head. Her strength wasn't great. The humiliation was more significant than the pain. I'm your father, your own father. You unfilial daughter, daring to lay a hand on me, you never be able to hold your head up again. Lan Luo's father cursed, clutching his stomach, his eyes fixed on the ground, avoiding Lan Luo's gaze. Lan Luo didn't speak, picked up the stone again, and smashed it on his head, repeating this several times before stopping. Serves you right for hitting me. She clapped her hands, speaking with remarkable ease. Lan Luo stood up and paced between her parents, casually saying, You're right, I can't hold my head up. But haven't I been unable to hold my head up for a long time? From the day you walked into the lab, haven't I been unable to hold my head up? She shook her head, feigning thought. No, not that day, it was much earlier. It was the day Lan Sheng's superpower was discovered, right? From that day on, I could never hold my head up again. Lan Luo looked at her mother. Do you remember which day it was? Lan Sheng awakening his superpower was such an important event, you should remember it vividly. Her mother lay on the ground, trembling, avoiding her gaze, shaking her head frantically. Lan Luo didn't expect an answer, muttering to herself, That's why I'm trying to hold my head high. Why can't you cooperate a little? When I first entered the lab, I was very cooperative, she said, patting Lan's father's shoulder with the back of her knife. I hope you can do the same, okay? You? What are you trying to do? Lan's mother asked, her voice trembling with tears, her face filled with despair. Lan Luo was tired of talking, so she stopped teasing her and pointed to the small house with lanterns hanging there. See that? That's where they buy people. You're old, you won't fetch a good price, but even a mosquito is meat. I don't mind, and I won't haggle like you did before. Lan's father's lips trembled. You're outrageous. How dare you? Whether you dare or not, you find out after you try. Lan Luo grabbed his neck, lifted him up with one hand, and threw him forcefully at the dark house. Lan's father drew an arc in the darkness, crashing heavily to the doorway of the small house, struggling on the ground for a long time before he could get up. Lan Luo looked at her mother again, who kept waving her hands and muttering, No, don't do this, I'm your mother. I go myself. The more Lan Luo saw them like this, the more disgusted she felt with her fleeting moment of soft-heartedness. It must be the lingering emotions from Lan Sheng at play, otherwise, why would she have been so blind as to give them a chance? The people in the car were probably still watching. Lan Luo didn't want to be the subject of a melodramatic farce, so she coldly walked quickly to the small house and rang the doorbell. Please enter the dynamic password. The keypad lock on the door lit up. This shop does not accept walk-in customers at this time. Lan Luo didn't know the password. She kicked the door shut. Stop peeking from behind the door. Come out, I want to sell something. Don't be so grumpy. The door opened a crack. Who introduced you? What do you want to sell? A shrewd eye peered through the crack, scanning Lan Luo back and forth. Lan Luo pointed to her parents on the ground, selling people. What people? The person inside the house opened the door a little wider. Lan Luo's parents huddled together, looking at Lan Luo. Her father, mustering his courage, questioned her, Are you serious? Are you serious? Just these two, ordinary people, Lan Luo ignored them, focusing on answering the buyer's question, no special abilities. How much? The buyer hissed, stroking his chin, Your conditions aren't quite right. Before he could finish, Lan Luo's parents scrambled to their feet, muttering Madwoman, beast, as they ran outside. The buyer chuckled, Aren't you going to chase them back? Lan Luo didn't even turn her head, letting them run around. She stared at the buyer and asked, Tell me if you want them or not, then I decide whether to chase them or not. Yes, the buyer drawled, Guests are guests, why wouldn't I want them? It's the price. I know. Lan Luo interrupted him, turning to chase after the two fleeing individuals. She wasn't in a hurry, strolling leisurely behind them, playing with a few pebbles in her hand. Stop running, Lan Luo aimed at Lan's father's knee, You can't escape. With a whoosh, a pebble struck Lan's father behind his knee, and he cried out, falling to the ground, clutching his leg and wailing. Lan's mother was knocked to the ground by him, her face filled with panic as she examined Lan's father's leg, crying and muttering, Your father's knees are already bad, what are you doing? Lan Luo continued to tossing pebbles. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she threw down a pebble, smiled, and said, How about this, I only sell one today. You can choose yourselves. WH. Lan's mother was speechless. She looked at Lan Luo, then at Lan's father who couldn't get up from the ground, and glanced around at the dark surroundings, her expression hesitant. Lan's father, however, suddenly opened his eyes, panting heavily as he looked around. Then he shoved Lan's mother aside, stood up, and dragged his legs forward. Lan Luo raised an eyebrow. Lan's father had already proven his choice with his actions. She looked down at Lan's mother, who had instantly become aggrieved, and forced a smile. Are you waiting for him to come back and save you? Don't you just want me and him to kill each other? Lan's mother looked up at Lan Luo, her voice hoarse. You gone too far, Lan Luo. Lan Luo could see that she was forcing herself to remain calm, because Lan's mother's hands behind her back were trembling uncontrollably, and she had bitten her lip until it bled. Is she in pain now? Her son is dead, her daughter is her enemy, and her husband abandoned her without hesitation. Is she in enough pain? Lan Luo looked up at her father, who wouldn't turn back. Is he in pain now? His son is dead, his daughter attacked him, challenged his authority, and even tried to sell him into the black market. Is he in enough pain? There's no way. Lan Luo stared at her mother, slowly pulling out a dagger. Actually, I lied to you. I didn't. She watched closely as her mother's expression shifted from grievance and anger to terror and helplessness, yet she still had to maintain the dignity of an elder in front of her daughter. She felt a surge of satisfaction. Lan Luo flung the dagger away. Her mother closed her eyes tightly, resignedly waiting for the blade to pierce her body. However, what rang out first was a man's wail in the distance. Lan's mother opened her eyes blankly, saw Lan Luo's mocking expression, understood, and quickly turned to look at her father. Her father lay on the ground, a dagger embedded in his back, writhing in pain, yet afraid to pull it out easily. Lan Luo laughed, still reeling from her earlier words. I never intended to let any of you go. She strode up behind Lan's father, pulled out a dagger, and let the blood flow, soaking his back. Lan Luo dragged her father to Lan's mother, calmly asking, You want me to drag you too? Lan's mother cowered like a quail, shaking her head as she stood up, her steps unsteady as she followed Lan Luo. The buyer stood in the doorway, a smirk playing on his lips as he waved to them in welcome. Lan Luo walked towards him, listening to the hesitant footsteps behind her, satisfied. Just like when she entered the lab, she had willingly, obediently, and consciously sold herself. Chapter 83. The buyer, thoroughly enjoying this spectacle, became much more accustomed to Lan Luo's demeanor, leaning against the door and smiling. Didn't realize you were so ruthless, young lady. Lan Luo ignored his flattery, and cut to the chase. How much? Hey, the buyer said listlessly, this is the most I can offer. He held up 5 fingers, and waved them in front of Lan Luo's eyes. 50,000? Lan Luo asked. The buyer shook his head frantically. It can't be that expensive. 5,000? Lan Luo was somewhat incredulous. The buyer nodded. That's right, 5,000. 2 ordinary people are only worth that much, and besides, you're injured, who knows how long you live. Lan Luo frowned. Not enough. Not enough? My goodness, the buyer leaned against the door, tugging at Lan's mother's clothes, picking and choosing. Look at this, what good is this? Look again, what good is this? He released Lan's mother, kicked Lan's father, who was sprawled on the ground, and looked at him with disgust. Lan Luo's face showed only the firmness of bargaining. Whether it's useful or not depends entirely on how you use it. I'm just here to sell something. TSK, the buyer picked at his fingers. I seen sons sell their parents for money, but this is the first time I seen a daughter sell herself. How about this? I won't beat around the bush. Since you found this place, we're friends to some extent. How about this price? The buyer held up 2 fingers and waved them. Lan Luo lowered her eyes, unsure whether to agree. Her intention wasn't for the money, but since she was already selling, why not give more money? Not enough. After a few seconds, she looked up and answered. The buyer stared at Lan Luo and scoffed. You think this is too little? To you they're your parents, but to us they're just consumables. What's the point of spending so much money on 2 useless consumables? Besides, there are competitors everywhere. There are too many substitutes for this stuff. Business has been tough lately, hasn't it? Exactly. Lan's mother suddenly looked up. We're useless now. Nobody wants us. Lan Luo, stop joking. Can't you just let us go? Lan Luo gave her a disgusted look, and calmly moved away. Deal. The buyer chuckled and tried to grab her. Fine you. Lan Luo. Lan's mother slapped the buyer's hand away, grabbing Lan Luo's trouser leg tightly with both hands. Lan Luo looked down. Let go. When you took me to the lab, I didn't throw a tantrum like you. Don't cause trouble for others, be good, don't throw a tantrum. Lan Luo recalled each sentence. I give you back your exact words. Lan Luo hadn't made this up. These were the words her mother had cried and told her the day she entered the lab. Lan's mother panicked, collapsing to the ground and wailing to Lan Luo, Mommy was wrong, Mommy was really wrong. Lan Luo, please save Mommy. Mommy will treat you well from now on. Mommy, ah. The buyer, unfazed, hummed a tune as he handcuffed Lan's mother's hands and then covered her face with a hood, preventing her from seeing or speaking. The mask was blank. The buyer took out a marker and wrote a number on it, then continued humming the tune, repeating the same steps on Lan's father's face. Lan Luo stood by, watching his actions indifferently, never uttering a word. The buyer threw Lan's parents into the yard, then returned a moment later carrying a small cloth bag, looking relaxed. Aren't you going to ask us why we're buying people? The buyer handed Lan Luo a cloth bag. Lan Luo opened it and glanced inside. It was stacks of cash. No need to ask, it's none of my business. She tied the small cloth bag tightly and turned to leave. The buyer stretched and waved goodbye. Take care, come again sometime. By the way, a friendly reminder to our regular clients. Don't leave the city before dawn. There are too many people and dogs out there. We in this line of work don't dare to wander around. People and dogs? Lan Luo heard the key words and subconsciously turned around, but the door had already been closed by the buyer, and the whole house returned to its lifeless state. She stood there staring at the door, pondering the buyer's words. This line of work? People and dogs? Lan Luo suddenly felt like laughing. Had she accidentally sold her parents into experimental subjects as well? The headlights of the van flashed a few times. Lan Luo pulled herself out of her thoughts, walked to the front of the car, and knocked on the driver's side window. Xu Jianchen appeared at the window, feigning nonchalance. He rolled down the window and asked, What's wrong? Can we go now? You guys go first, Lan Luo said, carrying a cloth bag. I have something to do. What is it? Yin Yen leaned closer, asking tactlessly, Are there other family members you haven't dealt with? He Shui slapped her from behind, pulled her back to the back seat, and opened the back window to ask Lan Luo, Is it personal or business? Lan Luo looked at her, puzzled. What business? I only have personal matters. He Shui sighed. I misspoke. I meant, are you going to look for the lab next? I don't know, Lan Luo looked into the distance. I have no plans or goals. I act entirely on my feelings, so don't ask me. Xu Jianchen, who had been leaning against the car window in silence, suddenly interrupted, Are you in a bad mood? Lan Luo ignored him and looked at Yi Shui. If you really can't stand it, go back to the security station and switch to your own cars. Meng Jijiao's nanny van is too conspicuous and inconvenient. It was nighttime, and they were taking quiet, secluded paths, so they wouldn't attract attention. But during the day, driving this car around Weicheng would be a spectacle for any sharp-eyed fans, even before Lu Guan and the others noticed. After speaking, Lan Luo turned and left without waiting for their reaction. There was a rustling sound behind her, but Lan Luo didn't turn around. She didn't want to stay in the car, especially not in such a confined space with others. She needed natural wind, natural light, and unrestricted space where she could choose which direction to run in at any time. When dawn breaks, will Lan Sheng's funeral be called off or continue? Lan's parents are already gone. The funeral probably can't go on anyway. She wonders if Insu will gather the military academy's forces to arrest her, and whether Lu Guan will notice something amiss. She doesn't know she knows nothing. It's so frustrating. Lan Luo took a deep breath of the cool air. A faint, almost imperceptible fragrance wafted into her nostrils, somewhat invigorating. She remembered it now, it was Xu Jianchen's scent. The Nani van in the distance turned around and slowly drove away. As the headlights disappeared, the world was plunged into complete darkness. Lan Luo blinked and looked up at the sky. It seems like it's going to rain again. She could smell the moisture and felt the raindrops on her face. It's been raining a lot in Weicheng lately. Is it mourning Lan Sheng, or is it driving her away? Lan Luo tilted her head back, catching the raindrops with her face. Tiny raindrops dripped into the corners of her eyes, clinging to her eyelashes and leaving a trail of water on her cheek. Even though she had already vented her anger, why did she still feel so stifled? Lan Luo wiped the raindrops from her lips, opened her eyes, and her usually cold and impatient eyes were now filled with confusion and a hidden helplessness. The rain grew heavier, stinging her eyes with a sharp pain. Lan Luo sighed and closed her eyes again. Sometimes, You have to use an umbrella even in the rain. A few seconds later, a soft thump sounded behind her, followed by a familiar scent. A large black umbrella was held over Lan Luo's head, raindrops falling on it with a soft pitter-patter, the world beneath the umbrella silent. Lan Luo's wet eyelashes trembled twice, and she slowly opened her eyes. She didn't turn around, nor did she look up at the umbrella. She simply stood ramrod straight, her back to the person holding it. How much stuff did you bring with you? Lan Luo let out a long breath and asked him casually. Zhu Jianshan tilted the umbrella forward, his tone natural. A lot, all things you might need. Why? Lan Luo started to ask, then stopped herself. What she wanted to ask was why Zhu Jianshan had brought things she might need, when he had started preparing, and how he could be so sure they would travel the same way. Zhu Jianshan pressed her. Why what? Nothing. Lan Luo shook her head. No reason, I was just making conversation. Zhu Jianshan didn't speak again, tilting the umbrella towards her and standing quietly behind Lan Luo. Raindrops slid down the umbrella, and Lan Luo walked slowly behind the rain curtain, the umbrella slowly shifting, always covering her head. They left the city? Lan Luo felt it was too quiet. Remembering that Yin Yin and the others had driven away, she asked Zhu Jianshan. Zhu Jianshan switched hands to hold the umbrella. I don't know, maybe. I don't like her. He hesitated for a few seconds, then added. Lan Luo raised an eyebrow. Are you complaining? No. Zhu Jianshan's voice mingled with the sound of rain. I don't like how she's always so outspoken, always going against you, even though she doesn't understand anything. She doesn't need to understand. Lan Luo stood still not turning around, just like you don't need to understand her either. And what about you? Zhu Jianshan took a small step closer. The space under the umbrella was already small. They had originally stood on opposite sides, barely half a person's width apart, but now it was reduced to about a fist's width. In the breeze, the hems of their clothes were even clinging together, gently rubbing against each other. The fragrance wasn't very strong in the rain, but because they were so close, Lan Luo could still smell a faint, yet undeniable, scent mixed with the dampness. Lan Luo licked her lips. What do you mean? I mean, have I? Yes. Zhu Jianshan swallowed hard, each word spoken slowly. The necessity of understanding you. Lan Luo wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but she felt the fragrance emanating from Zhu Jianshan suddenly intensify the moment he finished speaking, enveloping her from all sides. Under the umbrella, though open on all sides, it felt impenetrable, trapping sound and scent in the small space. And there was the strand of hair she let brush against his nose in the wind. Lan Luo hesitated, then, after a long pause until the rain gradually stopped, she said, That's your freedom? She didn't like being interfered with, and likewise, she didn't like interfering with other people's freedom. Oh, Zhu Jianshan chuckled, I understand. What do you understand? Lan Luo felt he must have misunderstood something. I will always be free to follow you, to understand you. You can't just leave me aside again. Zhu Jianshan emphasized the word freedom. She knew Zhu Jianshan wasn't quite right in the head. He always misinterpreted her meaning. She hadn't said he should come along. Whatever. Lan Luo strode out from under the umbrella's protection, her ponytail whipping across Zhu Jianshan's slightly flushed face. A faint light appeared on the horizon. The night had passed, and a new day was dawning. Zhu Jianshan stood there, taking a deep breath, then hurriedly closed his umbrella and chased after Lan Luo. Why did you suddenly speed up? You broke your promise. Lan Luo was about to laugh when she keenly caught something. She straightened her lips, slowed her pace, and listened carefully to the sounds around her. Zhu Jianshan, oblivious, ran to her side and chattered. I knew you weren't such a bad person. I take back what I said. Lan Luo wasn't in the mood for teasing him. She raised a finger to signal him to be quiet. Someone's coming, she said gravely. A lot of people. Chapter 84. W.H. Zhu Jianshan uttered only one word before Lan Luo pressed a finger to his lips. Don't speak. Lan Luo whispered, tilting her head to listen to the sounds in the distance. The surroundings were a desolate wilderness, lush with vegetation, but it wasn't fully light yet, so only vague outlines were visible, making it impossible to discern what was in the distance. Zhu Jianshan stood beside Lan Luo and whispered, What did you hear? Lan Luo knew he couldn't hear her. The sounds were very subtle, and even Yin Yin might not have heard them, let alone Zhu Jianshan. She shook her head. I don't know, maybe I misheard. Though she said this, Lan Luo's eyes didn't relax at all, sharply scanning her surroundings. Rustle. The bushes at the edge of her vision rustled, particularly noticeable in the silent wilderness. Zhu Jianshan noticed the obvious commotion, pursed his lips, and asked, looking down. Should we go check it out? Lan Luo removed her finger from his lips and pointed to the bushes with her chin. No need, they already come out. Their gazes immediately fell on the bushes, and beside them. A person? Zhu Jianshan frowned. This is a human dog. Lan Luo showed no surprise. She had already guessed. Something suddenly appearing in this desolate wilderness, unable to conceal itself, could only be a wild animal or a human dog that had lost its mind. The buyer had warned her before leaving that there might be human dogs around, but she hadn't paid attention at the time. Is the security in Weicheng really this bad? Zhu Jianshan observed Lan Luo's expression and relaxed a little. Lan Luo chuckled, that's a question for you. Zhu Jianshan shrugged, I never participated in the creation of the human-dog hybrid. If you really want to talk about it, I'm a victim. Victim? Lan Luo looked at him and repeated. Zhu Jianshan's expression froze for a moment. He turned Lan Luo's shoulders, making her face the swaying human-dog hybrid again, his tone lazy, yes. They created so many inhuman things, and I had to find ways to refuse to participate every day. It's very painful, isn't it? Lan Luo didn't know how much of his statement was true and how much was false, but she knew that if he Shui and the others heard this, they would probably fight with Zhu Jianshan. Those two looked cold and aloof, but they were actually very sensitive about the experimental subjects, especially the expressionless He Shui, who would explode at the slightest provocation. She looked at the human-dog hybrid again. The hybrid was hunched over, sniffing left and right, circling towards them. However, Lan Luo's eyes darkened. She had clearly heard many breathing sounds, so why was there only one human dog? Does he want to die? Zhu Jianshan remained completely calm, even having the leisure to comment on the human dog. Lan Luo didn't tell him her doubts. She wondered if she had misheard. After all, she had encountered human dogs before, and knew that these creatures lacked intelligence and couldn't hide themselves. Unless there are others hiding nearby. She slowly uttered her second guess. Zhu Jianshan's expression instantly turned serious. Where? They can't be coming for us, can they? Should we leave first? Lan Luo glanced at him. Zhu Jianshan didn't doubt her at all. He believed everything she said. She pulled out a dagger and took a large step forward. No need, you come at the perfect time. She was just fuming, and this was a punching bag coming to her. Why not take advantage of it? The human dog was also attracted by their commotion, tilting its head and running towards Lan Luo, making a hoarse sound as it ran. This human dog seemed a bit smarter than the ones she had encountered before. At least it knew how to hide itself, unlike the previous ones, who were always drooling and hoarse. The faint light on the horizon gradually expanded, and the darkness before Lan Luo's eyes gradually changed to a mix of gray and white. Her and Zhu Jianshan's shadows were stretched long, extending all the way to the human dog's feet. This human dog was between Lan Luo's and Zhu Jianshan's height, but exceptionally thin, as if it hadn't eaten in a long time. Its scalp was pockmarked, its face covered in dirt and dust, only its eyes shone brightly, firmly fixed on Lan Luo's direction. Lan Luo met its gaze for a moment, then quickly looked away. It was already a beast incapable of thought, yet it possessed eyes identical to humans. Looking at it for too long made her momentarily unable to distinguish between it and a human. Would Lan's parents become like that too? That would be wonderful. Lan Luo remained expressionless, her eyes even revealing a hint of disgust. She twirled the dagger, and the instant she gripped it, she leaped forward, charging towards the human dog. The human dog looked up at her, its gaping maw drooling, its cloudy eyes darting left and right. Suddenly, it raised a stiff paw, grinning as it wiped its chin twice. Wait! This seemingly insignificant movement instantly put Lan Luo on alert. She landed, rolled twice, and moved away from the human dog. She coldly observed the moving human dog, her back to Zhu Jianshan, and asked in a low voice, Zhu Jianshan, do you think the human dog can wipe its own drool? The wind carried her voice completely behind her. Zhu Jianshan paused, then firmly shook his head, impossible. The human dog would completely lose its mind, only controlled by trained reflexes, unless its reflex is wiping its drool. Is that so? Lan Luo's gaze fell on the human dog's eyes. So it wasn't her imagination earlier. This human dog really was a bit smarter than the previous batch. Lu Guan's new invention. The human dog arched its back, its mouth opening and closing, seemingly simulating a bite. It kicked its legs, then leaped. Ha! Clang! Lan Luo grabbed the human dog by the neck with one hand, and with the other, a dagger was plunged into its mouth. The sound of teeth clashing against metal was enough to make one's teeth ache. The human dog seemed oblivious, only continuing to move its mouth, biting the dagger, drool starting to drip from the corner of its mouth again. Lan Luo. Zhu Jianshan rushed forward, about to deliver another kick to the human dog, when he saw their posture and could only awkwardly withdraw his foot. What are you doing? He steadied himself. I thought something had happened to you. Lan Luo glanced at him. If I couldn't even beat a human dog, you wouldn't have needed to come to save me. She could have killed it directly, but she was still worried, so she controlled the human dog to observe if there was anything different about it. I was just worried. Zhu Jianshan muttered as he leaned closer. It looks no different from the previous batch of human dogs. If it weren't for wiping its drool, you probably wouldn't be able to tell it's from the new batch. You know a lot about human dogs? Lan Luo tightened her grip, restraining the suddenly struggling human dog, and asked Zhu Jianshan. This wasn't the first time he'd shown familiarity with human dogs, but Zhu Jianshan usually loved to slack off and avoid the lab as much as possible. How could he know so much? Zhu Jianshan shrugged. I had close contact with him. Unforgettable. You wouldn't. Before Lan Luo could finish, the human dog in her hand went completely berserk, frantically shaking its head and spitting out the dagger. Ignoring its cut mouth, it spat out blood and tried to bite. She quickly released her grip and kicked the human dog several meters away. Lan Luo glanced at the dagger, and Zhu Jianshan promptly handed her a wet wipe to clean the saliva and blood. She wiped away the dirt with disgust, her gaze returning to the human dog rolling on the ground. She hadn't held back her kick. A weaker person might have broken ribs, and the human dog wouldn't be able to get up for a while. Lan Luo hadn't forgotten the commotion she heard earlier. There was definitely more than one here. She had initially suspected a human was hiding nearby, but the basic intelligence the human dog displayed made her reconsider. Perhaps there were other human dogs nearby with only slight intelligence, knowing how to conceal their presence and refrain from attacking those of unknown strength. In that case, perhaps the human dog in front of her was the dumbest one. Lan Luo looked around. Although the sky was slightly bright on the horizon, the area near the ground was still dark, making it impossible to see clearly. Just as she was about to approach the bushes ahead for a closer look, the human dog on the ground leaped up and sprinted towards her at incredible speed. Lan Luo and Zhu Jianshan were both startled. Zhu Jianshan frowned, his voice serious. This isn't the speed of an ordinary dog, is it? A human dog? Lan Luo hesitated. Does it also have special abilities? This speed gave her a strange sense of déjà vu. But the human dog was already close to them. Without thinking, Lan Luo spread her legs, grabbed its arms, turned, and slammed it hard to the ground. The human dog rolled in the air, landing on its back, its face contorted in a rather unconvincing expression as it grimaced in pain. It seemed genuinely injured, struggling to make hoarse sounds, its eyes fixed on Lan Luo. If the human dog could speak, it would be the most talkative of all. Lan Luo didn't rush to kill it, but instead turned to Zhu Jianshan and asked, can human dogs also have superpowers? Or rather, can superpowered individuals become human dogs? The human dogs she had encountered before were all ordinary people, so she had always assumed they were all ordinary. After all, superpowered individuals used as experimental subjects for research were far more valuable than human dogs used as expendable resources. I don't know, Zhu Jianshan replied, his relaxed expression fading. At least among the human dogs I know, they are all ordinary people. None have superpowers. Human dogs are consumed too quickly and have little use. The base has always considered using superpowered individuals as raw materials to be a waste of talent, so we never tried it. Zhu Jianshan explained, even some experimental subjects about to be trained into human dogs, if they are found to have awakened superpowers during the process, are usually stopped midway and sent to be used as other experimental subjects. Lan Luo thought of Chu Ji. He had almost been turned into a human dog. So Lan Luo said to Zhu Jianshan, staring at the human dog lying on its back, its body almost in an L shape. While you were skipping work, Lu Guan came up with some new tricks. Zhu Jianshan denied it. What skipping work? I resigned, okay? However, he changed the subject. This human dog can maintain a certain level of intelligence. For example, it knows how to conceal its aura and wipe its drool. Maybe it's related to superpowers. Lan Luo understood what she meant. Superpowered individuals' physical abilities far surpassed those of ordinary people in every aspect, so it was understandable that after becoming a human dog, it would have some basic intelligence compared to ordinary people. He suddenly went to such lengths. What do you think it was for? Lan Luo suddenly curled her lips into a sarcastic smile. Zhu Jianshan, with his back to her, took a few steps forward and gazed into the distance. Obviously, of course it is. Heh heh. Before he could finish speaking, the human dog, who had been lying on the ground pretending to be dead, seized the opportunity, and leaped up, grabbing Lan Luo tightly from behind. Lan Luo. Zhu Jianshan turned around and saw this scene, immediately rushing back. The human dog's heavy breathing fell on her ear, but Lan Luo wasn't afraid. Even if she were bitten, she could heal before the dog died, infuriating the stupid thing. But she didn't intend to let this filthy, smelly creature stay on her body. Lan Luo gripped the dagger tightly and, without hesitation, thrust the tip behind her. "Quick, run!" A rough, hoarse voice suddenly rang in her ear. Chapter 85. Hearing the fragmented words beside her ear, Lan Luo's eyes widened instantly, and she hurriedly withdrew her grip. But the knife was faster than her. The dagger had already grazed Lan Luo's side, and plunged into the abdomen of the human dog behind her. "You?" Lan Luo released the dagger, not turning around, but her face was filled with disbelief. "You are?" "Heh, heh, heh." The human dog made a familiar heh heh sound, its beast-like panting carrying a faint hint of laughter. "Human dogs can laugh?" Lan Luo raised her hand to stop Zhu Jianshan's rushing movement, used her hands to peel the human dog off her back, then awkwardly turned around, staring at the human dog lying on the ground. Her dagger was still stuck in the human dog's abdomen, but the wound didn't bleed much, as if it were already a withered corpse. "Hannah." Lan Luo stammered, a rare occurrence. "Hanako?" Her voice held a strong doubt, as if she herself wasn't entirely sure. Zhu Jianshan paused. "Hanako? Wasn't she the one you played with in the lab before?" At this point, Zhu Jianshan seemed to realize something, falling silent and glancing between Lan Luo and the human dog on the ground. "Yes," Lan Luo's fingers twitched, one of the experimental subjects at the Weicheng lab. However, when she left the lab, Hanako had vanished without a trace. Zhu Ji said she had been transferred elsewhere. Lan Luo hadn't expected that the so-called transfer was simply turning her into a human dog. She also hadn't expected to meet Hanako under these circumstances. Their relationship hadn't been particularly close. Frankly, Lan Luo hadn't even thought about Hanako for a long time. But this was based on the premise that they would never see each other. Now, seeing Hanako in person, Lan Luo could instantly recall her. "You," Lan Luo crouched down. "Can you understand?" The human dog still had that ferocious face, and it was impossible to tell if it could understand. It twisted a few times on the ground, its stiff fingers touching the dagger. Lan Luo snapped out of her daze, and reached out to pull the dagger out for it. The wound was fully exposed. Hanako's abdomen was hollow and sunken, but there was no blood, only the constant rise and fall of her chest proving that she was still alive. Hanako probably couldn't get up. She struggled to lift her head, her hands pounding the ground incessantly, seemingly very anxious, but she could only utter hoarse sounds, as if the two words she had just heard were just their imagination. Hanako's saliva dripped from the corner of her mouth again. Lan Luo took the wet wipe Zhu Jianshan handed her, and tentatively wiped Hanako's face. The wet wipe quickly turned black. The dirt on Hanako's face disappeared, revealing a familiar yet unfamiliar face. The face was familiar because Lan Luo used to see it every day. It was strange because the cunning of the past was gone, replaced by a stiff, deathly pallor. "How did you recognize her?" Zhu Jianshan squatted beside Lan Luo, his face full of surprise. Lan Luo didn't speak, looking at Hanako, who was whimpering on the ground, with a questioning gaze. Did she really speak just now? Or was she just hallucinating from not sleeping all night? "Hanako? What you just said?" Lan Luo asked patiently. "What did you mean? Can you still speak?" Hanako's struggles gradually stopped. She tilted her head, straining to hear Lan Luo speak, her eyes revealing deep thought. A few seconds later, Hanako clutched her abdominal wound, struggling to speak. "Ha, run, ha ha." Lan Luo could tell she was having great difficulty speaking. The last sentence was probably unintentional. "But why do you keep telling me to run? Is there something around here?" Lan Luo secretly cut her palm, and touched Hanako's wound with her bloodied hand. Lan Luo had held back her strength at the last moment, so the wound wasn't deep, but Hanako's flesh was like withered, dried-out tree bark, unable to heal, so even Lan Luo's blood was useless. She stared at the stark bloodstains on Hanako's wound. Perhaps the only purpose of her blood was to make Hanako appear to be bleeding, like a living person. "Ha." Hanako caught the key words in Lan Luo's words, and a hint of exasperation appeared on her usually stern face. "Ha. Run, run. What do you mean?" Zhu Jianshan looked around. "Should we run? My neck feels cold." Lan Luo slowly stood up, surveying the quiet surrounding vegetation. Were these bushes arranged like this just now? She was about to stand up when her trouser leg was grabbed. "Ha." Hanako had rolled over at some point, lying on her side, her nails catching on Lan Luo's trouser leg, muttering something. However, even the most complex words, coming from a human dog mouth, became just hoarse, drooling sounds and a long string of uncontrollable saliva. Only her trembling eyes offered a glimpse of her sanity. Lan Luo suddenly felt that perhaps compared to Hanako and the others, she was indeed excessively lucky. At least she still retained what Lu Guan valued, preventing her from becoming a mere walking corpse like Hanako. Reunited with an old friend, yet unable to utter a complete sentence, only drooling and revealing her most wretched state. "Kill! Have me!" Hanako convulsed on the ground, her head buried in the earth, her fingers gripping Lan Luo's trouser leg tightly. Please!" Zhu Jianshan moved his lips. "A dog-human hybrid will explode when it dies." His words were ambiguous, but Lan Luo understood his meaning. "You die a gruesome death," Lan Luo added. Hanako shook her head frantically, drool splattering everywhere, the gurgling sounds in her throat growing more intense with each breath, finally turning into a hoarse howl. Looking at Hanako's condition, Lan Luo said nothing more, silently picking up the dagger. The tip of the blade paused in midair, hesitating for a few seconds, then swiftly plunged into Hanako's neck. The moment the blade pierced through, Hanako stopped howling, her once bright eyes staring blankly, her lips moving but no sound escaping. Lan Luo waited until her mouth closed before confirming Hanako's death, because her eyes remained open. Zhu Jianshan clenched his fist and whispered a warning, "Take cover, it might explode." Lan Luo drew her dagger. Aside from the explosion, killing a human dog was far less gruesome than killing a human, so she had always held the misconception that human dogs were not human, that they could be killed or killed at will. She had indeed acted this way before. Lan Luo had never understood why Chu Shi cared so much about the life or death of a human dog, nor why Yin Su's gaze towards the human dog was so complex. She didn't quite understand it yet, but Lan Luo felt that her gaze towards Hanako might have partially overlapped with Yin Su's gaze back then. Zhu Jianshan tugged at her sleeve and gently shook it. "Lan Luo." Lan Luo snapped back to reality, knowing Hanako was about to explode, so she grabbed Zhu Jianshan's wrist and tried to back away. She felt a slight tugging at her feet. Looking down, Lan Luo saw that Hanako's fingernails were still caught on her trouser leg. The fingernails snapped the thread of her trouser leg, and Hanako's pale hand bounced twice on the ground. Before it could even regain its balance, a blood mushroom bloomed in the open space. Boom! The severed hand with long fingernails rolled to Lan Luo's feet, but without the support of the torso, it could no longer catch her trouser leg. Lan Luo looked at the crater in front of her, and the shards of limbs scattered inside and outside the crater, unconsciously pinching her thigh. If she had taken Hanako out of the lab that day. Dawn broke, a ray of sunlight piercing the pit. Lan Luo squinted, adjusting to the sudden brightness. She picked up the cold, severed hand from the ground, placed it back in the pit, and scooped up some soil to cover Hanako's mangled body. Zhu Jianshan didn't help, standing there like a statue. After a long while, he spoke softly. "Lan Luo, what's wrong?" Lan Luo asked. She wasn't in a good mood. She shoveled soil, creating a makeshift grave for Hanako. "Look!" Zhu Jianshan's voice was ethereal, filled with disbelief. Lan Luo looked up at his voice. After seeing her surroundings, the dagger in her hand clattered to the ground. Lan Luo's pupils constricted sharply. She picked up the dagger, slowly stood up, and leaned against Zhu Jianshan, shoulder to shoulder. "These are all," Lan Luo murmured. Zhu Jianshan's expression wasn't optimistic either. He nodded grimly. "They're all human dogs." There were no grass, trees, or bushes around them, only swarms of human dogs. The silhouettes Lan Luo saw in the darkness weren't trees at all, but rather human dogs holding their breath, surrounding them like living dead. She had vaguely sensed something was off about the bushes earlier, and now it seemed these human dogs had been consciously tightening their encirclement, making it impenetrable for her and Zhu Jianshan. No wonder Hua Zi kept telling us to run. Lan Luo realized belatedly. Zhu Jianshan clicked his tongue too late. It seems we can't escape. The intelligence of these human dogs was worlds apart from the previous ones. Just as Lan Luo was about to open her mouth in a sigh, the surrounding humans and dogs, as if receiving a signal, simultaneously opened their tightly closed mouths, and a chorus of horror sounds echoed across the wasteland. These humans and dogs seemed to have some reservations, anxiously circling the two of them, yet unwilling to approach, their bewildered expressions resembling those of living people trying to shirk responsibility. "Ah, horse!" Suddenly, a massive human dog raised its head and roared, then charged towards Lan Luo with its blood-red eyes wide. Lan Luo blocked Zhu Jianshan with her left hand, pushing him behind her with her arm, and, holding her knife in her right hand, met the attack head-on without dodging or evading. The burly human dog exhaled scorching breath, opened its mouth, and nearly bit Lan Luo's sleeve. Lan Luo withdrew her hand, twisted her waist to brace herself, raised her knee, and kicked out with force. The burly man was kicked away, letting out a defiant howl. Before he could even get up, two tall, lithe, and agile human-dog hybrids sprang out from behind him. Using the burly man's human-dog cover, the two hybrids darted out from behind him, crisscrossing each other as they raced towards Lan Luo, all four paws outstretched simultaneously. Bang! Bang bang bang. A series of loud explosions rang in Lan Luo's ears. The first two were gunshots, the latter two were the explosions of the two human-dog hybrids. Lan Luo turned around, and saw Zhu Jianshan standing ramrod straight behind her, his face cold, gun raised in his right hand. Watch out. He moved the gun, aiming it at Lan Luo's back, and whispered a warning. Another gunshot rang out, and the other human-dog hybrid, attempting to ambush her, was hit, yelping as it was blown to pieces. Lan Luo rolled away to avoid the explosion, taking a moment to ask Zhu Jianshan, "Your marksmanship is that good?" Zhu Jianshan's lips curled into a smug smile. "Of course, otherwise I wouldn't have shot in front of you. Then I don't need to worry about you." Lan Luo ignored his haphazard display of power, tossing out a sentence before charging towards the pack of men and dogs to her side. She had initially thought Zhu Jianshan wasn't good at fighting, which was why she had been hesitant to stay too far from him. Now it seemed unnecessary. "Hey!" Zhu Jianshan shouted for some reason, his voice somewhat exasperated. Lan Luo swept a group of men and dogs aside with a powerful kick, pinning them down, quickly finishing them off with a knife each, then leaped to safety. The corpses on the ground exploded one after another like giant fireworks, the bangs continuing for a long time, limbs flying everywhere, like a rain of human flesh. "Wow," Zhu Jianshan looked at Lan Luo, casually striking the forehead of the human dog behind him, "spectacular." Lan Luo could hear the sarcasm in his tone, understanding his dissatisfaction with the presence of these human dogs. The more human dogs there were, the more experimental subjects had been tortured and turned into them. If not for the circumstances, Lan Luo wouldn't want to fight these human dogs now. They were forced to lose their minds. Even if she won, it would be an unfair victory, not satisfying at all. The feeling of killing a bunch of human dogs wasn't even as satisfying as pinning down Yin Su. Although there were many human dogs around them, their strength was very weak, so fighting them wasn't difficult, only a forced tag team battle, which slightly depleted her stamina. Were these sent by Lu Guan? How did he know she was here? What purpose could sending these useless human dogs serve? Lan Luo, panting heavily, kicked away the human dog clinging to her, finally having time to think about these things. Not far away, in one of the few bushes in the wasteland, a gaunt woman wearing a gas mask was trembling as she unscrewed a bottle of gas. Chapter 86. Lan Luo had been fighting the pack of men and dogs for so long that she was inevitably sweating. She was panting heavily, her collar shaking, completely unaware of the commotion nearby. Zhu Jianshan walked towards Lan Luo and took out an individually wrapped candy from his pocket. "To replenish your strength," he said, handing it to Lan Luo. "Eat this, you haven't eaten in a long time." Lan Luo didn't stand on ceremony. Since arriving in Weicheng, she hadn't had a proper meal, and besides, what Zhu Jianshan gave her couldn't be ordinary candy. She never had too much good stuff. "Thanks." Lan Luo chewed the candy, and almost instantly, a feeling of fullness washed over her. Zhu Jianshan stuffed the wrapper back into his pocket. "You're welcome. This is compressed candy. It restores strength and has no side effects." The encirclement of men and dogs had been smashed through several times. The remaining men and dogs, stepping on each other's corpses, hesitated, none daring to step forward, simply circling around Lan Luo and Zhu Jianshan. Hidden in the shadows, Hu Jiafen, her hands trembling, unscrewed the gas canister. Finding a moment when Lan Luo and Zhu Jianshan were resting and chatting, she released the gas and sent it towards the encirclement. Hu Jiafen's face, hidden behind her mask, was covered in layers of cold sweat. She knew Lan Luo held a grudge, and she knew she was no match for Lan Luo, but she had no choice. She had to work for that mysterious Mr. Lu. It was Mr. Lu's order, and she could only obey. Whether she would be discovered, and whether she would die if discovered, were not things she could consider now. Her little monkey was still waiting for her. She dared not hesitate. Lan Luo's ears were filled with the rough, hoarse sounds of humans and dogs. Even speaking to Zhu Jianshan required shouting at the top of her lungs, making them sound like they were in a morning market. "I mean, what are you planning to do next?" Zhu Jianshan covered his ear, closed one eye, and looked at Lan Luo with a smile. Lan Luo casually flicked a pebble, hitting the restless dog's knee, then looked at Zhu Jianshan. If I said I was going to kill Lu Guan, would you think I'm crazy? Who? Lu Guan. Zhu Jianshan opened his eye. Sure. His expression softened slightly, the excitement from before gone. Lan Luo raised an eyebrow. What? You feel sorry for your brother surnamed Lu? No. Zhu Jianshan shook his head, smiling again. I support you. That's more like it. Lan Luo clapped her hands, smelling a slightly familiar but unrecognizable scent. Maybe you can even get a share of the Lu family's inheritance. Impossible. Zhu Jianshan started to say something, but suddenly sniffed, his eyes blank. This is... Oh no! After a few sniffs, Zhu Jianshan's eyes suddenly sharpened, his brows furrowing deeply. He lunged at Lan Luo, forcefully covering her mouth and nose with one hand, while his other arm encircled her waist, pulling her frantically backward. What's wrong? Lan Luo grabbed his hand covering her mouth and nose, confused. The pack of dogs suddenly stirred, their heads tilted back in a frenzy, sniffing the air, drool dripping from their bodies. Zhu Jianshan embraced Lan Luo from behind, his voice close to her ear. Someone's administering tranquilizers. Tranquilizers? Lan Luo instinctively sniffed, but all she could smell was Zhu Jianshan's scent. She seemed to have indeed smelled a familiar yet unfamiliar scent. Who did it? And there were other people around? Lan Luo glanced around, then seemed to remember something, turning to look at Zhu Jianshan. Just cover yourself, I have hands. Zhu Jianshan's voice was clearly exposed. He was just an ordinary ability user. His resistance to anesthesia might not even be as good as hers. No need. Zhu Jianshan covered Lan Luo's face with both hands, his two large, well-defined knuckles overlapping. My resistance is stronger than yours. Besides, you're stronger in combat. You can protect me later. If you get hit, I have to die with you here. Lan Luo slapped the back of his hand. Are you out of your mind? What are you fighting for? Run. Knowing that someone was using dirty tricks in the shadows, she would be crazy to choose to stay and fight, of course. Escaping the encirclement first was the priority. Zhu Jianshan realized what was happening, grabbed Lan Luo, and turned to flee. Ha! The restless humans and dogs howled and pounced the moment they made a move. While covering Lan Luo's mouth and nose, Zhu Jianshan continued firing to drive back the pack of men and dogs, but the frenzied pack was irrational and fearless. Lan Luo's movements were somewhat restricted, and even through Zhu Jianshan's hand, she could faintly smell the anesthetic. She placed her left hand over the back of Zhu Jianshan's hand, covering her mouth and nose with his to prevent an overdose of anesthetic. Zhu Jianshan, single-handedly, was no match for the pack of dogs. Their encirclement was constantly shrinking, until the men and dogs could barely touch the hem of their clothes with their outstretched arms. Lan Luo could feel Zhu Jianshan's movements becoming increasingly sluggish. She couldn't hold back any longer. She flung his hand away, held her breath, and drew her knife to kill. Anesthesia? She was practically an immortal ability user who could metabolize even potent poisons. Anyone wanting to fight her in an ability battle was no match for such a small amount of anesthetic. Lan Luo ignored the lingering fumes in the air, her eyes fixed only on the approaching, ferocious-looking humans and dogs. Her knife strikes were swift and deadly, aiming for a single, fatal blow to avoid causing the dogs further pain and creating unnecessary trouble for herself. With a single stroke, another human dog's neck was severed. Its head drooped limply, but its arms instinctively grabbed Lan Luo. Lan Luo kicked it away, sending it flying into a nearby pile of humans and dogs, crushing a group of them. The moment it hit the ground, the human dog exploded with a deafening roar, blasting the fallen humans and dogs into fragments. One explosion triggered over a dozen more, turning humans and dogs into a bloody pulp, limbs flying everywhere. Lan Luo gasped for breath, then remembered the anesthetic and quickly held her breath. This person was truly cunning. Knowing they would expend energy fighting, they deliberately released the anesthetic at this crucial moment, making it easier for them to inhale. Lan Luo glanced back. Zhu Jianshan's condition wasn't much better than her own. It was time to address the root cause. She scanned her surroundings, then pushed away the men and dogs, letting them scratch her skin, leaving bloody marks. Seconds later, the scratches healed, leaving no trace of the wounds. The men and dogs, having tasted the blood, became even more excited, chasing after Lan Luo and abandoning even Zhu Jianshan. Hu Jiaofan, lying prone in the bushes, watched Lan Luo head in this direction. With a determined look, she pulled out another bottle of high-concentration anesthetic. When Mr. Lu's men handed her the item, they specifically instructed that this high-concentration anesthetic was for dealing with a man-dog rampage, not for Lan Luo. 1 bottle. If it doesn't take her down, you can leave, the man said with a look of disgust, tossing the anesthetic to her. High concentrations are too harmful, it's forbidden to use it on her. This is Mr. Lu's personal order. If you can't do it, humph. Recalling the arrogant command from the man named Zhang Lai, who Jiafen couldn't help but curse him inwardly. If it weren't for Little Monkey, if Little Monkey hadn't been tricked by them, how could she have ended up like this? Hu Jiafen hesitated before opening the bottle, holding her breath, gathering all her supernatural abilities at her fingertips, and pushing the dense gas forward. The high-concentration anesthetic floated in the air, drifting and brushing against Lan Luo and Zhu Jianshan's faces. This time, without Zhu Jianshan's prompting, Lan Luo realized something was wrong. Before Lan Luo could react, she heard Zhu Jianshan's low voice behind her. She turned her head, and saw Zhu Jianshan slumped to the ground, his arm bitten horizontally by a man-dog, blood dripping from his mouth. Lan Luo glanced at the bushes from which the strange noise had come, gritted her teeth, and turned to rush towards Zhu Jianshan. She decapitated the man-dog with a single stroke, then leaped forward, kicking aside the surrounding men and dogs that were eagerly anticipating the smell of blood. She grabbed the head that was biting Zhu Jianshan's arm, and pried open its teeth with her dagger. The head rolled to the ground, exploding into fragments behind Lan Luo with a loud bang, but she didn't even blink, lifting Zhu Jianshan's hand to check his injuries. I'm fine, Zhu Jianshan pulled his hand away. Run. This concentration, is it normal? Lan Luo looked up, and saw that the horde of men and dogs had already surrounded them in layers. Zhu Jianshan, Lan Luo suddenly called out, rolling up her sleeves, are you afraid of pain? What? Zhu Jianshan only managed to utter one word before Lan Luo grabbed his shoulders, lifted him up, spun him around a few times, and then threw him away violently. Zhu Jianshan, his face contorted in panic, was flung around like a rag doll, tracing a large circle in the air before rolling heavily far from the encirclement. Go after the one who used tranquilizers. Lan Luo punched the man-dog's head, smashing it open, and roared at Zhu Jianshan. The man-dog, its head shattered, was about to explode when Lan Luo kicked it into the air, causing it to explode midair. A hunched, thin figure emerged from the bushes, sprinting away at incredible speed. While drawing the man-dog's attention to allow Zhu Jianshan to escape the encirclement, Lan Luo aimed at the sprinting, thin woman, picked up a rock, and smashed it hard into her back. The woman stumbled and fell to the ground, tumbling down the steep slope and disappearing from sight. Lan Luo watched her disappear, then saw Zhu Jianshan stagger to his feet, raise his gun, and chase after her. Could he handle it? Lan Luo had originally planned to deal with the dogs herself, letting him handle the tranquilizers, but she had overlooked the fact that Zhu Jianshan didn't have her constitution. He had inhaled the tranquilizer and been bitten by the dogs. He might not last long. As if to confirm Lan Luo's worries, Zhu Jianshan had only taken a few steps when he coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed weakly to his knees. A head wearing a gas mask quickly emerged from the bottom of the slope. She reached out to grab Zhu Jianshan's gun, but he didn't give her the chance. He raised his hand and fired, the bullet grazing Hu Jiaofan's shoulder. Hu Jiaofan fell to the ground, and the next second, in a fit of rage, she shoved Zhu Jianshan hard. The two tumbled down the slope together, disappearing from Lan Luo's sight. Zhu Jianshan! Lan Luo shouted into the distance, but received no response. In the deserted wilderness, it seemed she was left alone to face an endless army of human dogs. Lan Luo was extremely annoyed, her strikes becoming exceptionally ruthless, each blow accompanied by an explosion. Ignoring the countless bites and scratches on her skin, she mechanically repeated the slashing motions despite the anesthesia, until her arms gave way. High-concentration anesthesia requires metabolism. Lan Luo's supernatural ability allowed her to endure longer and recover at a superhuman speed, but it couldn't protect her from the effects of the anesthesia. Lan Luo's mind was becoming hazy. In her daze, the claws reaching for her seemed to transform into the hands of her parents, turning into ferocious human dogs, their mouths open to bite. Then they became Lan Sheng, his once clean face now filthy, his hands pinning her down, his kicking legs overlapping the image of the day her heart was ripped out. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into countless beggars and Chuji, baring their teeth and claws, crying as they lunged at her. Lan Luo pulled the head off her shoulder, shook her head violently, and looked up to see that the human-dog hybrid behind the crowd had even transformed into Yin Yan He Shui's appearance. Lan Luo! Lan Luo! Yin Yan's shouts were incredibly real, echoing in Lan Luo's buzzing ears. Anesthetic and hallucinating, Lan Luo lowered her head, reminding herself it was all a hallucination, biting her lip hard until it bled before she felt somewhat awake. The shouts in her ears grew louder and more impatient. Lan Luo stabbed the human-dog hybrid in front of her, trying to ignore the sound. This hallucination was quite real. Beep. Beep beep. Only when the Nani van's horn sounded incessantly, the sharp blare stimulating Lan Luo's dizzy head, did she slowly look up. The tall Nani van, horn blaring, ran through the crowd, forcefully carving a path. Silver Smoke's white hair fluttered in the wind, revealing her smooth forehead and upturned, lively eyes. The van sped up to Lan Luo, drifting past everyone and the dogs, its tires slamming into pieces of limbs. Silver Smoke raised an eyebrow and honked the horn. Get in. Chapter 87. Lan Luo stared, slightly dazed, at Yin Yan's arrogant face, and Yi Shue's expressionless, but unwavering gaze from the back seat. Her mind cleared somewhat. So it wasn't a hallucination, it really was Yin Yan and Yi Shue. Lan Luo herself couldn't distinguish between illusion and reality. If Yin Yan hadn't been honking the horn frantically, she might have actually slaughtered them, mistaking them for human dogs. What are you standing there for? Scared out of your wits? Yin Yan impatiently honked the horn, all her previous coolness gone. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Get in the car! These bastards are trying to climb on the car! Yin Yan reversed, pinning the people trying to climb onto the back of the car under the tires, urging Lan Luo relentlessly. If you don't get on, we're leaving. Don't open the window, there's anesthesia. Lan Luo's voice was hoarse as she slowly walked towards the van. Yin Yan rolled up the car window, her voice muffled. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? Yi Shue, are you alright? I'm fine, let's go. Yi Shue shook her head, looking at the pack of men and dogs outside through the car window, her eyes lowered, revealing a barely perceptible hint of reluctance. Lan Luo struggled to grab the car handle, but before she could open the door, 2 or 3 men and dogs rushed up from behind and bit her calf. TSK, Lan Luo kicked her leg, get out. Yin Yan glanced at her, cursed under her breath, and started the van. Before Lan Luo could react, the car sped away from the encirclement, and the men and dogs clinging to her legs were thrown to the ground. Hey! Don't go yet. Lan Luo's gratitude towards Yin Yan vanished completely. She stepped on the side step of the car, struggled to turn over to face the window, and banged on it loudly. Don't go yet. Zhu Jianshan is still there, take him with you. Yin Yan slowed down slightly but didn't turn back. Looking in the rearview mirror, she yelled, didn't you see the car chasing us? I'm not going back. Who's going to take responsibility if I get hurt? If the car gets damaged, none of us will escape. Yi Shue crawled towards Lan Luo, carefully opened the car window, and, coordinating with Yin Yan's speed, opened the door a little wider, struggling to grab Lan Luo's arm. Lan Luo used Yi Shue's strength to climb into the back seat, but the wide-open door was grabbed by a ferocious man-dog. Ah! Yi Shue instinctively cried out. Not a combatant, she was almost bitten by the dog and retreated inside the car. Yin Yan saw this in the rearview mirror, said nothing, and silently sped up. Lan Luo kicked the man-dog off the door, panting heavily as she forced the door shut, then finally slumped back into her seat in relief. Her wounds were slowly healing, and the anesthetic was gradually wearing off. However, she was still injured, exhausted, and unable to move. Once we reach a safe area, you get out of the car, Lan Luo said, frowning as she looked out at the endless wilderness. I need to go back. Go back? Are you crazy? Yin Yan jerked the steering wheel. Isn't that man a researcher? This thing was created by them to cause trouble. Leaving it to them is just right. Yin Yan. Yi Shue glanced at Lan Luo and stopped her. Yin Yan muttered, I didn't say anything wrong. Didn't he say that before? Yi Shue said vaguely, don't do this, Yin Yan. Said what? Lan Luo sat up, rolling up her trousers to check the injuries on her legs. Both her legs were completely unharmed. The marks from the dog bites and scratches had already healed quietly, and the skin at the wounds looked as if it had been regenerated. Yi Shue shook her head. It's nothing, I just wanted to ease the tension between us. Although I personally didn't want to save him, if you're thinking. What I'm doing, Lan Luo frowned. What does it have to do with you? Whether I want to go back, whether I'm willing to save him, isn't that my own business? What does your agreement have to do with me? She seemed completely oblivious to the tense atmosphere in the car, continuing, why do I need your consent? Lan Luo knew they had just saved her, and logically she shouldn't be speaking like this, but she had been getting the short end of the stick since last night, and her anger was about to burst. She hated being interfered with. Screech. Yin Yan slammed on the brakes, turning back to glare at Lan Luo. Are you sick? Who went through all that trouble to save you? You're so cold-blooded. Yin. He Shui interrupted her. Shut up. Humph. Yin crossed her arms. You're really protecting her. Lan Luo didn't argue. In a way, Yin was right. That was exactly the kind of person she was. So Lan Luo looked at her coldly. I told you long ago not to follow me. Why? Just because of an argument? Because of a disagreement? Heshua patted Yin, telling her to continue driving, and said to Lan Luo, you know Yin's personality. She's quick-tempered and speaks her mind. Yin stammered twice, but still obediently continued driving, handing the reins to Heshua. Heshua's long white hair fell to her chest. She twirled a strand of hair and continued, Yin and I volunteered to follow you. We have our own purposes, so you don't need to consider our feelings, and we won't make way for your wishes. To put it bluntly, we're just partners. Before we achieve our goals, let's try to get along peacefully, okay? Lan Luo closed her eyes. Let's go to the safety station to change vehicles. You drive your own cars, I drive the van. She was somewhat agitated and didn't bother arguing with He Shui, simply stating her demands. Isn't there any room for negotiation? He Shui asked. Those human dogs are related to the lab. Finding the lab is the real solution, not fighting with them. Lan Luo looked at He Shui. Why do you insist on finding the lab? Because of hatred? But the person who caused your suffering is dead. What are you still hating? She wasn't being sarcastic. She was genuinely curious. He Shui and the others had mentioned before that Gaoku's father also ran a small lab, and both of them were experimental subjects abducted there. It was said that they were only a few years older than Su Jin at the time, and completely powerless against Gaoku's father, spending their days being beaten, hungry, and verbally abused. He Shui entered the lab earlier than Yin, so Yin had been quite dependent on her since childhood. To gain He Shui's attention, Yin even took beatings for her. Yin's special ability also awakened around that time. Later, for some unknown reason, their abilities flared up at night, accidentally poisoning the guard and allowing them to escape. Of course, Lan Luo remained skeptical of He Shui's claim of an accident. The person who caused our suffering is dead, but can you say my suffering has disappeared? He Shui looked out the window. Besides, the source of my suffering hasn't disappeared. As long as the lab exists, my pain will replay. Her nails dug into the flesh of her forearm, her voice dripping with coldness. You often stare at my face. Why? Because I'm pretty? Lan Luo, bewildered by the sudden change of topic, paused for a moment. Your appearance is unique. Unique, He Shui sneered. That's the word I hate most. Why were you sent to the lab? Wasn't it because you're unique? He Shui's white eyelashes drooped, concealing the hatred in her eyes. Because you're unique, you're targeted. Even in the lab, you suffer far more beatings and torment than ordinary people, like a circus clown. So the death of one person surnamed Gao isn't enough. Deep nail marks marred her forearm. There are countless other circuses in the world waiting to whip us. Yin didn't speak, but silently pressed the accelerator, expressing her feelings through speed. Lan Luo understood her, but there was a part she couldn't agree with. He Shui hated her uniqueness, the malicious treatment she received because of it, something Lan Luo deeply understood, like the group who cornered her and slashed her with scissors and a craft knife during their school days. However, for He Shui, the biggest reason she became a test subject was her parents. After all, Lan Sheng was also exceptionally unique, yet he was able to smoothly enter military academy and have a smooth journey. But there was no need to tell He Shui this. As an orphan, she didn't need to understand her tangled family relationships. I understand what you mean, Lan Luo said. I let you know when I storm the lab. So get off at the safe station. I'm going back to find Zhu Jianshan. Why are you going back? Yin muttered. Is he that important? They must already know your whereabouts. What if there's an ambush? And to be blunt, don't rush to scold me. Yin glanced at Lan Luo. Tell me, why did this group of humans and dogs happen to be here? And why was someone able to lie in ambush and administer the tranquilizers beforehand? The person among us who knows your schedule best, and who has the closest ties to the lab. It wasn't him. Lan Luo interrupted Yin. She had considered this question herself, but subconsciously ruled out Zhu Jianshan as a suspect. His relationship with the Liu family wasn't good, and having him as a spy was very risky. Logically and emotionally, he had no reason to risk his life for Lu Guan. I know the person who administered the tranquilizers, Lan Luo explained. You seen them too. Huh? Who? Both pairs of eyes turned to look. Lan Luo recalled the gaunt figure she had hit with the stone. Although the person was wearing a gas mask, the thin, hunched back, and the familiar superpower reminded her of Hu Jiafen. A cleaning lady at the resort lingered outside Ling Jijia's room several times. I found a small camera on her clothes, and you know about the subsequent interrogation of Ling Jiajiao, Lan Luo said. But wasn't that aimed at Ling Jiajiao? Yin Yin asked. He Shui nodded. Besides, you should have had my ability with you when you met her. Even if she bumped into you, she might not have recognized you. Lan Luo was also pondering this question. Was Hu Jiafen that familiar with her? She even had a vague premonition that perhaps she had been exposed before Hu Jiafen. Otherwise, given Lu Guan's personality, how could he really tolerate her swaggering around Wei Cheng for so long without being discovered? What could it be? A possible candidate appeared in Lan Luo's mind. She stared at the back of Yin Yan's head, and Yin Su's face gradually surfaced in her mind. What exactly is the relationship between Yin Su and Yin Yin? Does he have a reason to pretend to let her go first, then secretly inform someone else? Yin Yin, Lan Luo suddenly called her name. Do you know Yin Su? This question caused a huge uproar. Yin Yin, in the driver's seat, nearly crashed into a tree upon hearing Lan Luo's words. She slammed on the brakes, only stopping when the tires started smoking. He Shui was jolted about, her eyes wide with shock. What did you say? Chapter 88. What? How do you know that name? Yin Yin gripped the steering wheel, not turning around, her voice trembling but trying to appear calm. Lan Luo looked completely at ease, appreciating their colorful expressions, and said calmly, I know him. So what's your relationship? Yin Yin released the steering wheel, still not turning around, her neck stiff. Why are you suddenly asking this? Of course, it's because I suspect him, Lan Luo said. He recognizes my face and roughly knows my whereabouts. So the most likely candidate is to complain. Impossible. Yin Yin quickly interrupted Lan Luo. Lan Luo was composed. How do you know? You two are. He Shui turned her head and grabbed Lan Luo's hand. You really know him? So what's your relationship? Lan Luo didn't answer, but asked them instead. No relationship. Brother and sister. Yin Yin and He Shui spoke at the same time, but their words were completely opposite. Brother and sister. Lan Luo accepted He Shui's explanation, scoffing. No wonder you're so upset about me killing my own family, you're sympathizing. Who's sympathizing? Yin Yin turned around, glaring at Lan Luo. I haven't seen him for over 10 years. Whether he's alive or dead is none of my business. Don't speculate about others. Lan Luo shrugged indifferently. Just consider it me speculating. When did he enter military academy? Is it possible he's colluding with the lab? How should I know? Yin Yin said irritably. The two in the back row didn't respond. Lan Luo waited for Yin Yin to speak, while He Shui stared blankly at the headrest, lost in thought. After a while, Yin Yin restarted the van and then slowly spoke. We separated when we were very young. I have no idea where he's been or what he's done all these years. I never wanted to look for him. Yin Yan's knuckles turned white. Anyway, I'm more familiar with the experimental subject's identity than the Yin family. You found out at the resort, didn't you? He Shui suddenly spoke. Her eyes slowly focused. At the resort, you already recognized him, didn't you? That day, when Lan Luo mentioned him, you deliberately lied to me, saying Lan Luo was just saying things because she was in a bad mood. You said you definitely recognize him if you saw your brother, so he couldn't be at the resort. You lied to me? So what if I recognized him? He doesn't remember me, I don't know him, and I don't want to have anything to do with him. Isn't it enough that we just live our lives peacefully? Yin Yin rarely spoke loudly to He Shui, her words sharp. Haven't you been lying to me all along? How come I didn't know you were such a kind and righteous person? Running all over the world looking for destroying the lab? Is it really just about destroying the lab? Are you really that selfless, He Shui? When we were little, you used your powers to trick the lab guards into drinking sleeping pills. You pretended to admire my abilities and encouraged me to release poisonous smoke at them. In Shigue City, it was you who insisted on observing all the experimental subjects. The road was wide and flat, with no other vehicles. Yin Yin simply turned on autopilot, turned around, and stared at He Shui. Is it really just about destroying the lab? Isn't it because I once told you that my brother and I were trapped in the lab? He Shui paused, her delicate brows furrowing. You suspect me? I don't suspect you. Yin Yan's tone softened slightly. I'm just... Alright, Lan Luo said, a little annoyed. I just say one thing. Yin Su is a teacher at the military academy. Military academy personnel are not allowed to leave the school unless on a mission. If you want to see him, this is your only chance. Maybe he's already left the resort. Who can say for sure? See him? He Shui raised her chin. I must see him. No! Yin Yan turned to drive. I won't see him. He has his life, and you and I have ours. Why should we bother each other? Yin Yan said softly. He Shui tilted her head, looking at her for a long time, then suddenly turned to Lan Luo. You also have a brother. What do you think? I killed my brother. Don't ask me. Lan Luo didn't want to get involved. Lan Luo turned her head, staring at her reflection in the car window, her mind racing with uncontrollable thoughts. What would it be like if she had been lost and wandering for over a decade, and then met Lan Sheng again? She knew she would most likely be like Yin Yan, stubbornly refusing to acknowledge him, especially since the latter's status was far superior to hers, and he lived a much better life. That would feel like self-humiliation. Why should someone who had enjoyed a glamorous life for over a decade care about a lost experimental subject? The silhouette in the car windows seemed to transform into someone else's image for a fleeting moment. They shared slightly similar appearances, but their demeanor was completely different. The reflection in the glass gazed at her gently, and the passing grass and trees outside seemed to nod in their shadows. Lan Luo turned her head, resting her head against the car window, staring at the two people with unpleasant expressions. She thought, if Yin Su's presence made them both unhappy, then why should he continue to exist? However, Lan Luo, always eager for drama, blurted out, I ran into him yesterday. He seemed quite eager to acknowledge you. Anyway, as soon as I threaten him with you, he obediently surrenders. Lan Luo said this deliberately. Looking at Yin Yan's complex expression, she unearthed the fleeting pain in her eyes, and felt a sliver of malicious pleasure. Consider it the price Yin Su paid for deliberately provoking her with Lan Sheng. Because his very existence would cause pain to the unrecognized Yin Yan. Yin Yan, He Shui said, clutching her trouser leg, let's meet him. Don't be stubborn. I'm not being stubborn. I simply don't want to see him. Yin Yan's eyes were clear, her tone cold. Why is this meeting so unavoidable? What will happen if I see him? Will seeing him change my past? As a military academy teacher, is it honorable to have a sister who steals and extorts? He Shui's chest heaved violently, her emotion surging. What do you mean by honorable? I ordered you to do these things. If it's not honorable, it's me who's disgraced. Given our status, what else could we do? Is it our fault? Of course it's not your fault, Yin Yan said calmly. It's my fault. What? Yin Yan took a deep breath. My mistake was telling you I have a long-lost brother just to gain your sympathy. Lan Luo stared at the road. This road looked somewhat familiar. They should be nearing the safety station. Yin Yan and He Shui were engrossed in their fight, and didn't care where she was going or what she was doing. Once they reached the safe station, she would trick them into changing cars to find Yin Su, and then she could drive back to find Zhu Jianxin. She hoped he would stay put. If she couldn't find him nearby, he'd be on his own. She couldn't waste too much time on him. The car slowly pulled into the safety station. It was morning, and the weather was fine, so the entire station was quiet and deserted. While arguing with He Shui, Yin Yan casually parked the car next to their van. Lan Luo leaned back in her seat, waiting for them to get out. I'm not seeing her. Yin Yan snapped, slamming the door shut and getting out, leaving He Shui in the car with a complicated expression. You know, He Shui stared blankly at her hands. She's been lying the whole time. Lan Luo didn't know if she was talking to herself or to herself. She closed her eyes and didn't respond. He Shui didn't care and continued. When she first entered the lab, she was actually very timid, not at all like the brash person she is now. She told me she had a lost brother, saying she was her sister, and asked if she could be my sister too. I hate useless kids, so I refused. But she was very talented. Her abilities awakened faster than anyone else's, so I changed my mind. He Shui said expressionlessly, my body is like an ornament, harmless, but she's different. Her poisonous smoke is everywhere. I needed a knife to shield me, so I treated her well, letting her take beatings for me, kill guards for me, and over the years extort money and do bad things for me. She was very young when she killed for the first time, so scared she had a fever and vomited. I endured the nausea to take care of her, but she was crying and calling for her brother. I felt guilty, He Shui said, bowing her head. That's why I want to find her brother. Once I find him, she won't have to live like a rat anymore. Lan Luo opened her eyes. Find her, find her, find her. Why do you always have to find her? She's a person with a brain who can think. Although Lan Luo didn't think Yin Yan had much of a brain. You don't agree either? He Shui looked at Lan Luo, a corner of her mouth curling up. I don't believe you haven't missed your brother. Missing him or not, he's dead. Lan Luo pushed open the car door. If you don't decide soon, he'd be gone. Yin Yan had already gotten into the van, slumped over the steering wheel, pretending to be asleep, trying to avoid He Shue's questioning. He Shue got into the passenger seat of the van, and turned her head to say something to Yin Yin. Lan Luo didn't hear clearly, and didn't want to hear any more. When she was sick, she never called for Lan Sheng, because she couldn't feel the pain at all. On the contrary, Lan Sheng, when he was a child, would cry and seek her comfort whenever he was sick, only to be met with her cold indifference. Lan Luo sat in the driver's seat of the van, closed the door, and stared blankly for a while. After dealing with Lan's parents, she didn't seem to dislike Lan Sheng as much as before. How strange. Lan Luo started the car, and glanced at the rearview mirror before driving away. Yin Yen had opened the window, and was talking to Yi Shue. Because you said, we separate once we found my brother. Yin Yan's slightly choked voice drifted into Lan Luo's ears on the wind. She looked back. The safety station was getting smaller and smaller, and their shadows were no longer visible. On the desolate wasteland littered with limbs, a man's long, blood-stained fingers twitched. The movement was too subtle to attract any attention, not even from a dog or a person, nor to startle the SUVs lined up not far away. Inside the car, a pale-faced boy reached out and touched his chest. His fingertips bore tiny needle marks, and the skin peeking out from his sleeve was covered in wounds, the bluish-purple bruises dotting his skin. Beneath the pristine white shirt, every inch of his slender fingertips revealed a gruesome scar, stretching from his collarbone down to his abdomen. The scar swayed and bulged, like giant snakes coiled around his body, starkly contrasting with the boy's pale, thin appearance. Beneath the scars, a faint mechanical hum emanated. Please remain calm and follow instructions. The man in the white coat, sitting upright, glanced at him coldly. Excuse me, the one she sold. The man in the white coat interrupted the boy. Mr. Liu said he wouldn't interfere with her freedom. Don't ask any more questions. The boy clutched his clothes, his gaze fixed on the monotonous scenery outside the window, a flicker of light in his eyes. Really, are we going to meet? His sigh-like murmur was drowned out by the sound of wheels. No one answered. Chapter 89. Lan Luo focused intently on driving. She knew that the human dog pack used to be less active during the day, but this group was much more active now. She wondered if they would still be jumping around in the same spot. If so, Zhu Jianshan might really be in danger. Lan Luo pressed the accelerator, pushing the van to its maximum speed. The wilderness was, to be precise, outside Wei City, so getting there didn't require entering the city, but going without entering required a long detour, almost circling the entire city. Upon reaching the wilderness, Lan Luo squinted and saw ant-sized objects in the distance, like houses or tents. She involuntarily slowed down, carefully observing the pure white tents in the distance. How long had it been? How did several tents suddenly appear there? Don't tell her that Zhu Jianshan was bored and had deliberately pitched a few tents there to wait for her, planning to camp with her among the human dog pack. Lan Luo's eyes darkened, but instead of changing direction, she sped straight towards the tents. She had a premonition that these tents were aimed at her. As she drew closer, Lan Luo noticed several expensive SUVs surrounding the tents. More importantly, Lan Luo recognized the vehicles. She was even more familiar with the subtle L logo on the side. It was Lu Guan. Lan Luo slammed on the brakes, parking the van about 10 meters from the tents, observing the quiet campsite through the car window. She could hear distinct breathing and heartbeats coming from inside the tents and the SUVs, indicating that the people coming were prepared and waiting for her. She refused to get out of the car. Lan Luo sat quietly in the car, facing off against the people inside the pristine white tents. Not long after, the tent flap at the front was lifted, and a familiar man appeared outside. Lan Luo, long time no see. The man clasped his hands in front of him, and smiled slightly. Lan Luo remembered him. His name was Zhang Lai, the newly appointed person in charge after Yi Fei's demotion, and a master of flattery. She didn't respond to Zhang Lai, choosing to listen to what else he had to say from inside the car. Zhang Lai wasn't annoyed. He glanced back at the closed tent flap and chuckled. We've been waiting for quite a while, Lan Luo. Why don't you get out and talk? Talk about what? Lan Luo lowered the car window halfway, and the howling wind immediately tousled her hair. Zhang Lai raised an eyebrow, seemingly sensing an opportunity, and stepped forward. There's a lot to talk about. Like how you injured Mr. Liu, how you fled, how you indiscriminately killed innocent people, and... what else did you do? Oh right, I remember now. Zhang Lai slapped his forehead, playing his part perfectly, and you destroyed one of our small bases. Let's talk about it, about all the things you've done. He smiled. Lan Luo knew that while he seemed kind, his words implied the same thing. They already knew all her whereabouts, and they were fully aware of the damage to the laboratory. Next, they settle accounts with her. Lan Luo rested her left arm on the car window, revealing half of her face. There's nothing to talk about. I did it, so what can you do to me? Hey, Zhonglai waved his hand, you're overthinking it. We're not here to interrogate you. We all been together, we're friends. Let's just talk today, nothing else. Then there's even less to talk about, Lan Luo scoffed. What's there for me to waste my time on, you old lapdog? Zhonglai's expression changed instantly, but he forced a ferocious smile the next second. You're still so straightforward. Lan Luo didn't speak, and reached to close the window. She didn't know if Zhu Jianchen was in the tent. Rather than wasting time talking to Zhonglai, she'd rather run him over with her car, knock over all these inconvenient tents, and then she'd know whether Zhu Jianchen was there or not. Before she could even close the window, a more familiar voice rang out. Nothing to talk about with him. So what about me? Lan Luo's hand, which had been closing the window, froze. She stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Lu Guan. She hadn't expected Lu Guan to be in a place like this. Her impression of him had always been that of a cautious, self-serving, and arrogant man. He actually agreed to stay in this simple, desolate wilderness tent? The curtain was lifted again, revealing a pampered hand, followed by a suit-clad arm, then a sharp chin, and bloodless lips. The curtain was gently lowered, revealing Lu Guan's smiling face to Lan Luo. Almost instantly upon his appearance, Lan Luo gripped the steering wheel, her chest heaving. That bastard, he still has the nerve to smile. Lu Guan stood at the tent entrance, not taking a single step forward, cautiously positioned behind Zhonglai, ensuring he was protected from both sides. Long time no see, Lan Luo. Lu Guan, seemingly oblivious to Lan Luo's anger, greeted her familiarly. Lan Luo snorted coldly, rolled down the car window completely, stuck her head out, scanned Lu Guan up and down, and then said sarcastically, Indeed, long time no see. It's quite remarkable that you're still alive. Yes, it wasn't easy, Lu Guan readily admitted, otherwise, how would I have appeared before you? He smiled, spreading his hands in a welcoming gesture. Come on, let's talk. What do you and I have to talk about? You short-lived devil. Lan Luo treated everyone equally. Before Lu Guan could even respond, Zhonglai's face had already turned pale. Lan Luo. You got some nerve, daring to speak to Mr. Lu like that. Zhonglai glared and started biting. Lan Luo glanced at Zhonglai, ignoring him, and turned to Lu Guan, saying, Look at your good dog, remember to give him a raise, and while you're at it, publish a book. The title will be, How to Raise a Good Dog. Having said that, she didn't care about Zhonglai and Lu Guan's expressions, rolled up the car window, and locked herself in the van to prevent Lu Guan, that heartless scoundrel, from sneaking up on her. Lan Luo admitted that she had borrowed this line from Yi Fei. Yi Fei's eloquence, honed in the lab, would now be returned to the lab. Lu Guan smiled, and shook his head, offering no comment on Lan Luo's insults. He simply smiled casually, and said in a reminiscent tone, That's why I always like you. Do you know why you were able to drive here so carefree today? He asked. Lan Luo raised an eyebrow. Lu Guan probably misunderstood the word carefree. She was clearly filled with worry and anxiety. Lan Luo didn't reply, leaning back in her seat and listening to his rambling. She was outnumbered and outmatched. Dealing with Lu Guan and his group alone would be difficult. So, she decided to play it safe and not get out of the car to show off. Lu Guan narrowed his eyes, seemingly displeased with Lan Luo's lack of cooperation. He stepped forward. Lan Luo, staying in the car all the time isn't very polite. I'm just not a polite person, she shouted. Lu Guan met her gaze through the glass. I remember you were much cuter than you are now, when we first met. You're mistaken, Lan Luo said dismissively, resting her chin on her hand, cautiously observing the surroundings. Fine, I can tolerate you a little longer, Lu Guan said mercifully. If you like staying in the car, then stay in the car. Let's talk about serious matters. You ate Lan Shun's heart, didn't you? He stared intently at Lan Luo, his eyes twitching. Was it delicious? How were the effects? Lan Luo's lips curled down, her anger burning as she looked at the madness emanating from Lu Guan. What, you're tempted? With your body, you'd probably be scared to death before you even put it in your mouth. She mocked Lu Guan. While she spoke sarcastically, Lan Luo wondered how Lu Guan knew about this, even though he mistakenly believed she had merged with Lan Shun by consuming his heart. As if guessing Lan Luo's thoughts, Lu Guan curled a finger to his lips and coughed twice. Cough, cough. Cough, so you admit it? Do you think this kind of thing is only known to heaven and earth, and you know but I don't? He pushed away Zhang Lai's hand that was supporting him, smiling gently. Don't forget, the Shigue City base is also a property of my Lu family. What you can see, how could I not see? Shigue City base. He's talking about Jean Fei's diary? That makes sense. As the head of the Lu family, it's normal for Lu Guan to have information about the Shigue City base. Still unwilling to come down? Lu Guan looked troubled. Since you don't want to answer this topic, let's change the subject. Guess why I happen to be here at this exact moment? He stared confidently at Lan Luo, utterly certain of his intentions. But Lan Luo knew the windshield of the van was thick. She could see Lu Guan outside, but Lu Guan might not be able to see her inside. His current air of confidence was merely a habit, not a reflection of his true strength. Because you're idle, Lan Luo rolled down the window, and you're going to die if you don't go out for a walk soon. She spoke with a natural, nonchalant expression, as if discussing the weather, showing no sign of the venomous words she had just uttered. Lu Guan's eyes and lips darkened, his face turning cold, but a sarcastic smile flashed across his face the next instant. I didn't expect this topic to coax you out. Looks like you have your suspicions too. He watched Lan Luo jump out of the car. Suspicions about why I received the information in time, and immediately appeared here to ambush you. Lan Luo got out of the car simply because she had already assessed the situation. There weren't many people around, and even if something unexpected happened, she could ensure her quick escape. Perhaps because her superpower was related to her heart, Lan Luo's hearing was exceptionally acute when listening to heartbeats. There weren't many heartbeats around her, and none were particularly unusual, except that among them, one heartbeat always sounded unusually rigid, and it was always mixed with a faint, electrical hum. What do you mean? Lan Luo pulled herself out of her thoughts, leaning against the car door and coldly staring at Lu Guan. Lu Guan chuckled lightly. Nothing much. Let's talk about your health. Ever since you suddenly left the base, I've been very worried about your well-being. Don't worry about me, Lan Luo frowned impatiently. No matter what, it's better than you dying quickly. Zhang Lai rushed to the front of the car and shouted, Shut up. Who do you think you are, daring to speak like that? Mr. Lu has a top-notch medical team. How can a savage like you compare? Lan Luo straightened up, neither dodging nor yielding, took 2 steps forward, clenched her fist, raised her elbow, and gathered her strength. Bang! Zhang Lai flew several meters away, clutching his stomach and rolling around covered in sand. Lan Luo glanced at him. Before, in the lab, she was under someone else's control, so she was willing to submit to this old lapdog. Now that she was relaxed and unrestrained, how could she still let herself be beaten and scolded like before? She had wanted to hit Zhang Lai in the car earlier, which was one of the reasons she was willing to get out. Seeing Zhang Lai's angry but speechless expression, lying on the ground watching Lu Guan's expression, Lan Luo took a deep breath, feeling much better. She wandered everywhere, painstakingly fusing her supernatural abilities, all so that she could beat these guys up at will today. Don't get too cocky, Lan Luo, Lu Guan said without even looking at Zhang Lai. Think about it, why does he have this opportunity to stand in front of you and swagger around? Don't rush to get angry, think about it carefully. He covered his mouth and coughed, cough, cough. I give you a little hint, you might as well. Cough, cough. Ask the people around you, like that little Xu Jianshin. I think you big bastard. No more, Lan Luo said bluntly. Where is Xu Jianshin? Lu Guan raised an eyebrow. Where is he? That question is probably. He glanced back at the tent, his eyes suddenly brightening for a moment, then he smiled again. But instead of being curious about him, shouldn't you be curious about someone else? Who? Lan Luo's heart pounded uncontrollably. Lu Guan's gaze lingered on her face, his smile exceptionally genuine. Lan Sheng, your twin brother. Chapter 90. Lu Guan shut his mouth after uttering this ambiguous statement, looking down at Lan Luo with a smile. Lan Luo's face turned ugly the moment she heard Lan Sheng's name. What do you mean? I'm always the one asking you. Lu Guan smiled. It's finally your turn to ask me. Lan Luo didn't want to beat around the bush, coldly repeating, I'm asking. What do you mean by that? Lu Guan smoothed his sleeve. The literal meaning. Aren't you curious? No, you're definitely curious. Otherwise why would you be so fierce, asking me twice? Lan Luo suddenly laughed, her laughter full of sarcasm. Whether I'm curious or not is unimportant. What's important is that you care a lot. Otherwise, why would you ask me 10 questions for every one I ask? She retorted verbatim, but a strange premonition arose in her heart. If Lan Sheng hadn't died. No, that's impossible. Even for the sake of its reputation, the military academy wouldn't conceal the truth and lie about Lan Sheng's death. Lan's parents' demeanor at the funeral didn't seem feigned. If Lan Sheng were alive, how could they bear to hang his portrait and invite bad luck? However, Lan Luo looked up and observed the smile on Lu Guan's lips. If it was a despicable person, like Lu Guan secretly manipulating things, then anything was possible. Lu Guan saw Lan Luo's gaze and raised an eyebrow. Have you thought it through and want to talk to me? Yes, Lan Luo said, jumping into the car. I'm going to run you over. Zhang Lai, ignoring his injuries, rushed in front of Lu Guan, screaming and trying to shield him, raising his hand to signal for the SUV. No need. Lu Guan stopped Zhang Lai, turning to Lan Luo and saying, Go ahead and run me over, but remember, if something happens to me, Zhu Jianshan will die faster than me. And your dead brother, he won't live either. His words were full of threats, yet a helpless smile lingered on his pale face, a faint smile that couldn't be ignored. Lan Luo sat in the car, ignoring his threats, and started the van. In the quiet countryside, the sudden screech of tires filled the air. Lan Luo gripped the steering wheel, ready to press the accelerator. Lu Guan had courted death, refusing Zhang Lai's protection. She could just ram him to death. Once Lu Guan was dead, everything would be peaceful. Heaven knows how disgusted she was with this bastard. Lan Luo pressed down slightly on the accelerator, but before she could actually press it, the pristine tent flap swayed gently again. A hand she knew very well lifted the flap, and soft, dark hair fluttered in the breeze, stray strands framing her forehead. Luo Luo. The person sighed, calling her softly. Lan Luo's foot rested on the accelerator, but she hesitated to press it. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her teeth clenching tightly into the soft flesh of her mouth, her chest heaving, her fingertips turning white from the effort. Lan Sheng. After a long pause, Lan Luo finally exhaled and softly repeated the name of the person who had appeared. After a brief moment of shock, Lan Luo's emotions had calmed down considerably. After all, Lu Guan had already hinted at it, and she had a rough idea. But guesses aside, seeing Lan Sheng standing before her changed her feelings. Lan Luo closed her eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air. Lan Sheng, she opened her eyes. You dared to play me. Yes, she was angry, extremely angry, so angry that she felt like a self-amusing clown, trying to gain attention in front of him. If you're going to die, you die. If you're going to live, you live. What's the point of dying and coming back to life? She kicked open the car door and strode to the front, facing Lu Guan and Lan Sheng. Lan Sheng stood beside Lu Guan. He was shorter and thinner, as pale as a sheet of paper, as if a gust of wind could blow him away. Lan Luo listened intently, her expression unchanged. With Lan Sheng's presence, the mechanical hum she had heard before seemed even clearer. See? Lu Guan laughed. You still came out? It's too dirty outside. Let's go inside the tent and talk, okay? How did you manage to survive? Lan Luo ignored Lu Guan, her eyes fixed on Lan Sheng. Lan Sheng, who had been looking at her, slowly shifted his gaze when Lan Luo stared at him, his eyes landing on the ground. I'm not quite sure either. Lan Luo laughed angrily. What do you mean you're not sure? You don't know if you're alive or dead? Then let me tell you, you should be dead. So shoot yourself in the temple now, and send yourself on your way. Lan Sheng looked up sharply, seemingly surprised by Lan Luo's vicious words, his eyebrows drooping. Luo Luo, don't talk like that. What? Lan Luo scoffed. What you did to Mom and Dad. Lan Sheng changed the subject. I know everything. And then? Lan Luo persisted. You know, and then what? Are you going to save them, or kill me? Do you think you're capable of either? Lan Sheng took deep breaths, his thin frame trembling beneath his loose clothes. He took a small step forward. I didn't mean to accuse you. Luo Luo, I know all the suffering you endured. I know everything. I know you harbor resentment, you suffered greatly, your brother is useless, it's all my fault. Please don't do anything dangerous anymore, okay? Lan Luo coldly watched Lan Sheng walk towards her, not rejecting his approach, but feeling a strange disgust at his words. Stop, she began right there, don't come near me. Or I kill you. Lan Sheng froze, hesitated for a few seconds, then stopped in his tracks. Luo Luo. Why aren't you dead? Lan Luo questioned him businesslike. Your heart was ripped out. How are you still alive? I'm alive, Lan Sheng smirked. Are you unhappy? Lan Luo didn't answer, turning to Lu Guan, coldly asking, You did it? Lu Guan shrugged. Well, not entirely stupid. I thought you suspect he had the ability to bring the dead back to life. Lu Guan, Lan Luo called out, You bitch. After saying that, without giving anyone time to react, she rushed forward, her fist aimed at Lu Guan's face. Lu Guan didn't dodge, raising an eyebrow with interest as he watched Lan Luo charge towards him. Lan Luo swung her fist with all her might, but the instant it landed, a soft yet resilient transparent wall blocked her path, tightly enveloping her fist and preventing her from taking even half a step forward. Lan Luo's fist was only a hand's width away from Lu Guan's face. The wall, stretched to its limit, firmly blocked her. You really value your life. Lan Luo guessed he wouldn't easily put herself in danger. Why didn't you dare let your bodyguards appear openly? Lu Guan raised a finger and tapped Lan Luo's fist through the soft wall, afraid of scaring you. Lan Luo withdrew her hand, the soft wall disappeared, and she stubbornly flexed her wrist, preparing to punch him again. No matter how powerful her defensive abilities were, they would eventually cool down. As long as she kept hitting, she refused to believe she couldn't beat this Lu Guan to death. Just as Lan Luo raised her wrist, a cold hand gently encircled her from behind. She turned around and saw Lan Sheng standing behind her, his head bowed, holding her wrist with one hand, his eyelashes trembling. Useless, he whispered, don't waste your energy. Lan Luo pulled her hand away, rubbing her wrist back and forth on her sleeve, trying to remove the cold touch. Just be like you, she said, honestly be his dog. Lan Luo was furious today, and her words were exceptionally harsh. As soon as she spoke, tears welled up in Lan Sheng's eyes, but she turned her head away, pretending not to see. All right, Lu Guan said mercifully, you're such a grown man, why are you still throwing a tantrum? If you don't like the tent, then let's talk here. He waved his hand, and Zhang Lai, very perceptive, brought out a chair and carefully placed it behind Lu Guan. Lu Guan sat down, crossed his legs, rested his elbows on the armrests, and looked up at Lan Luo. Sit down. Zhang Lai had already brought over a small stool, but it didn't dare approach Lan Luo, pushing the stool far away to her feet before leaving. Lan Sheng didn't say anything either, lowering his head to arrange the stool, wiping the surface dust off with his sleeve. Lan Luo refused to sit, taking a few steps to the side. Keep it for yourself. Your face is as white as if you've been dead for 3 days, and you still have the nerve to offer your seat. Lan Sheng squatted down to look at her, but showed little sadness at her sarcastic remark. Instead, she sat down as she suggested. Lu Guan squinted at the sun and spoke up at the opportune moment. Let me think, where should I begin? Ah, I remember now, he said, looking down. Guess why you were able to travel so smoothly to Xiaoxi City, Shigui City, and even back to Wei City? Because I have legs in a car. She leaned against the hood of the car and casually replied, her eyes scanning the surroundings. Lu Guan shook his head. Haven't you noticed? Since leaving Xiaoxi City, you had a smooth journey, no human dogs, no wanted posters, no researchers. I even let you take my people away. Your people? Lan Luo thought for a moment. Zhu Jianchen? Lu Guan nodded. No matter what, he's my blood brother, and he grew up in the lab. You took him away without my permission. Grown up in the lab? Lan Luo countered. That's not important, Lu Guan sighed. Let's not talk about him. Let's get down to business. The reason you had such a smooth journey isn't because of good luck, but because I realized that some people aren't suited for being kept in captivity, only for being allowed to roam freely. So I let go, letting you roam freely wherever you want. Like walking a dog. Sorry, I wasn't insulting you, don't misunderstand. He apologized verbally, but there was no real remorse in his eyes. A rebellious child like you is destined for a wider world, so I'm willing to let the leash stretch a bit longer, letting you do what you like. But that doesn't mean you're overly free from now on. Even if you leave the lab, you still be one of us, so what I want to talk to you about is the experimental issue. Lan Luo listened with obvious impatience. There's nothing to talk about on this. Don't rush, let me finish. Lu Guan stood up. You took the immortal woman's notes, right? Coincidentally, I also have a copy, and all her research data. What did the notes say again? He ate the flesh and blood, the heart of his loved ones, and awakened the power of immortality while suffering near death. Is that right? You received help from the notes of those who came before you, so you should also give something in return, so that future generations can also gain some inspiration from you, right? Otherwise, don't you think you're being too selfish? Lu Guan laughed. Let me see how far your perfect power can develop. Don't worry, it's just a little test. He smiled and opened his arms as if to embrace Lan Luo, but in the next instant, he raised one hand, his eyes cold. Go! Chapter 91. As soon as Lu Guan finished speaking, 2 fully armed men sprang out from each side, for in total, all staring warily at Lan Luo, slowly surrounding her. Relax. Lu Guan slowly stepped back and sat back in his chair. "This is just a small test to observe your physical fitness. We collect your physical data after it's over. We won't forcibly bring you back. After all, you don't like that kind of life, right?" Seeing the 4 men surrounding Lan Luo, Lan Sheng immediately stood up from his chair, ran to Lan Luo's side, and raised his hand to block her. Lan Luo shoved Lan Sheng away, not even looking at him, and gripped her dagger in her other hand, her gaze fixed on Lu Guan. "Don't be so confident." Lan Sheng was pushed to the ground, clutching his chest and gasping for breath, his already pale lips turning even whiter. But Lan Luo didn't even glance at him, leaping forward to grab the nearest man, pulling his head down, and slamming her knee into his face. The man was very large, making Lan Luo appear much shorter in comparison, but their strength was evenly matched, with Lan Luo even slightly stronger. Zhang Lai stood beside Lu Guan, careful not to block his view or stray too far from him, cautiously protecting Lu Guan while simultaneously taking notes. Lan Luo gripped the back of the man's head, but the man also restrained her wrist, refusing to let go even as she plunged the dagger into his shoulder, preventing her from retreating. Lan Luo withdrew the dagger, about to stab a second time, when another person suddenly pounced from behind. The newcomer was a woman, short but very agile, clinging tightly to Lan Luo's back and biting her neck. Lan Luo elbowed the woman in the stomach, and the woman gagged a few times, still refusing to let go, even clinging to her with her hands and feet. Lan Luo, unable to bear it any longer, grabbed the man's hair with one hand, keeping her upper body still while twisting her lower body forcefully, delivering a powerful back kick that sent the woman flying. The woman's teeth were firmly lodged in Lan Luo's neck, the sharp points tearing at her skin as she was kicked, leaving a gruesome wound. Ignoring the wound on her neck, Lan Luo raised her dagger and thrust it forcefully into the man's neck. The man seemed to possess an enhancement-type ability. The dagger stabbed into the neck with unusual difficulty, getting stuck halfway in. Hearing the approaching sounds behind her, Lan Luo had no choice but to drop the dagger, jump off the man, and run a few steps to the side. She deliberately ran towards Lu Guan, until she bumped into a soft wall a few meters away from him. For people surrounded Lan Luo, their gazes towards Lu Guan filled with fear. After hesitating for a while, none of them dared to step forward. They didn't make a move, but Lan Luo had no intention of letting it go. She wanted to strike first. Especially the woman who had bitten her earlier, the pain was secondary. The thought of someone else's saliva mixed in with her wound made Lan Luo feel nauseous. "See? All this coming and going, my surroundings are still the safest." Lu Guan chuckled, showing no sign of the panic of almost being caught in the crossfire. Lan Luo glanced around. Lu Guan leaned back in his chair, watching the show. Lan Sheng, after finally getting up from the ground, had already been forcibly removed from the fighting area by Zhang Lai's men and forced to watch her fight 4 against 1 next to the SUV. The other researchers around, including Zhang Lai and his group, also watched with interest, their hands behind their backs. Lan Luo looked away, trying to avoid their attention. This was infuriating. Being stared at like a monkey in a zoo was infuriating. Lan Luo, still clutching the man's neck with her dagger, was unarmed and swung her fists at the woman. The woman bared her teeth, and Lan Luo noticed they weren't human. They resembled the sharp, interlocking fangs of a cat or dog. Her fingers weren't human either, but sharp, cat-like claws. An animal-type ability? Lan Luo didn't know if the woman's ability was innate or artificially enhanced by a ruthless laboratory, but looking at the woman's nails, something suddenly occurred to her. Didn't Jean Fei's diary mention that immortal beings could control their nail growth? Lan Luo looked down at her own hands. Her nails were smooth and rounded, without any sharp edges. Still distracted, the woman exhaled, crouching low before leaping up, her claws outstretched, aiming for Lan Luo's face. Lan Luo grabbed the woman's wrist, twisted it sharply, and with a soft crack, the woman's piercing scream echoed across the wilderness. Lan Luo kicked her away, focusing her attention and frantically mentally rehearsing her fingernails. However, the battlefield didn't allow for such deliberation. The two who hadn't yet made a move exchanged a glance, nodded, and charged forward simultaneously. Lan Luo retreated, while still mentally rehearsing her fingernails, observing their approach. The one on the left was a tall, muscular woman. Although she charged forward, she didn't approach Lan Luo but instead stopped a little distance away, tilting her head back and opening her mouth wide. Lan Luo saw a small bead of water gradually gather at the corner of her mouth, but before she could examine it closely, the other woman seized the opportunity to approach Lan Luo. The man was young, carrying a large axe with visible rust spots. Lan Luo raised her hand to block the axe that was coming down on her, secretly marveling at the young man's incredible strength. She noticed the tall, muscular woman was already poised to strike, a large gush of water aimed directly at her. Lan Luo realized it wasn't ordinary water and quickly dodged, but the axe struck her shoulder in the process, immediately leaving a deep, bone-revealing wound that instantly stained her clothes with blood. Luo Luo. Lan Sheng called out, his voice weak and his face anxious. Lan Luo glanced at him, but didn't speak. She didn't care about the wound at all. Compared to the axe wound, the woman's gush of water was clearly more terrifying. Lan Luo turned back to look at the rising steam from the soft wall, panting heavily as she looked at the tall, muscular woman. The woman's splash of water missed Lan Luo, instead striking the water wall and corroding a large hole in the incredibly tough surface. A few centimeters deeper, and the soft wall would have been pierced. Lan Luo stopped fighting and stopped holding back her strength, rushing towards the axe-wielding man. The axe-wielding man had just fought and hadn't recovered his strength, making him the most cost-effective target. The axe-wielding man hadn't expected Lan Luo to come after him first. He hurriedly raised his axe to fight, but his arm was already trembling, making it impossible to swing the axe. Lan Luo imitated the Catwoman, extending her fingernails, but instead of scratching the axe-wielding man's face, she spread her 5 fingers and choked his throat. The moment her fingernails touched his throat, they began to grow rapidly, burrowing straight into his skin, all 5 nails digging into his throat. Ha! Ha! The axe-wielding man threw down his axe, struggling frantically. Lan Luo didn't let him waste his breath. She clenched her fist tightly, and the man's throat shattered like a cucumber being snapped in two, juices splattering everywhere. Lan Luo tossed aside the axe-wielding man's head, her body covered in blood, and turned to the other 3. Good. Lu Guan clapped. Well done. Lan Luo, enraged by his blatant praise, charged at the burly man without stopping. The burly man, injured, had been intentionally hiding behind the others. Now, seeing Lan Luo heading straight for him, he panicked completely and turned to run. Lan Luo didn't chase. She was tripped up by the Catwoman, and was punching her. With one punch, tears welled up in the Catwoman's eyes, and she screamed, looking utterly miserable from being abused and beaten. Before Lan Luo could land a second punch, a loud bang came from the side. She turned her head, and saw only a bloody mess and a patch of charred ground in the direction the burly man had fled. Not far away, a fully armed man stood on the roof of an off-road vehicle, a cannonball slung over his shoulder. Please, I didn't mean to, the Catwoman whispered. Did you see? If we dare to run, we end up like him. Please have mercy, don't kill me. The woman's voice was also cat-like, high-pitched and deliberately ingratiating, her round eyes filled with fear. Lan Luo's raised fist paused, then slammed down on the Catwoman's face. Stop! After hitting her, she didn't even look at the Catwoman, stood up, and walked towards Lu Guan. The tall, burly woman beside her, who was gathering her strength, heard this, her eyes lit up, and she immediately swallowed the water ball. Lu Guan feigned surprise. What's wrong? Not satisfied? Stop pretending, Lan Luo said coldly, her face contorted with injuries. You better speak like a human being. Blood flowed continuously from the wound on her shoulder, and her neck was covered in blood, obscuring the initial teeth marks, and making the condition of the wound unrecognizable. Lu Guan stood up, took a handkerchief from his pocket, shook it, and leaned closer to Lan Luo. Wipe it off, it's all blood. Lan Sheng, also out of control, staggered over. Luo Luo, are you alright? Luo Luo didn't take the handkerchief, nor did she acknowledge Lan Sheng. Her clothes were torn in many places, her ponytail draped messily over her shoulders, strands of hair stuck to her face and neck with bloodstains, making her look extremely disheveled. But Lan Luo stood ramrod straight, mimicking Yi Fei's arrogant posture, her chin held high, the wind-blown hem of her clothes outlining her upright back. Lu Guan, Lan Luo began, you're a beast. Lu Guan laughed, everyone's a beast, and I'm the apex predator in the food chain, nothing more. You got a lot of nerve, she said sarcastically. Maybe, but not as much as someone else's, daring to leave the lab and follow you. Lu Guan mentioned Zhu Jianchen again. Oh, and it's not just him. Lu Guan casually tossed aside the handkerchief he was holding. Remember Yi Fei? She resigned too, right after your outburst at the Shigui City base. Maybe she was scared by you, so she was willing to sign a 10-fold compensation contract to resign from Lu's group. See how charming you are. Lan Luo, however, was unaware that Yi Fei would be facing 10-fold compensation. Her relationship with Yi Fei had never been close. Are you jealous? Lan Luo's shoulder wound was slowly healing. She slapped away Lan Sheng's hand, which was secretly wiping the dust from her wound. Because you're unpopular? Popularity? Lu Guan smiled indulgently. You're so stupid. What would I need that for? Compared to popular support, I'd rather win your heart. That way, I wouldn't have to go to such lengths just to record your physical condition. Lu Guan said. There's no other way. Some birds can't stand being caged, don't you think? Lan Luo frowned, her fists clenching so tightly they cracked. You're disgusting. Shut up. Looks like you haven't vented your anger enough. Lu Guan's expression turned slightly cold, but the curve of his lips remained unchanged. Lan Sheng, your chance to shine has come. No. Lan Sheng quickly refused, but collapsed to the ground in agony the next second. The mechanical hum amplified several times over. Lan Luo could even see the amplitude of Lan Sheng's chest heaving. He was covered in cold sweat, his hands clutching his heart tightly, his pale lips revealing an unnatural crimson. Lu Guan looked down at him coldly as he struggled. Remember, you are merely a substitute for Lan Luo, an insignificant experimental subject. You have no right to refuse. Chapter 92. Lan Sheng didn't answer. He rolled on the ground, groaning silently, disregarding his appearance. In the struggle, his collar came undone, revealing pale skin on his chest, with a particularly gruesome scar that covered almost half of his chest. Lan Luo hung her head, her expression unreadable. This scar was one she had created. Lu Guan's expression was indifferent. You don't know yet, do you? Your family's once proud Lan Sheng has lost even his superpowers. Is this something I need to know? Lan Luo looked at him. Anyway, you're the one who's hurt Lu Guan. What have I lost? I just got a test subject for free. Stop pretending. Actually, you're probably seething with anger inside. I won't speculate on how much effort you put in, or how much expectation you had when you sneaked Lan Sheng into the lab. Lan Luo's shoulder wound had mostly healed. She pulled down her collar, revealing the new skin at the wound site. But I know that after Lan Sheng lost his superpowers, and couldn't be used by you, you must be insanely jealous of me. A long thin wound stretched across her shoulder, slowly healing, surrounded by tender, pink new flesh, showing no trace of the deep, bone-revealing cut that had once been there. Lu Guan's gaze was fixed on her shoulder, his face visibly excited. The next second, he abruptly dropped his outgoing expression, offering a gentle smile. Yes, there's nothing to deny, just as you can't deny that you're nothing more than someone I raised freely. Uh-huh. He paused for a moment, not saying anything more, only smiling. Lan Luo tugged at her tattered clothes, covering her shoulders, and looked down at Lan Sheng, who lay weakly at her feet. What's his situation now? Lan Luo's expression was indifferent, revealing no emotion. Lu Guan shrugged. I'm tired, I need to rest. Zhang Lai, you explain? He waved his hand, and turned to go back to the tent without giving Lan Luo a second glance. Yes. Zhang Lai felt flattered and jogged over. Please come in and rest. Lan Luo had no opinion about their change of personnel. In her eyes, both Lu Guan and Zhang Lai were equally despicable. Lan Luo, do you remember me? After Lu Guan left, Zhang Lai straightened his back considerably, his nostrils flaring. You shouldn't have run away back then. Actually, given how much Mr. Lu cared about you, if you had just pleaded nicely, you could have gone out to play, right? Speak plainly, get to the point. Lan Luo was too lazy to waste words. She picked up Lan Sheng and threw him onto the chair Lu Guan had been sitting in. Zhang Lai raised an eyebrow. That's Mr. Lu's seat, others can. I teach you to speak like a human. Lan Luo snapped a corner of the armrest in half, crushing it to pieces right in front of Zhang Lai. Zhang Lai's lips moved, he pointed a finger and then withdrew it, then coughed lightly. Cough, say. Say him. He's currently using a mechanical heart we made. If it weren't for us, he'd probably be in his funeral right now. Zhang Lai said proudly. So, in exchange, it's normal for him to cooperate with our experiments. Your stuff isn't very good quality. Lan Luo lifted Lan Sheng's clothes to take a look. He faints all the time. There's always a trade-off, Zhang Lai said nonchalantly. Not everyone has the ability to live forever. Extending life isn't that simple. If you use our heart, you be under our control. Don't you understand such a simple principle? Where's Hu Jiaofan? Lan Luo ignored him, only asking what she wanted to know. How did she end up colluding with you? Lan Luo, don't use such harsh words, Zhang Lai said, his face displeased. Her coming to us was the right choice. As for the rest, you can ask her yourself later. Lan Luo frowned. What do you mean? Nothing, you find out. Zhang Lai's expression softened when he saw her frown. As for the fight with Lan Sheng, are you going to fight or not? If not, we're leaving. The lab is a large organization, We don't have time to waste on you. But I advise you to fight, otherwise, if Mr. Liu finds out, he definitely won't let him off the hook. Don't feel sorry for him then. Feel sorry? Have you forgotten who ripped his heart out? Lan Luo scoffed. Upon hearing this, Lan Sheng's fingers twitched, his fingertip entwining with her little finger, and he gently shook it. This meant disapproval. As a child, Lan Sheng loved doing this. He was too afraid to contradict anyone, so whenever he disagreed, he would secretly wag her finger. Especially with Lan's parents, before she awakened her powers, the difference in treatment between her and Lan Sheng wasn't obvious. Occasionally, they would be scolded together, and after being scolded, Lan Sheng would secretly wag her finger, meaning that their parents were wrong. Lan Luo, of course, knew her parents were wrong, because she had done some of the things herself. It was just that because Lan Sheng liked to follow her around, he was often mistaken for an accomplice. Childhood memories are like overexposed photographs, blurred and fleeting, yet they always manage to slip back into her mind unexpectedly, even if she doesn't want to recall them. Lan Luo disliked being beckoned by him. She couldn't stand Lan Sheng's cowardly, silent anger, and always pulled her hand away. This time was no exception. Lan Luo pulled her hand back and grabbed Lan Sheng's collar. But you're right, I really do want to punch him. As she spoke, she lifted Lan Sheng up, threw him to the ground, grabbed his neck with one hand, and slammed her fist down hard. Her clenched fist slammed into the ground beside Lan Sheng's face, kicking up a layer of sand. The sand flew up, landing in Lan Sheng's eyes, causing him to blink frantically, physiological tears welling up in his eyes, his eyelashes clumping wetly. Lan Sheng's eyes trembled, but he bit his lip tightly, remaining silent, his hands clinging to Lan Luo's hand that was gripping his neck, offering no other resistance. Lan Luo raised her hand, staring at him for a long time before suddenly speaking, "Ever since the day I was forced to give you a blood transfusion, I wanted to punch you." Lan Sheng opened his eyes, his moist eyes reflecting her image. "What blood transfusion?" "You don't even remember," Lan Luo said expressionlessly, "because it's irrelevant to you." "No, it's not like that." Lan Sheng pushed her hand away. "I really don't know what a blood transfusion is, you have to tell me." Lan Luo curled her lips. "The day our superpowers were discovered, we were both hit by a car." Lan Sheng paused for a moment, seemingly recalling something. "You were in a lot of pain, so you were crying and screaming, so I called them, and they carried you to the hospital. The doctor said you have a special superpower. Everyone felt sorry for you. Everyone was captivated by your superpower. They didn't even care about the money. They insisted on putting you in a VIP ward." Lan Luo read aloud as if reciting a textbook. Lan Sheng frowned slightly. "I don't remember." "You don't need to remember," Lan Luo said sarcastically, "because you don't have to do anything. You just need to lie in bed and enjoy everything." "It was me. I was forced into the operating room, had a lot of blood drawn, and had many samples taken. I lay on the bed like garbage, watching helplessly as my blood became your reserve." Lan Luo's fingers tightened, leaving several red marks on Lan Sheng's neck. "I went into shock as soon as I left the operating room because I was also injured, much more seriously than you, but I couldn't feel it, and I didn't call for help." "Then you—" Lan Sheng struggled to breathe. "I was hospitalized," Lan Luo smiled, "but they had to take care of you, so I managed on my own." "But why?" She was still smiling. "There are many things I used to want to ask why, but it's unnecessary. I know it's unnecessary." I don't know about this, Luo. I really don't know." Lan Sheng's tears streamed down his temples. "Did you start resenting Mom and Dad? Resenting me, from that time on?" "Resenting?" Lan Luo loosened her grip. "No, you don't understand. I never resented you. I don't hate anyone now. Hatred is useless. You, your father, your mother, to me, are all just strangers." Lan Luo finished speaking, and before Lan Sheng could react, she raised her hand and slapped him hard. Her action was so sudden that Lan Sheng's face was turned to the side, and a clear finger mark immediately appeared on his pale skin. Slapped by a stranger, she stood up, her tone mocking, "You can hate now." Zhang Lai watched them from a short distance, his face full of boredom, seemingly uninterested in the children's squabble. "Get Lu Guan out here." Lan Luo stopped looking at Lan Sheng on the ground and turned to walk towards the tent. Zhang Lai snapped back to reality, rushing to the tent and blocking Lan Luo's way. "You don't have the right." "You do?" Lan Luo didn't argue with him. "Then go call him." Zhang Lai glared at her fiercely. "Nobody has the right." Just as he finished speaking, his pocket buzzed, his communicator flashing repeatedly. Zhang Lai glanced at the communicator, then grinned and shouted, "Retreat." Lan Luo froze for a moment, turning around to see the SUV's doors already slammed shut. There was no one outside. Everyone was already inside. The only person running outside was carrying Lan Sheng on his shoulder. Lan Luo didn't have time to think. She immediately restrained Zhang Lai, who was closest to her, preventing him from running towards the tent. She pinned Zhang Lai down, staring at the silent tent, a sense of unease creeping over her. Why hadn't Lu Guan come out? Why wasn't Zhang Lai getting into the car? Why was he running towards the tent instead? You bitch! Zhang Lai struggled frantically. Let me go. Teleport. Teleport. Lan Luo's gaze swept between Lan Sheng, who had been thrown into the car, and Zhang Lai before her, a hesitant look on her face. Yes, go catch your brother. Didn't you want to kill him? Go catch him, don't catch me. Zhang Lai yelled at her. Lan Luo lowered her eyes, then suddenly laughed. You look pathetic. Her expression turned cold. She raised her fist, no longer looking anywhere else, focusing intently on punching Zhang Lai. 1 punch, 2 punches. Lan Luo lost count of how many times she landed the blows, only seeing Zhang Lai's once arrogant face gradually blur, blood and brain matter spilling onto the floor. The SUV drove a few steps before slowly disappearing from the spot. Lan Luo knew Lu Guan must have added spatial teleportation to the tent and the SUV, just like the spatial capsule Yin Su used when he escaped. Since she couldn't catch them no matter what, she might as well kill Zhang Lai to vent her anger. The more people died in the lab, the happier she would be. Zhang Lai lay flat on the ground, lifeless. Lan Luo stood up and touched her pocket with her bloodied hand. The small bottle she had gotten from the red-roofed house was gone, now hidden in someone else's arms. The red-roofed house was just a self-service poison house, and that bottle contained the most expensive and most effective poison there. Lan Luo used to buy poison there, but she didn't have enough money then, so she only bought the ordinary kind. She had coveted this bottle for a long time, and only now had she finally obtained it. Lan Luo withdrew her gaze, narrowed her eyes, and looked at the quiet tent beside her. Come out, don't force me to do it. Chapter 93. The tent remained silent, unresponsive. Lan Luo didn't waste any words. Stepping over Zhang Lai's corpse, she reached the tent and, with her bloodied hands, lifted it open. The pristine white fabric was stained crimson. Lan Luo looked up at the trembling woman inside. Hu Jiafen, long time no see. A hole had been torn in the tent behind Hu Jiafen, just large enough for one person to pass through. Blood still clung to Lan Luo's raised fingers, pooling at her fingertips before dripping with a soft plop, splashing onto the ground. You, she said, putting the tent down, were you abandoned? Hu Jiafen, resigned, sat on the ground and looked up at Lan Luo. No, they never intended to take me with them. I know that. Isn't that abandonment? Lan Luo glanced around. The tent was empty, devoid of anything. Hu Jiafen stood up. I originally wanted to sneak back, but you found out. What nonsense are you talking about? Lan Luo glanced at her. Do you think I never seen teleportation? This tent is disposable. Even if you crawled in, it wouldn't work. What do you want? Hu Jiafen didn't argue, clutching her clothes as she stood there. Lan Luo cut to the chase. That dead man outside told me they sent you to follow me. No. Hu Jiafen immediately shook her head. I was originally responsible for monitoring Leng Jiaojiao. Because her guards didn't deliver the message on time, I didn't expect to run into you. How did you recognize me? Lan Luo crossed her arms. Well, Hu Jiafen pointed to her collar. I didn't know at first, but that's a special lens that can distinguish between real and fake. Your face was recorded and sent to the lab. So Lan Luo concluded, it's all you're doing. What, all my doing? You need to be reasonable. I really didn't go after you, you just walked right into it. Besides, you were spotted by their special lenses when you entered the city. Furthermore, I was forced into it, they forced me to come. Special lenses? Lan Luo recalled entering the city with Leng Jiaojiao through the VIP channel, and the staff member with glasses had indeed glanced at her several times. She hadn't expected that even that area was staffed by Lu Guan's people. No wonder he had been so arrogant, saying he had released her. It turned out she had really been discovered long ago. Hu Jiafen waved her hand, her face full of sorrow, still rambling on. You don't know, I finally found out they could save my child, but they took the little monkey away and won't give it back to me, threatening me to work for them for free. I don't want to either, but the little monkey is still in their hands. What little monkey? What old monkey? Lan Luo frowned, interrupting her rambling. Hu Jiafen wiped her face. That's right, that's the little monkey I picked up, my child. You seen him, and you even took his communicator. He was so angry. I gave him mine to play with, but he wouldn't take mine. I was thinking of getting him another one, but before I could, he was caught. Lan Luo remembered that incredibly ill-mannered brat she met in the forest. Wasn't he already dead? You don't actually think, Lan Luo said, that Lu Guan and the others can bring him back to life, do you? Yes. They lied to me. Hu Jiaofan's fingers trembled. They said the lab had experimental subjects for this, and once the research was finished, bringing the dead back to life wouldn't be difficult. They wanted me to run errands for them, and I agreed. But they lied to me. I really only found out recently that the experimental subject they were talking about was you. I didn't mean to go against you. Lan Luo suddenly understood. Oh, I see. Hu Jiaofan's eyes lit up. Right, you have your grievances, so don't bother me. I promise I won't bother you. Won't bother me. Lan Luo seemed very understanding. How will you complete their mission if you don't bother me? What about your little monkey? Hu Jiaofan was stunned. Then. Lan Luo tilted her head to look at her. Her hair was sticky, and half her face was covered in Zhang Lai's blood. See? You're really in a difficult position. You have no choice, right? Hu Jiaofan's face softened, her eyebrows drooping. Yes, my life is miserable. Bang! The only chair in the tent was picked up by Lan Luo and smashed against Hu Jiaofan without hesitation. The chair missed her, hit the tent fabric, bounced back to the ground, and collapsed with a loud thud. The tent shook violently from the impact. The faint light filtering in was also shaken, and the entire tent was filled with wave-like shadows. Lan Luo's face was bathed in flickering sunlight, her gaze cold. Do you feel utterly helpless? Do you feel like you're the most pitiful person in the whole world? Hu Jiaofan was completely terrified, frozen in place, unable to move. You think I don't know? Lan Luo moved closer. Who secretly administered the anesthesia this morning? It was you poor thing. Lan Luo grabbed her hair. After dealing with me so many times, do you still think I'm the kind of person who would have a soft heart? You harmed me, and you think I let you off the hook after a few excuses? Hu Jiaofan was forced to raise her head, her dark, thin face filled with panic. No, I wouldn't dare, please, I was really wrong, I was forced into it, I haven't done anything wrong in all these years, why does everyone bully me? Lan Luo chuckled and released Hu Jiaofan. Because you're easy to bully. The one who killed your child was a military academy student, she said, stepping on Hu Jiaofan, and the one who took his body was Lu Guan's lab. You neither seek revenge on the student nor fight the lab. You either cling to that good-natured Lan Shem or secretly attack me. Do you think I'm easy to bully too? Lan Luo showed no regard for the fact that Hu Jiaofan was decades older than her. The concept of respecting the elderly and caring for the young didn't apply to her. Hu Jiaofan, her chest pinned down, clung to Lan Luo's ankles, but couldn't break free. Lan Luo raised her foot and, just as Hu Jiaofan was about to turn away, kicked her hard. Hu Jiaofan was kicked in the back, falling face first into the mud, unable to get up for a long time. Consider this kick as revenge, Lan Luo said, looking down at her. If you dare cause me trouble again, you pay with your life. Get as far away from me as possible from now on. Don't mess with me, don't go back to the lab, and definitely don't look for that damn monkey of yours. Lan Luo walked out of the tent. If you're really bored, try to go to Shigui City. There are plenty of wild kids there who have no one to care for them. The tent flap slowly fell, separating two worlds. Inside, an old, thin woman had tears in her eyes. Outside, a woman with a straight posture had blood on her face. The wilderness wind was strong, blowing Lan Luo's hair, which was stuck to her face, into disarray, her messy ponytail swaying wildly in the wind. Lan Luo took off her hair tie and retied her ponytail. She stroked the torn plastic rabbit on the hair tie, unsure of what to do. Zhu Jianshan wasn't here. Where could he be? Lan Luo's communicator remained silent throughout. Zhu Jianshan seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace. She considered not looking for him. If he was already dead, searching the entire world wouldn't help. If he wasn't, he would appear on his own. Lan Luo got into the van, took off her dirty shirt, and pulled a new work shirt from the drawer. The back of the shirt bore the words Chaolu Media. Buzz? The communicator vibrated twice. Lan Luo quickly opened it, then slowly withdrew her hand. It was Yi Shui. She had added their contact information behind Zhu Jianshan's back. This was the first time Yi Shui had messaged her. They met. Yin Su's salary seems quite high. Yin Yin should be working for him from now on. Where are you? She sent 3 messages in quick succession. Lan Luo hesitated for a moment, then replied, I don't know. I'm looking for someone. I might go to the Weicheng laboratory. Lan Luo did indeed plan to go to the laboratory. If possible, Zhu Jianshan might be there. Even if he wasn't in the lab, going wouldn't be a loss. she could better gather information about Lu Guan. Anyway, she wasn't afraid to die, nor would she. Can I come with you? He Shui sent a message. Lan Luo frowned. She wasn't very willing. Just as she was about to type a refusal, another message came. After Yin Yin left, I can't do anything on my own. Lan Luo's hand hovered over the send button, hesitating for a moment. He Shui didn't seem to have many life skills. Most of her chores were taken care of by Yin Yin, and given that He Shui's ability wasn't offensive, going it alone would indeed be at a disadvantage. Okay, I come find you. Lan Luo deleted her refusal, and reluctantly agreed. He Shui's special ability could help her cover for herself in many situations, so it wasn't entirely useless. The van was big enough to carry her around easily. Lan Luo was even glad He Shui hadn't come to her with that loud, outspoken Yin Yin, otherwise, she would have been incredibly angry the whole way. He Shui didn't make Lan Luo run around much. She left the city, and waited for her in a grove of trees on the outskirts, using the same burly face she knew from Shigue City. Beep beep, Lan Luo honked the horn, but didn't get out. She unlocked the car door, and let He Shui get in. He Shui didn't dawdle. She quickly got into the passenger seat, instantly reverting to her original appearance. Lan Luo glanced at her. He Shui's lips were a little pale, and there was a bit of sweat on her forehead, as if she was exhausted. Did you escape? She asked. He Shui shook her head. No, but I sneaked out while Yin Yin wasn't around. Before that, I used my shape-shifting ability for a long time to see Yin Su, and I'm a bit exhausted now. Sneaked out? Lan Luo stepped on the gas. Aren't you afraid she'd be angry? After she's angry, she'd be living a good life. He Shui said calmly. Lan Luo raised an eyebrow. She didn't think so. Given Yin Yan's personality, she wouldn't leave He Shui like that, and go back to live her so-called good life with Yin Su. Lan Luo couldn't even imagine how Yin Yin and Yin Su, these two siblings with such terrible tempers and personalities, could get along harmoniously and amicably. Siblings. A glimmer of light appeared in Lan Luo's eyes. She thought of Lan Sheng again. His resurrection was really hard for her to accept. Lan Luo's mind was now filled with the mechanical heart beating beneath the scar on Lan Sheng's chest. Are you really going like this? He Shui looked at the desolate road ahead. Aren't you afraid of getting caught? No. Lan Luo showed off her blood-covered body. Because I already been caught. He Shui stared wide-eyed at the blood still clinging to Lan Luo's head and hands. What happened to you? Lan Luo glanced at her subtly. Her blood was so obvious, yet He Shui seemed to only notice it now. It seemed Yin Yan's successful search for her family had a significant impact on her. I ran into a few dogs. Lan Luo casually brushed it off and brought the car to a stop. Before them stood a familiar research institute, deserted and desolate, the windows of the low building devoid of any sign of life. Lan Luo unbuckled her seatbelt. We're here. This is the starting point of my immortality. Meanwhile, in the pristine white treatment room, Lan Sheng, kneeling under the blinding light, stroked the empty bottle on his sleeve and slowly raised his head. Mr. Lu. Chapter 94. He Shui observed the quiet little building, a laboratory. This place looks normal. It's all shoddy work inside. Lan Luo jumped out of the car. The rail laboratory is underground. She looked at He Shui getting out of the car, pointed to her feet, and then strode forward. Are you just going to walk in like this? He Shui hesitated. Lan Luo didn't even turn her head. Don't worry, I bet there's no one here. Based on her understanding of Lu Guan, or rather, based on Lu Guan's understanding of her, they would never have stayed in the same place after provoking her. Lan Luo had overheard researchers chatting about this before. Apparently, there was another base in Weicheng, smaller in scale. Perhaps Hanako was sent to that base, which would explain why Hanako was placed near Weicheng after becoming a human dog. Because it was close by, making placement convenient. However, Lan Luo didn't know the address of the smaller base, and even the researchers in the laboratory didn't know. Lu Guan's secrecy measures were, to say the least, perfect. Returning to this familiar place, Lan Luo felt no emotion, for the above-ground buildings were completely unfamiliar to her. She had only seen them twice before. Lan Luo walked ahead of He Shui and pushed open the large door. The door creaked old and groaned as the two heavy doors slowly slid open, revealing a long, quiet, empty space inside. Empty? He Shui asked, stepping forward. Lan Luo looked around. It's always been empty. She walked forward, guided by memory, until she reached the underground door that Lu Guan had once led her through. The metal door was tightly shut. An electronic screen was embedded in the wall, requiring a correct password to open it. Lan Luo didn't know the password, so she decided to break it by brute force. "Step back," she said, blocking He Shue's path, rolling up her sleeves. "I'm going to cause trouble." He Shue didn't say anything, quietly taking a few steps back, standing to one side with her back against the wall, her eyes fixed on Lan Luo. Lan Luo's dagger had been blown away in the wilderness, along with the burly man. She searched the blast site, but couldn't find it, so she simply gave up. She was now incredibly strong, and her nails were extremely sharp, able to grow long and break at will, making them exceptionally convenient. Lan Luo clenched her fist, aimed at the door, and slammed it down. Boom! The dented door collapsed with a crash, dust flying and blood splattering. Lan Luo lowered her hand, unconcerned about the blood flowing from her knuckles, and stepped on the collapsed door. See? The one who easily trapped her before, she could easily defeat now. He Shue followed behind, her gaze falling on Lan Luo's right hand. "Are you alright?" "I'm fine." Lan Luo tentatively moved her right hand. Several fingers were stiff and painful to the touch, likely broken bones. But this was nothing to her. In 5 minutes at most, the injuries would heal completely. He Shue didn't say much, walking alongside Lan Luo, glancing left and right at the disinfection tunnel. "This is a disinfection tunnel," Lan Luo explained, "but I think it's purely Lu's psychological effect. After all, so many researchers use the back door without a disinfection tunnel. What's the point of having one at the front?" Lan Luo raised her bloodied right hand, preparing to smash the door in front of her. When that door was attacked, the alarm should have gone off, but there was no sound even after they got here. There was only one possibility. Lu Guan and his group had already left, and the place had been temporarily abandoned. Perhaps out of confidence, the second door was slightly weaker than the first, and even with her injured right hand, she easily smashed it open. The familiar hall came into view, the only difference being that the large screens were off, and the researchers rushing around were gone. Lan Luo remembered that Hanako loved coming to the hall. She said it was lively and crowded, and she could occasionally get a free meal there. Plus, it was closest to the outside. "What are you looking at?" He Shue followed Lan Luo's gaze. It was blank. "There's nothing there." Lan Luo snapped out of her reverie and shook her head. "Nothing, just trying to remember the layout." She seemed to be overthinking things lately, something she hadn't done before. Before, she was either impatient or angry every day. Now she even had the leisure to contemplate life. Lan Luo chuckled, the sound somewhat abrupt in the darkness. "What's wrong?" He Shue asked, puzzled. The base, deserted, was dark. The only light source was an emergency light in a corner, illuminating only a small part of the base. Their feet remained shrouded in darkness. Lan Luo stumbled forward in the dark, saying, "It's nothing, I just thought it was fun." She found her past self quite amusing. She couldn't beat them, so she could only try to please them, and then she'd get angry and secretly take revenge. "You better be normal," He Shue said flatly, subtly putting a step's distance between herself and Lan Luo. Lan Luo took 2 steps, then suddenly remembered something and stopped He Shue, saying, "I know, come with me." "Come with what?" He Shue looked blank. Lan Luo didn't explain, turning and walking in another direction, heading straight for the storage room. "He couldn't have moved everything. We go scavenging," Lan Luo said. Without Zhu Jianshan's abilities, Lu Guan would need to spend significantly more to move equipment and weapons. For profit reasons, some less high-end items might be discarded. Just because they think something is low-end doesn't mean she thinks it is. Thinking of Zhu Jianshan, Lan Luo felt a pang of unease. She still didn't know where he was. She hadn't seen any trace of him in the wilderness, and there seemed to be no sign of him in the lab. Could he have been eaten by a dog? Even if he was eaten, there should at least be some bones left. Lan Luo didn't want to think about the possibility she hated most, that he had returned to Lu Guan's lab and started working as a researcher again. If that were the case, he was doomed. The storage room door wasn't even locked. Lan Luo kicked it open, but didn't rush in. She waited 2 seconds at the door, and when she heard no unusual noises, she stepped inside. The storage room was very dark. Lan Luo took out her communicator for illumination. The shelves were indeed empty, with only a few scattered items remaining. He Shue turned on the lights. What a huge storage room. Is the Lu family really that rich? Lung Jiaojiu alone could earn enough for them to build several more storage rooms, Lan Luo said, picking through the items. And the Lu family's businesses extend far beyond this. She touched the leftover guns. They were all somewhat outdated basic models. No wonder they didn't bother taking them. Find some bullets, she instructed He Shue. The two of them spent a long time rummaging through the dark storage room, only managing to find a few guns, a few boxes of ammunition, and a decorative dagger. Lan Luo slung the dagger over her shoulder and handed the rest to Yi Shui. Take these back to the car and guard it. Contact me immediately if anything happens. I can use my powers on cars, Yi Shui said, taking the second-hand item she found. That's safer. No need. This place is deserted, nobody's around. Save your energy. Lan Luo turned and left the storage room. If someone were there, she would have noticed long ago. Yi Shui stood behind Lan Luo for a while, waiting for her figure to disappear before quickly walking out with her flashlight. After Yi Shui left, Lan Luo turned off the communicator's light and walked familiarly back to her room in the darkness. Her room door was tightly closed, looking like it hadn't been touched in a long time. A layer of dust had settled on the doorknob. Lan Luo leaned closer to examine the doorknob. The dust was even and intact, proving that no one had opened her door from the outside. Perhaps because some of the test subjects screamed, the base's doors and walls were exceptionally soundproof. In any case, no sound could be heard through the door. But Lan Luo tilted her ear, listening intently. She could hear a faint heartbeat. The lab had been emptied out. Would anyone remain? Who could it be? Lan Luo flicked her thumb, drawing her short sword, its cold gleam gleaming. She gently pressed the doorknob and pushed it in, a jarring creak echoing through the empty, quiet corridor. The moment the door opened, Lan Luo heard a faint breathing sound in sync with her heartbeat. She was slightly surprised, but not much, because she knew her sensitivity to heartbeats was now extremely high. Normally, one couldn't hear another person's heartbeat when the door was closed, but she could hear it nonetheless. Only when the door opened and the breathing came through did she realize that the heartbeat she had just heard also came from her sensitivity. Just like when she was with Yi Shui earlier, although Yi Shui seemed calm, her heartbeat was erratic, especially after entering the dark storage room. Otherwise, Lan Luo wouldn't have bothered turning on the lights. Her night vision was excellent. Lan Luo walked towards the source of the breathing sound. That was her wardrobe. It wasn't very spacious, and hiding there probably wouldn't be comfortable. To reach the wardrobe, she had to cross the entire room. Lan Luo stopped by the medicine shelf, lost in thought. The medicine shelf was covered in a thick layer of dust, the bottles scattered haphazardly, messed up on the day she escaped. She had been in a hurry to run away, only taking a few emergency medications, leaving behind many of her usual medicines. Now that she was back, and the situation wasn't urgent, why didn't she take these medicines with her? Although she herself might not need them, the more of Lu Guan's things she took, the happier she would be. Zhu Jianshan had said before that he had specially selected these medicines. Their effects should be good, and they would be convenient if Yi Shui and the others needed them. Lan Luo ignored the faint heartbeat and breathing beside her ear. She could tell the person was weak and posed no threat, so she wasn't in a hurry to grab them. She pulled the tablecloth off the coffee table, poured all the medicine from the shelf onto it, then tied a knot at the corners. A makeshift first aid kit was complete. Lan Luo carefully placed the kit by the door, then dusted herself off and slowly walked towards the wardrobe. The wardrobe door was tightly shut, not even a crack. Lan Luo tapped the door with the back of her short knife, saying casually, "Open the door." The blade struck the door with a dull thud, but the person inside remained silent. Lan Luo raised an eyebrow, pinched the doorknob with 2 fingers, and gently pulled. It wouldn't budge. It seemed the person had locked the wardrobe from the inside, preventing anyone from opening it from the outside. Others obviously didn't include Lan Luo. She could smash open a front door, so what was a thin wooden plank to her? Lan Luo didn't know how he had managed to hold the smooth inner walls together from the inside, and she didn't care at all. It was all a matter of one punch anyway. She calmly raised her now undamaged right hand, giving the person inside no time to react, and coldly slammed down with her fist. Chapter 95. Crack! The wooden board snapped, sending splinters flying. Lan Luo withdrew her fist, and roughly pried open the wardrobe door. The moment the wardrobe door opened, an unusually familiar fragrance wafted out. Zhu Jianshan? The instant she smelled the fragrance, Lan Luo recognized the person curled up inside the wardrobe. She crouched down and used her bloodied right hand to push the figure inside. "What are you doing here?" Zhu Jianshan, who had been lying face down, was pushed twice by Lan Luo and turned to face her, revealing a familiar face. Lan Luo carefully observed his silhouette in the darkness. This was Zhu Jianshan, without a doubt. He seemed somewhat delirious, struggling to open his eyes a crack, murmuring Lan Luo. "It's me," Lan Luo replied. "Why are you here?" Lan Luo. He didn't answer, only lifting his eyelids, calling her name again, and then closing his eyes. Lan Luo then realized that he was indeed terribly weak. "What happened to you? Are you badly injured?" Lan Luo asked. She felt a little guilty after asking, because looking back on the entire fight with the man and the dog, Zhu Jianshan's most serious injury seemed to be from being thrown by her. Zhu Jianshan took 2 steps forward, his head resting in front of Lan Luo's knee, and placed a hand on her knee. Lan Luo knelt down on one knee and poked the limp hand on her knee, but Zhu Jianshan just lay there, without any reaction, as if his actions were merely a conditioned reflex. Zhu Jianshan? Lan Luo called to him. Zhu Jianshan lay on the ground, his face pressed against the floor, his hair falling across his forehead. Lan Luo reached out and ran her hand through his soft hair, squeezing her hand between his head and the floor to touch him. It was burning hot. Superpowered individuals rarely get fevers. When they do, it's most likely due to an overload of their abilities. Lan Luo lifted the back of his collar, turning him over. Zhu Jianshan's face, flushed with an eerie red, was exposed before her. His eyelashes trembled nervously, his lips were moist and blood-red, and his breath was rapid, tickling and burning Lan Luo's skin. She patted Zhu Jianshan's face, and seeing no reaction, clicked her tongue, remembering the medicine she had just put away. The problem was, she didn't know which medicines he could take. If he took the wrong one, the problem would be even bigger. Lan Luo glanced at her blood-stained right hand, hesitated for a moment, and then brought the back of her hand to his mouth. Lick it. Her blood should have some healing properties, but she didn't know exactly how effective it would be. Last time Ling Jiaoju suffered a poisoning attack, it was thanks to the blood she fed her that she miraculously survived. Zhu Jianshan only had a fever. It shouldn't be a big problem. Zhu Jianshan instinctively brought his lips closer to her hand, but ignored Lan Luo's command, simply shaking his head slightly and rubbing his face against the back of her hand a few times. Can't you understand human speech now? Lan Luo asked him, unsurprisingly receiving no response. Zhu Jianshan rubbed against her hand more vigorously, tilting his head back and frowning, pressing his face tightly against Lan Luo's palm to cool it down. Lan Luo lightly slapped his face, withdrew her hand, and picked up a short knife, making a cut on her finger. Drink, she commanded again. This time, Lan Luo didn't let Zhu Jianshan move freely. She used her left hand to hold his chin still, and pressed her bloodied right middle finger directly against his lips, inserting it along the slightly parted lip. Blood spread in his mouth. The restrained Zhu Jianshan slightly closed his eyes, his tongue unconsciously circling her wound, gently licking it. Lan Luo, seeing she had the upper hand, immediately released her grip, trying to pull her fingers out. However, she was too slow. Zhu Jianshan had already slowly opened his eyes before she could pull away, his shimmering eyes glowing in the darkness. Lan Luo. He called her indistinctly, biting his finger lightly. Lan Luo expressionlessly withdrew her hand, wiping it disdainfully on his clothes. Now that you're alive, speak like a human. Zhu Jianshan slowly sat up, licking his lips. How did you know I was here? Did you come here specifically to find me? Lan Luo paused. She hadn't. Partly. She answered vaguely, but since she had initially intended to come here to find him, it wasn't exactly a lie. Thanks to you, Zhu Jianshan stretched his limbs and explained, I almost fainted. People and dogs all rushed over. To save my life, I had to use my ability to teleport myself. Why did you teleport here? Lan Luo frowned. If Lu Guan and the others hadn't moved, wouldn't he have walked right into a trap? Zhu Jianshan's eyes darted to the side, his gaze shifting. Well, the teleportation point I set up was here. Why did you set the teleportation point here? Lan Luo frowned again. Well, Zhu Jianshan glanced at her. I just set it up here. Lan Luo glanced at the wardrobe, hesitated, and finally said nothing. She stood up and shoved his head hard, making him fall backward. I can't be bothered with you. I'm leaving. She turned around. Zhu Jianshan followed behind, somewhat obsequiously. Thank you, Lan Luo. I thought it was going to explode. Bang! He was halfway through his sentence, when a sudden, loud explosion came from not far away, shaking the floor beneath their feet. Lan Luo looked at the jinxed Zhu Jianshan. An explosion? How did you know? Zhu Jianshan looked a little confused, pausing for a moment. Huh? I wasn't talking about. Bang! Another explosion, this time closer. Lan Luo became more serious. She picked up the first aid kit from the ground and handed it to Zhu Jianshan. Put it in your space. Zhu Jianshan nodded, but just as he put it in, another explosion rang out. What's going on? This time the explosion occurred at the end of the corridor. The ceiling nearby was cracked, and debris was falling down. Self-destruct. Zhu Jianshan, still weak, instinctively grabbed Lan Luo's hand and ran forward. They must have started a countdown to self-destruct. Run! That Lu Guan, he actually did it. Lan Luo, ignoring her surprise, grabbed Zhu Jianshan and shoved him onto her back, sprinting away from the explosion. Zhu Jianshan instinctively cried out, but quickly accepted the situation, obediently clinging to her back, raising his hand to cover her head to prevent her from being hit by rubble. The moment they rushed out of the gate, the entire building behind Lan Luo collapsed with a deafening roar, the rising dust and sand instantly blinding them. Lan Luo squinted as she charged forward, Zhu Jianshan coughing repeatedly, one hand on her head, the other shielding her eyes. He Shui's van wasn't in front of the base, but a horn sounded in the distance. Lan Luo identified the direction and rushed towards it without hesitation. Get in the car quickly. He Shui saw Zhu Jianshan pause for a moment, her gaze darting between him and Lan Luo before she snapped out of it and opened the car door for them. Lan Luo shoved Zhu Jianshan into the back seat, then climbed into the driver's seat and promptly turned the car around, driving away. You scared me to death, He Shui said, patting her chest from the passenger seat. I had just finished packing when I heard a loud bang. I thought you were causing trouble again, but then the van suddenly started moving by itself. Lan Luo shook the sand off her hair. These kinds of cars have emergency avoidance systems, it's normal. So how did he end up? He Shui pointed at Zhu Jianshan. Lan Luo glanced at the rearview mirror. An accident, don't worry about it. An accident? Zhu Jianshan leaned closer. Weren't you looking for me? He pulled out a comb, showed it to Lan Luo, and, receiving no objection, began carefully combing the ends of her hair. Don't ask, Lan Luo said, focusing on driving. Do you know where Lu Guan and the others have moved to? If it were before, I wouldn't know, Zhu Jianshan said lazily, but now, he's practically immobile outside the lab, so he's most likely at the lab. Where's the lab? Lan Luo asked. He Shui turned around as well. Why is he practically immobile? Isn't he very rich? Zhu Jianshan answered one by one. The new lab, which is also a small base, is in Weicheng, but on the other side. As for being practically immobile, Lu Guan is sickly, he'd easily die if he stayed outside. Lan Luo raised an eyebrow. Lu Guan's health was actually worse than she had imagined. No wonder he always gave her that fake smile. A sickly man like him, facing an immortal ability user who could easily heal any injury, big or small, it would be strange if he could actually smile. He Shui understood and stopped asking, changing the subject. I was just idly flipping through my communicator, and Yin Su's in the news. Why? Lan Luo glanced at her. Yin Su? Zhu Jianshan scoffed. Why him again? Your brother. The Lan family's funeral was disrupted. As the representative of the military academy, Yin Su stepped forward to take responsibility and resigned. Oh! Lan Luo was indifferent, as if listening to someone else's news. But I think this is just an excuse, He Shui said, fiddling with the communicator. It's not entirely his fault. He's taking all the blame, either to avoid making a scene, or she dug her nails into the hem of her clothes, or he's planning to resign and be with Yin Yin. Military academies have strict rules. Students and teachers aren't allowed to leave without a valid reason, and holidays are relatively few. If it's to be closer to Yin Yin, resigning is understandable. To avoid making a scene? Zhu Jianshan's focus was on the first part. Why would he want to avoid making a scene? Wasn't it Lan Luo and us who did it? He repeatedly combed a small tuft of Lan Luo's hair, his face clearly showing his displeasure. I don't know. He Shui lowered her eyes. Lan Luo squinted at the road. Something seemed to be moving by the roadside. She observed as she spoke, whatever his reason, we won't see each other again anyway. It's best if we don't make a scene. He Shui turned her head to look out the window. Yes. But there's another piece of news. She turned her head back. Remember Ling Jiaojiao? Lung Jiajiao? Lan Luo glanced at the road and answered casually, I remember. She's not very bright. Why do you say everyone's not bright? Zhu Jianshan seemed a little displeased. Isn't it me who's not bright? You're going to steal this too? Lan Luo was speechless. Looks like you're the one who's not bright the most. He Shui glanced at them and continued. Lung Jiaoju is claiming illness and taking a break, announcing a temporary suspension of all activities. Do you think this has anything to do with us? Lan Luo remembered Ling Jiaoju vomiting blood before. Claiming illness might be true, but even if it did have anything to do with them, it would be with Lu Guan and the others. She had at least saved Lung Jiaoju's life, even if it wasn't entirely intentional. Lan Luo didn't hear what He Shui said next. Her attention was on the road ahead. There was indeed something there, like someone waving. She stepped on the gas and sped forward, gradually getting closer to the figure. Zhu Jianshan and He Shui, lacking her eyesight, didn't notice the person on the roadside in the distance. He Shui was even speculating, if she doesn't participate in events, she won't earn any money, right? What about the money she owes for the plastic surgery? Lan Luo slammed on the brakes, stopping in the middle of the road. The front of the car grazed the hem of the figure's clothes, almost hitting her. She's right in front of the car, Lan Luo honked twice, looking at the bewildered He Shui. You can just ask her. The three people in the car simultaneously turned their gazes to the girl clutching her chest, looking terrified. Lung Jiaojiao, with her delicate features, widened her eyes slightly, her pink lips parting slightly. Damn it! You're trying to kill me! Chapter 96. Isn't he still alive? Lan Luo rolled down the car window, looking completely indifferent. Lung Jiaojiu clung to the driver's side window, gritting her teeth. This is my car. Mine. Lan Luo ignored her, and reached to close the window. Seeing this, Lung Jiaojiao dropped the act and quickly reached her arm into the car, her face filled with anxiety. Let me in. Let me in. I have something important to tell you. What is it? Lan Luo looked at her through the window. Tell me before you get in. I'm not stupid. You won't let me in after I tell you. Lung Jiaojiu went straight for the back door. Lan Luo leaned back in her seat. How did you know we were here? Lung Jiaojiu was still struggling with the back door, gesturing to Zhu Jianshan through the window to let him open it, busy as a bee, not even glancing at Lan Luo. Nonsense, this is my car. Don't you know I have a GPS tracker? She knocked on the back window, looking at Zhu Jianshan with a look of utter disappointment. Zhu Jianshan moved to the other side, unmoved. Goodbye. Lan Luo chuckled, closed the window, and was about to step on the gas. The car had barely moved when Ling Jiaojiao couldn't hold back any longer, chasing after it and screaming, Chao Lu. It's related to the Lu family. Lan Luo raised an eyebrow, decisively stepped on the brake, and unlocked the door. Seeing the car stop, Ling Jiaojiao's eyes lit up, and she ran after it, panting as she opened the door. Ugh, you're going to kill me, she said, sitting directly behind Lan Luo. You got guts to make a big star chase after your car. What happened to Chao Lu? Lan Luo started the car. Lung Jiaojiu slumped in her seat, not answering immediately, but instead pouting and glancing at Zhu Jianshan and He Shui, asking with a particularly noisy tone, where's one of them? Morning dew, Lan Luo rolled her eyes. I won't ask a third time. Lung Jiaojiu didn't speak, took a bottle of water from the cabinet, unscrewed the cap, and took a small sip. After the corrosive rain, the city's water supply undergoes multiple purification processes. These bottled water bottles in the car were beautifully packaged and clearly expensive. However, compared to Ling Jijiao's face, even the most expensive mineral water would pale in comparison. Therefore, many luxury brands use maintaining radiance next to Ling Jiaojiu as a marketing gimmick. Lan Luo knew she was deliberately stalling for time, so she simply stopped the car. Get out. He Shui and Zhu Jianshan both quietly watched Ling Jiaojiao, offering no objection to Lan Luo's actions. Lung Jiaojiao clicked her tongue. Got it. Where are you driving to? She asked. You guys aren't going to do anything bad, are you? If so, am I on a sinking ship? Lan Luo sneered. Didn't you shamelessly come here yourself? This is your car, He Shui said expressionlessly. You're insulting yourself. Lung Jiaojiao looked at Zhu Jianshan, the only one who hadn't spoken, her eyes critical. What does this guy do? He won't even side with you. Why are you keeping him around? Get out of the car. Lan Luo was getting impatient. I know, Lung Jiaojiao snorted. I just wanted to raise the level of anticipation. Have you guys seen the news? Do you know why I suddenly suspended all my work? She clung to the back of the driver's seat, bringing her head close to Lan Luo's. He Shui spoke first. Why? Because, Lung Jiaojiu deliberately said slowly, Chao Lu. Suddenly, everyone went home. What's wrong with getting off work? He Shui didn't understand. Zhu Jianshan frowned and continued. Chao Lu is Lu Guan's business. He can't let Chao Lu stop operating unless he can't manage Chao Lu right now. Lung Jiaojiu interrupted mysteriously. Why wouldn't Mr. Lu be able to manage Chao Lu? Because he's dead. Lan Luo made up a story. Lung Jiaojiu patted the back of Lan Luo's chair, her face full of disapproval. Seriously. But you're half right. Mr. Lu does seem to be failing. Lan Luo tapped her fingers on the steering wheel. How did you know? I overheard it. Lung Jiaojiao gulped down some water. Chao Lu suddenly relieved me of all my work, so I had to find them to get to the bottom of things. But they were in a meeting when I got there, so I had no choice but to eavesdrop outside. Oh right, Lung Jiaojiu patted her chest. I think I also heard they were looking for something. Something about immortal blood? And something. Mr. Lu's brother? Zhu Jianshan's expression froze for a moment, but then returned to normal. He's gotten to this point. He must be seriously ill, at the very least needing an organ transplant. Otherwise, why would he be looking for his brother? And this immortal blood thing is just desperate measures. Lung Jiaju said with absolute certainty. Undying blood. Lan Luo stared at her, and Mr. Lu's younger brother Zhu Jianshan also stared at her, the two of them making the bewildered Ling Jiaju feel a chill run down her spine. But she was also a big star used to being adored, and quickly adjusted her composure. What? Are you scared by my perfect face and amazing news? Worship me, I allow it. Lan Luo and Zhu Jianshan exchanged a glance, and both of them chuckled simultaneously. Lan Luo decisively drove towards the small base. But as soon as Lan Luo looked away, the smile on Zhu Jianshan's face vanished without a trace. He secretly glanced at the back of Lan Luo's head, his face filled with an unreadable emotion, his fingertips curling, then he clenched his fist tightly. After a while, Zhu Jianshan slowly released his grip, crescent-shaped pinch marks covering his palm, and a trace of blood trickling under his fingernails. His expression gradually softened, his gaze lingering on Lan Luo, yet he carefully concealed it from others. Lan Luo was completely unaware of Zhu Jianshan's inner turmoil. Her mind was filled with thoughts of Lu Guan's illness. Lu Guan was seriously ill, huh? What a golden opportunity, Lan Sheng. Lan Luo narrowed her eyes, wondering if he had any involvement in this. Lung Jiaju suddenly lingered, leaning closer. There's one more thing. Go ahead. Lan Luo instinctively assumed it was related to Lu Guan. Lung Jiju's lips drooped. Isn't your blood a little strange? Lan Luo replied calmly. What do you mean? Ever since you left, I've been in so much pain every day, for hours at a time, she said, her eyes burning. Why did it only hurt for a short while after I drank your blood that time? Please help me. I'm in excruciating pain every day. There's no one around, and I can't get the antidote. I'm terrified. That's just your imagination, Lan Luo said, trying to fool her. Do you think I have immortal blood? If only you did, Lung Jiaju said reluctantly, shrinking back. I'd then hand you over to Mr. Lu in exchange for the antidote. Stop calling me Mr. Lu. Lu Guan poisoned you, and you're still so polite. Zhu Jianshan said with his eyes closed. We don't need you to escort me. Lan Luo quickened her pace. We're on our way to find Lu Guan now. What? Lung Jiaju sat up abruptly. No, no, no. I'm not going. I'm getting out. Too late. Lan Luo ignored her and focused on driving. The whole way, Lung Jiaju kept yelling in the back, worried that Mr. Lu would mistake her for Lan Luo's accomplice, and then worried that Lan Luo would mistake her for Lu Guan's accomplice after the rebellion. You all better understand, I'm just an innocent, naive girl. I don't know anything. No matter what happens, don't drag me into this. Lung Jiaju stared at each of them, speaking with a death-defying tone. He Shui gave a fake smile. Who cares about you? Don't look at me, I listened to her. Zhu Jianshan pointed at Lan Luo. Lan Luo ignored her, acting as if Ling Jiaju didn't exist. Getting to the small base Zhu Jianshan mentioned involved a long detour, and Lan Luo wasn't familiar with some of the roads, so he had to rely on Zhu Jianshan for directions. Sitting in the back seat, he was inconvenient, and had to frequently lean forward to try and figure out the directions. He Shui noticed something and gave a slight smirk. All right, I switch with you. You can sit in the passenger seat next to Lan Luo. Zhu Jianshan, his face beaming with undisguised joy, didn't refuse at all and readily switched seats with He Shui. He shifted around in the passenger seat, glancing at Lan Luo every now and then. Stop looking, watch the road. Lan Luo caught him staring at her out of the corner of her eye. Zhu Jianshan turned back to the road. I just wanted to look a little longer, in case I can't see it anymore. What? Are you afraid Lu Guan will kill you? Lan Luo didn't care. His health is very poor, you can tell from his heartbeat. He's seriously ill now, and can't possibly take charge. And the person he appointed was just killed by me. Lu Guan simply doesn't have time to appoint a new person in charge. In other words, they're leaderless now. When a group loses its leader, even if the individuals within it are exceptionally capable, they're nothing more than a disorganized mess. Lan Luo was certain that without Lu Guan and Zhang Lai's pressure, most of the researchers wouldn't choose to fight her to the death to protect Lu Guan. As for the small number of lackeys, she didn't even need to lift a finger, they fight each other for Lu Guan's favor. She could easily kill these insignificant fellows with a flick of her finger. That's good, Zhu Jianshan's lips curled into a smile, his gaze lingering on her face. This is good? Lan Luo glanced at him, feeling that Zhu Jianshan was acting too normally now. Based on her understanding of Zhu Jianshan, when he acted almost perfectly normal, It meant he was actually quite abnormal. "What's wrong with you?" she asked. "It's nothing." Zhu Jianshan looked out the window. "We're almost there. Be careful. Even if Lu Guan dies this time, don't let your guard down. He's so cunning, he might just slip away unnoticed. Remember to be careful in everything." Lan Luo frowned. "What's wrong with you?" She had a bad feeling. Zhu Jianshan's words sounded like a deathbed warning. Anyone who didn't know better would think she wanted to kill Zhu Jianshan, not Lu Guan. "What could be wrong with me?" Zhu Jianshan stretched, looking smug. "Are you too concerned about me? That's why you pay so much attention to my every move?" Lan Luo sneered. Zhu Jianshan's face remained as wide as ever. "No," she shook her head. "It's just that your brain is too abnormal. So when you're normal sometimes, I think you're abnormal, understand?" Zhu Jianshan didn't immediately refute. He moved his lips, and after a few seconds, he whispered, "I didn't." Lan Luo, however, had no interest in listening to his nonsense. She had just mentioned brain, and it seemed she vaguely remembered something. His brain wasn't normal. Brain. Zhu Jianshan, Lan Luo's eyes suddenly widened. "Didn't you say before that you had a lab chip in your brain?" Zhu Jianshan paused, his gaze towards Lan Luo filled with complexity. Then a strange smile curled at the corners of his mouth, almost as if he were pleased. "Yes." "Then, how exactly does your chip work? If I kill Lu Guan, will it affect you?" "No," Zhu Jianshan interrupted her. "Don't worry. It's just a fake chip that was implanted to scare me when I was little. It's useless. It's just fused to my flesh and can't be removed." The car had already driven into a wasteland where sand and gravel swirled, and several small white buildings came into view. Lan Luo, observing the situation, asked, "Are you sure?" Screech. The sudden braking of tires cut off Lan Luo's question. She stood there, mouth agape, still holding the brake pedal, her eyes blank. "What happened?" He Shui leaned closer. "Sudden braking." Her voice trailed off. Except for the already asleep Leng Jiajiao, the three people in the car were eerily silent. Their gazes were fixed on a small building not far away, its exterior walls pristine white. On the building's exterior wall hung a blood-red figure, swaying in the wind. Chapter 97. "That's..." He Shui murmured, but saw Zhu Jianshan raise his hand, signaling her to be quiet. A rope hung from the roof of the white building, the other end tied to the neck of a blood-soaked figure. The tightly strangled person swayed gently against the exterior wall, like a wind chime. The white exterior wall, stained with blood, looked from afar like it was covered in rose petals. If something else were hanging there, the scene would even be considered beautiful. The only thing that wasn't beautiful was the mangled, bloody figure. Lan Luo gripped the steering wheel tightly, and the sound of it cracking could be faintly heard. "Lan Sheng," she answered He Shui after a long pause. "That's Lan Sheng." He Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. Her lips parted slightly, unable to close for a long time. He's not." Lan Luo didn't explain. In everyone else's eyes, Lan Sheng was already dead. Their only knowledge of him was from that funeral. If Lan Luo hadn't unexpectedly seen him, she wouldn't have believed that the blood-red figure on the outer wall was Lan Sheng. This was the most disheveled Lan Sheng she had ever seen. He was wearing the white uniform she used to wear, but it was now stained with layers of red, with only a few small pieces of fabric spared, like a few white chrysanthemums adorning the blood-stained clothes. He Shui silently sat back down, asking no more questions. Zhu Jianshan also hesitated, finally just quietly watching Lan Luo. Leng Jiajiao, however, was completely unaware, and like an outsider, slowly woke up. "Why did we stop? Where are we?" No one paid her any attention. She was embarrassed for a few seconds, perhaps realizing the awkward atmosphere in the car, and looked up outside. "Oh my God!" she exclaimed. Is he still alive?" Lan Luo let out a deep breath. "I don't know." "You don't know?" Leng Jiaji rubbed her eyes. "If you don't know, go check. How come the three of you are all so calm?" She suddenly lowered her voice, carefully clutching her chest. "Don't tell me you did it. You're not admiring your murder, results, are you?" "Shut up." Zhu Jianshan warned Leng Jiajiao, then stole a glance at Lan Luo. Lan Luo unbuckled her seatbelt, pushed open the door, and strode towards the exterior wall of the small building. "Why does she seem a little angry?" Leng Jiajiao bit her knuckles, looking at He Shui with pleading eyes. He Shui rolled her eyes, and got out of the car as well. Zhu Jianshan followed closely behind Lan Luo, getting out of the car the very next second. Lan Luo stood outside the small building, first looking around. The area was empty. She listened intently. There was no heartbeat except for theirs. In other words, this was most likely not an ambush targeting her. Then what was it? Lan Luo had a vague guess, yet she didn't want the truth to be as she suspected. She drew her short knife, aimed at the thick rope stained red, and threw it without hesitation. The short knife flashed through the air, its tip piercing the center of the rope with a sizzle, then embedded itself firmly in the wall, the blade humming and vibrating. Without the rope support, Lan Sheng, suspended in midair, slowly plummeted like a piece of red paper. He lay on his back, his limbs hanging limply, his head tilted heavily to one side, his soft, black hair flying wildly. Lan Luo stretched out her hands, and the paper-thin figure, as if consciously searching, fell steadily into her arms with his eyes closed. Lan Sheng in her arms was very light, perhaps even lighter than her. Lan Luo placed him on the ground without waking him. He Shui offered a finger, testing Lan Sheng's nose. She hesitated for several seconds before withdrawing her finger, her gaze towards Lan Luo extremely complicated. He's not breathing. I know. Lan Luo half squatted on the ground, looking down at the lifeless Lan Sheng. She couldn't hear his heartbeat, his mechanical heart had been removed. Then, bury him. Lung Jiajia leaned closer, her back to them, covering her eyes, unable to bear looking at the blood-soaked body. Lan Luo didn't speak, but reached out and unbuttoned his shirt, peeling away the blood-stained clothes clinging to his body, revealing a wide-open wound on his chest. His chest cavity was empty. The gruesome wound resembled a gaping maw, pinkish flesh torn open, revealing glimpses of white bone. The edges of the wound were uneven, as if it had been ripped open by hand. Lan Luo rubbed her fingers, unsure whether to bleed him to save him. She knew that even bleeding him wouldn't save Lan Sheng, who had no heart, but Luo. In her hesitation, Lan Sheng, who should have been dead, opened his eyes, and even raised a hand to cover Lan Luo's. You're not dead? Lan Luo looked at his blood-covered eyes. Lan Sheng struggled to move his eyes, staring at her expressionless face. Are you unhappy again? I'm sorry. How did you become like this? Lan Luo avoided answering. What did you do? What's the situation at the base? Lan Sheng raised the corners of his lips, and honestly replied, I put the whole bottle of what you gave me into Lu Guan's medicine. He injected that poison, and it's already. Lan Luo guessed correctly, but she hadn't expected Lan Sheng to actually poison Lu Guan. Although she secretly gave the poison to Lan Sheng, he was barely able to protect himself in the lab, and he had a saintly personality, so she hadn't really held out hope, she was just considering it an extra possibility. She knew the poison was extremely potent. A few drops would be enough to kill an ordinary person, let alone a whole bottle. So you were hung on the wall as a public spectacle? Lan Luo's expression was cold, but her nails had already dug into her palms. They also took back the heart they gave you, right? Lan Sheng shook his head, the wound on his chest reopening with each breath. No. Lan Luo felt he was like a fish that had just been gutted, yet could still struggle and thrash. Everyone could see that this fish was about to die. No, Lan Sheng said softly, they beat me, hung me up, turned the electrical current in my heart to the maximum. It was me. I couldn't take it anymore, so I dug it out. You would have died if you dug it out. Lan Luo stated the facts, looking down at the torn wound on his chest. Lan Sheng inserted his fingers into Lan Luo's palm, brushing her nails aside. It's okay, living like this isn't my intention. Lan Luo didn't pull her hand away. Then how do you want to live? I don't want to, Lan Sheng answered quickly. Luo, I have nothing left and I don't want anything anymore. I just want to hug my sister. Who is your sister? Lan Luo asked. Yes. Lan Sheng's pupils were unfocused. Lan Luo. Lan Luo felt the fingers in her palm, which patted her a few times before falling limply. His eyes weren't fully closed, they were half open, their dull, lifeless eyes empty. You should still hug him. If you wait any longer, he won't be able to feel you anymore, He Shui reminded Lan Luo from the side. Lan Luo didn't move, remaining in her original position, her fingers unconsciously rubbing Lan Sheng's fingers in her palm. His fingers were cold. Zhu Jianshan knelt beside her, silently helping Lan Sheng up from the ground, and placing him in Lan Luo's arms. Lan Luo looked at Zhu Jianshan with a slightly bewildered expression, only to see him smiling with the same irritating grin he had when they first met. Oops, my hand slipped. Zhu Jianshan nudged Lan Sheng's back again, letting him lean against Lan Luo. Just be kind and help him for a bit. Lan Sheng's cold face pressed against Lan Luo's neck, breathless, heartless, not even his eyelashes fluttering. Only strands of hair were ruffled by the breeze, gently scratching Lan Luo's chin. I'm sorry. Lan Sheng whispered in her ear, apologizing in a voice only the two of them could hear. Lan Luo held onto his back, mechanically asking, Why are you sorry? She didn't know why she asked that. She had actually wanted to say, "You don't need to apologize," but facing Lan Sheng, every word she uttered became a question. What did he have to apologize for? As a child, she had pinched him until he cried. As an adult, she had ripped out his heart. What did he have to apologize for? She hated Lan Sheng's attitude, as if he were the only perfect person in the world, the only one who was truly tolerant and kind. The moment he swaggered into his saintly aura, Lan Luo felt a pang of irritation, wanting nothing more than to kill him and force him to reveal his darkest side. But he never did. He had enjoyed the preferential treatment Lan's parents had given him through their ugly faces, yet he still smiled and acted like a saint. All her attacks were unreasonable. Even now. But deep down, did she hate him? She didn't. When they met in the wilderness, Lan Luo had told Lan Sheng she didn't hate him. A tear rolled down Lan Sheng's cheek, the tear stinging Lan Luo's skin like corrosive rain. Lan Luo snapped back to reality, looking up to see that it was indeed raining. It seemed that every time Lan Sheng was in trouble, it would rain. Even the heavens seemed to favor him. Zhu Jianshan was also looking up at the sky, his face filled with reluctance and sorrow, but this was an expression he could only show to the heavens. In the last second before Lan Sheng lost consciousness, he felt Lan Luo's warmth. Warm Lan Luo, cold Lan Sheng himself. Lan Sheng's chest pressed against Lan Luo's heart, where a heart that once belonged to him now beat vigorously within her. He felt warmth, his empty chest seemed to fill with fullness, as if tiny Lan Luo, along with her burning heart, had been stuffed into his left breast. But was his empty chest enough to envelop her, as it had once enveloped his heart? Birds fluttered their wings, fish swam their tails, and Lan Luo drifted further and further away, leaving him behind, unable to see her face. Because he managed a whispered cry, barely a whisper, "I love you." As the words fell, Lan Sheng, as if fulfilling a long-cherished wish, peacefully closed his eyes. Lan Luo's pupils constricted, and she bit down hard on the soft flesh of her mouth, drawing blood. He Shui and Zhu Jianshan stood beside her, one with her head down, the other with her head up. He Shui looked down at the two siblings embracing, but her gaze seemed to be looking at others through them. Her long eyelashes trembled, concealing the tears in her eyes. Zhu Jianshan raised his face to catch the raindrops, gently closing his eyes, as raindrops dripped onto his burning forehead. Leng Jiajiu ran back to the car as soon as the rain started, peering through the window at their sorrowful figures in the rain, her gaze lingering on Lan Luo. Lan Luo put Lan Sheng down and pulled off his uniform. Zhu Jianshan, seemingly out of nowhere, held an umbrella over the corpse, his long, slender fingers holding a brand new white lab coat. "Put this on him," he said. Lan Luo glanced at the lab coat, a symbol of her researcher status. "I don't want this one." Zhu Jianshan hesitated. "Sorry, this is the only one I have in my storage space." He handed the umbrella to Yi Shui, turned away, took off his own shirt, and handed it to Lan Luo. "This will have to do." Lan Luo took the fragrant shirt and silently draped it over Lan Sheng, not noticing Zhu Jianshan's bare back. His back was crisscrossed with several old scars, only visible upon close inspection. Yi Shui, standing nearby, inadvertently saw the scars. Before she could speak, Zhu Jianshan had already put on the white lab coat, concealing the wounds on his back. "Should we bury him first?" Zhu Jianshan asked Lan Luo. Lan Luo picked him up and walked towards the van. "No, I'm going to kill someone first." Zhu Jianshan didn't follow, he remained standing, only his eyes following her. Lan Luo placed Lan Shengping in the back seat, grabbed a gun, and slammed the car door shut. "Lu Guan is definitely dead. The lab is leaderless. I'm going to..." Bang! Before she could finish speaking, a small explosion suddenly came from behind her. They were all startled. Lan Luo quickly turned her head, raising her hand instinctively to fire at the source of the sound. But as soon as she raised her gun, Lan Luo saw incredulously the source of the explosion. It was Zhu Jianshan's head. His head, without warning, had exploded with a large hole. Chapter 98. A large, bloody hole appeared in Zhu Jianshan's temple, blood gushing out continuously. His eyes were open, looking in Lan Luo's direction, his gaze unfocused, before he slowly collapsed. What happened? Leng Jiajiu huddled in the car, clutching her head. "There's an ambush." Lan Luo didn't have time to think. She opened the car door, shoved Yi Shui into the van, and hurriedly said, "You guys hide. If things get bad, find a way to drive away." Before Yi Shui could speak, she slammed the car door shut and ran towards Zhu Jianshan. Lan Luo's movements were incredibly fast. Zhu Jianshan hadn't even fully collapsed before Lan Luo caught him. She supported Zhu Jianshan from behind. Seeing no signs of an ambush, she could only brace her shoulder against his back, one hand around his waist, the other supporting his shoulder. Zhu Jianshan? Lan Luo adjusted her position, so Zhu Jianshan wouldn't collapse to the ground. Are you still alive? Zhu Jianshan's eyes were bloodshot, his eyelashes trembling. He opened his eyes a crack and glanced at Lan Luo. Lu Guan, he just died. Lan Luo was taken aback. How did you know? Zhu Jianshan closed his eyes, not answering directly, and said weakly, your brother succeeded. He killed Lu Guan. I know. Lan Luo let him lean against her chest. Get to the point. She wiped her hand on the short knife, held her bleeding hand to Zhu Jianshan's lips, and squeezed the blood into his mouth. Zhu Jianshan licked his lips and shook his head. Don't waste your time on me. Lu Guan is dead, but he will come back to life. You have to seize the opportunity. Are you out of your mind? Lan Luo yelled at him. Now either shut up or say something useful, or I twist your head off. Hee hee. Zhu Jianshan chuckled weakly. The situation was initially pitiful, but his blood-stained teeth made him look somewhat comical. Lu Guan can be resurrected, is that what you mean? Lan Luo glanced at him. The hole in Zhu Jianshan's head was unusually large, with dark, charred edges. Her blood probably wouldn't be enough. Zhu Jianshan slumped down, yes. But only once. After that, there will be no resurrection. Zhu Jianshan? Lan Luo shook his shoulder. Zhu Jianshan. The man in her arms wore a white coat stained crimson, barely breathing. Lan Luo cursed under her breath, picked him up, and carried him to the van. Zhu Jianshan was naked except for the white coat. As she pulled, the collar came undone, revealing a deep scar beside his collarbone. She had never seen this scar before. Lan Luo had once accidentally seen Zhu Jianshan just after bathing, but he had dodged too quickly, and she hadn't seen him clearly. This was the first time she noticed the scars on his body. Before she even reached the van, the small white building behind her suddenly became noisy. Lan Luo turned around, carrying Zhu Jianshan. Many people emerged from the scattered buildings, each carrying a weapon. She shoved Zhu Jianshan into the van, making him lie down next to Lan Sheng, and quickly said to Yishui, find a way to drive away, the farther the better. Finding Yin Yin would be ideal. And what about you? Meng Jiajiao leaned closer. Listen to me, unless you want to die. Lan Luo glanced at them, then slammed the car door shut. Yishui didn't dare delay, scrambling to the driver's seat and starting the car with a determined heart. The van's massive body wobbled erratically on the road. Lan Luo glanced around, making sure they wouldn't accidentally run her over, before turning to face the group in the small building. They formed an arc around her, pushing and shoving each other, but no one stepped forward. Who ordered you to do this? Lan Luo scanned them one by one, her back straight. The crowd was in disarray, but no one answered. Lan Luo waited a few seconds, then continued, if you weren't forced to, then disperse, or you definitely suffer a terrible fate. Is that so? A smiling male voice rang out from the back of the crowd. The chaotic crowd seemed to be muted. Everyone immediately stopped hesitating and stared intently at Lan Luo. The crowd parted, revealing the man who had spoken. Lu Guan, Lan Luo said coldly, you're like a cockroach. Lu Guan's lips were pale, and he leaned on a cane, chuckling lightly, the higher the position, the more you cherish your life, that's normal. After all, even someone as lowly as Zhu Jianshan has feared for his life, hasn't he? Lan Luo didn't want to hear his cryptic talk. What do you mean? Zhu Jianshan, do you know where that name comes from? Lu Guan steadied himself with the help of his bodyguards. His original name wasn't Jianshan, but Jianshan, the Jian of lowliness. If he hadn't awakened his spatial abilities, where would he have had the chance to change his name? A child of an experimental subject, born in a laboratory, raised in a laboratory, everything was so smooth. Until he met you, little Lan Luo, until he left with you, his life exploded. You're the same. One day, you realize. Here, Lu Guan pointed to himself, is the place that can truly protect you. Lan Luo didn't know Zhu Jianshan's past, nor did she know his former name was Jian, meaning cheap or despicable. She always considered him a crook, believing he had never suffered hardship. You Lu family members are all the same, all despicable. Lan Luo looked at Lu Guan, cursing his long-dead father. Lu Guan coughed a few times, covering his mouth, and smiled helplessly. Be glad he was a despicable person, otherwise your little tagalong wouldn't have had the chance to be born into this world. Why did Zhu Jianshan explode? Lan Luo ignored Lu Guan's insults and asked calmly. Why? Let me think how to say it. Look at me, Lu Guan coughed again. Don't you think I look unusually weak? I tell you, It's all thanks to that Zhu Jianshan. If he hadn't been running around like a madman when I was little, knocking me into the medicinal pool and nearly killing me, do you think he would still have had the chance to appear before my father? Lu Guan's face was full of resentment, but he forced a fake smile. Little Lan Luo, Zhu Jianshan is no good person. Do you think he really bumped into me by accident, or was it intentional? Here's a little hint. Back then, he wasn't recognized as having Lu family blood. He was a lowly slave chained up and guarding the medicinal pool. Lu Guan continued rambling. Do you know what a chain is? A chain is made by drilling a hole near the collarbone and threading an iron chain through it, so the slave can't escape. When you were in the lab, I never had the heart to demonstrate it to you. If you just kill me, my father will have to acknowledge his Lu family bloodline, freeing him from slavery and transforming him into a high-ranking researcher. How could he not be tempted? Lan Luo clenched her fist. You didn't answer my question directly. Don't rush. Lu Guan carefully observed her expression. I was unconscious for a long time before surviving, but by then Zhu Jianshan had already been acknowledged as our family's illegitimate son, so my father could only punish him, not kill him. As punishment, he laughed, he was hung up and whipped with a barbed iron whip all night. As compensation for me, my father also implanted a chip in his brain. Guess what it does? Lan Luo had no intention of interacting with him. Tell me. Lu Guan's expression was indifferent. Nothing interesting. It's a life-or-death exchange. Lu Guan slowly revealed the answer, a very rare ability. You must have never seen it before, right? Unfortunately, I only seen one, and unfortunately she was killed. So if you were killed, Zhu Jianshan would pay with his life? Is that what you mean? Lan Luo stared into his eyes. Lu Guan raised an eyebrow, his pale lips curving into a smile. Absolutely correct, very clever. Your stupid, overly kind brother thought he could kill me in one fell swoop, but he never imagined that it would be Zhu Jianshan, his sister's most favored wild man who would die, right? Oh right, Lan Sheng is dead too, Lu Guan continued, adding fuel to the fire. I was just imitating how my father punished Zhu Jianshan, but I didn't expect him to be so angry that he cut out his heart and threw it away. What a pity about my mechanical heart. This thing is too precise. It took so much effort to connect it to his blood vessels, and he destroyed it just like that. It was his only chance of survival. Lan Luo didn't speak, listening with her eyes closed. The sound of the wheels had disappeared. He Shui had run far away. Are you done? She opened her eyes, unusually calm. The howling wind whipped up sand and gravel, Lan Luo's clothes billowing in the wind, her hair flying behind her head, brushing against her cheeks. Lu Guan paused for a moment, for some reason, then looked away. What else do you want to hear? You naughty child. I want to hear, Lan Luo's nails grew wildly, your deathbed confession. She charged forward with lightning speed, leaving a large crater in the sand beneath her feet, a testament to her immense strength. The crowd was in chaos for a moment. Some retreated, brandishing knives and guns, some aimed their guns at Lan Luo, and many more stood in front of Lu Guan with tragic expressions, shouting oaths of loyalty. You're pathetic. Lan Luo mercilessly strangled the necks of the first few men, blood spurting onto her face and streaming down her hair. Lu Guan's expression was complex. He stopped smiling, raised his chin, and couldn't help but reveal contempt in his eyes. Me, pitiful? You're insane. Because there's never been a single person around you who's truly sincere towards you, Lan Luo said, letting the bullet pierce her flesh. Look at this bunch of cowards around you. Which one of them is willing to sacrifice for you? Her sharp nails dug into her flesh, and she pulled the bullet out with her bare hands. The wound began to heal slowly. You continue your pauper-like self-brainwashing, Lu Guan said grimly. As long as the blood of the Lu family flows in my veins, plenty of people will be willing to die for me. Lan Luo felt a stab wound to her back. She turned around, found the man who had attacked her, and leaped up, smashing his head open. The head, lying on the ground like a rotten watermelon, served as a warning to the surrounding crowd. They looked at each other, none daring to intervene. Come on! Lan Luo clenched her fist, her long fingernails snapping instantly. Show the same spirit you had when you attacked Lan Sheng. Lu Guan snorted, his expression unchanged as he retreated. Anyone who initiates an attack on her will receive a reward of 100,000 yuan. An additional 100,000 yuan for those who are injured. These words immediately caused an uproar among the hesitant crowd. Many screamed and surged forward. Lan Luo stood still, covered in blood, like a vengeful ghost crawling from hell, coldly watching the relentless rush to their deaths. Among these people were even experimental subjects, wearing the same white uniform as Lan Sheng, their faces contorted with rage, unable to contort their expressions with Lan Sheng's gentleness. Gradually, some began to use their supernatural abilities. Water, fire, and electricity erupted simultaneously. Yellow sand coiled around her ankles like giant snakes, and metal flew towards her neck like birds. Although Lan Luo was in the center of the battlefield, an incongruous weariness crept into her heart. She wanted to sigh, to let out a deep sigh towards the crowd. Lan Luo didn't know why her compassionate, saintly heart had suddenly overflowed. She only knew that the half of Lan Sheng's heart was weeping silently. Don't kill. She seemed to hear Lan Sheng pleading. They're pitiful. Pitiful? Pitiful for what? They were clearly committing evil. Lan Luo crushed a human head, looking at the experimental subjects mixed among the bodyguards. Most of them were emaciated, their supernatural abilities exceptionally weak. Some of the flames that struck her were less powerful than a lighter. Many others didn't even have supernatural abilities, awkwardly wielding knives, guns, and clubs they acquired from who knows where. She didn't pity these people. She even hated them. She hated their inability to see the situation clearly, their numb ignorance, their blind obedience to Lu Guan's oppression. Lan Luo looked at her hands covered in blood. She was already used to killing. Life, for her immortal self, was nothing but a joke. She had long since grown accustomed to their apathy. To her, the ignorant masses were nothing more than ants she could easily crush. Until now, in the midst of the chaotic battlefield, she suddenly realized that this scene was called sorrow. She was merely on the edge of sorrow, fortunate enough to glimpse the light. Thump. Thump. The rain stopped. Chapter 99. The rain seemed to be paused, suddenly stopping. Then sunlight streamed down the land, making the damp ground shimmer. Huh? Several people scrambled to look up at the sky, their squinting eyes stinging with tears from the sunlight. Sunbathing gets you calcium, one muttered, rolling up his sleeves to expose his skin and bones, trying to get more sunlight. Lan Luo gripped a woman's neck, scrutinizing her intently for a long time. The woman wore experimental clothing, her face filthy, her exposed wrists covered in cuts, her expression numb, oblivious to the pain in her neck, even considering taking the opportunity to stab Lan Luo. 10,000 yuan could buy her life. You're all bone, Lan Luo said expressionlessly, you're hurting my hand. Lan Luo didn't strangle her, but mercilessly flung her away, sending her crashing into the throng of people, knocking down a large number of them. The woman, cushioned by a human shield, didn't die from the fall, but she couldn't get up for a while, and couldn't cause Lan Luo any more trouble. Lu Guan, Lan Luo said, stepping through the blood-soaked ground, you will definitely die by my hand. Lu Guan held a small capsule in his hand. They were useless. I allow you to kill them all to vent your anger. However, he opened the capsule. Don't become kind. That's not what good children do. And don't give your trust too easily. Who knows if the person stabbing you in the back is someone close to you? A glint of light flashed from the open capsule. Lan Luo kicked a knife from the ground, gripped it, and hurled it at Lu Guan, then sprinted towards him. You shameless rat. Lan Luo reached out, but grasped only emptiness. Only her curses disappeared along with Lu Guan. Lan Luo knelt on the ground, utterly exhausted. She hadn't expected Lu Guan to run away on his own. He was always surrounded by bodyguards, never leaving his side. Today, he had unexpectedly moved alone. Did this mean he was alone? Or rather, temporarily alone. Lan Luo knew that with Lu Guan's wealth, recruiting bodyguards would be a piece of cake, but at least for now, he was completely alone. She gripped a handful of sand tightly, filled with regret. She shouldn't have been so soft-hearted towards these guys. If they hadn't held her back, she would have already caught Lu Guan. A bunch of idiots. She might as well have just killed them. Should we fight? Someone whispered to those around them. Fight what? He said to let her kill us. Run. The crowd discussed amongst themselves, but no one dared to advance. Lan Luo turned and glared at them, instantly silencing them. They trembled as they raised their weapons to protect themselves. Are you all just dogs in front of Lu Guan? Lan Luo stood up, mocking. Don't you know his health is so poor, he can barely stand. He needs a cane to walk. If you had all attacked him after Lan Sheng poisoned him, even just one punch each would have killed him long ago. She knew she was partly venting her anger, but Lan Luo was furious. Simply hurling insults at them was already incredibly merciful. Step forward, she said, looking at the crowd. Those who attacked me before Lu Guan announced the prize money, those who helped Lu Guan punish Lan Sheng, step forward. The crowd exchanged glances. A woman suddenly knelt down. That hang test subject had nothing to do with us. He was already dead when we were released from the cage. It was the bodyguards and researchers who did it. A man in a blood-stained white shirt, upon hearing this, immediately stepped forward and kicked the woman. "Dare you talk again?" Lan Luo sneered, and without a word punched him, sending him flying several meters away. "Drag him back," she casually ordered the people around her. Several test subjects, their faces gleaming with smug satisfaction, jogged over and dragged the man back. Lan Luo placed her foot on the man's stomach and stomped down hard. The previously arrogant man's face flushed red, his eyes widened, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood before his head lolled to the side, and he was lifeless. Lan Luo kicked him aside. "Anyone else? If not, you all die." After a brief commotion, the crowd dispersed, revealing a dozen or so people surrounded in the center, some of whom had even secretly removed their shirts, the symbol of their sycophancy, leaving them shirtless. And this one. Those around her shoved a man in front of Lan Luo. Lan Luo glanced down at him, a hastily picked up gun in her hand, the muzzle pressed against the man's head. "Goodbye." A dark red, almost black, bloody hole appeared between the man's eyebrows. He didn't even have time to beg for mercy before he died, eyes wide open. "Spare me. I had no choice. I usually only manage dogs and people. I really don't know about the person who was hanged." A man knelt down with a thud. Hearing this, Lan Luo decisively shot him. The bullet pierced his throat, silencing his pleas. The surrounding people took several steps back, looking terrified. Lan Luo raised her gun, aiming at the remaining dozen or so people. "I don't settle cases, I only kill. So run. Run until your gun runs out of bullets, and you live." Without a second thought, these people turned and ran, pulling others behind them as shields. They ran for ages, one after another, but hadn't gotten very far. Except for the two leaders, who were the fastest and had long since left the rest behind. Lan Luo slowly raised her gun, and without hesitation, started with the closest people, firing one shot at each, evenly distributing her bullets. Didn't they believe in the survival of the fittest? Well, she gave them that. However, now she was the hunter at the top of the food chain, and they were merely fleeing prey. Would this kind of survival of the fittest satisfy them? About half the fleeing people were dead, the rest were still running, and Lan Luo's gun was out of bullets. Someone turned around and noticed this, their face immediately lighting up with joy. "Out of bullets! Out of bullets!" Bang! The joy froze on his face, as a bullet spun and pierced his temple. One shot, dead. Lan Luo wiped the muzzle. "Did I say I only use one gun?" The ground was littered with guns left behind during the earlier brawl, at least 6 or 7. The remaining men, realizing Lan Luo had switched guns and that they'd been tricked, were instantly filled with anger and panic. "You're shameless." "So what?" Lan Luo said nonchalantly. "Go ahead and kill me if you dare." "I kill." Before the man could finish speaking, a tiny black dot, like an ant, sped towards them, honking its horn. Lan Luo squinted. It looked like a van. He Shui was back? The van was about to crash into the crowd, but instead of slowing down, it drove straight towards the man who had just been showing off. Ah! The front of the van smashed into the man, sending him flying. The van took a step back, then sped forward again, crushing the man beneath it, rendering him unable to move. Within seconds, blood gushed from his mouth and nose. He was dead. The driver's side door slowly opened, and a pair of long legs, treading on blood-soaked ground, came into Lan Luo's view. Following the legs upwards, she saw that the driver wasn't He Shui, but Yin Yin. What a coincidence! Yin Yin exaggerated, pretending it was a chance encounter. Lan Luo twirled her gun. "What are you doing here? Where's He Shui?" "Look," Yin Yin pointed to the passenger seat. "I told you not to include me, but in the end you still came to me for help." Lan Luo frowned, ignoring her, and turned to fire several shots at the people who had taken the opportunity to escape. 2 left. Lan Luo threw down her gun. "I go kill them. You and He Shui are in charge here." Yin Yin was stunned. "What do you mean, in charge of us? What does this have to do with us?" Before she finished speaking, Lan Luo had already run far away, chasing after the 2 men, a broken knife in each hand, aiming. Thud! The sound of the blade piercing flesh was clearly audible, and the 2 frantically running men fell one after the other, twitching on the ground like dead fish. Lan Luo walked to their side, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd not far away, pulled out her broken knife, and swiftly delivered several more blows until the 2 were completely dead. She knelt on the ground, a few pieces of flesh still clinging precariously to the blunt knife in her hand. A drop of blood clung to Lan Luo's eyelashes. She blinked, and the drop fell to the ground, mingling with the blood that had pooled around her. Lan Luo almost laughed. She was the one who had been soft-hearted, Yet she was also the one who had driven them to such ruthlessness. She was facing away from the sun, and her shadow appeared before her, lying silently in the blood-soaked ground, its outline indistinct. She stared at her shadow for a long time, then raised the blood-dripping knife and plunged it down. The blade was embedded in the shadow's head, like a silent judgment. But as Lan Luo stood up, her perfectly intact shadow moved with her, leaving only the knife behind, gleaming with a cold, silvery light. Lan Luo looked into the distance. He Shui had already gotten out of the car, and was standing beside Yin Yan, whispering something. On Yin Yan's other side stood a tall man. The man's gaze passed over them, meeting Lan Luo's, who was covered in blood, across the distance. Lan Luo didn't look away, staring directly at Yin Su until he turned his gaze away from hers. "We didn't catch Lu Guan," Lan Luo said, approaching them. "He escaped." He Shui held a clean towel. "This matter can't be rushed. Dry yourself off." "These people," Yin Su interjected, "what should we do with them?" Lan Luo didn't look at him, taking the towel and wiping her face haphazardly. "The base is destroyed. Let them do whatever they want. I can't support them." She could barely support herself. "Did you hear me?" Yin Yan shouted, stepping on ahead. "You're free. Go home now." After a murmur of whispers, a few of the bolder ones tentatively ran a few steps, and upon discovering that Lan Luo hadn't actually killed anyone, their eyes lit up, and they screamed and ran away. "What have you done? Look how scared they are." Yin Yang clicked her tongue, looking at Lan Luo covered in blood. Lan Luo glanced at the man lying dead under the wheels of a car, her eyes wide open, and sneered without saying a word. Yin Yan touched her nose and followed He Shui to ask the remaining small group of people kneeling on the ground, who refused to leave. "You're getting more and more skilled at killing." Yin Su looked at Lan Luo only after they left. Lan Luo looked up at him. "Why did you follow me?" "Yin Yan is my sister." Yin Su pointed to the bloodstains on Lan Luo's face. "Didn't you remind me?" "You made a wrong decision," Lan Luo said. Yin Su's gaze lingered on her face. "No, I don't think I made a mistake. It's what my heart desires." "Lan Luo." Yin Yan suddenly called out, "These people won't leave." Lan Luo frowned, casually tossing a dirty towel onto the hood, and walked over. "What's going on?" As soon as she arrived, the people kneeling on the ground instinctively trembled. "I'm homeless. You let me out, but I don't know where to go." The sallow-faced woman knelt on the ground. "I'm penniless. I can't survive outside." "Then go die," Lan Luo said coldly. He Shui and Yin Yan stared at Lan Luo in astonishment, while the woman trembled and dared not speak further. Lan Luo said expressionlessly, "It's either live or die. People only have these two paths. Don't expect to beg me. How do you know I won't be the next Lu Guan?" She turned and walked into the building. Those who kneel are always looking up, which is why they feel weak. The woman lay on the ground, tears streaming down her face, her body trembling. He Shui and Yin Yan exchanged a glance inside. Lan Luo kicked open the door to the basement of the small building and walked along the long, narrow pigeon coop, searching for the person who had hidden. She could hear a small heartbeat coming from there. Found her. Lan Luo stood in the corner, looking down at the little girl curled up in front of her. The little girl slowly raised her head, her eyes filled with curiosity. "Who are you looking for?" "They all gone out." "Why didn't you go out?" Lan Luo asked. "Because I'm still little," the little girl blinked. "The reason children are small is because they can hide when something happens." Lan Luo looked at her withered legs and said dismissively, "That's a good point." Lan Luo had assumed the person hiding was related to Lu Guan, but it turned out to be just a little girl with a leg disability. She hesitated and turned away, leaving the innocent-looking girl sitting there. Yes. The girl didn't seem to care about her leaving. "I also think Hanako is right." Lan Luo was taken aback. "You know Hanako?" Chapter 100. "Do you know Hanako too?" A smile appeared on the girl's face. "She's amazing. She always manages to get delicious food." Lan Luo hesitated, then only hummed in agreement. "But Hanako's been gone for a long time. Have you seen her? When is she coming back?" The girl clutched the hem of her clothes, her eyes filled with melancholy. "I don't know," Lan Luo said. "Okay," the girl shook her head. "I'm used to it anyway. People here always come and go, and then they never come back. My sister said she'd teach me cat's cradle, but she hasn't come back either," the girl said, leaning against the wall pouting. "A lot of people are like that. Do you know when they come back?" The girl looked up at Lan Luo. Lan Luo glanced at the empty pigeon coop. "They're not coming back." "Why?" The girl was calm. Sigh, Lan Luo looked at her for a moment, then suddenly picked her up. "Never mind." A disabled little girl with the same intelligence as Hanako wouldn't survive here. The girl readily agreed. Why are you taking me away? Where are we going? They were all very scared when they were taken away. Should I be scared too? Hanako asked me to take you away, Lanluo lied. She said it's so you can study more and not be illiterate like her. Was Hanako illiterate? The girl tilted her head. But she also told me about her school. She said her school was very big, with only 6 people living in one room, unlike here, where everyone is crammed together. Lanluo paused, realizing this was the school life Hanako had described to her in the lab, when she was annoyed by Hanako's persistent chatter. How did she manage to brag about it? But she said the 6-person dorm was crowded. How did Hanako make it sound spacious? Lanluo wanted to sigh again. She quickly walked past the dark pigeon coop beside her, trying to save face for Hanako. I was just talking nonsense, she's not illiterate. The little girl nodded in satisfaction. I think so too. Close your eyes. I tell you to open them again. Lanluo was afraid the piles of corpses outside would frighten her, so she told the girl to close her eyes. The girl obediently covered her eyes. I can't see anything. Outside the door, Hishua and Yin were huddled together. When they saw Lanluo, their eyes lit up, and they couldn't help but look at the child in Lanluo's arms. What's this? Hishua asked. Lanluo tossed the child into Yin's arms. I found her. Take her to Shigue City. Anyway, didn't Su Lifeng and the others claim they were going to start a school? One more student wouldn't matter. You're going to Shigue City? Yin was surprisingly happy. Great. We go together. It's been so long since I've been back. I don't even know if the house has been taken over. Her eyes were full of expectation as she looked at Hishue. Hishue glanced at Su, and finally nodded in agreement. Lanluo's main reason for going to Shigue City was to obtain Su Lifeng's healing ability. She wanted to see if Zhu Jianshan had any chance of survival. It wasn't that she couldn't accept Zhu Jianshan's death, but she couldn't believe that he would die so abruptly. It was almost absurdly dramatic. The blood Lanluo fed him had some effect. She could feel a faint heartbeat from Zhu Jianshan. If treatment was timely, there might still be a chance. And she had another matter that required Su Lifeng's help. Lanluo got into the driver's seat of the van. Leng Jiaojiao, looking impatient, sat in the passenger seat, having secretly moved there to avoid being too close to the corpse. The woman who had been kneeling on the ground, refusing to leave, huddled in the same seat with the little girl. One's eyes were blank, the others darting around. Hishue had suggested bringing this woman along, and Lanluo had no objection, as she wasn't responsible for her. Yin, Hishue, and Su also got into the van, making it as crowded as a marketplace. The situation only improved when Lanluo drove to where Yin had hidden her car. Yin drove her own minivan, with Hishue in the passenger seat and Su in the back, closely following Lanluo's van. Lanluo glanced in the rearview mirror. Yin deliberately flashed her headlights, as excited as if she were returning to her hometown. Indeed, Shigue City was their hometown, as Yin and Hishue had spent most of their lives there. That ghost city. Can it really save me? Leng Jiaojia pouted, looking unhappy. Lanluo hadn't planned to take her, but she insisted on going to the ghost city with her. Lanluo thought it over, looking at her seemingly innocent face, and finally agreed. Lanluo said dismissively, we try anything, even if it's a long shot. Who are you calling a long shot? Leng Jiaojia glared. If my card hadn't been frozen by Chaolu, I would have paid for my own medical treatment long ago. Why would I need to beg you? When you ask someone for a favor, you need to have the right attitude, Lanluo said, speeding up, or I throw you out. With a car, the ghost city didn't seem so far away anymore. Not long after nightfall, Lanluo saw the familiar, dilapidated city gate. The van behind them was already flashing its lights excitedly, overtaking Lanluo's car and pulling ahead into the city. Lanluo didn't drive in. She stopped in a patch of thick grass and let them out. Hey, why didn't you drive in like them? Leng Jiaoju complained. You park so far away, I have to walk a long way, and the ground here is filthy. Lanluo didn't speak, just quietly stared at her until Leng Jiaoju awkwardly laughed and got out of the car. Okay. The woman in the back seat got out carrying the little girl. Lanluo climbed into the car, dragged Lan Sheng and Zhu Jianshan out, and carried them on her shoulders, one on each side. It was very dark, and no one else could tell that Lanluo was carrying dead bodies, nor did Lanluo bother to hide it. In a place like Shigue City, dead bodies really weren't a big deal. When Lanluo arrived at Su Lifeng's house, Yin and the others were nowhere to be found. They had probably returned to their small house. Su Lifeng was somewhat surprised to see Lan Luo, but being a composed person, she simply sent Su Jin back to her room and then naturally invited the others in. Lan Luo didn't stand on ceremony, placing Lan Sheng and Zhu Jianchen on the ground and pointing at them, asking Su Lifeng, "Do you have a solution?" Su Lifeng frowned, squatted down, touched the hole in Zhu Jianchen's head, and then lifted Lan Sheng's clothes to examine him. How come it's all empty? She looked at Lan Sheng's empty chest cavity, asking Lan Luo with considerable disbelief. "Just tell me if you have a solution." Lan Luo didn't answer directly. "The matter is rather complicated. I don't want to explain." Su Lifeng put Lan Sheng's clothes down and shook her head. "I have no solution. I only have healing abilities, not regenerative abilities, especially not for such a vital organ as the heart." "So he really is dead, right?" Lan Luo stood to the side, looking at Lan Sheng's pale face. His eyelashes were long, fluttering gently in the breeze, giving the illusion that he was just taking a nap and would slowly awaken at any moment. Su Lifeng's expression was complicated. "In my opinion, that's how it is, but—" Lan Luo's expression was unreadable. "But what?" "But—" Su Lifeng pursed his lips, hesitating for a long time before speaking. "But maybe there's a miracle, that's what I wanted to say." Lan Luo looked Su Lifeng up and down. Her words seemed somewhat contradictory, so she cut to the chase. "Do you know something?" "You misunderstand." Su Lifeng stood up and sighed. "I was afraid you would be heartbroken. I know his relationship with you, your siblings." Lan Luo lowered her eyes, pointing at Zhu Jianchen to change the subject. "And him? He still has a glimmer of hope." Su Lifeng was very firm this time. "His head is only damaged, not gone. I can try to repair it," she said. "A normal person would be dead by now, but he still has a faint breath, which means he's in good physical condition, and the success rate of treatment will be relatively high." "Then let's try." Lan Luo remained calm, seemingly unconcerned about whether he lived or died. Su Lifeng placed his hand on Zhu Jianchen's head and said to Lan Luo, "You're so calm. A normal family member would have been frantic by now." "I'm not a family member." Lan Luo looked towards the door. Footsteps were approaching. Bang! The door was pushed open, and Chu Dong's smiling face appeared in the doorway. "Lan Luo. Long time no see." Lan Luo raised an eyebrow. Were they that familiar? Leng Jiaojiao, who had been sitting on the sofa looking around, couldn't help but speak up. "Oh, you really are a ladies' man." Chu Dong stopped laughing, looking slightly awkwardly at Leng Jiaojiao, then at the woman and little girl huddled in the corner. "These ladies?" Her gaze focused on Leng Jiaojiao's face, who, feeling smug, tilted her chin up and laughed. "Don't you recognize this face?" Chu Dong closed the door, letting out an awkward laugh. Lan Luo then remembered to explain, pointing to Leng Jiaojiao. "This is Leng Jiaojiao. You should have seen her on the news. Those two are experimental subjects I brought from Weicheng." Upon hearing this, Chu Dong's gaze towards the two women softened with pity. "Traveling so far, you must have suffered." "Don't I suffer?" Leng Jiaojiao frowned. After speaking, she swayed slightly, seemingly unsteady on her feet, vividly illustrating suffering, but no one paid any attention. "I plan to leave these two test subjects in Shigui City. The older one can work, and the younger one can go to school," Lan Luo said to Chu Dong. "How did you know we're short of students?" "Hee hee," Chu Dong laughed. "The conditions here are poor, after all. It's called a school, but there are only about 10 children. I'd be ashamed to admit it." Chu Dong walked over to the little girl and gently asked them some simple questions. Lan Luo breathed a sigh of relief. The two burdens were successfully dealt with. She glanced at Su Lifeng. Beads of sweat were forming on his forehead, and his fingers were trembling, clearly struggling. "Are you all right?" Lan Luo asked him. Su Lifeng shook his head, his hand slumped to the ground. "Not really. His injuries are too severe, especially to the most delicate part of his brain. I have to be extremely careful not to hurt him. Looking at his wound, it doesn't look like he was shot by a bullet, it looks like it exploded from the inside." "How did they manage that?" Su Lifeng asked, puzzled. Lan Luo squatted down, looking at Zhu Jianchen's bloodless face, and reached out to touch his eyelashes. "Do you know about life or death swap?" "What?" "Life or death swap, a superpower, activated by implanting a chip in the brain of the person being swapped. If the person who took the swap dies, the chip explodes, and the swapped person becomes the scapegoat." Su Lifeng exclaimed in surprise. "What kind of superpower is that? I never even heard of it. The world is full of wonders." Lan Luo's finger traced along Zhu Jianchen's nose, down to his collarbone. Su Lifeng sighed. "I do my best, but his injuries are too severe. One treatment definitely won't be enough." Let's try a second treatment tomorrow. At my pace, it'd probably take at least 3 treatments for him to improve. What's the standard for improvement? Lan Luo asked. Being able to open your eyes is an improvement. Su Lifeng stood up, his gaze sweeping over Lan Sheng, his eyes filled with guilt. Lan Luo was about to pick up Zhu Jianshan when a series of crashes came from beside her. She looked up and saw a vase on the coffee table shattered, and Ling Jiaojiu lying on the floor, her face pale. Hey, are you alright? Don't try to scam me. Zhu Dong was the first to rush over, carefully pushing her away. Lan Luo had no choice but to put Zhu Jianshan down, pull Ling Jiaojiu into her arms, and turn to Su Lifeng, saying, Leave the empty room for her. We can pay for the vase when she wakes up. No need, it's not worth much. Su Lifeng opened the door, letting Lan Luo place Ling Jiaojiu on the bed, his eyes fixed on her, his expression extremely complicated. Lan Luo, how long have you known her? Su Lifeng asked abruptly. Lan Luo put the person down and left the room. It hasn't been long. We're not familiar with each other. I know she might be poisoned, but it's not important. You should prioritize treating Zhu Jianshan. We can deal with it later when we have more resources. No, Su Lifeng bit his lip. It's not that. I meant, do you know his gender? Chapter 101. Lan Luo was stunned. What do you mean? What gender? Whose gender? Lung Jijia's figure, appearance, name, voice, even her public identity, aren't they all female? Su Lifeng noticed her confusion and swallowed hard. It's probably because I used up too much of my power. My eyes are a little blurry. Let me take her pulse first. Lan Luo was skeptical, giving Lung Jiaojiu a suspicious look before nodding and leaving. She went to the living room, picked up Zhu Jianshan, and left Su Lifeng's house as if no one else was there. Zhu Jianshan had his own small house in Shigui City. Although Lan Luo didn't have the key, she could climb in through the window. Su Lifeng's house wasn't big, and keeping someone inside was too cramped. Plus, Su Jin was young and easily frightened, so Lan Luo thought it was better to bring him out. Zhu Jianshan had been away from Shigui City for so long, yet the window wasn't locked. Lan Luo pushed it open easily. She first shoved Zhu Jianshan through the window, grabbed him by the back of his collar, and gently placed him on the ground before leaping inside. Since no one had lived there for a while, a thin layer of dust had settled on many of the pieces of furniture. A touch left a gray fingerprint. Lan Luo closed the window, and carried Zhu Jianshan back to the only bedroom in the house. This was her first time entering Zhu Jianshan's room. The room wasn't large, and surprisingly, it contained very few things. Besides the neatly made bed, and a few changes of clothes in the closet, there were no other items in the entire bedroom. It was so simple that for a moment she thought it had been completely emptied. Lan Luo quite liked the clean and empty environment, but felt that this kind of bedroom didn't seem quite right for Zhu Jianshan. He was always carefree and irresponsible, so Lan Luo assumed his room was a mess, filled with all sorts of odds and ends, just like any slovenly man. She heard a saying that if a new employee never left clutter at their desk, it meant they were likely planning to quit. In other words, they didn't feel a sense of belonging here. Lan Luo looked around the empty room. Was this why Zhu Jianshan always hid his things in a space no one could enter? A faint, almost imperceptible fragrance filled the room, emanating from the wardrobe. Lan Luo rummaged through it, and found scented sachets hanging inside. How to put it? Simple, yet exceptionally refined. Lan Luo stared at the man sleeping peacefully on the bed, thinking about what Lu Guan had said. Zhu Jianshan didn't seem very happy either. Sometimes she could see the unconscious attempts to please him behind his playful smiles. Often, if she was unhappy, he would risk being called crazy to distract her and prevent her from getting angry. How did his personality develop? Having known him for so long, this was the first time Lan Luo felt a deep curiosity about Zhu Jianshan. Did he remember his mother? How did he grow up in the lab? Did the researchers treat him like ordinary test subjects? What did it feel like to have chains piercing his collarbone? What did it feel like to be punished after pushing Lu Guan into the medicinal pool? What did it feel like to have the substitution chip in his brain year after year? Knowing she wanted to kill Lu Guan, yet remaining silent about their life-or-death exchange, only able to quietly await death that might come at any moment, what did that feel like? Lan Luo remained calm, yet a series of questions flooded her mind, but she knew that even if Zhu Jianshan woke up, she wouldn't ask them aloud. She could only judge others by her own experience. She was unwilling to share her past with others, and therefore disliked questioning their origins. The past is set in stone, one should live in the present. Even though deep down Lan Luo vaguely understood that perhaps a small part of herself remained stuck in the past, futilely repeating the same cycle again and again, So what? At least the majority of her was moving forward. Lan Luo silently walked to the bedside, parted Zhu Jianshan's clothes, revealing his collarbone and the old scar beside it. She gently touched this small, painless scar, her lowered eyelashes casting shadows that obscured the expression in her eyes. Creak! The bedroom door closed softly, leaving only the oblivious man, still sound asleep. The night breeze gently stirred the curtains. Lan Luo walked slowly outside the window, her shadow swaying with each step on the man's bedside until the curtains fell again. Lan Luo caught a glimpse of Zhu Jianshan's curtains moving out of the corner of her eye, and casually closed the window to prevent rain from falling that night. She needed to go back to Su Lifeng's house. Although Zhu Jianshan was settled, Lan Sheng was still lying on her floor, waiting for her to deal with him. Lan Luo walked slowly because she had no idea how to deal with Lan Sheng. To her, Lan Sheng's resurrection was too abrupt, before she could even fully accept the fact he had died again. It was all absurd. Lan Luo entered Su Lifeng's living room. The woman, the child, and Chu Dong were all gone. Chu Dong took them to find a place to stay. There aren't many other things in Shigui City, but there are plenty of empty houses, Su Lifeng explained, sitting upright on the sofa. Lan Luo didn't seem to care much, and walked past her to look at Lan Sheng. Lan Luo, Su Lifeng called after her, "What do you plan to do with your brother?" Lan Luo stopped. "What's your opinion?" Su Lifeng wasn't a particularly curious person, so bringing this up meant he must have his own thoughts. "It's not really an opinion, I just feel," Su Lifeng said haltingly. "Actually, some scholars have already proposed the concept of a mechanical heart. I think if his body is preserved properly, it might be possible to wait until the mechanical heart technology is successfully developed. His constitution is special. A mechanical heart might be perfect for someone with such a strong self-healing ability. Although it's uncertain how long the development will take, it's at least a glimmer of hope." She looked at Lan Luo as she spoke. Lan Luo knew that ordinary people's access to information was often outdated, but she was still somewhat surprised. Su Lifeng had only just learned about the concept of a mechanical heart, while Lu Guan had already put it into use. "The mechanical heart you mentioned," Lan Luo hesitated, "isn't very feasible, but it has given me some inspiration." Even Lu Guan said that the mechanical heart was Lan Sheng's only chance of survival, which proves that developing such a thing is extremely difficult. Lan Luo looked at Lan Sheng's pale body on the ground. "I can indeed preserve his remains temporarily." Lan Sheng was, after all, a former half-immortal with supernatural abilities, and Lan Luo had been struggling with whether to cremate him like a normal person. Although it sounded disrespectful to the corpse, Lan Luo truly believed that destroying his remains would be a waste. Let him remain as he is. Perhaps years later, she would still remember his face. "Let me know when Chu Dong gets back." Lan Luo thought of Chu Dong's special ability. "I need her eyes." Su Lifeng didn't answer, just sat quietly on the sofa picking at his hands. After a while he sighed. "His matter is settled. Let's talk about something else." "What else?" Lan Luo couldn't remember. Su Lifeng stared at Lan Luo. "I checked him." "Who?" Lan Luo had barely asked before she remembered. It was Leng Jiujiu. Su Lifeng doubted the gender of this delicate and pretentious woman. "Leng Jiaojiao," Su Lifeng said slowly, "I wasn't mistaken. He really is a man." Lan Luo's expression instantly became extremely complicated. "Do you know what that means?" "It means that the big star of Wei Cheng, the goddess of the entire internet, is actually a man dressed as a woman, even though he is petite, has delicate features, a sweet voice, fair skin, and long flowing hair." Lan Luo knew that the world was diverse, just like Yin Yen was also short-haired, dark-skinned, and tall. But personal preference for physical features is different from deliberately concealing one's gender. The former is a matter of freedom, while the latter is always driven by a purpose. Lan Luo recalled that at the resort, Leng Jiaojiao had repeatedly said she couldn't see a doctor. At the time, she thought Leng Jiaojiao was afraid of being discovered for plastic surgery, but now it seemed she just wanted to hide her gender. "Why?" "She's awake, and extremely agitated." Su Lifeng stood up. "I take Xiao Jin to find Chu Dong." "You talk to her." Su Lifeng was a respectable person, and Lan Luo automatically interpreted her phrase extremely agitated as a scene of crying, making a scene, threatening suicide, smashing things, and hitting people. "I understand." Lan Luo could only put Lan Sheng aside for the time being. "I take care of it." Leng Jiujiu was truly a troublemaker. After walking a few steps, Lan Luo turned back and said to Su Lifeng, "I'm sorry." Su Lifeng paused for a moment, then curled her lips into a smile. "It's nothing compared to how bloody you were before." She was referring to the time Lan Luo had stayed here, and almost disemboweled herself in the middle of the night. Lan Luo remained non-committal, and walked towards Ling Jijia's room. Without saying hello, Lan Luo pushed open the slightly ajar door, and stood in the doorway, looking inside. The bedroom light was off, and the curtains were tightly drawn. Apart from the faint light from the living room behind Lan Luo, there was no other light source in the room. Something on the floor was gleaming. Lan Luo glanced at it. It was a shattered glass vase. She wasn't wrong. Ling Jiajiao had thrown a tantrum while she was away. Ling Jiajiao, Lan Luo called her in a low voice. There was a bulge on the bed. It must have been Ling Jiajiao, who had wrapped herself in the covers. Lan Luo's voice, laced with suppressed anger, couldn't rouse her. The bulge stirred twice, and Ling Jijia's trembling voice came through. Get out. All of you get out. Who gave you permission to practice medicine without proper qualifications? You unlicensed bastards. Don't play dumb. Lan Luo approached the bulge on the bed. You know who I am? I don't care who you are. Get out. Get out. Ling Jiajiao kicked wildly under the covers, the bed creaking under her weight. Lan Luo was extremely annoyed, but didn't approach easily. She simply stood by the bed, her voice cold. I'm Lan Luo. You should know my personality. If I actively pull you out, there's only one possibility. That is, I'm going to kill you. The person under the covers paused, then lay still obediently, their voice softening considerably. I was just afraid you hate me. I didn't intentionally hide it from you. It was their requirement when I signed the contract with Chaolu. I didn't mean to. I'm not interested. Lan Luo stated bluntly. She stared at the bulge in the blanket. I'm not interested in your past, your path to fame, the injustices you suffered at the company. You just need to tell me. Lan Luo reached out to pull back the blanket. The moment the blanket was pulled back, a sharp shard of glass, reflecting the light, hurtled towards Lan Luo. Chapter 102. Lan Luo's pupils contracted slightly, but she didn't flinch. Such small shards of glass, even if they were all embedded in her neck, wouldn't cause her any harm. Without thinking, Lan Luo reached out to grab Ling Jijiao's wrist. Ling Jijiao's movements were advantageous because of their surprise, but unfortunately, they were too slow and had too many openings. Lan Luo only needed a light grip to firmly lock her in place. Ah! Ling Jijiao cried out in pain. If it were before, Lan Luo would have thought Ling Jijiao's cry was just coquettish, but now she couldn't associate her with the words coquettish female celebrity. You know, I won't let anyone who lays a hand on me get away with it. Lan Luo lowered her eyes and slowly pressed Ling Jijiao's wrist back. The sharp glass was pressed against Ling Jiajiao's throat. Her face showed undisguised panic, her eyes fixed on the merciless hand pressing down on her wrist. The glass continued to press down, slicing through her delicate, fair skin. With the slightest movement, several conspicuous beads of blood appeared. Of course I know. Ling Jiajiao's free hand touched the blood on her neck. Seeing the blood, her fear vanished, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. You're the most heartless. Who said that? She clearly had two hearts. Lan Luo continued to press down, expressionlessly shoving the entire shard of glass into Ling Jijiao's throat, until Ling Jiajiao struggled uncontrollably, trembling, blood flowing down the glass onto Lan Luo's hand. I already guessed you had ulterior motives. Lan Luo released her, letting Ling Jiajiao fall off the bed, but I didn't care. How did you guess? Ling Jiajiao clutched her neck, unable to remove the shards of glass. Blood gushed from the wound as soon as she opened her mouth. First, since you're controlled by Chaolu, you couldn't have left Chaolu without a word before she spoke. And the person behind Chaolu is my mortal enemy, they wouldn't give up this opportunity. Second, you said you were poisoned and in pain, but you didn't show any discomfort on the way to Shigue City. Third, you concealed your gender. Lan Lu's eyes were icy. Fourth, you lived a life of luxury and privilege in Weicheng. There was no need for you to come to this poor place with us. Ling Jiajiao stared intently at Lan Lu, no longer concealing her gaze, her eyes filled with a sinister ruthlessness that had shed her delicate celebrity persona. Since you guessed it, why? Why did you bring me along? Why did you pretend not to know? Because it's unnecessary. Lan Luo crouched down to look him in the eye. You never care if a cat on the street flashed its claws, just like I never care how much trouble you can cause. The malice in Ling Jijiao's eyes slowly faded, replaced by a pool of tears. Yes, you're right, you look down on me. Because I have no power, I'm not even a superhuman, he cried, reaching out his blood-stained hand to grab Lan Luo's trouser leg. So you look down on me at all, don't you? I never said that. Lan Luo stepped back, looking down to see a bloody handprint on her trouser leg. What you said before was alright, but you're wrong about the fourth point. Is that how you see me? Lung Jiuji was pulled to the ground. Lan Luo shook her head. What I mean is, you can't even withstand a little rain, let alone this bumpy journey. You probably didn't do it willingly. Lung Jiaoju lay face down, muttering in protest. No. You have no idea. When it rains, you all seem oblivious to the rain, but I'm different. I get soaked and it hurts so much. I can't stand outside like you. Normal people can handle it. It's just that your skin is exceptionally fragile, Lan Luo said, staring at the bloodstains spreading on the ground. You shouldn't have had plastic surgery in the first place. Shouldn't? Lung Jiajiao looked up, his face covered in blood, but it didn't detract from his beauty. Instead, it gave him a ghostly appearance in the darkness. He looked up at Lan Luo. Do you think I have the right to decide whether I should or shouldn't? I'm just the lowest ranking experimental subject in the lab. Ling Jijiao's tears fell one by one. I had no choice. When you stormed into the small base, I was even extremely envious. Lan Luo was stunned. She had no idea that Lung Jiaoju was also an experimental subject. I envy those experimental subjects who got to wait until you, like a savior, declared their freedom. Why wasn't I so lucky? Why did I only meet you after being transformed into this grotesque state? He crawled 2 steps on his knees. Lan Luo, I never told anyone this before. Please listen to me. Lan Luo wanted to back away, but he held her legs tightly, so she stood quietly, looking down at him. I am a boy, that's true, but I was sold into the lab when I was very young. They were considering expanding into the entertainment industry, so they collected a large number of young, pretty children. Their features, height, figure, hair, skin, even their voices were modified. So many people, so many couldn't take it, died in front of me. Some died with their bodies swollen, some had skin that shrank like a beehive, pitted and scarred. In the end, I was the only one who survived, but they wanted to make me a female star, so I was. Lung Jiaoju suddenly fell silent, burying her head in Lan Luo's knees and sobbing softly, blood mixed with her tears soaking her pants. Why didn't you say so before? Lan Luo asked. You knew perfectly well that and they were all experimental subjects. No. Lung Jiaoju sobbed uncontrollably. I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to reveal the secret. I don't want to be looked down upon by you. Lan Luo frowned. Why would you look down on me? Because you're a man disguised as a woman? Women are much more pleasing to the eye than men. She grabbed Lung Jijiao's hair and lifted his face. If I hadn't treated you like a woman, I wouldn't have tolerated your affectation and pretense. You're only alive today because you're a woman. But you still attack me. Lung Jiajiao grabbed Lan Luo's wrists with both hands. Just because you found out I'm a boy? No. Lan Luo released her hands. I already said, because you attacked me, I retaliated. Lung Jiajiao pressed her hands against her face. You mean, if I hadn't attacked you, even if you knew my secret, even if you knew I had ulterior motives, you wouldn't have killed me, right? Lan Luo pulled her hands away. He was right, but something seemed off. That's about it. She could only give him a vague answer. Ha 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 ha. Lung Jiaoju laughed, lying on the ground, laughing until blood oozed from the corners of her mouth, but she didn't stop. After a long while, he finally stopped laughing, raising his head with a smile that curved his eyes. Want to know who ordered me to do this? Lu Guan. Lan Luo blurted out without thinking. You guessed right. Lung Jiajiao laughed. You're so smart. Did she even need to guess? Lan Luo stared at the wound on Lung Jijiao's neck, reminding her, if you call Su Laifeng back now, you can still be saved. She retaliated only because she had been attacked, but Ling Jiajiao didn't deserve to die. As a fellow experimental subject, she was always very forgiving. But Ling Jiajiao simply shook her head. No need. She can see my body is already exhausted. If it could be cured, she would have cured me just now. Exhausted? Lan Luo repeated. Lung Jiajiao nodded obediently. Yes, a modified body is inherently fragile, and before coming here, Chaolu gave me another pill. They told me that taking it would alleviate all the previous poisoning. You should know that this kind of alleviating pill only brings double the backlash and pain, Lan Luo said. Of course I know. Lung Jiaoju was already panting heavily. Of course I know they wouldn't be so kind, but I had no choice. Only by taking it could they let me leave. So the condition for getting this medicine was to attack me. Lan Luo connected the dots. Because this medicine will inevitably bring more serious side effects, so in order to get the next dose, you have to attack me, right? Ling Jiajiao coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, her smile sweet. So clever. But you're wrong about one thing. His hands gradually lost strength, and he collapsed to the ground. There is no next dose. This medicine is enough to kill me. Then why did you listen to them? Lan Luo looked at Leng Jiaojiu with a complex expression, filled with incomprehension, helplessness, and a barely perceptible trace of pity. Leng Jiaojiu struggled to look up at her. Do you know what Lu Guan told me? He said you're good in every way, except you're not ruthless enough. So you always use revenge as an excuse to satisfy your savior complex. Lan Luo didn't speak, but she didn't agree with Lu Guan's thoughts. If she hadn't been a test subject, if the lab hadn't wronged her, she wouldn't care even if the whole world suffered. He told me to feign weakness and stay by your side, then strike at you, to let you experience betrayal and reduce your useless savior complex. At first, I thought he was wrong. You're clearly ruthless, Leng Jiaojiu said, tears streaming down her face, but later I believed him. I thought he was right, so I decided to do as he said, to make you a little more ruthless. But I never thought I could succeed. I just understood that if I died in Weicheng, Qiaolu would cover it up and bring out another Leng Jiaojiu, but if I died at your hands, I would be remembered by you in my own name. If I hadn't been ruthless enough, Lan Luo interrupted him, you wouldn't be in this wretched, near-death state now. Yes, I'm dying, but I'm not sad at all. Leng Jiaojiu could no longer focus her gaze, her unfocused eyes looked in Lan Luo's direction. If I wanted to live, I would have told you about my ordeal while you hesitated, making you soften your heart towards me. I know you hesitated just now. I saw the speed at which you drew your knife. If you were carrying murderous intent, I would have been dead long ago, wouldn't I? Lan Luo had indeed hesitated, but unfortunately, she was thinking about whether or not to soil Su Lifeng's house. Every time she moved in, she caused bloodshed in Su Lifeng's home, which didn't seem right. There was no need to say such cruel things. Leng Jiaojiu was going to die anyway. Let her think whatever she wanted before she died. I help bury you, Lan Luo said. Remember to burn you first, then bury you. Leng Jiaojiu raised her hand, her fingers hovering over Lan Luo's face. I don't want to be trapped in this body anymore. If I weren't like this, if I were like Zhu Jianshan, I would tell you. Tell what? Lan Luo asked. His consciousness seemed to be fading, he murmured. I won't tell you. If I hadn't experienced all that, I would. Wake up, Lan Luo said calmly. If you weren't Leng Jiaojiu, I wouldn't even glance at you. Thank you. Leng Jiaojiu's hand fell to the ground, her eyes slightly closed, a smile playing on her lips. Lan Luo stood there, looking down at him. A woman's shell housed a man's heart. Unlike Leng Jiaojiu's regret at wanting to become a man again, Lan Luo thought that if Leng Jiaojiu were a woman through and through, perhaps she would like this person even more. Lan Luo wrapped Leng Jiaojiu in a bed sheet, carried him away from Su Lifeng's house, found Lao Shuang, and asked her to finish Leng Jiaojiu's business. Aren't you going to watch? Lao Shuang's cloudy eyes were full of displeasure. Important people should watch over the departed soul as it journeys to the next stage. No need, Lan Luo said, tossing down the money, because he's not important. That spoiled, pampered female celebrity she could barely tolerate was just a fictional character, while the one who died was a man who wasn't so lovable. Chapter 103. Lan Luo walked out of Lao Shuang's shop, glancing casually at the store. She noticed the bald man's shady business was closed. The signboard had been removed and replaced with a clinic. The clinic lights were still on. Lan Luo, still wary of 2 Jean Street, didn't rush in. She only glanced at the entrance. The interior was very clean and tidy, surprisingly reputable. Newly opened, impressive, right? Lao Shuang also came over. It's run by a pretty young woman. I come here for treatment every day. It's much more convenient than going elsewhere. When you get old, you're afraid of not feeling well. Really? That's good. Lan Luo felt a little relieved. At least it wasn't a shady business anymore. Remembering Lan Sheng still lying on the ground, she turned and left, brushing past the woman who came out of the clinic back to back. Why are you here again? The woman adjusted her glasses. I told you you're healthy. I'm afraid of dying. Lao Shuang chuckled, leaving his empty shop and entering the woman's equally empty shop. The night was long, the lights were bright. Lan Luo looked at the dim light from Su Lifeng's house, and knew they had returned. Standing at the door, she heard Su Jin loudly calling out friends and little sisters, her tone very cheerful. Lan Luo looked up. The thick darkness pressed down on her head, all around was black, and the ground was fogged up, making it impossible to see the path. It felt like being trapped in a huge black box, with a few rays of light and laughter filtering through the cracks, but none of it mattered to her. Lan Luo pushed open the door and entered Su Lifeng's living room. Su Jin's smile froze instantly, and Su Lifeng and Chu Dong also looked surprised. So fast? Su Lifeng asked her. Chu Dong picked up Su Jin and swayed as he shoved her back into the bedroom. You little rascal, why are you getting fatter and fatter? No way. Su Jin's shouts were muffled by the bedroom walls. Chu Dong clapped his hands and came out. I heard you were looking for me. Tell me, I do whatever it takes within my power. Lan Luo glanced at him. Lan Sheng on the floor had disappeared. I was afraid of scaring Xiao Jin, so I moved him to the second bedroom for now, Su Lifeng explained. Don't worry, he didn't bump into anything. Okay, Lan Luo walked towards the second bedroom. Chu Dong, help me freeze him, make sure he's thickly frozen. Huh? Oh. Chu Dong followed behind Lan Luo. But this is my first time doing something like this. I'm not sure how well I can do it. It doesn't matter. Lan Luo pushed open the door and stopped at the entrance. Chu Dong, caught off guard, bumped into Lan Luo's back. Chu Dong rubbed his nose, perhaps sensing Lan Luo's low spirits, so for once, he didn't scold her. Lan Luo didn't turn on the light, watching Lan Sheng on the bed in the darkness. She hadn't expected Su Lifeng to be willing to put a strange, dead body on his bed. For most people, this was considered unlucky. Why don't you go in? Chu Dong couldn't resist peeking in from behind. Lan Luo walked to the bedside, looking down at Lan Sheng's peaceful face. Just freeze him. Chu Dong agreed, conjuring frost with his hand, instantly lowering the room temperature. Chu Dong used his supernatural ability to create a blast of air that hit Lan Sheng's face, making his eyelashes flutter slightly, as if his eyes might open at any moment. Frost covered Lan Sheng's body, gradually obscuring his pale face and enveloping his ruptured chest. Soon, only a large, oval-shaped ice ball remained on the bed. Phew, I'm exhausted. Chu Dong rubbed his wrists. Is it thick enough? I guarantee it won't smell bad for 10 years or spoil for 20. Will this ice melt? Lan Luo raised her hand and touched it. Chu Dong shook his head. As long as you don't put it out in the sun, it won't melt. It's supernatural ice, after all. Thank you. Lan Luo hugged the huge ice ball and turned to leave. The ice ball was enormous, even taller than Lan Luo when standing upright, making it somewhat comical to carry. Lan Luo had to carry it on her shoulder like a coffin. Hey, just leave it here. No one's living here anyway. Chu Dong stopped her behind. Lan Luo's arms were numb from the cold. She switched hands to support the ice block and said, No need, I have somewhere to put it. The blood in the room is all on the carpet. You can just throw the carpet away. I pay for it, she added. Su Lifeng shook his head. No need, it's nothing valuable. Chu Dong suddenly peeked out. So that Ling Jiaojiao. Lan Luo paused in her push of the door, dead. Ignoring the reactions of the two behind her, and without explanation, she closed the door and walked out, heading towards Zhu Jianshan's room. His room was empty, just the right size to store Lan Sheng's body. Lan Luo didn't have a key, so she climbed in through the window. Zhu Jianshan's house was pitch black. Apart from the faint sound of a heartbeat, there was no other sound. She wrapped Lan Sheng in a sheet, placed him in a corner, and then got up to go to Zhu Jianshan's room. He lay quietly on the bed, neither welcoming her nor protesting the fact that a corpse had been placed in his house. There was nothing there. Lan Luo dragged a stool over and sat on the edge of the bed, looking out the window. She felt tired, yet her body was full of energy. Her weariness seemed like a ridiculous illusion. Just yesterday, she was indiscriminately killing people, so why was she already exhausted? Sometimes Lan Luo felt that having an extra heart wasn't worth it. At least before, she rarely had such wild thoughts. Her only thought was to survive, to live well with Lan Sheng's heart. Many things you only realize after you get them are really just that. Lan Luo remembered what Zhu Jianshan had once said. At the time, she thought he was being unreasonable, but now she felt there was some truth to it. But she never regretted her decision, because every step she took was one she had fought her way through. Lu Guan. Lan Luo silently murmured this name that made her grit her teeth in the darkness, her gaze gradually hardening. She will find him and kill him. Lan Luo jumped to her feet, the chair scraping loudly as she dragged it. She placed her hands on either side of Zhu Jianshan's head, looking down at the unresponsive man, and said, I will find Lu Guan. I will kill Lu Guan. He will definitely die by my hand. Two hearts pounded incessantly. Lan Luo felt her blood rushing to her head, all weariness and confusion vanished without a trace. Only one thought remained in her mind. Kill Lu Guan. Lan Luo glanced at the sky. It was still pitch black. She gave Zhu Jianshan one last look, turned, and strode away. The person on the bed twitched almost imperceptibly with their little finger, as if trying to catch the departing figure, but in vain. Lan Luo rushed to Su Lifeng's house. Seeing the light still on, she pushed open the door without ceremony. Su Lifeng, I need to discuss something with you. Su Lifeng, dressed in her pajamas and writing at the table, was startled by the question. What is it? She closed her book, gestured for Lan Luo to sit opposite her, and poured her a glass of water. Go ahead. Lan Luo glanced at the book. It was a textbook for young children, probably for Su Jin and other children. Your ability allows you to see the flow of energy in the human body, right? Lan Luo leaned on the table, her gaze intense. After activating your ability, as long as it's within your line of sight, you can see human energy, right? Su Lifeng frowned. That's not wrong, but those healing abilities require special training. Someone like me, without training, even if I see it, I can't accurately identify it. That's not important, Lan Luo interrupted. Because my target is easy to identify. As long as you can see him, you can recognize him immediately. Who is it? Su Lifeng unconsciously folded the corner of her book. Lan Luo pulled the book from her hand. Lu Guan, the head of the Lu family, the behind-the-scenes boss of the laboratory, and Chu Dong's former slave owner. Su Lifeng was stunned, his expression shifting rapidly, his eyes trembling. You have a plan? After a long while, Su Lifeng finally found his voice. Lan Luo sat down and took a sip of water. Lu Guan is in poor health, he almost died. I can hear his heartbeat, weak and irregular, so you can probably also observe his energy, which is different from normal people. He used a space capsule the day before. Although space capsules can teleport, they are too small, and the distance they can teleport is limited. Furthermore, teleportation damages the body, and given his poor condition, it's highly unlikely he be teleported a second time in the near future. So Lan Luo looked directly at Su Lifeng. If we use the small base as the center and search outwards, there's a high probability we find him. Su Lifeng disagreed. Someone with his power and influence wouldn't stay put. He'd probably already sent a car to pick him up and leave. That's a possibility. Lan Luo had considered it, but he's physically weak and extremely afraid of death, so the places he can go are limited. Besides hospitals, there's only his private medical base. Space capsules are pre-made, with their destinations marked in advance. They don't teleport randomly. During our fight, I could sense that he didn't have anyone he could trust at the moment, so I'm more inclined to believe he's recuperating at his own medical base than in a hospital exposed to the public. Su Lifeng's brow relaxed. You mean, radiating outwards from the small base, there's a place that's his private sanatorium. He's most likely there and won't be transferred again? More or less. Lan Luo tilted her head back and gulped down all the water. Su Lifeng tapped the table. That's worth a try, but what about Shigui City? I got you covered in Shigui City. Chu Dong appeared behind Su Lifeng at some point, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed. Chu Dong? Su Lifeng asked in surprise. You're still awake? I put Xiao Jin to sleep. Chu Dong sat down. She listens to me very well. Su Lifeng hesitated, but the kids at school listen to me too. Chu Dong interrupted her. Su Lifeng continued, and Chu Dong raised her hand to stop her. The experimental subjects left in Shigui City also listen to me. Everyone listens to me. And my ability is both offensive and defensive, Chu Dong boasted, conjuring an ice needle. I'm not afraid of being bullied. Lan Luo knew Su Lifeng was worried about Chu Dong, but Chu Dong seemed to be accepting it well, so there was nothing to worry about. Su Lifeng hesitated, twisting her fingers nervously under their gazes. I can go. Good. Chu Dong gave her 2 thumbs up, her eyes filled with praise, as expected of our Su Lifeng. Su Lifeng blushed slightly, slapped Chu Dong lightly, and then looked at Lan Luo. But have you thought about something? What is it? Lan Luo asked. If I leave here, what will happen to Zhu Jianshan? Chapter 104. Lan Luo was taken aback. She hadn't considered this issue. Right, Zhu Jianshan needed a second and third treatment. If she left with Su Lifeng, how would Zhu Jianshan's treatment continue? Should we finish treating him first before leaving? Chu Dong tentatively suggested. Lan Luo shook her head. No. No one can guarantee that Lu Guan won't leave after his condition improves. Our time is limited. If it weren't for the fact that Lan Sheng and Zhu Jianshan were both in trouble, and if it weren't for taking Su Lifeng away, she would have chased after Lu Guan on the spot, without even coming to Shigui City. Su Lifeng hesitated, then Lan Luo stood up. Leave at dawn, try to come back quickly, and continue treatment when we return. She left without looking back, leaving Su Lifeng and Chu Dong looking at each other, their eyes filled with unease. Lan Luo returned alone to Zhu Jianshan's bedside, looked down at him for a while, then silently cut her palm. With her other hand, she pried open his lips and squeezed her blood into his mouth. The wound healed quickly, but only a few drops of blood entered Zhu Jianchun's mouth. Lan Luo had to cut her palm again and let the blood drip in. She repeated this several times before finally feeling relieved. She washed the remaining blood off her hands and left the bedroom, lying down on the living room sofa to rest. Her strength recovered quickly. After lying down for a short while, she felt light and full of energy. Dawn was breaking. Lan Luo stared idly out the window, deciding to wait until the sun was fully up before going out. Su Lifeng and the others were different from her. They needed complete rest. Going too early would disrupt their rest and only be a burden. Lan Lu didn't know what Yin Yin and the others planned to do next, but she didn't intend to ask them to go with her to find Luguan. Shigui City was, in a sense, Yin Yin and Hishua's hometown, so they could settle down once they returned. There was no need for them to continue their journey. Lan Lu glanced around. It was almost 7 o'clock, and the sunlight was much brighter. She quickly washed up, checked Zhu Jianchun's room to make sure there were no flammable or explosive materials or easily perishable food, and then climbed out the window and left. Su Lifeng's door was already open. They had woken up earlier than Lan Lu had expected. She went inside and saw Su Lifeng already dressed, holding a pancake and eating it slowly. Seeing Lan Lu, she put a finger to her lips. "They're sleeping, keep it down." Lan Lu nodded, saw a few more pancakes on the table, and took one without much ceremony. "Let's go, try to be back quickly." Su Lifeng nodded, and she and Lan Lu left one after the other. The van was parked outside the city. Lan Luo walked around the car to check it before opening the door and getting into the driver's seat. Su Lifeng yawned and climbed into the passenger seat. Just as Lan Luo was about to step on the gas, a man appeared in front of her. "Yin Su," she rolled down the window. "What are you doing here?" "What a coincidence, I was just getting familiar with the area, and I didn't expect to see you." Yin Su looked like he hadn't slept all night. He walked to the driver's side window and knocked. "Why are you in such a hurry? Do you have plans?" "None of your business." Lan Luo rolled up the window. "Don't block the way." Lan Luo didn't think she knew Yin Su well. Before, when he was from the military academy, she could still give him some face, but now he was just an ordinary person, and she had no need to curry favor with him. The van sped away, leaving only a cloud of dust in its wake. Yin Su squinted, brushing the dust away, and dialed Yin Yan's number. Lan Luo left. "Did you know?" "What?" "She refused to take you. Does she look down on your abilities?" Yin Su, always eager for drama. A series of bangs came from the phone, followed by Yin Yan's loud voice. "Keep an eye on her. She be there soon." Lan Luo glanced at the rearview mirror. Yin Su was still standing there, looking at something. "Didn't you tell them?" Su Lifeng also glanced back. Lan Luo shook her head. "No need. They've taken their revenge. They found their families. What happens next isn't their concern." "Okay," Su Lifeng nodded. "I hope they won't be angry." "I'm so angry." A loud shout interrupted Su Lifeng's soft words. Lan Luo turned around and saw Yin Yin sitting in the van, leaning out and yelling. "Why didn't you take me with you?" She cupped her hands to her mouth, making a trumpet shape. "I, Yin Yin, am not so easily fooled." He Shui's head popped out from the back seat, her snow-white hair flying. She didn't speak, just stared at Lan Luo with an expressionless face. Su Lifeng chuckled, stealing a glance at Lan Luo's expression. Lan Luo remained calm, showing no shame or embarrassment at being scolded. She even sped up amidst Yin Yan's shouts, leaving the van far behind. Dust billowed up, the tire tracks of the two vehicles overlapping and stretching into the distance. As the sun set in the west, Lan Luo arrived at the small base area. Many corpses lay on the ground, the ones she had killed that day, uncollected and buried by the yellow sand. A few scattered dogs and people had gathered nearby, perhaps drawn by the smell of blood. Lan Luo honked the horn, scaring away the dogs and people gathered in front of the car, before getting out and walking around to the passenger side to let Su Lifeng out. Su Lifeng clutched her chest, looking somewhat frightened. She had never been here before, much less seen so many dogs and people gathered together with corpses. Her fear was understandable. "Don't be afraid," Lan Luo said, closing the car door. "They're not very dangerous." Su Lifeng stared at the corpses scattered on the ground, her eyes filled with pity. "Are they just lying here like this?" Lan Luo finally understood why she had been secretly retrieving corpses from Shigui City for years. "They're not good people," Lan Luo reminded her. "Many experimental subjects died at their hands." Su Lifeng nodded, struggling to look away. Yin Yin ran over, hands on her hips. Why did you come back? There's nothing left here, is there? Will Lu Guan come back? No. Lan Luo replied succinctly. Seeing that Lan Luo had no intention of explaining, Su Lifeng could only explain their thoughts to Yin herself. Oh. Yin seemed to understand, but not quite. So you mean it's none of our business? Then you guys go about your business, we just provide protection. She then returned to the van and relayed her message to Yin Su and Yi Shui inside. Lan Luo prayed they wouldn't come any closer. She didn't want to explain things that had nothing to do with them. Su Lifeng stood where Lu Guan had disappeared, her hands clasped together, a faint green light emanating from her fingertips. The light drifted into her eyes and vanished. Lan Luo knew she was observing, so she left Yin and the others to watch over Su Lifeng while she drove to a more distant location, closing her eyes to listen for any heartbeats that might be nearby. A thorough search sounds simple, but it's incredibly tedious in practice. Her hearing and Su Lifeng's visibility were limited. They needed to constantly change positions to observe their surroundings, and a single misstep could mean missing Lu Guan. Lan Luo instinctively felt Lu Guan wouldn't be too close to the small base, but to be safe, she started the search from there. Once they searched the vicinity sufficiently, she called Su Lifeng to get in the car. Let's search slowly by car, she said. Expanding the search area in circles is more efficient than standing on the ground. Su Lifeng naturally agreed, and Yin and the others followed behind, slowly circling around. While using his supernatural ability to observe his surroundings, Su Lifeng chatted idly. I always thought big cities, like Weicheng, were very prosperous, but I didn't expect the area outside the city to be like this. It's all the same. Lan Luo glanced at the people and dogs on the roadside, closed the city gates, and it's a world of extravagance and debauchery. Open the gates and the whole world is ruins. Yes, Su Lifeng smiled. That's why I don't regret leaving Shaojin in Shigui City. At least there, Chu Dong and I could accompany her as she grew up, and she wouldn't have to be looked down upon in the city like I used to be. Lan Luo knew that regional discrimination was severe in the city. Even within the same city, even if people were just a street apart, discrimination was rampant, let alone those from Wancheng. The Lan family used to live in a lower middle-class residential area, and even in that kind of place, the Lan family's status was relatively low. Until Lan Sheng's supernatural ability began to shine, Lan's parents gradually straightened their backs, and could speak with their heads held high among their neighbors. Then she was sold to Lu Guan. It is said that Lan's parents moved into a middle to upper class residential area, but Lan Luo never saw it with her own eyes, and did not know if it was true or not. Once your school is on track, Su Jin won't have any more inconveniences in Shigui City, Lan Luo said. Yes, Su Lifeng replied, his brow furrowed as he stared intently out the window. Several dogs and humans were fighting by the roadside. It was the first time Lan Luo had ever seen dogs and humans fighting, and she couldn't help but watch for a few moments. Several fierce-looking dogs were pinning down two other dogs, growling incessantly, their saliva dripping down, looking particularly disgusting. The two dogs pinned down, though instinctively baring their teeth, looked confused, seemingly not understanding what they were doing. In other words, these two looked like they had intellectual disabilities. Lan Luo stared at their faces, her brow furrowing deeper and deeper, then slammed on the brakes, stopping right in front of the dogs and humans, honking her horn repeatedly. The two mentally challenged dogs, standing on top of each other, growled a few times and lunged forward. Without a word, Lan Luo shifted into reverse, backed up a few meters, and then charged forward with a deafening roar. Several dogs and people were swept under the wheels, howling as Lan Luo ran them over a few times before quickly turning the car around and driving away. The next instant, the run-over dogs and people exploded in a chain reaction, blood mist filling the air, and bits of flesh flying everywhere. Su Lifeng's eyes widened, his fingers trembling as he covered his face, his eyes filled with conflict and unbearable pain. Lan Luo had no time to comfort Su Lifeng. She unbuckled her seatbelt, opened the car door, and strode towards the two mentally challenged dogs and people who stood frozen in place. It was Lan Luo's parents. They no longer recognized Lan Luo. Seeing her approach, they instinctively bared their teeth and growled threateningly. So you finally met your match, Lan Luo said, finding it both amusing and ineffective, speaking to them as if they were still there. The two dogs didn't react. Lan Luo, finding it pointless, stepped forward, dodging their outstretched claws, and grabbed them by the neck with one hand. The dogs were lifted up by the neck, struggling and convulsing in midair, but Lan Luo showed no mercy, continuing to choke them until they were exhausted. Lan Luo threw the two powerless dogs to the ground, coldly looking at them, I won't kill you. Just like that, wander around in these mindless, walking corpses until you die. The dogs didn't understand. They only knew they couldn't defeat the woman before them. With a few huffs, they scrambled to their feet and ran, scattering in all directions. A crumpled photograph floated out of the female dog's pocket and fell at Lan Luo's feet. She picked it up. The photograph showed a boy in a uniform. His face was creased, his features unrecognizable. Lan Luo loosened her grip, and the photograph drifted away, blown to an unknown destination. In the city of Shigui, the same wind blew against the closed window of a dimly lit bedroom, fluttering a man's long eyelashes. A pair of watery eyes opened in the darkness. Chapter 105. Su Lifeng, unaware of what had happened, asked blankly, It's not important. Lan Luo interrupted her, looking at the human and dog that had turned into two black dots in the distance. Su Lifeng, being perceptive, didn't press further and changed the subject. By the way, I think I made some progress here. Lan Luo's attention was immediately drawn back. Tell me in detail. Over there, Su Lifeng pointed to the left front. I saw several life energies, but none of them looked weak or sickly. Lan Luo looked to the left front. It was an endless wasteland, and the probability of several life energies appearing at the same time was extremely small. Let's go take a look. She turned the car around. The van carefully moved in the direction Su Lifeng pointed. Lan Luo drove while carefully observing the road conditions. She had a premonition that Lu Guan might be nearby. Yin Yin and the others followed them at a distance, neither too close nor too far. Perhaps sensing something amiss, the usually boisterous Yin Yin drove quietly, refraining from honking unnecessarily. This is it. Su Lifeng pointed to an open area ahead, his tone slightly agitated. Lan Luo heard it too. A faint heartbeat could be heard from the ground. Go to their car, Lan Luo said to Su Lifeng. Tell Yin Yin to retreat to a safer spot and keep her distance from me. Su Lifeng hesitated. What are you going to do? Lan Luo shook her head. No, I'm worried about what Lu Guan might do. His place for recuperation couldn't be without defenses. She had her special abilities and wasn't afraid of such things. But Su Lifeng, Yin Yin, and Yi Shui were different. They didn't have self-healing abilities, and if they were injured, they would hinder the entire battle. Besides, Su Lifeng has a daughter. If something happens to her here, Lan Luo wouldn't know how to explain it to Chu Dong. Okay, be careful, don't be impulsive. Su Lifeng glanced at Lan Luo, then obediently got out of the car. Lan Luo observed Su Lifeng get into Yin Yan's van through the rearview mirror before pressing the accelerator again and speeding forward. Boom! The van crashed into an invisible barrier, its front end instantly deformed and twisted, the tires spinning helplessly, dust flying everywhere. Lan Luo's eyes darkened. She knew that the life energy that appeared out of nowhere was definitely problematic. But this also proved that Lu Guan must be here. The van's fate alerted Yin Yin and the others. Their van didn't approach easily, cautiously circling the area. Lan Luo gripped the steering wheel, a thoughtful look in her eyes. Crash into it? Or go around it? A few seconds later, the van, its front end dented, quickly reversed, then crashed into it again with a loud bang. Crack. A crisp sound of shattering echoed in her ears. Lan Luo stared at the tiny crack in the transparent barrier before her, and without a second thought, crashed into it again. She had already alerted Lu Guan the first time she crashed into the barrier. He must have received the signal by now. If she didn't seize this opportunity to break through the barrier, Lu Guan might very well relocate again. She didn't have the time or inclination to play hide-and-seek with him. Now that she had found him, he wouldn't be able to escape from under her nose again. Bang! The front of the van was deeply embedded in the transparent barrier, which shattered under the weight. As the van continued forward, it finally collapsed. In an instant, the entire wasteland changed. Lan Luo looked out through the broken windshield. There was no wasteland in front of her. Instead, there was a spacious building, entirely white, with a faint smell of disinfectant in the air. The van's front end was pressed against the building's exterior wall, smashing a large hole in it. Inside the hole were two bewildered passers-by in white coats. What happened? One of them adjusted his glasses, pulled out a communicator, and began making contact. The other, much more quick-witted, took off running the moment he saw Lan Luo. Lan Luo didn't give them time to react. He picked up two shards of windshield, and with two sharp slaps, the glass pierced their throats. Blood gushed out, and the two men collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The communicator also fell to the ground. The message on it hadn't been sent yet. Lan Luo glanced at it. It was simply a complaint, a request for protection. Actually, he didn't need to make any contact, because the moment the van crashed through the wall, all the alarms on the wall flashed red. The van was still lingering far behind. Lan Luo raised his hand, signaling them to stop at a distance and not approach. She got out of the car, carrying the gun she and Yishui had picked up from the lab on her back, and strolled leisurely into the building through the opening. The temperature inside was noticeably lower, the smell of disinfectant was strong and pungent, and there were few pedestrians. The atmosphere was deathly still. At the end of the corridor stood a researcher with a terrified expression. The moment she saw Lan Luo, she dropped her notebook and covered her mouth with her hands, afraid to make a sound. Lan Luo squinted, trying to recall this person was someone she knew someone. A young female researcher who used to frequently guard the lobby of the lab in Weicheng. Lan Luo didn't remember her well, which meant the person hadn't done anything she disliked, so Lan Luo only glanced at her before letting her escape. Standing beneath the electronic surveillance camera, Lan Luo smiled slightly at the flashing red light. "Lu Guan, I come to see you." Surprised? The red light continued to flash, but there was no response. Lan Luo didn't care. She knew Lu Guan could see her, so she continued, trying to run away. "Huh? Too bad, your body can't handle continuous space capsule transfers, can it?" Lan Luo wasn't afraid of him using capsules, and manual transfers were even less of a concern. Yin Yin, Yin Su Yishui, and Su Lifeng, none of them were easy to fool. They were naturally guarding outside. And she only needed to unleash a killing spree within this building. Turning her head to dodge the bullets aimed at her, Lan Luo turned to look at the several men in black with guns behind her. The first batch had entered the fray. Lan Luo casually pulled out a gun, toyed with it in her hand for a few moments, then nonchalantly aimed at the man in black who had fired at her and pulled the trigger. The man in black fell to the ground with a thud, but in the next instant, all the remaining men in black raised their guns, and a dozen bullets flew towards Lan Luo simultaneously. Bang! 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 A series of explosions rang out. Lan Luo dodged most of the bullets, but several still struck her thigh and shoulder. She glanced down. Her thigh had been hit twice, and was bleeding, and her shoulder ached with every movement. Lan Luo approached the men in black, nonchalantly pulling out the bullets with her fingers, allowing the wounds to heal slowly. "Outnumbering you, huh?" Lan Luo looked at them. "Considering you're useless, I agree." The men in black were momentarily intimidated, their guns trembled, the muzzles hesitant, never daring to aim at Lan Luo. Lan Luo stopped in front of them. "You won't fire? Then I will." Before she finished speaking, a volley of bullets fired from Lan Luo's gun, accurately striking the black-clad men in the temples. Lan Luo nodded in satisfaction. She had disregarded being hit several times to get closer, precisely to improve her accuracy. Her marksmanship was inferior to theirs. Only by getting closer could she guarantee a perfect shot. Unfortunately, these men didn't realize this, foolishly standing still waiting for her to approach. They deserved to die. Only one black-clad man remained alive in front of Lan Luo, not out of pity, but because she had run out of bullets. "I spare your life. Lead me to Lu Guan." Lan Luo threw down her gun and kicked a new one from the ground, gripping it tightly. The man in black trembled, glancing cautiously at the gun in Lan Luo's hand. He stammered, "Okay. I lead, don't kill me." He crawled forward on all fours, head bowed, leading the way for Lan Luo. This place seemed smaller than the lab Lan Luo had once worked in, but it was still spacious. Lan Luo felt strangely uncomfortable walking around alone here. Footsteps echoed down the corridor. Lan Luo resisted the urge to hide in the shadows, chin held high, face cold as she advanced. The gun never left the man in black, and her ears remained alert. The man in black led her to a corner. You come with me." We turn right, and then... Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the obsequious man in black fell to the ground, blood flowing from a dark red hole in his forehead. He opened his mouth in disbelief. "You get lost?" Lan Luo didn't waste any words, firing another shot. The instant the gunshot rang out, a large group of people surged out from around the corner, completely surrounding Lan Luo's path. Lan Luo looked back and saw the same group of people at the intersection behind her. She was trapped in this corridor, her way in and out blocked. She had already noticed the man in black sending a message in the shadows, but she was too lazy to expose him. Since everyone in this building was going to fight her today anyway, she might as well go with the flow and let the man in black gather them together, so she could wipe them all out at once. It would save Lu Guan from having to use a human wall to protect her again. One by one, Lan Luo said, scanning them, or all at once. She had a premonition that this would be the last confrontation. The crowd looked at each other, no one stepping forward. A few seconds later, a man pushed through the crowd and stepped to the front. "I take on the challenge." "Who are you?" Lan Luo gave him a critical look. "Luo Tian, Mr. Lu's personal bodyguard captain." The man explained arrogantly, "The Luo family has served the Lu family for generations. Now that Mr. Lu is seriously ill, it's our time to shine. As long as I have a breath left, I will never give you a chance." Lan Luo crossed her arms, watching Luo Tian with amusement. If he hadn't self-destructed, she wouldn't have known about Lu Guan's physical condition. Now, she knew, Lu Guan's poor health was the perfect opportunity for her to strike. "You mean," Lan Luo raised her gun, "that you want to kill him before you see Lu Guan?" She didn't give Luo Tian a chance to answer, firing bullets at him like they were free, each aimed straight for his vital points. Luo Tian didn't waste any words, roaring, his muscles bulging like a skinned bullfrog. The bullets in the chamber struck Luo Tian like children's toys, leaving no mark, only highlighting the exceptional elasticity of his muscles. Lan Luo realized that perhaps the less a person has, the more they crave it. Lu Guan seemed to prefer bodyguards with physical enhancement abilities. Seeing the bullets were useless, she decisively threw away the gun and leaped forward. You know, even the toughest flesh can be easily torn apart if you follow the grain. Sharp nails dug deep into Luo Tian's muscles, extending wildly into his flesh, even piercing his skin from the other end, emerging bloodied. Luo Tian cried out in pain, veins bulging on his forehead, but a triumphant smile appeared on his face the next instant. "You think that as a member of the Luo family, who has served the Lu family for generations, this is all I, Luo Tian, am capable of?" Lan Luo regained her senses, sensing something was wrong. She tried to pull the nails out, but found that no matter how hard she tried, they were firmly embedded in his flesh and couldn't be moved. "What the hell? Hee hee. Who's the one eating the meat?" Luo Tian grinned, but his mouth wasn't actually on his face. Chapter 106. Lan Luo stared wide-eyed at the gaping maw that had appeared on Luo Tian's upper arm, her face filled with shock. Was this something a normal person could have? The lower half of Luo Tian's face was nothing but skin, lips, tongue, and teeth were nowhere to be seen, as if his entire mouth had been transferred to his upper arm. "Let's see how you run now." The large mouth mumbled indistinctly. The mouth on his upper arm bit down hard on Lan Luo's sharp nails, preventing her from pulling away. The next instant, the muzzle of a gun was pressed against Lan Luo's abdomen. Luo Tian's mouth on his upper arm grinned, his finger pulling the trigger. "Try it," an electric shock. Looking at the strangely shaped gun on her abdomen, and feeling the rising temperature of the muzzle, Lan Luo didn't have time to think. She twisted her wrist, breaking off her own nail, and kicked him hard. "Enjoy it yourself." Lan Luo accurately kicked his wrist, quickly retreating as she pulled her foot back, creating distance between herself and Luo Tian. The gun barrel veered off course, the bullet flying straight towards the crowd. Those blocking the end of the corridor were startled and shoved each other backward. But ultimately, they couldn't outrun the bullet. Lan Luo stared in disbelief as the person struck by the bullet was instantly reduced to charred remains, falling stiffly to the ground. The gun was that powerful? Luo Tian rubbed his wrist, not even glancing at the fallen man, his face full of mockery. "Didn't you say you were immortal? What's this all you got?" Lan Luo casually wiped the dripping blood from her fingertips. Her nails were torn open, the tender pink nail beds dripping blood. "You're ugly now, don't speak." Lan Luo shook her hand. She was serious. Luo Tian was now speaking through a large mouth on his upper arm, with Lan Luo's broken nail still inside, making him look particularly disgusting. "Humph." Luo Tian's lips twitched back onto his face. He moved his jaw, spitting out a few bloodied fingernails. "Ungrateful. I was going to give you a quick death, but you don't seem to appreciate it. Or are you just too confident? Since that's the case, don't blame us for ganging up on you, a little girl." Luo Tian immediately waved his hand. The crowd behind him hesitated for a few seconds, then pushed and shoved each other, rushing forward to completely surround Lan Luo. Lan Luo remained calm, merely glancing around at the people. "Are you afraid they're too far away to see your ugly face? You?" Luo Tian's eyes widened in anger, and he roared as he charged forward, his fist aimed straight for Lan Luo's temple. Lan Luo didn't retreat an inch. Her left hand shot out in a claw-like shape, locking Luo Tian's fist. Her right hand was at her waist, and the next second as he approached, she decisively struck him in the abdomen. Cough. "Ah!" Luo Tian's eyes turned red from the blow to the abdomen. He screamed and coughed, trying to break free but unable to. You all come at me. Luo Tian's eyes suddenly shifted to the back of his head, staring intently at the crowd around him, who dared not attack. Before he finished speaking, a gash suddenly opened in his abdomen, swallowing Lan Luo's entire forearm, using the same method to immobilize her. Fingernails can be broken, he panted, a smug look on his face. I don't believe you can break an arm too. Lan Luo couldn't break free. Luo Tian was right, she couldn't easily lose an arm. But she tilted her head to dodge the flurry of punches from behind. Who said breaking free would necessarily mean losing an arm? Luo Tian's face showed a moment of blankness. WH. Lan Luo curled her lips. Goodbye. With a boom, the electric gun was pressed against Luo Tian's abdomen, smoke billowing from the muzzle. Before Luo Tian could react, most of his body was charred black, hanging from Lan Luo's arm like a piece of roasted meat, his eyes still drooping behind his head, unable to return to their original position. Those who had attacked in the chaos dared not attack Lan Luo any further, retreating a few steps, forming a vacuum around her. Lan Luo threw away the electric gun she had taken while Luo Tian was distracted, and with perfect ease, reached out and tore open his abdomen, freeing her equally charred arm. She coldly stared at the unrecognizable corpse on the ground, silently healing her arm wound. Luo Tian actually dared to rip open his eyes at close range. It was hard to say whether to call him bold or to underestimate her. Lan Luo stepped onto his corpse, glanced at the surrounding crowd, and said lazily, "Let's all go together, I'm in a hurry." Lu Guan was still waiting for her. She couldn't linger here too long. While the crowd hesitated, someone suddenly shouted, "Go! Go together! If you don't go you get nothing, if you go, you might get a promotion and a raise. Go! Yes! Go! Go!" Lan Luo stared expressionlessly at this group of fools, who had suddenly become so enraged, dodging the fireballs and ice blades that were hurtling towards her. A variety of supernatural abilities flashed repeatedly before Lan Luo's eyes. The mist from the collision of water and fire even filled the entire corridor, making it impossible to see each other clearly. Water and fire are the most common supernatural abilities. It was remarkable that they had come up with a way to combine them to obscure vision. But Lan Luo closed her eyes and charged straight at the group of people who had activated their powers, grabbing one of them by the neck with pinpoint accuracy. "Don't forget, besides sight, I also have hearing and smell. You think a little smoke can stop me?" Lan Luo kindly reminded them. "Dream on." With a click, the person in her hand, before he could even beg for mercy, lay motionless, his neck twisted to the side. Lan Luo threw the person in her hand towards the area with the most concentrated heartbeats. Sure enough, he hit a large group of people, who scattered with squeals and cries, unconsciously dispersing some of the mist. Sometimes she really wanted to tell Lu Guan the proverb, "3 monks have no water to drink." Some of these people weren't weak, even individually, they could hold their own against her. But once they were in a crowd, they immediately became hesitant and afraid to attack. For Lan Luo, this was actually a good thing. Dealing with a motley crew was far easier than dealing with a determined opponent. She stood still, pulled out 2 guns with her backhand, and without a word, began firing wildly at the crowd until she ran out of ammunition. Lan Luo threw down her guns. The sparks from the bullets and the spurts of blood from the crowd ceased. The fog had completely lifted, revealing piles of corpses before her. The encirclement widened slightly. The people, seemingly frightened, were stealthily retreating, trying to hide themselves at the very back. I fight you to the death." With a trembling roar, several tendrils lashed out rapidly, striking Lan Luo's neck and limbs with a lifelike ferocity. Lan Luo glanced at them. The tendrils had grown from a man's palm. His hands trembled, yet the tendrils were sharp and deadly. The vines moved swiftly, their claws snaking around Lan Luo. She instinctively reached out to pluck them, forgetting the watchful crowd behind her. Just as she tore the vines apart, 2 blades darted in from behind. Lan Luo twisted to dodge, but was too slow. One blade pierced her back, blood instantly staining her clothes. "Good." A cheer erupted from the crowd. Lan Luo let the vines continue to coil around her, calmly reaching for the blade on her back. The blade was flat and sharp, unlike an ordinary weapon. It was likely a special metal manipulated and deformed by a metal-type ability user. Lan Luo pulled out the blade, the blood seeping through the hole in her clothes. But she didn't care. Turning around, she held the blade high. Who did this? No one answered. The vines around her neck tightened, choking Lan Luo until she could hardly breathe. "Quick! I got her under control. Attack now." Bang! The man's cheer was cut short by a loud impact. Lan Luo, using a vine as a single hand, pulled the man from the crowd and slammed him to the ground. You got me under control? The man, now alone, lost all his smugness and trembled like a quail. No, no. Lan Luo didn't speak, her fingers gripping the blade. If the owner of the blade refuses to come forward, don't blame me for taking my anger out on you. No. No. It's them. It's all of them. They're all metal type. The man struggled, pointing towards the crowd. Quiet. Lan Luo completely ignored where he was pointing. What exactly did Lu Guan do to you to make you so devoted? The man trembled, saying, if it weren't for Mr. Lu's appreciation, I would have long been a cheap experimental subject, at everyone's mercy. I'm grateful I don't regret it. Lan Luo looked down at him, somewhat angry. Then do you know who built the laboratory? And who collected the experimental subjects? Lan Luo finished speaking lightly, then released her fingers, letting the blade fall freely, piercing the man's chest at an angle. The man's face had just shown a thoughtful expression when the blade pierced his heart. He incredulously clutched his chest, stretching out his arms to try and call for help. Help me, help me. Lan Luo kicked him away. If the owner of the blade had been willing to use his power to deflect it, you wouldn't be dead. The man was kicked right next to Luo Tian's charred corpse, the charred body wobbling slightly, his fingers twitching slightly. But unfortunately, he's clearly more afraid of being exposed than of your life. Lan Luo twisted her neck, which was aching from being strangled. However, you identified them, so you're even. Lan Luo looked at the crowd. Her mere show of force was enough to make them hesitate and back down again. She didn't waste any more time. Taking advantage of the crowd's distraction, she picked up a knife from the ground, leaped forward, and without a word, began to hack. Clang! Sparks flew as the blades clashed. The person opposite her raised his knife to block her, but Lan Luo pressed down with her wrist, slicing open his throat through his blade. Blood gushed out, staining the ceiling red. In this overwhelming crimson, Lan Luo continued hacking away, one after another. She remembered an old game she played as a child, where players would put on glasses, hold a replica knife, and slice fruit from a first-person perspective. The more slices, the higher the score. She loved cutting red fruits because the juice that flowed out was a vibrant red, like the blood spurting from the necks of these people. Back then, she couldn't outslice Lan Sheng, but now, the simulation game had become a real head-reaping game, and Lan Luo was certain that Lan Sheng was no match for her. Swoosh! The blade pierced the heart of the last person, leaving her alone in the corridor, covered in blood, her posture ramrod straight. Lan Luo threw down the knife, not looking back at the corpses scattered on the ground, and walked forward through the puddles of blood. Her footsteps were silent, and ripples of blood spread outwards, guiding her to reap the head of the culprit. Lu Guan, she's here. Buzz, the communicator suddenly vibrated urgently. Lan Luo snapped back to reality, fearing something had happened to Su Lifeng outside, and quickly picked it up to read. Many hounds have gathered outside the building, in a frenzied state. We have to fight them. Be careful inside. The sender was He Shui. A ferocious hound? Could they handle it? Could they protect Su Lifeng? But she couldn't turn back easily. Lu Guan was like an eel. If she missed this opportunity, she'd likely have another. Lan Luo hesitated for a moment, about to reply to the message, when she keenly caught a sound approaching. She immediately dropped the communicator, catching a glimpse of a figure charging towards her. Seeing the long knife in his hand, she immediately turned and raised her hand to block. Didn't expect that, did you? The charcoal black figure, holding the knife in both hands, panted heavily, his eyes crazed. Didn't expect heaven to spare me, did you? Ha ha ha. Luo Tian. Lan Luo blocked the knife with her bare hands, her left arm already bleeding profusely. She gripped the blade tightly with her right hand, trying to pull Luo Tian in front of her. You charcoal, she said, also exhausted. How are you still alive? Clang. The long sword snapped in two. Lan Luo tossed the blade aside and, before Luo Tian could react, grabbed him by the neck. The communicator was still vibrating on the floor. Distracted by Luo Tian, Lan Luo had no time to pay attention to He Shui's message. The communicator lit up beside her feet. A new message flashed on the cracked screen. By the way, Chu Dong said Zhu Jianshan has come back to life and is on his way. Chapter 107. Luo Tian's neck was being gripped, but his eyes were crazed. I know why Mr. Lu cares so much about you. Lan Luo ignored him, tightening her grip. Luo Tian showed no fear. He struggled to pry Lan Luo's hand away, smeared some of her blood on his face, and then put it in his mouth. Blood, your blood, it actually has such a good healing effect, ha ha ha. Lan Luo froze for a moment, then quickly threw Luo Tian to the ground to prevent him from getting more blood on his hands. Aren't you disgusting? Her eyes were filled with disgust as she picked up a gun. Luo Tian stared intently at her. Shoot. Try shooting. Didn't you notice your arm has lost all strength? Ha 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 ha. Lan Luo held the gun in her left hand, trying to raise her arm, only to find that, just as he said, she couldn't lift her left hand. The knife was coated with a deadly poison that spread throughout your body in an instant. Even if you were immortal, you wouldn't escape death after being poisoned. Luo Tian stood up and walked towards her. By the time you recover, I have already chopped you into 18 pieces. Lan Luo immediately tightened her arm to stop the blood flow. Watching Luo Tian walk towards her, her gaze lingered on his charred skin. You're still alive? With such an extraordinary person by Lu Guan's side, what need was there for him to investigate her? Luo Tian grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Shouldn't I thank you for this? Thank me? What's there to thank me for? Lan Luo replied dismissively, using this as a way to buy time. She was trying to treat the toxins in her arm. Her entire left arm was completely numb, and her right hand seemed to be slowly stiffening as well. Lan Luo wasn't afraid of poisoning. Given enough time, even the most potent toxins could be neutralized. But the problem was, she didn't have that much time. She still had Luo Tian, an enemy who hadn't died even after being electrocuted, to deal with, and a large pack of men and dogs outside the door. She didn't know if Yin Yan and the others could handle it. More importantly, she needed to kill Lu Guan. She couldn't waste time. Rather than waiting for the poison to spread throughout her body, she might as well. Lan Luo caught a glimpse of a short knife on the ground, kicked it up, and gripped it with her stiff right hand. I thank you, of course, because Luo Tian opened his mouth wide. You saved my life. Lan Luo gripped her knife tightly. Save you? I wouldn't save you even if I sliced you into pieces. Hee hee hee. Luo Tian laughed hoarsely, as if he heard something hilarious, before finally stopping. Have you forgotten? I drank a lot of your blood at the beginning, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to withstand the power of the electric gun, ha ha ha. What do you call that? That's called lifting a rock only to drop it on your own foot. Luo Tian roared, stepping over the scattered corpses on the ground, as he charged towards Lan Luo, his eyes filled with madness and desire. Lan Luo reacted quickly as well. She used her right hand to support her limp left hand, and struggled to pull the trigger towards Luo Tian. Luo Tian was charging towards her, and had no time to dodge Lan Luo's bullet. He was shot in the chest, howled, and collapsed to the ground. Lan Luo could no longer lift her left hand, and the gun slipped from her grasp, and fell to the ground. She tried to control her left hand, but there was no response. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, lying on the ground, burst into wild laughter, then raised his head like an unkillable cockroach, his face full of provocation. You think one bullet can kill me? Dream on. He scrambled to his feet, thrusting his stomach forward, and a bullet fell from his chest, leaving only a shallow dent. Lan Luo clicked her tongue impatiently, preemptively advancing with her knife, the tip pointed directly at Luo Tian's eye. She wanted a quick victory. Luo Tian didn't retreat, but merely spread his legs, crossing his arms in front of him in a defensive stance. Lan Luo used half her body to pin down his arms, her right hand raised high. Clang, the dagger fell to the ground. Luo Tian closed one bleeding eye, but his expression remained calm. He looked at Lan Luo's left arm with his remaining eye, emitting a cryptic chuckle. But the mouth wasn't on his face. Lan Luo looked down at the gaping maw that was biting her arm, and couldn't help but say, You're really, really disgusting. Luo Tian's mouth moved to her arm, nestling beneath it. He opened his mouth wide, and bit into her arm. Lan Luo could even feel the sharp pain of her flesh being pierced. You mad dog. Lan Luo cried out in pain, immediately stabbing the mouth in his arm with her knife, until Luo Tian winced and howled in pain, blood gushing out. She shoved the short knife into Luo Tian's mouth, prying it open with all her might, finally freeing her arm. A piece of flesh on it had been bitten white and drained of color. However, she had little feeling in her arm. She didn't feel pain, only a slight numbness. Luo Tian's mouth returned to his face, his lips were cut, but he seemed completely unconcerned, licking his lips to savor the taste of blood, a greedy glint in his single eye. Not enough, more. Lan Luo was utterly annoyed by his nagging. She threw down her dagger, not caring whether the strenuous activity would accelerate the flow of the poison, and raised her right hand to deliver a punch. You bastard. She punched his other eyeball, smashing it open. Go join your master. Luo Tian howled, clutching his eye, blood seeping from between his fingers. Lan Luo didn't hesitate. She pulled out a gun, pressed it against his mouth, and fired several shots. After a series of ear-piercing thuds, Lan Luo pulled out the blood-stained gun. Luo Tian lay kneeling before her, bleeding from all 7 orifices, his tongue lolling from the corner of his mouth. Lan Luo took a few steps back, leaning against the wall to calm herself. Her agitation had caused the poison to spread rapidly. Even half her shoulder was numb. Only after Luo Tian collapsed to the ground, his heartbeat silent, did Lan Luo slowly rise from the corner, her arms hanging limply, and walk to him, stomping on the back of his neck. Lan Luo knew that burnt charcoal was brittle and would crumble under pressure, but she hadn't expected a human-shaped piece of charcoal to be so fragile. She looked down at Luo Tian's dismembered body at her feet, kicked his head several meters away, and only then did she feel relieved. "You bastard," she muttered again, turning to leave. The forgotten communicator still lay there, its black screen cracked. Lan Luo, relying on the complex and abstract signs on the wall and her understanding of Lu Guan, staggered deeper into the building. She never loosened the rope tied around her shoulders, hoping it would at least slightly hinder the spread of the toxin. Lan Luo stood before a massive armored door, arms hanging limply, and grinned. "Found you, Lu Guan." She looked up at the sturdy door. No wonder Su Lifeng couldn't see Lu Guan's life energy. The door was like a safe, thick and heavy, perfectly protecting Lu Guan inside. Lan Luo noticed a security camera near the door. She deliberately stood under it, flashing a mocking smile. "Long time no see." The camera flickered twice, but there was no response. Lan Luo knew Lu Guan was watching her from behind the camera. She stopped being smug, took a few steps back, and then slammed the door shut. Bang! Lan Luo's shoulder went numb and tingling. She could almost hear her bones cracking, but the door didn't budge. No wonder Lu Guan could remain calm. He was relying on this defense. Lan Luo didn't push herself. She turned her head, rubbed her numb shoulder with half her head, and then turned and left. She was going to blow this door open. This building inherited Lu Guan's consistent style, so there must be explosives or something similar here. Since she couldn't break it down by herself, she used Lu Guan's own explosives to blast open his door. Lan Luo resolutely walked back, exposing her back to the security camera without any precautions, her ponytail swaying behind her. Behind her, through the large crack in the door, a paper-thin figure was quietly slipping out. Lan Luo was oblivious, striding quickly through the storage rooms and warehouses. She wanted to quickly get the right explosives to blast open Lu Guan's shell. Yin Yin and the others were still fighting the human dog army outside. She couldn't afford to waste too much time. Was Lan's father and mother among the human dog army? Lan Luo thought of this inappropriately, and suddenly laughed out loud in the empty corridor, looking somewhat eerie. Behind her, the paper-thin figure that had been following at a distance paused, cautiously pressing itself against the wall to minimize its presence. After laughing, Lan Luo paused for a few seconds, glanced back at the empty corridor, shrugged, and continued walking nonchalantly. She rolled over a pile of corpses, located a storage room from memory, kicked open the door, and went inside. The moment the lock snapped, a piercing alarm blared throughout the building. Lan Luo's face was illuminated by the alarm lights on the wall, her expression unreadable. She strolled through the cramped storage room as if it were her own backyard, looking left and right, then very slowly raised her right hand and pulled the neatly arranged artillery shells from the shelf into her arms. "Where are the shells?" Lan Luo muttered to herself, her long neck exposed to the air as she held the ammunition. A thin sheet of paper moved without wind, hovering gently in midair. Just as Lan Luo was talking to herself, it suddenly snapped open, its sharp edges flashing as it swiftly sliced towards her neck. Sizzle! A crisp tearing sound rang out. Lan Luo's neck remained intact, while the paper, as thin as a cicada's wing, was severed in two, floating listlessly. Lan Luo, clutching the ammunition, turned expressionlessly to stare at the paper on the ground. "I want the cannon barrel, not the cardboard box." The edges of the paper slowly turned red, quickly staining it crimson. It fell to the ground, revealing a scalpel deeply embedded in the wall behind her. "I just picked up this scalpel. I didn't expect it to be so sharp," Lan Luo muttered to herself, staring at the red paper. Still not turning back? Looks like one cut isn't enough. Lan Luo reached for the scalpel on the wall. She had just grabbed it from the shelf, not expecting it to come in handy so soon. She had known from the beginning that someone was following her, but deliberately pretended not to notice, leading them here. Taking action in front of the armored door was too passive. She didn't know if there were hidden guns or arrows on the wall, and she was also afraid that the person would disappear back inside the armored door halfway through the fight. That's why she lured him here, taking out Lu Guan's guards one by one, making her subsequent actions easier. Lan Luo deliberately stomped on the half-sheet of paper, and the red paper on the ground suddenly emitted a shrill scream. Then the paper disappeared, and a thin man covered in sweat and blood appeared at her feet. The man pushed her foot away, clutching his stomach and rolling on the ground. There was a long gash on his abdomen, gushing blood, making it look like he had been cut in half. The paper was cut in half. Why didn't you cut it in two? Lan Luo deliberately poked at his sore spot. The man, writhing in pain, couldn't speak, his voice trembling as he asked, You already found out. There's no need to ask such nonsense, Lan Luo said, holding the scalpel between two fingers with an air of nonchalance. You're not as smart as Luo Tian. She wasn't deliberately trying to look cool. Both her arms were too weak, only two fingers could barely move, so this was the only way she could manage. The man panted heavily. I advise you to turn back before it's too late. Did you hear the alarm here? If Mr. Lu is injured, this place will explode instantly, and then... He paused, his eyes filled with hatred. Then this place will be your grave. Anyone who didn't know better would think Lu Guan was your father. Lan Luo silently memorized his words, her face mocking. Whether this building is my grave or not is unimportant, but remember this, she raised her hand, this storage room will be your grave from now on. Swish. The scalpel flashed coldly as it plunged into the man's neck. Chapter 108. Lan Luo turned her head to avoid the gushing blood, calmly searching for the cannon barrel. The barrel was easy to find. It was in a glass cabinet at the back of the storage room. Lan Luo shattered the glass with her knee and pulled out the barrel. Ignoring the escalating alarm, she hooked the barrel with her fingers, tucked the shell under her arm, and walked silently back to the armored door. Lan Luo felt dizzy, her upper body weak, but things had come to this point, and there was no turning back. She positioned the barrel at the doorway, aiming it at the armored door, her face filled with determination. Lu Guan! Lan Luo shouted through the security camera lens, Are you going to open the door yourself, or wait for me to blow you out? She finished speaking, but gave him no choice, instantly firing the barrel. The shell whizzed out, striking the gate directly. The sturdy armored door dented instantly, but the shell didn't stop there, it exploded with a deafening roar. All of this seemed to play in slow motion to Lan Luo. She squinted and backed away, coughing from the choking smoke. Debris flew past her face, leaving streaks of blood on her skin. In the thick smoke, she couldn't see what was behind the door, relying solely on her hearing to determine if anyone was inside. She heard Lu Guan's heartbeat. Without thinking, Lan Luo charged forward, heading straight for Lu Guan without missing a beat. Cough, cough, cough. A suppressed cough sounded, coming from directly in front of her. Lan Luo stopped. Lu Guan. You still managed to get in. Lu Guan chuckled softly from behind the smoke. Lan Luo. The fog slowly dissipated. Lan Luo stared at the man on the hospital bed, and 4 drip attached to his arm, her face grave. Your death is near, she said. Do you really have to come to this? Lu Guan shook his head, then coughed again, covering his mouth with one hand. Seeing his movement, Lan Luo narrowed her eyes, raised an eyebrow, and a mocking smile curved her lips. Aren't you afraid of death? Why don't you have any bodyguards with you? Lu Guan leaned against the headboard. Now that things have come to this, do you think 1 or 2 bodyguards can stop you? Of course not. Lan Luo approached the bed step by step, her gaze fixed on Lu Guan's face, her meaning clear. You need to understand. No matter who you are, no matter what methods you use, you can't stop me. Is that so? Lu Guan's fingers trembled slightly. I think we can still talk. Talk about what? She had already reached the bedside, looking down at the man on the bed. The lamp was directly above them, its light so bright it illuminated every part of Lu Guan's face clearly. Lan Luo scanned him closely, but found nothing amiss. The light cast their shadows on the floor, merging with the shadow beneath the bed. The shadows flickered, unnoticed by the bed's cover. Talk. Lu Guan drawled, feigning thought, then a wide grin spread across his face. Talk about how you die. Boom. The words fell, and the bed shattered instantly. A jet-black shadow burst forth from beneath the bed, lunging at Lan Luo, its gaping maw ready to devour her. Lan Luo's pupils constricted, but she showed little panic. She rolled to the side, dodging the giant black worm. Lu Guan stood behind the worm, his face slowly melting away before quickly solidifying into another person's form. This must be some kind of shape-shifting ability, Lan Luo guessed. You reacted quickly, the man said viciously. Lan Luo remained calm. Your disguise was too clumsy. You clearly never been rich. Every move you make exudes poverty. You? The man roared. Black Dragon, attack. The insect called Black Dragon let out a hoarse howl and opened its massive jaws again, lunging at her. Lan Luo, gun in her right hand, fired several shots before it reached her, stopping its advance. The giant insect was riddled with bullets, countless jets of black liquid spurting from its chest, but it seemed oblivious to the pain, continuing its frenzied charge towards her. Ha ha ha. The man behind her laughed. Don't waste your energy. Thanks to your inspiration, Black Dragon doesn't feel pain at all. Pain only makes it more warlike. Lan Luo ignored the man. Her right hand was completely numb. She couldn't lift the gun anymore. She could only retreat a few steps to avoid the giant insect, seizing the opportunity to pick up a rock and kick it forcefully at the insect. The giant worm, struck in the face by a rock, roared and collapsed to the ground, its massive body writhing on the floor, secreting a sticky fluid. This fluid clung to the scattered pebbles, which it seemed to find uncomfortable, frantically rubbing against the floor to try and remove them, but only more pebbles appeared. A perfect opportunity. Lan Luo, who had been watching its movements closely, saw that it was preoccupied and unable to focus on itself. She kicked a knife from the ground and launched a flying kick at the giant worm. Swoosh! The knife pierced the worm's body, and black fluid gushed out like a black fountain. The worm's body, riddled with holes, slowly shriveled. Its writhing became less and less intense, finally twitching twice before coming to a stop. The black fountain ended, and Lan Luo, through the ink splattered on the ground, coldly watched the man behind the giant insect. He coughed up blood, his face filled with terror as he looked at the giant insect. Black Dragon. Get up. Get up. You useless thing. Lan Luo pushed off the ground, charging towards the man at lightning speed, using his shoulder to brace him, sending him flying before he could react. The man screamed, his back slamming against the window, instantly creating spiderweb-like cracks in the glass. Seeing the shattering glass, Lan Luo decisively rammed it again, like a bull against the window, and slammed it down with all his might. Ah! The glass shattered into pieces, and the man fell out of the window, screaming incessantly, his voice sharp and panicked, but it quickly faded away. Lan Luo peered out the window. The man had fallen into a small patch of people and dogs, his body limp. The bewildered dogs were barking and tearing at his corpse in their rage. She looked into the distance. The van glided smoothly through the center of the human-dog collision, walking them like dogs on a leash. Lan Luo breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that the human dog was of low intelligence. Even Yin Yin, with her intelligence, could manage. She took one last look. Outside the building, yellow sand swirled, corpses piled high, blood flowed like rivers. It was nothing short of hell on earth. But this was her only way. Lan Luo lowered her gaze, quickly leaving the window. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of a piece of clothing flashing past the building entrance. Had the human dog sneaked in? She didn't look back. With Yin Yin, Yin Su Hishue, and Su Lifeng guarding the outside, anything threatening couldn't easily get in. Even if one or two small fry were let in, it wouldn't matter. Lan Luo was determined to drag Lu Guan out while she could still move. Even if it meant mutual destruction, she had to kill this guy. She hadn't come this far just to play hide-and-seek with Lu Guan. Wedging the knife in the window crack, Lan Luo used her arm to strike the blade, cutting several wounds on her arms. Thick, blackish blood slowly flowed out, dripping onto the floor. Whether it was injury or poisoning, the body needed to heal itself, but detoxification was too slow. She needed external injuries to accelerate the healing process. Once the blood in the wounds had congealed, Lan Luo resumed her steps, heading deeper into the room. She heard Lu Guan's heartbeat. This time it was the real Lu Guan. His heartbeat was weak but steady. Following the faint sound, Lan Luo walked to an invisible door and kicked it open. The door crashed to the ground, and amidst the rising dust, a very familiar man sat in the pitch-black room. Lu Guan, Lan Luo spoke first. The man hidden in the darkness looked up, his expression unreadable. You're here. Very clever. Lu Guan finished speaking, then let out a suppressed cough. He pulled a handkerchief from his breast pocket and coughed softly, pressing it to his lips. Lan Luo carefully observed his actions. Yes, this was the Lu Guan she knew, a germaphobe, concerned with his image, and radiating the hypocritical air of an old-fashioned gentleman. This was also why she realized the man from before was an imposter. How did you figure out he wasn't mine? Lu Guan tossed the handkerchief aside and chuckled. You understand me better than I thought. They were on the same page. Lan Luo snapped out of her reverie, offering no explanation. You're too presumptuous. Don't you realize everyone has a brain? Not necessarily, Lu Guan shook his head. The people around me always seem a bit dim-witted, at least not as bright as you. That's why I always wanted to keep you by my side, but you don't like it. What can I do? Lan Luo had had enough of his condescending rhetoric, as if everything she possessed was solely due to his tolerance, indulgence, and acceptance. She slowly approached. There's no one behind you, is there? I can hear your heart racing. You're afraid? Afraid? Lu Guan chuckled, propping his head up. Maybe, if a racing heart equals fear. But you're right, there really is no one behind me. This dark room is just the two of us. Are you going to attack me? He said. The next second, he changed his tune. But just because there's no one behind me doesn't mean there's no one under my feet. Lan Luo frowned, bewildered by his roller coaster-like ramblings. Lu Guan stood up, using his cane to steady himself. Lan Luo, there are many experimental subjects in this building. Most of the subjects from the labs you destroyed have been moved here. Many of them haven't been experimented on, and are no different from normal people. So? Lan Luo was a little impatient. Lu Guan always liked to beat around the bush. Lu Guan turned his back to Lan Luo. If something happens to me, this place will explode instantly. Those experimental subjects, the dogs and people outside, and your companions will all... Boom! He used an onomatopoeia to demonstrate the consequences. Lan Luo lowered her brow. Why do you think I give in to something like this? Why? Ha ha ha. Lu Guan laughed, his voice trembling. Why? You really are still a child. Only a child would ask such a meaningless question. What I think isn't important. He turned around. What matters is your choice. Whether to let everyone die with us, or to shake hands and make peace, the choice is yours. Lan Luo scoffed. You overestimate yourself. No, I don't overestimate myself. I overestimate you, Lan Luo. Lu Guan straightened his expression, his voice softening. I know you won't let these people die. You're just stubborn, but your heart is soft. That's why I let you go out and make your own way. Your world is too small, he said with a benevolent expression. That's why you're soft-hearted, you're hesitant. If you really hate me that much, if you really wanted to kill me from the beginning, then you could have done it when you first escaped the lab. Why wait until now? You think I deliberately spared your life? Lan Luo laughed angrily. Lu Guan shook his head. No, I'm not that narcissistic. You misunderstood me. I just want you to see yourself clearly. If you're willing to fight to the death with me now, why didn't you do it in the first place? Lan Luo frowned. That's all nonsense. Because you're soft-hearted, Lu Guan said, seemingly unperturbed. You feel sorry for your friends. You feel sorry for that Zhu Jianshan. You feel sorry for those useless experimental subjects. You feel sorry for your brother, so you want to kill me. Lan Luo remained expressionless. She was contemplating how to kill him to slow down the building's explosion, giving herself and the people outside some time to escape. Lu Guan's gaze locked onto Lan Luo. He rubbed his cane with his thumb inside. But, have you felt sorry for me even for a second? Chapter 109. Are you crazy? Why should I feel sorry for you? Lan Luo frowned, her tone utterly disdainful. Lu Guan sat back down, seemingly exhausted. Look at my body, it's so fragile. But I'm still young, Lan Luo. I'm not much older than Zhu Jianshan. Why are you all so healthy, while I'm better than year-round? Lan Luo wasn't really listening to him. She seemed to hear faint footsteps in the distance. You have to ask the doctor. She listened silently, casually brushing off Lu Guan's words. Lu Guan gazed at her face, then at her gradually healing wound. It's wonderful, your body. I always really liked your body, or rather admired it. Envied it? Jealous? Look at you, having such a good body yet not cherishing it at all. Lu Guan scrutinized her wound. Your healing speed has increased again. Lan Luo frowned. The footsteps seemed to be approaching, and they were somewhat familiar. Are you even listening to me? Lu Guan's expression was almost crumbling. Lan Luo finally spared him a glance, suppressing her impatience. You always have to launch into long-winded nonsense. It's annoying and unnecessary. All you need to know is that today is your death day. Lu Guan looked up at her, seemingly unfazed by her sharp tone. He shook his head, saying with a hint of helplessness, Do you think that killing me will free them? Too naive. That's why I say you're a child. Lan Luo frowned. She disliked Lu Guan's attitude. He never seemed to treat her anger and thoughts as equals. She took a deep breath, slightly parted her legs, and glanced around to make sure there were no bodyguards lurking nearby. Then, she decisively lunged forward and kicked at him. Lu Guan instinctively stepped back, forgetting that the sofa back was behind him. Not only did he fail to retreat, but he also pinned himself to the sofa. Lan Luo raised her knee and slammed it into his stomach. In the darkness, only a dry heave was heard, and Lu Guan collapsed onto the sofa. She hadn't forgotten that Lu Guan was fragile, so she didn't use her full strength, just enough to incapacitate him. Lan Luo pressed one knee against Lu Guan's chest, pinning him down firmly. Whether they're free or not doesn't matter, but I must take your life. Is that so? Lu Guan's face flushed, his voice hoarse. Have you thought this through? Are you going to send all the test subjects, all the human-dog hybrids, all your companions outside, to die with me? By the way, let me tell you a secret. The new batch of ability-using human-dog hybrids seem to be showing signs of regaining their senses. Can you bear to do that? Lan Luo remained silent. Her head was spinning, her heart seemingly battling the spreading toxins, pounding violently one moment, then throbbing with excruciating pain the next. I said, your death is enough. Lan Luo slowly raised her left arm. Her left hand had recovered somewhat, allowing her to move it only slightly. She placed her fingers on Lu Guan's neck, the veins throbbing beneath her fingertips. Lan Luo stared at that pale skin, her nails beginning to grow slowly, about to pierce his fragile throat. Is Zhu Jianshan dead? Lu Guan suddenly asked. Don't even think about it, Lan Luo said coldly. The life-or-death exchange is a one-time event and cannot be reused. Lu Guan gripped her left wrist with one hand. That's not what I meant. I just wanted to hear about his death from your mouth. And then? What's the point? Lan Luo broke free from him, tightening her grip on Lu Guan's neck, her nails digging deep into his skin. The point. Lu Guan gasped for breath. The point is, he's dead, and I'm happy. Don't you think Zhu Jianshan is particularly pitiful? Don't you really want to avenge him? Lu Guan pried her left hand with both of his, leaving himself a sliver of breathing space. Do you know why my father planted the life-or-death swap on him? To protect you, this sickly child. Lan Luo said coldly. She glanced silently at the door, seeing a slender hand flash past outside, followed by hurried footsteps receding into the distance. That hand, it was very familiar. A look of shock crossed Lan Luo's face, but she quickly composed herself, focusing intently on Lu Guan, whom she had subdued. She didn't know why Zhu Jianshan was here, but she believed he knew what he should and shouldn't do. Instead of worrying about Zhu Jianshan, it was better to deal with Lu Guan. For me? To protect me? Lu Guan suddenly laughed exaggeratedly. You're wrong. This is to protect him, to protect that lowly thing. Lan Luo, you should understand my disgust for him. He seemed to be seeking validation, his eyes fixed on her. Clearly I could kill him first, then plant the life and death swap with someone else. Why did my father choose him? Because he should have died, but after planting the life and death swap, even just to leave myself a way out, I can't easily kill him. Even to protect my second life, I must treat him well, protect him, and let him grow up safely. Lu Guan said, then laughed again, but the smile was very forced. Lan Luo could even see him clenching his teeth. She looked at him for a moment, then tightened her grip, whispering, That's your father's fault. You're going to speak up for him too? Lu Guan's nails dug into Lan Luo's wrist, causing a sharp pain. For that bastard. His eyes were bloodshot, his usually reserved face contorted with resentment, fear, pain, and humiliation. Lan Luo used to look up to him, but now she could look down at him, looking down at him with disdain. Seeing his crazed, pathetic, and humiliated state, Lan Luo felt an immense sense of satisfaction. A smile involuntarily crept onto her lips, and even though the poison hadn't been cleared, her fingers kept contracting, stealing every last breath from him. And so she truly realized. Lu Guan was an ordinary person, he possessed a fragile throat, a wildly beating heart, and genuine fear. Let me tell you a little secret, Lan Luo said, forcing a smile, her trembling right hand covering his mouth and nose. Zhu Jianshan isn't dead. The **** you call him is still alive. And you're going to die. Lu Guan's eyes widened suddenly, his fingers digging incessantly into her hand, making muffled sounds as if he wanted to say something. Lan Luo didn't give him a chance to speak, letting him dig until his hand was raw without letting go. His legs were kicking wildly, his whole body trembling like a fish out of water. If Lan Luo hadn't been so strong, she really wouldn't have been able to hold him down. She remained unmoved, pressing all her weight onto his arms, feeling Lu Guan's increasingly faint heartbeat. His struggles gradually ceased, his hands limply clinging to Lan Luo's wrists. Lan Luo looked up and saw his bloodshot eyes, almost bulging from their sockets. A tear slid down from the edge of his bulging eyeballs, rolling onto the sofa and disappearing. He died with his eyes wide open. The instant Lu Guan stopped breathing, the building's alarm blared shrilly, the dim red lights flickered, and the floor beneath her feet began to tremble. Ignoring these sounds, Lan Luo trembled as she withdrew her hand, revealing Lu Guan's skin covered in ligature marks and finger marks. She placed her palm on his heart, only then daring to confirm that Lu Guan was truly dead. Her face was half relaxed, half dazed. She moved her knees aside, ready to leave. Zhu Jianshan was nowhere to be seen. The fighting was still going on outside. She couldn't linger here. She had to retrieve the knife and stab him through the heart and throat, ensuring Lu Guan was completely dead. Then she still had to find Zhu Jianshan and Yin Yanhui. Her thoughts abruptly stopped. Lan Luo, still in the position of having rolled off the sofa, looked down at the metal object protruding from her abdomen. It was a thick iron chain, the tip of which was a sharp, conical iron drill bit. The drill bit had entered her back and emerged from her abdomen, creating a large hole in her body. But the surface of the drill bit wasn't smooth, it was riddled with gaps. Lan Luo grabbed the drill bit, panting heavily, and turned to look at Lu Guan on the sofa. The other end of the chain was on his chest, the chain still dripping blood. She tugged at it, but couldn't budge it. Cursing under her breath, she rolled Lu Guan over, finally seeing where the chain had gone. The other end of the chain was pierced through Lu Guan's body, his chest and her abdomen both riddled with holes. The two, man and corpse, were like fish on the same rope, their fates intertwined. Besides Lu Guan and her, the chain also pierced through the entire sofa, the other end of which, a drill, was stuck at the bottom. In other words, she, Lu Guan, and the sofa were now one entity. Lu Guan had been hiding this thing under the sofa all along? Lan Luo frowned. What was he after? If he wanted to resist her, couldn't he have used this weapon before she killed him? She instinctively sensed something was wrong and immediately pushed the drill, trying to push it out of her abdomen to avoid any accidents. The building's tremors intensified. Lan Luo, exhausted, was shaken and fell to the ground, rolling into a ball with Lu Guan's corpse. The drill slipped from her grasp and slammed heavily to the ground. With a soft thud, the originally conical drill hit the floor and, surprisingly, quickly opened up like an umbrella rib, clawing at her abdomen. Lan Luo couldn't help but cry out in pain, clutching her stomach. The drill bit was already difficult to pull out, let alone the scattered iron claws. She glanced back. The drill bit under the sofa had also transformed into iron claws, firmly gripping the sofa. Lan Luo grabbed one of the claws. Just as she was about to forcefully break it off, a huge rock crashed down on her head with a deafening roar, sending countless flying debris splattering across her face, leaving red marks. Oh no! Lan Luo looked up at the teetering ceiling. The building is about to self-destruct. She struggled to the ground, using Lu Guan's corpse as a human shield, and hid under the sofa, her fingers trembling as she tried to dismantle the iron claws. Her poisoned and injured fingers were not very flexible, and Lan Luo had exhausted most of her strength. After trying for a long time, she couldn't even break one of the iron claws. Lan Luo angrily kicked Lu Guan's corpse twice, then tried to break the chains, but they were made of some unknown material, much stronger than ordinary chains, and wouldn't budge no matter how hard she pulled. Gravel fell from above, and a crack appeared in the floor beneath her. She pressed her ear to the ground, and could even hear a muffled explosion somewhere in the building. She now had only two options, either break the chains and escape alone, or escape with Lu Guan, who was holding her back, and the heavy sofa. Thinking this, Lan Luo actually felt she might understand Lu Guan's thought process. Was he trying to trap her here, and let her explode with the building? What a joke. Utterly delusional. Lan Luo wrapped the chains around her hands, took a deep breath, and closed her eyes. Even if the chains couldn't be broken, she could still forcefully pull out the iron claws. Even if her abdomen was torn open, she would still have a chance to recover. Trying to trap her here? Dream on. Long, sharp iron claws sank into Lan Luo's bleeding abdomen as she pulled, and she could clearly hear the sound of skin being torn. The claw tip slowly sank into her skin, and the blood-soaked iron chain slowly emerged from her back. Lan Luo's lips were deathly pale as she gasped for breath, biting the inside of her mouth. With a final burst of strength, she pulled it out. Pull it out. Lan Luo inhaled again, concentrating her strength in her hands, but before she could pull the chain, several loud thuds sounded above her. Countless stones tumbled down, several hitting the sofa above her head, causing it to sag slightly, the bottom even touching Lan Luo's cheek. She heard the sound of wood snapping under the weight, and the instant she heard it, Lan Luo rolled several times on the spot, pulling herself off the sofa along with the iron chain. Lu Guan, chained and bound, rolled awkwardly around with her, covered in dust. Behind him, the once sturdy and heavy sofa creaked and broke in two. Lan Luo sat up halfway, squeezing into a corner made of a pile of stones, thankful she had rolled quickly. She ignored Lu Guan's exposed body, letting him be struck by the stones. The broken section of the sofa was precisely where the chain was. Lan Luo gave a gentle tug, and the other end of the chain hooked onto Lu Guan's back. Now only the two of them were on the chain. Lan Luo glanced at Lu Guan, a plan forming in her mind. Now that the sofa was no longer an obstacle, she might as well pull the chain directly from Lu Guan's chest. It was better than injuring herself. The building could explode at any moment. She didn't have time. Lan Luo cautiously reached out to Lu Guan to grab his corpse. Concentrating on dodging the falling debris, Lan Luo wasn't paying attention to her footing. Just as she reached out, the floor beneath her suddenly collapsed, sinking without warning. In the instant the ground caved in, she arched her back, gritting her teeth and clinging desperately to the broken edge, managing to keep from falling. The iron chain around her abdomen tightened, blood dripping down. Lan Luo glanced down. The floor below had also collapsed. If she had fallen directly, she would have plummeted at least dozens of meters. Hanging in midair, the pain in her abdominal wound was excruciating. If it weren't for her supernatural abilities, she would likely have already fainted. Stones continued to fall from above. A large portion of the ceiling had already crumbled, revealing a gloomy sky above. A sharp piece of glass pierced Lan Luo's left hand, causing her grip to loosen slightly. Seconds later, another stone struck her wrist, instantly numbing her left hand. She was now sustained only by her right hand. Her fingertips turned white, her knuckles bent at an unbelievable angle, yet she still couldn't grip the smooth floor and slowly plummeted downwards. Several bricks struck her head, and Lan Luo swayed in the air, her mind filled with hallucinations of the guillotine. Would this be her guillotine? Her right hand slid to the very edge, cut by the broken floorboards. Her fingers had no foothold, powerless to reach into the air. Boom! A massive explosion resounded, and the entire building collapsed in an instant. Lan Luo closed her eyes, shutting out the towering flames. However, the next second, Lan Luo. A familiar voice roared in a strange voice. Chapter 110. Lan Luo's eyelashes trembled at the sound. It was Zhu Jianchen again. Lan Luo. Lan Luo. Lan Luo. Where are you? He kept calling Lan Luo's name, his hoarse voice even tinged with a faint sob. Lan Luo couldn't open her mouth. She was suspended by chains from a broken beam hanging in midair, the other end of the chains holding Lu Guan's corpse. The two of them maintained a strange balance. If she moved even slightly, the balance would be instantly shattered, and they would both fall to the ground and be smashed into pieces. Lan Luo was relieved that Lu Guan was dead and wouldn't cause any trouble. She looked up at the ceiling, Zhu Jianchen's voice appearing and disappearing. Don't worry about me, worry about yourself. Lan Luo shouted, I won't die, you're only half alive, don't worry about me. The continuous explosions drowned out her voice. Zhu Jianchen seemed not to hear her at all, still calling her name again and again. Lan Luo plummeted through the air, her abdominal wound bearing her entire weight, tearing open repeatedly. She dared not move, wishing she could just fall and die. At least death would bring rebirth. This was torture, a living hell. Lan Luo looked up. The building was on fire and collapsing. It was far too dangerous. She feared Zhu Jianchen wouldn't leave if he couldn't find her. She forced herself to catch a rock and threw it upwards with all her might. The violent movement disrupted her balance, and Lan Luo swayed violently in the air. Seeing the chains about to break free from the broken beams, she quickly spread her arms to regain her balance. The thrown rock, against the falling debris, climbed to the top floor, making two soft gurgling sounds before falling silent. Lan Luo looked up. The upper floor was unusually quiet. Zhu Jianchen seemed oblivious to the rock. Had she sunk to the bottom of the sea? Resigned, she closed her eyes, the screech of chains scraping against the broken beam echoing in her ears, along with the ever closer sound of an explosion. It was fate, she was doomed. She hoped Zhu Jianchen would leave quickly, or she might truly perish here. Snap, the chain finally broke free from the broken beam. Lan Luo didn't open her eyes. Her first reaction was even relief. Without the broken beam pulling the chain, her abdominal wound was finally spared the violent tearing. Given the building's current state, a fall would have meant certain death or permanent injury. If no one interfered, she might recover her mobility in 10 days to 2 weeks. But if she encountered a human, a dog, or someone else hostile towards her, taking advantage of her injuries to launch a sneak attack, that would be a disaster. However, Lan Luo felt that Su Lifeng and the others wouldn't just abandon her. Having spent so much time with them, she had developed a strange trust. If Su Lifeng still had the strength to help, perhaps she would recover faster, although Lan Luo felt it wasn't necessary, since she could manage on her own. Lan Luo. A loud shout interrupted Lan Luo's wandering thoughts. She instinctively reached out and grabbed a broken wall, looking up. Zhu Jianshan? Zhu Jianshan was kneeling beside the large hole in the floor, his head peeking out, his face covered in soot, his hair curly, looking as if he had just been bombed. How are you? Are you alright? Zhu Jianshan leaned halfway out of the building. I was just releasing the experimental subjects to escape the building when I came back, and this place exploded. Are you badly injured? This place is about to collapse. I get you out. Lan Luo was feeling the strain from Lu Guan's weight on the other end of the chain. She grabbed the chain with one hand to relieve the pressure on her abdomen. Don't waste your energy, you get out first. I leave on my own later. Lu Guan's corpse floated at Lan Luo's feet, but Zhu Jianshan seemed oblivious, his eyes fixed on Lan Luo. No. Look at how badly you're injured. How can I leave you here alone? Hold on, Boom. The explosion was almost upon them. The broken wall behind Lan Luo shook twice and shattered into pieces. She had no foothold anymore, clutching a few pieces of rubble, and plummeted downwards once more. Lan Luo lay on her back, her eyes filled with the falling rocks and dust. Zhu Jianshan's figure grew smaller and smaller, yet larger and larger. He jumped. No! Lan Luo cried out, trying to stop Zhu Jianshan, but he was already falling rapidly, getting closer and closer to her. Behind Zhu Jianshan, above Lan Luo's head, the building exploded instantly, crimson flames shooting into the sky, and shattered bricks and stones falling to the ground one after another. Countless pebbles pelted them. Lan Luo was struck in the corner of her eye, forced to close her eyes, blood slowly trickling from her left. The next second, she heard a heartbeat close to hers, smelled a familiar, faint fragrance. So close, right next to her ear, right next to her nose. I said, I always follow you. In the dark and noisy world, Zhu Jianshan's calm and composed voice rang out. Perhaps he had been calling for too long. His voice was very hoarse, trembling slightly. You will die. Lan Luo felt the wind sweep past them, but I won't. She knew her words sounded like a provocation, but she didn't mean it that way. She just hoped Zhu Jianshan would seriously consider his decision. Although, in this situation, it seemed there was no point in backing down now. It's all right. Zhu Jianshan pressed his face against her hair, his hand protecting the back of her head. This is my freedom. Lan Luo heard his rapidly beating heart. Perhaps Zhu Jianshan didn't know that a racing heart betrays emotions. He was afraid. If he was so afraid, then why? Sigh. 1,000 words were condensed into a sigh. Lan Luo opened her eyes, grabbed the chain with one hand, and yanked hard. The iron claws pierced her flesh, leaving deep, bone-revealing wounds, staining the entire claw a dark red. Lan Luo endured the excruciating pain in her abdomen, letting go of the chain to lighten her load. Her abdomen was completely ripped open, the gaping wound letting in drafts. Due to excessive blood loss, little fresh blood could flow out. Open your mouth. Lan Luo ignored Zhu Jianshan's wide eyes, cupping the last drops of blood from her abdomen. She pressed her hand to Zhu Jianshan's pale lips, the blood staining them crimson. Zhu Jianshan was forced to swallow the blood, then Lan Luo forced him to suck the blood from her fingertip. Lan Luo stared at his bright red lips, her voice barely a whisper. This is all I can do. With her words came a massive explosion, and the collapse of a building. Outside, the crowd, who had already distanced themselves from the blast, stared at the massive collapse in the distance. Lan Luo, is Lan Luo still inside? Su Lifeng clung to the car window, tears welling in his eyes. He stared blankly, her usually expressionless face gradually revealing visible worry. Such a huge explosion, if she's really inside. Then go find her. Yin Yen, covered in blood, coldly turned the steering wheel. With so many hands, are we afraid we won't find Lan Luo? Yin Su's gaze fell on the ruins, his expression complex. Yes, the four of us worked together. Who said there were only four? Yin Yen slammed on the brakes, pulling the van sideways to the side of the road, and nodded forward with her chin. The people inside looked over. In front of the van stood a group of unfamiliar experimental subjects huddled together, their faces filled with confusion. When Lan Luo regained consciousness, she found herself lying on a flat stone slab. She hadn't been smashed to pieces, nor was she crushed by rocks. What happened? She couldn't move her body, only able to move her eyes to look at her surroundings. She was still inside the building, But the dust had settled. She lay in a corner formed by several walls, surrounded by complete darkness. Zhu Jianshan? She called out instinctively, but found her throat hoarse and unable to produce a sound. Lan Luo touched herself. The wound on her abdomen hadn't healed, and there were several more wounds on her chest. Lan Luo remembered these wounds. They were from being pierced by protruding steel bars during the fall. But why were there no other wounds on her body besides this? Thinking of this, Lan Luo realized that her position lying on the stone slab was too peaceful, as if she had been arranged into a flat position. If it were free fall, she shouldn't be so flat. Lan Luo's memory only stopped at the moment the building exploded and collapsed. She didn't know what happened afterward, but looking at herself like this, she could guess that Zhu Jianshan must have done something. Zhu Jianshan, Lan Luo closed her eyes. Can you hear me? The only answer was the clatter of falling rubble. Lan Luo vaguely heard movement in the distance, but she couldn't tell if it was a human-dog hybrid or Yin Yin and the others, so she dared not make a sound. She struggled to roll over, falling off the stone slab and into a pile of rubble. Her body ached from the stones, and her disheveled hair was pinned down. She could hear it. She could hear the faint beating of hearts around her. Lan Luo slowly crawled towards the source of the sound. She couldn't be mistaken. It was Zhu Jianshan's heartbeat. She couldn't be mistaken. In the darkness, Lan Luo reached out and touched something cool and soft. It was Zhu Jianshan's hand. She remembered his fingers were long, with distinct knuckles, incredibly flexible. He could easily pull out many small gadgets from his secret space with a flick of his fingers. But this hand was already cold and stiff. Lan Luo used a great deal of strength to pry his fingers apart. He was clutching something in his palm. Lan Luo felt it carefully, finding a familiar rabbit shape and a broken hair tie. It was her hair tie. Lan Luo was silent for a few seconds, then reached out to touch his heart. Zhu Jianshan's heartbeat was like a candle flame in the rain, growing dimmer and dimmer. He would die. She lay down beside Zhu Jianshan, feeling his almost non-existent heartbeat, and came to this conclusion. Lan Luo's eyes were open, her vision filled with Zhu Jianshan's blurry outline. In the darkness, her gaze was somewhat lost. Zhu Jianshan? She whispered, knowing there would be no response. Lan Luo lay back beside him, ceasing her futile efforts, holding her breath and waiting. She didn't know what she was waiting for. Perhaps she was waiting for her body to heal itself. Perhaps for her to be rescued. Perhaps for Zhu Jianshan to wake up. Perhaps none of the above. Lan Luo blinked. She just didn't know what else she could do. Exhaustion overwhelmed her. Her breathing gradually weakened, and her eyelids involuntarily closed, yet she carefully dared not fall asleep. Lan Luo squinted, a faint yet blinding light suddenly appearing before her. Lan Luo. A piercing voice rang out along with the sudden brightness of the sky. Lan Luo slowly opened her eyes. The gray sky was reflected in her pupils, and countless fine raindrops rushed towards her, soaking her dry eyes. Behind the drizzle were several disheveled faces. Lan Luo looked at them one by one. Besides Yin Yin, He Shui, Su Lifeng, and Yin Su, there were several unfamiliar faces. Is it her? Yes. Amazing. She's still alive. A miracle. The first time I seen a living undead. She saved me. She saved us. Quick. Keep digging. Hearing this, Lan Luo looked at their dirty faces. Their faces held a restrained joy, their eyes shining as they looked at Lan Luo. She then looked at Yin Yin and the others. Their expressions were far more exaggerated than those of the experimental subjects, especially Yin Yin, whose features were contorted in pain. Joy, her groggy mind read this most primal emotion from their expressions. What was there to be happy about? She thought. Yet, the corners of her mouth involuntarily curled up silently. Lan Luo closed her eyes, letting herself drift into a deep sleep. In the last second before losing consciousness, her mind flashed back to the day she entered the lab, her parents wailing, Lan Sheng reluctant to part. And she, obediently following behind Lu Guan, was thinking. One day, she would leave the lab. One day, she would walk ahead of Lan Sheng. One day, she would make her parents shed their false tears. One day, she would make the lab pay the price. One day, she would become an immortal legend. Chapter 111 Extra Chapter. Shigui City. Lan Luo lay on the hospital bed, carefully examining the clean yet cold clinic, a thoughtful expression on her face. I didn't expect it to be you. Yifei pushed up his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light. Nothing surprising, just couldn't make it here. Weren't you a top student? Lan Luo asked. How did you end up like this? TCH, Yifei sneered. Stop your gloating. Just trying to make a living is better than what you're like now. She looked at Lan Luo with a critical gaze, a cold smile on her face. Lan Luo glanced at herself. Only half of her left arm remained, and her abdomen was wrapped in thick bandages. When they rescued her, they discovered that Lan Luo's left hand was completely necrotic. Su Lifeng said that if it had been delayed any longer, it might have spread to her entire body. Su Lifeng was already exhausted at that time, and Lan Luo didn't want to exploit her further. After a few seconds of consideration, she decisively cut off her own left arm. To be honest, it didn't hurt. However, everyone present was startled. Su Lifeng even apologized with tears in his eyes, and frantically treated her. Lan Luo didn't care. Given some time, her left arm would grow back. But she turned her head to look outside. Yi Fei had modified the shop, cutting 2 windows into the wall, so even inside, one could see the outside. Tujin Street was still deserted, a desolate scene. I'm going upstairs. Yi Fei glanced at the time. Old Xuan will be here again to use the equipment. Lan Luo didn't answer, still staring out the window. Until, after an unknown amount of time, a tall figure appeared outside the window. It was Yin Su. She withdrew her gaze, propping herself up on the bed with one hand. Is it you today? It's me. Yin Su put down the lunchbox in his hand. Why do you sound a little disappointed? It's nothing. Lan Luo reached for the lunchbox. What are we eating today? During her days recuperating at Yi Fei's clinic, she had been eating meals prepared by Su Lifeng, mostly delivered by Chu Dong, Yin Yin, and Yi Shui, with Yin Su occasionally cooking for her. Chicken soup, to nourish your body. Yin Su stopped Lan Luo's hand, opened the lunchbox for her, and handed her a spoon. Yin Yin said you should eat all the chicken wings, to replenish your body through similar foods. Ha, Lan Luo chuckled softly. I know. Aren't you going to ask? Yin Su sat down beside the bed. Ask what? Lan Luo blew on the soup, carefully drank the first sip, and her eyes involuntarily brightened for a moment. Su Lifeng's cooking skills were getting better and better. In her heart, he could rank second, or even compete with first. First? Lan Luo paused, the spoon hovering in midair, her fingertips turning white from gripping it so tightly. Yin Su glanced at her, seemingly misunderstanding her expression, and sighed, turning his back to Lan Luo, saying, he's still the same, he hasn't woken up. Lan Luo snapped back to reality. She knew Yin Su was talking about Zhu Jianshan. Zhu Jianshan was severely injured. On the way back to Shigue City, his heart even stopped beating for a moment. It was only after she struggled to wake up and fed him some blood that he survived. But he still hasn't woken up. Su Lifeng said he injured his brain and might never wake up again. At first, Lan Luo couldn't understand why. Since they fell from the building together, only Zhu Jianshan was so seriously injured, while she was lying perfectly fine on the flatbed. These past few days, lying in bed with nothing to do, she finally figured it out. She was on the verge of death before landing, and later even lost consciousness. Zhu Jianshan's ability is spatial storage. Assuming she wasn't unconscious but dead, he could simply put his corpse into his space. After landing, he could release her, allowing her to slowly recover her life force, perfectly replicating the scene. Lan Luo instinctively felt this was the closest to the truth, but Zhu Jianshan remained unconscious, and the specifics couldn't be verified with him directly. She lowered her eyes, sipping her soup. I understand. What are your plans? Yin Su still had his back to her. What plans? Lan Luo repeated absent-mindedly, no plans. Yin Su gently parted his lips. If he doesn't wake up, are you going to wait for him forever? He saved me, Lan Luo said casually. Even if I can't repay him handsomely, I should at least be grateful. Grateful. Yin Su suddenly chuckled. You're actually that kind of person? Lu Guan is his brother, and also his half-enemy. How do you know he saved you? Lan Luo frowned, pushing away the lunchbox. I'm full. You take it back. Remember to tell Su Lifeng the soup was delicious. Yin Su stared at the half-empty pot of soup for a few moments, then forced a smile. Drink some more. I'm going for a walk. He left without looking back, not even sparing Lan Luo a glance. Lan Luo was happy to have some peace and quiet, lowering her head to continue drinking her soup, her mind filled with countless thoughts. When was the last time she had chicken soup? It seemed to be back in middle school. Lan Sheng had taken a cooking class at school and came to her late at night, handing her a thermos. It was his water bottle. Drink up. I washed the bottle, Lan Sheng explained with a smile, licking his dry lips. Lan Luo didn't want to accept his gift at the time, but her parents were angry with her grades and had cut off her allowance for several days. She was hungry. Now she could drink chicken soup without interruption, while Lan Sheng was still lying in that unmelting block of ice. The can of chicken soup gradually emptied. Lan Luo pushed aside the lunchbox and subconsciously reached out. Her hand was empty. Lan Luo paused, perhaps because she had spent so much time with Zhu Jianshan, she sometimes forgot to do things herself. He was a very observant person. He would prepare tissues for her in advance when she needed them. Lan Luo had initially thought it was just a harmless little thing, but she hadn't realized it had subtly influenced her. Lan Luo silently pulled out a tissue and wiped her mouth clean. Perhaps Zhu Jianshan shouldn't have acted this way. Her life is long, and the road ahead is far. Those solitary nights shouldn't be filled with the shadows of others. Lan Luo withdrew her gaze, picked up her lunchbox, and went out. Her physical condition was excellent. There was no need for her to stay in bed. If they hadn't strongly advised against it, she would have been running around long ago. Passing Yifei and Lao Shuang, who were facing each other in the lobby, Lan Luo saw Yin Su standing outside the clinic, gazing into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. Just like at the resort, there was an imperceptible loneliness. But his long-lost sister had been found. What else was there for him to look at? Lan Luo wasn't interested in his inner turmoil. She waved the lunchbox in her hand, indicating that she would personally deliver it back. I go with you. Yin Su followed, otherwise Yin Yan will say I'm slacking off. Lan Luo nodded in agreement, slowly strolling through the dilapidated city, watching the collapsed buildings, towering trees, drifting clouds, and pedestrians on the ground. The guillotine still stood in its place, seemingly witnessing everything, yet also seemingly unrelated to it. It simply remained faithful, silent, corroded by the wind and sand, disappearing along with the graffiti etched on the walls into the depths of painful memory. In the distant wilderness, a hunched figure, his back to Lan Luo, leaned close to a few women, speaking to them. The women nodded and dispersed, continuing to swing their hoes. They're clearing land. Yin Su followed her gaze and explained with a smile, they're all escaped test subjects. Anyway, there's no shortage of open space in Shigui City. It's good to leave it for them to live on. Lan Luo recognized the hunched woman at the head of the group as Hu Jiaofan, but she didn't go up to greet her. Although she didn't know when Hu Jiaofan had arrived in Shigui City, since Hu Jiaofan hadn't approached her, there was no need for her to disturb her. After all, everyone has their own life. Lan Luo continued walking, intentionally or unintentionally taking a detour. Yin Su didn't correct her, walking quietly beside her, his eyes fixed straight ahead, only occasionally glancing at her. Lan Luo took the detour partly to increase her exercise, and partly to catch a glimpse of Su Lifeng and Chudong's school. It's said that most of Shigui City's residents now send their children here. Even so, Shigui City has few residents, and even fewer children. The entire school has only about 100 children. Chudong said that many people send their children here not for studying, but simply because they hope that their children can have a safe place to be cared for when they are not at home. But it's okay. In a few years, they realize that school is for learning, and learning can change lives. These were Chudong's exact words. Lan Luo didn't comment, as she herself had only graduated from high school. Chudong's own education wasn't very high either, so she was only responsible for management. The burden of teaching mostly fell on Su Lifeng. However, she heard that He Shui had also started teaching, so Su Lifeng's pressure should lessen somewhat. But wouldn't He Shui's expressionless face scare the children? Lan Luo thought of He Shui's cold-faced attempts to coax children, and a faint smile involuntarily appeared on her lips. Want to go in and take a look? Yin Su spoke up at the opportune moment. School wasn't in session today, and the entire school building was quiet. Only Chudong's busy figure, carrying a mop, appeared at the window. No need. Lan Luo shook her head, taking one last look at the unremarkable school building. A short figure darted down the corridor, sunlight streaming down her fair face. Hanako! Su Jin called out as she ran. Wait for me. I sweep one more floor, and then I can come play with you. Lan Luo looked in the direction she was pointing. The person called Hanako was the disabled little girl she had picked up from the pigeon coop. The little girl sat upright in her wheelchair, a brand new red string for Cat's cradle wrapped around her fingertips. Did Hanako know that her name had been reused? Did Hanako know that her name appeared on the student list? Did Hanako know that her name would remain in the streets and alleys of Shigui City? Did Hanako know that she was free? A gentle breeze blew the red string in the little girl's hand. She raised her innocent eyes, and looked at the spot where Lan Luo had stood. There was nothing there. Lan Luo was gone. Hanako! Su Jin ran over, sweating profusely and panting, finished sweeping. What did you want? Nothing, Hanako pursed her lips. I wanted to tell you that I think I awakened a special ability. Su Jin's eyes widened instantly. What? What kind of superpower is that? It's... The girl gently opened her palm, a bright red rope fluttering in the wind, its wrapped fingertips shimmering with tiny lights. After the light faded, a small, soft flower bud appeared in her palm. It's blooming. Wherever the seed falls, it blooms. Chapter 112 Extra Chapter. I am Hanako. Actually, my real name isn't Hanako, because I originally didn't have a name, only a code name. The name Hanako was given to me when I first entered the lab. Back then, I tried to escape the orphanage where they beat and scolded me, but I failed and was brought to the lab covered in dirt. The researcher, with a fierce look on his face, asked me, "What's your name?" I said I didn't know, and the people around me started jeering, saying I was so dirty, I looked like a beggar. Beggar? The researcher nodded. The flower of blooming flowers? The KO of a child? The people around burst into laughter. I couldn't laugh, and I didn't like the name. I was jealous. These people here knew everything from astronomy to geography, but they didn't understand the world beneath the mud. He didn't even know what a beggar was. A beggar is someone who lies dirty on the roadside begging for food. He thought my name was Hanako, but someone like me doesn't even have a name. I was truly jealous of them, knowing everything, yet knowing nothing at all. Life in the lab was no different from being in an orphanage. The uniformed staff still bossed me around, and those of equal status secretly plotted against me. But I grown up, and I understood more. I slowly learned to flatter, and sometimes I could escape a beating by sucking up. When I was lucky, I could even get some food in return. At first, many people were jealous of me. Taking advantage of their age and strength, they always stole my food. After being robbed time and time again, I inexplicably awakened a speed-based ability, and from then on, my food was never stolen again. Some people mocked me, calling me a born rat, saying all I did was eat and run. I was initially angry, but as those who said those things disappeared one after another from the operating room, I couldn't stay angry anymore. I was afraid that one day it would be my turn. Before death came a remarkably young girl. Her name was Lan Luo. Unlike us, she wasn't brought in like livestock, tied up and thrown in. Instead, she was brought in by a well-dressed man. That man even knelt down to look at her, completely unconcerned about the creases in his expensive-looking leather shoes. She was both lucky and unlucky. What good could come of a child sent here? So, the first thing I did when I saw her was call her a short-lived ghost, trying to make her realize her situation. But I didn't expect she to be the most unfortunate one. She went into surgery just a week after arriving, and only emerged half a day later, covered in wounds and injuries, sitting in a wheelchair. They asked me to take care of her. I didn't know how to care for people, but I knew that if I had a job, I wouldn't have to go to the observation room, so I readily agreed. I asked her what kind of mutation she had undergone, and why she had so many wounds. She smiled and said she didn't feel pain. They wanted to study sensory shielding. It doesn't hurt? That's a lucky ability here. But I don't care if she's in pain or not. I just want to gather as much information as possible, anything at all. Maybe one day I can use that information to see the light of day again. However, I still have some humanity. I wanted to apply some medicine to her. She said there was no medicine. They wouldn't allow her to use any. I asked, then what about your injury? She said it's okay, it'd heal on its own. She was still timid, like a poor little lamb, having strayed into this cruel, pristine slaughterhouse. But I wouldn't feel sorry for her, I was too busy taking care of myself. But the researcher next to me, Zhu Jianchen, seemed a little distressed, because I saw his eyebrows furrowed. He's always like that, like he's sick. Lan Luo took the initiative to ask about my past, about my experiences outside. Did she think I wouldn't tell? She wanted to get information from me too. I told her the truth, my life was so dull anyway, telling her wouldn't hurt. She listened in silence, then said her life was also very ordinary, just going to school all her life. School? I never been to school. I don't even know what a school looks like. Her eyes crinkled, and she timidly said she could teach me some simple knowledge, which might come in handy after I got out of here. I knew she was trying to get close to me, but I genuinely wanted to learn something. It was better than being locked up and studied like an animal. She taught me to recite the multiplication tables. Actually, I could do math, but I didn't know what a multiplication table was. She taught me from 1 to 7 times 9 is equal to 62. She looked me straight in the eye and told me 7 times 9 equals 62. I nodded and said I remembered. Then she looked at me with a mixture of suspicion and relief, praising me for being smart. She must have taught me wrong, I'm sure of it. But I had no proof, because she had gone to school, while I was illiterate. So I increasingly frequented this child's side, trying to find clues, but she always had a blank expression, like a dead fish. Finally, one day, I found a chance to refute her. That day, I was locked in the observation room. They gave me a sip of something that smelled fishy, and then started shocking me. It wasn't the first time I'd been shocked. I knew there were 7 levels of shocks here, and they would gradually increase the intensity from low to high. I was in so much pain, but they wouldn't let me down. I could only count the number of shocks I received. Finally, they let me go, shaking their heads and saying it was useless. Useless? Was I useless? Later, Lan Luo came to see me and asked how I was feeling. I laughed dismissively. Concern for my health in a place like this was as absurd as asking about a cripple's leg. I said, "You taught me wrong. 7-9 isn't 62, it's 63. She asked how I knew. I said they shocked me 9 times, 7 levels per round, and I counted 63 times in total. She was silent after hearing this. She squatted down beside me and touched my face. I noticed a cut on her hand, blood smeared on my lips. I instinctively licked my lips, wiping away the drop of blood, and then I was surprised to find my numb body feeling comfortable. I looked at her in shock, but she shook her head, her eyes hinting at something. I understood. I needed to keep it a secret. Fool, a child in an ivory tower, actually telling her secret to someone she barely knew. But why did my heart feel so tingly? I didn't know. Maybe her blood was too potent. I thought our relationship had improved, but my luck was bad. I was quickly transported away. Yes, transported, carried away in a cage like a monkey in a zoo. I didn't know where I was taken. It was dark. I heard the heavy panting of a wild beast. A cold sweat broke out on my back, but I had nowhere to hide in the cage. They let in something that was neither human nor beast. As soon as it came in, it started tearing at me. I even found it funny. Compared to something like it, I was lucky, at least I looked human. I couldn't fight him off, and collapsed in the cage like a rotten pile of flesh. No one brought me food, no one thought of treating me. It felt like I was just a bloody, mangled piece of trash. Until I saw a girl, cupping water in her hands and feeding it to me. She was wearing white, and in a daze, I thought I saw Lan Luo. But this girl was different from the resilient Lan Luo. Her legs were crippled, and her health was poor. I don't know why these researchers are so heartless, locking up and studying malnourished children like this. I told her that when I died, I would ask the researchers to change her name to Hanako. Hanako? She leaned against me. What a beautiful name! She told me that Hanako means child of flowers, blooming throughout spring, summer, autumn, and winter, covering mountains and fields. That's wonderful, truly a name of freedom. I'm starting to think it's a good name too. I told her, if anyone comes looking for Hanako in the future, tell them you're Hanako, and they take you away. When I was being transported away, I heard that an experimental subject had escaped from the base. I believed it was Lan Luo, and I also believed she might be able to find this place. I have no way to survive, but I hope there will be another lucky Hanako to bloom through spring, summer, autumn, and winter in my place. My life is just like this. As a child, I huddled in a dilapidated orphanage. As an adult, I was sold into a cramped, iron-bound base. On my deathbed, I could only see endless darkness through the cracks in the cage. I'm not afraid of death, but I'm afraid of dying silently, dying alone and lonely. I asked little Hanako to accompany me on my final journey. She asked me what I meant by final journey. I said that after this journey, I would become nourishment for the flowers, lying in the soil silent. She told me to finish what I had to say quickly, otherwise she would miss me. Yes, I miss her. Hanako, bury me in the ground. Don't throw me in the garbage dump. I want to lie down somewhere where I can rest in peace. The last thing I saw with consciousness was Hanako nodding blankly, her clothes fluttering gently, so much like Lan Luo. Lan Luo, I want her to be free for me. My life ends here. As for the human dog that wandered around like a walking corpse afterward, I absolutely refuse to acknowledge that it was Hanako. After all, drooling on the ground, even biting people, is just too shameful. But I'm actually very happy, because when we met again, Lan Luo and I were both free. Chapter 113 Extra Chapter. Lan Luo left Shigue City one night. Before leaving, Lan Luo went to see Zhu Jianchen one last time. She gazed at Zhu Jianchen's bedside for a long time, long enough to confirm that his eyelashes would never flutter again, and the corners of his lips would never curve upwards again. She understood that this was someone who would never wake up, someone she shouldn't waste her time waiting for. Lan Luo cut her own palm, letting the blood flow into Zhu Jianshan's pale lips. The wound gradually healed, but the figure on the bed remained pale. Lan Luo took one last look at the old rabbit hair tie on his wrist, then left without hesitation, stepping into the moonlight. The thin moonlight couldn't illuminate her path, but her eyes shone brightly in the darkness. She would travel through this ravaged world. She would let her heart beat in every corner of the world. Anywhere, any day. Because she had already gained the ability to survive in any corner of the world. This was her unfettered free life. The next morning, in Shigui City. Are we still going? Chu Dong asked Su Lifeng, yawning. Su Lifeng looked at the banknotes on the coffee table and shook his head helplessly. No need. She must have left long ago. I just can't understand it. Chu Dong put down the groceries she was holding, and I even got up early to buy food. There's nothing I can do. Su Lifeng accepted readily. Didn't you already expect this? Yes, Chu Dong smiled. Yin Yin and Yi Xuan know her best. They didn't even get out of bed. They secretly wrote a note and slipped it into Lan Luo's pocket yesterday. Su Lifeng raised an eyebrow. Oh? What did they write? Chu Dong scratched his head. I don't know, it seems. Those experimental subjects asked us to tell you that they are very grateful to you for giving them a new life. In their eyes, you are an immortal myth and the glory of Savior. Of course, knowing you don't like waiting, we won't wait for you either. We wish you all the best. We be leaving the city soon. Maybe we bump into each other, hee hee. Lan Luo silently read the crumpled note in her pocket. The handwriting was half elegant and half messy. She knew without a doubt that it was written by Yi Xuan and Yin Yin. She curved her lips into a smile, stuffed the note back into her pocket, and looked up at the desolate desert before her. Here, humanity was so insignificant, yet her heart pounded so fiercely. A chance encounter? Actually, she was quite looking forward to it. 3 months later. Fine snow fell silently. Lan Luo exhaled a puff of white mist, and kicked a tree by the roadside in annoyance. The snow on the tree cascaded down, hitting her head and face, seemingly mocking her incompetence. Lan Luo had been lost in this forest for several days. Lan Luo regretted not marking her path. Perhaps because she was so fearless, she had become increasingly careless lately. In the silent forest, only the fluttering of a few birds as they flew into their nests could be heard, and the only other sound was the creaking of Lan Luo's footsteps. These past few days, she had traveled to many places, met all sorts of people, good and bad, but mostly strangers with whom she had no connection. She wandered on the fringes of everyone's world, trying her best to avoid becoming a part of anyone's life. Like now, even though a rare human figure appeared at the edge of her vision, she would only lower her head and walk around him, brushing past him. Hello, excuse me. But fate had other plans. A muffled, unintelligible voice rang out, and a fully armed man slowly approached. Lan Luo was forced to stop. She was dressed very lightly, looking like she belonged to a completely different season compared to the man before her. I don't know the way either, sorry, Lan Luo said before the man could speak again. The man wore a thick mask over his mouth and nose, large sunglasses, and a thick hat, not a single inch of skin showing. If he was so afraid of the cold, why was he out alone in the snow? Hearing Lan Luo's direct refusal, he seemed a little embarrassed, chuckling sheepishly. No, I wanted to ask where you're going. Could we walk together for a bit? As he got closer, Lan Luo realized his voice was somewhat familiar, and his figure was eerily familiar. Take them off, Lan Luo frowned, sunglasses and mask. The man paused, hesitatingly removing his sunglasses. I heard that staying in the snow for too long can affect eyesight, so I... Zhu Jianshan? Lan Luo didn't listen to his explanation. She stared at the familiar features of Zhu Jianshan, her face filled with disbelief. When did you wake up? No, wait, you don't remember me? The man blinked blankly. How do you know my name? Do we know each other? You don't remember? Lan Luo looked at him suspiciously, quickly pulling off his mask to confirm it was indeed Zhu Jianshan's face. Should I remember? Zhu Jianshan hesitated. I'm sorry, I injured my head, and I don't remember many things. If we've known each other before, could you tell me what our relationship is? How did you get here? Lan Luo didn't follow up on his question. What are you doing here? I walk here. Zhu Jianshan scratched his face. I hitched a ride in someone's van, but I didn't want to go with them, so I left on my own. Lan Luo scrutinized the man before her, who appeared normal except for his slightly pale skin, and coldly asked, Where are you going? I don't know, Zhu Jianshan lowered his eyelids. I think I'm looking for someone, but I can't remember. He looked up again, his gaze clear. And you, why are you here? Taking a walk. Lan Luo gave him a deep look, then turned and walked away. Her back was graceful, but her heart was anything but calm. Her communicator had broken long ago, and being in a deserted area, she couldn't find anywhere to buy one, so she hadn't been in contact with the people of Shigue City for a long time. She hadn't expected to miss such important news. What should she do now? Should she send him back? Or take him with her? Lan Luo walked faster, instinctively trying to shake off Zhu Jianshan behind her. She had long prepared for Zhu Jianshan to never wake up, so he wasn't even a variable in her plan. But how did he manage to appear beside her? Shigue City was thousands of kilometers away. How did he manage to get here with his mentally challenged brain? The footsteps behind her slowed down. Lan Luo listened intently, hearing Zhu Jianshan stop. She couldn't help but slow her pace, listening for any sounds behind her. Besides rapid breathing, there was nothing behind her. Finally, Lan Luo couldn't resist stopping and turning around. Yay! I won! The moment he turned around, Zhu Jianshan's eyes lit up. He raised his hands and shouted exaggeratedly, I won. What did you win? Lan Luo chuckled. I bet you turn around, Zhu Jianshan said, leaning against the tree. You turned around, which proves I guessed right. Lan Luo looked at his hands on the tree. What did you guess right? I guess that our relationship is pretty good, isn't it? Zhu Jianshan lowered his hands and moved closer to her. Lan Luo lowered her eyes and didn't speak. She was listening to his heartbeat. Zhu Jianshan's heartbeat was erratic and fast. He was far from the natural and composed person he appeared to be. But what was even more concerning was that his heartbeat was weak. Considering his earlier action of stopping to lean against the tree, Lan Luo guessed that he might still be recovering from an old injury. Why? She wanted to ask him why he had rushed out before he was fully recovered, but the words stuck in her throat. He remembered nothing. Asking would be pointless. What? Why? Zhu Jianshan blinked, looking obedient. Never mind, Lan Luo turned around. Follow me. Even though she was lost. The two wandered around the woods, one after the other, not leaving until dark. You're really taking a walk, Zhu Jianshan said breathlessly. I thought you were lost. Lan Luo stood with her hands behind her back, her expression so natural, showing no sign of panic at being lost. It's too late today, let's rest. Lan Luo avoided the topic of being lost, pointing to a flat rock. You can sleep here. She then walked to the side, sat cross-legged against a tree, and closed her eyes to rest. You're just sleeping like this? Zhu Jianshan frowned. This is too sloppy. Lan Luo ignored him. Supplies were scarce here, and she habitually went out empty-handed. Besides sleeping under the open sky, she had no other choice. She heard a clanging sound nearby. Lan Luo couldn't resist peeking and saw Zhu Jianshan sprawled on the ground, fiddling with something. What are you doing? She asked. Zhu Jianshan, bundled up and flushed, replied, You see in a minute. Lan Luo could already tell he was holding an unfinished tent. She hadn't expected that even if Zhu Jianshan was mentally unstable, he hadn't forgotten how to utilize space. After some time, he came running up to Lan Luo, excitedly pointing at the tent. How's it? How's it? Lan Luo examined it. His craftsmanship was excellent. The tent was perfectly set up. Looking around at her bare surroundings, then at Zhu Jianshan, Lan Luo walked towards the tent without hesitation. This one's mine. You can pitch another one yourself. Huh? Lan Luo curled her lips, lowered the curtain, and shut out Zhu Jianshan's complaints. She hadn't slept in a bed in a long time. This silly boy should just bear with it. But Lan Luo still had a conscience. She listened for a long time, confirming that Zhu Jianshan was indeed pitching a second tent, before finally falling asleep. In the middle of the night, in a daze, Lan Luo heard the tent rustling, like it was being blown by the wind, or perhaps being lifted up. But in the wilderness, such subtle noises were perfectly normal. She didn't sense any danger, and didn't force herself to wake up. Then, in the latter half of the night, after the moonlight hid behind the clouds, a pale gray glow appeared on the horizon. Lan Luo woke up and opened her eyes, and what she saw was Zhu Jianshan curled up beside her. She gazed silently at his sleeping face. Zhu Jianshan looked exactly the same as when he was unconscious, giving her the fleeting illusion that he had never woken up. It was as if everything yesterday was a dream. The real Zhu Jianshan was still asleep, unable to smile or speak. She cautiously extended a finger, her fingertip lightly touching his long eyelashes. His soft eyelashes trembled slightly, brushing against her warm fingertips, revealing a pair of dark, watery pupils between her fingers. Lan Luo, what are you doing? Zhu Jianshan blinked, his voice thick with a nasal tone. Lan Luo poked his eyelid, then withdrew her hand. Nothing, just testing if you're dead. Humph, my tent isn't windproof at all, Zhu Jianshan said, lying on his side looking at her. Luckily I was smart enough to sneak in, otherwise I might have really frozen to death. You should be glad you didn't wake me. Lan Luo tossed the blanket over him. Zhu Jianshan hugged the blanket to his chest, burying most of his face inside, only his bright eyes peeking out. Who said we didn't disturb anyone? Yesterday, he continued to shrink deeper into the blanket. You were touching me all over. Me? Lan Luo raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? Zhu Jianshan completely burrowed into the blanket, only the top of his fluffy hair sticking out. Lan Luo stared at his crown of hair for a long time before chuckling. Then, to ensure your safety, you better hurry back to your tent. No way. Zhu Jianshan suddenly popped out, defiant. I'm not going back. Lan Luo didn't speak, just stared unblinkingly at Zhu Jianshan. Under Lan Luo's intense gaze, his demeanor suddenly weakened. I mean, I'm cold. As Zhu Jianshan spoke, he feigned trembling, rolled twice to Lan Luo's side, and held up his pale right hand. Feel it if you don't believe me. Lan Luo stared at his bloodless fingernails, then rubbed the back of his hand against it. It was indeed very cold. Want to warm up? Lan Luo pulled his hand back, staring intently at him. Zhu Jianshan's face flushed red, his eyes darting left and right, avoiding her gaze. This isn't appropriate. What's inappropriate? Lan Luo lowered her head, her breath brushing against Zhu Jianshan's face. Just trying to warm up. Then what are you going to do? Zhu Jianshan closed his eyes, licked his lips, and a slight smile played on his lips. Of course it's. Lan Luo's fingers lightly stroked his cheek, and the next second. Slap. A loud slap echoed throughout the tent. Zhu Jianshan opened his eyes in disbelief, covering his reddened face, his eyes slightly red. Why did you hit me? To keep warm, Lan Luo smiled. What else did you think? What did you think I was planning to do? I didn't think. Zhu Jianshan hurriedly looked away. Good riddance, I'm not cold at all now. Lan Luo stared at him for several seconds, then suddenly covered her face, and burst into laughter. You're really good at pretending, ha ha. What? Zhu Jianshan froze, speechless. Stop pretending. Lan Luo wiped away the tears of laughter from the corners of her eyes. You didn't lose your memory at all. How do you know? Zhu Jianshan started to speak subconsciously, then stopped abruptly halfway through, correcting himself. What do you mean you didn't lose your memory? I don't understand what you're saying. Looking at his serious expression, Lan Luo couldn't help but push him, making him sway from side to side. Think about where you slipped up, she said, covering Zhu Jianshan's eyes. I'm not telling you. Her eyelashes fluttered against her palm. With his eyes covered, Zhu Jianshan stopped struggling and obediently rubbed against her palm, a smile playing on his lips. It was that familiar, mischievous smile she knew best. Lan Luo lowered her eyelashes, concealing the fleeting tears in her eyes, and gently kissed the back of her hand. Congratulations, you made it through. Another spring had arrived. Lan Luo and Zhu Jianshan had traveled to many places, from the cold to the warmth, from heavy snow to lush greenery. Are we really going back? Zhu Jianshan rubbed against Lan Luo, his complexion noticeably better than before, but his face was full of reluctance. Lan Luo glanced at him, ignoring his whining, and said calmly, We're already at the city gate. Isn't it a bit late for you to resist? Humph. Zhu Jianshan's fingers slipped between hers. Fine, I go. Who's afraid of who? Lan Luo shook her head. She had no idea why Zhu Jianshan was so determined. What in Shigui's city was worth fighting for? She entered the city and first went to Su Lifeng's house. But unfortunately, she wasn't home, nor was Su Jin. Are you looking for Teacher Su? A middle-aged woman passing by, holding a child, smiled broadly. She's probably at school now. Do you have children going to school? Lan Luo and Zhu Jianshan exchanged a glance, their expressions different. No, she shook her head, we're just old acquaintances. Oh my, an old acquaintance of Teacher Su? That's impressive. She's my eldest's favorite teacher. The middle-aged woman shook the child in her arms. My second child will also be taking lessons from her in the future, hee hee. Zhu Jianshan stepped forward, exchanged a few polite words with her, and then pulled Lan Luo away. Lan Luo breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how much time passed, she didn't really like chatting with strangers except for small talk. Are you going to find Su Lifeng? Zhu Jianshan asked. No need. Lan Luo looked at the fields by the roadside. I see they're living very well. By the field, a girl in a wheelchair was scattering light into the field while boasting to people relaxing by the roadside. Back then, those thugs were baring their teeth and claws, about to attack me, when a tall woman descended from the sky, defeated them all in one move, and rescued me. Wow, that's amazing. Xiao Huazi, don't exaggerate. Who's exaggerating? Huazi slapped her wheelchair. Besides me, she rescued several other people too. You can ask them. I heard people talk about her, but who exactly is she? One person scratched his head, puzzled. She is. Xiaohua hesitated for a few seconds, then looked up firmly. She is an immortal myth, the glory of salvation. Sigh. Lan Luo hid in the shade of a tree, covering her face and sighing. Zhu Jianshan leaned on her head. What are you sighing for? I think she's right. Go over there, and let them see your face. Get lost. Lan Luo turned and left, earning Zhu Jianshan's unrestrained laughter. She walked all the way to Zhu Jianshan's house before stopping. Wow, it's been so long since I've been back. Zhu Jianshan looked up, gazing at the small house with immense nostalgia. Lan Luo was also looking at the house. She had come back this time for this house, for Lan Sheng inside. In a way, it was also for the sake of the house's owner, Zhu Jianshan, who stood behind her. Go find Su Lifeng, she said to Zhu Jianshan, and bring her over after school. What are you going to do? Zhu Jianshan's lips curled down. Lan Luo climbed through the window into the house. Nothing, just do as I say, be a good girl. She closed the window, walked to the hard block of ice, and looked through the ice at the peaceful Lan Sheng inside. Lan Luo touched her heart. She had made a decision. When Zhu Jianshan returned with a delighted Su Lifeng, he opened the door to find Lan Sheng lying on the sofa with half-open eyes, and Lan Luo bleeding profusely. Lan Luo. Zhu Jianshan abandoned Su Lifeng and scrambled towards her. What's wrong? Nothing, Lan Luo said calmly, just returning his heart to him. Why did you suddenly become so? Lan Luo interrupted him. Don't ask, Su Lifeng, please treat me. Zhu Jianshan also came to his senses, his eyes red as he backed away, making room for Su Lifeng. Yes, treat him first, treat him first. Su Lifeng sighed, squatted beside Lan Luo, and raised his hand. You guessed it? Yes, Lan Luo closed her eyes. When you initially wouldn't let me destroy Lan Sheng's body, I realized that perhaps the heart could still be returned to its place. Lan Sheng, lying on the sofa, simply watched Lan Luo quietly, tears streaming down his face, soaking the sofa. Until her injuries were completely healed, she took Zhu Jianshan's hand and prepared to leave. Could we talk alone? Lan Sheng's voice was hoarse as he hooked the hem of Lan Luo's clothes. Su Lifeng stood up, grabbed Zhu Jianshan, and left without saying a word, leaving them alone. Speak. Lan Luo looked down at him. Lan Sheng smiled slightly. I didn't expect to see you again. You're a little tanned, but you look very energetic. Have you traveled to many places? Lan Luo pursed her lips. What do you want to say? I want to say, Lan Sheng closed his eyes, his voice trembling with tears, I miss you a little. Why do you miss me? Her voice was very soft. You are my last remaining family in this world, Luo Luo. Lan Luo took a deep breath. Do you know why I am your last remaining family? Because I killed all my other family members. Don't say that. Lan Sheng opened his eyes, his tone pleading. Don't say such hurtful things on purpose. Your heart is aching. That's your heart. Lan Luo placed his hand on his chest. It's you who's aching. This heart has returned to my body, but I know it doesn't belong to me. Lan Sheng grasped Lan Luo's hand in return, his emotions running high. It's screaming. It wants to break free of my chest and return to you. Even the blood in his body wanted to leave him, to be loyal to her. Is this the attraction of blood? He didn't know. The damage to your body is irreversible, and Zhu Jianshan's lifespan is also limited. Lan Luo withdrew her hand, her eyes lowered, obscuring the expression in them. After Zhu Jianshan dies, after you die, I will come back to take back this heart. Until then, just live your life well. With Su Lifeng and Chu Dong here, the people here won't mistreat you. Lan Sheng's expression shattered instantly. He asked in a trembling voice, do you think I can still live a good life? I don't know, that's your life. Don't easily entrust your life to others again, brother. Lan Luo turned around, her eyelashes fluttering rapidly. In her peripheral vision, she saw Zhu Jianshan peeking out. She turned her back to Lan Sheng, who was clutching his chest on the sofa, and strode towards the door. The setting sun bathed her, lengthening her shadow. Zhu Jianshan stepped on her shadow. Lan Luo gazed at the sun. Today was over. She was going to face tomorrow.